Welcome back to System Tales, your ultimate source for the best stories. Today we are diving into Gatekeeper of the Myriad Realms. This series is a perfect blend of bone-chilling horror and side-splitting comedy. Our story begins with a face full of confusion. Is he hallucinating? Floating right before our protagonist's eyes is a bizarre spectral door hovering in midair. It looked like a portal from a children's cartoon, but radiating a sinister energy. It felt like a gateway straight to the underworld. He circled it, checking from every angle. Nothing. Just a door defying the laws of physics hanging in the void. Is this magic? Driven by a fatal curiosity, Shen Ye reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the handle, a vortex seized him and sucked him right in. He scrambled to his feet, eyes adjusting to a void of infinite darkness. Shen Ye looked around in panic. How is there a whole universe inside a door? The silence was suffocating. Hello, is anyone there? Whoosh! Crack! Suddenly the silence was shattered by a nightmare-inducing sound, bones grinding against bones. Looming over him was a titan of death. A crimson skeleton with 3 glowing emerald eyes. Blood dripped from its jaws as it crawled forward. Shen Ye's courage evaporated instantly. Terror hijacked his legs, and he sprinted like his life depended on it. "Catch me if you can, you ugly pile of bones!" he screamed, fueled by pure adrenaline. He dove through the portal, slamming the door shut with a deafening bang. "Sorry to disturb your meal. Have a nice afterlife." He collapsed, gasping for air. Holy crap, that world is a death trap. I thought that monster was going to follow me out. But when he looked up, the door was gone. Vanished into thin air. Just then, a mysterious voice resonated directly inside his skull. "Congratulations, human. You have successfully awakened the world-linking ability. I have finally found you." Shen Ye froze, panic rising again. "Who said that? Show yourself?" The disembodied voice continued, calm and ancient. "Do not panic. I am trapped in another dimension, communicating with you through pure will. Listen closely. Our connection is fading. If you wish to survive this Manhwa recap scenario, you must obey me." Shen Ye frowned, confusion warring with fear. "Try to see telepathy." "What kind of situation is this?" The voice issued a command. "First open your bag. Search for a grotesque statue hidden within." Shen Ye obeyed instinctively, rummaging through his belongings. His fingers brushed against cold stone. "This thing, is this what you mean?" "Precisely. That is the cursed idol of the Myriad fallen demon king. Someone planted it to harvest your soul, aiming to kill you. Yet against all odds you survived the curse." A cold shiver ran down Shen Ye's spine as the realization hit him. He looked down at his hands that didn't belong to him. "That's right. I'm not the owner of this body. This body belonged to a middle schooler named Shen Ye. The boy's soul had been devoured by the statue. But he, a corporate slave from Blue Star who died of overwork, had transmigrated at that exact moment, taking over the empty vessel. Human, because the curse failed to kill you, it has backfired. It has granted you immense power harvested from millions of years of souls. You are now the protagonist of a system Manhwa. That energy is now yours. Summon the door again." "The door?" "Yes. That portal is no longer a trap. It is the physical manifestation of your world-linking ability." Suddenly the stone statue crumbled into dust. The dimensional door materialized before Shen Ye once more. A blue system window popped up, because he was polite when he ran away last time he earned a new title. The polite one. It was a gray tier item, basically trash tier, but it had an effect. When equipped, your polite actions will slightly increase the favorability of others toward you. Shen Ye stared at the glowing text. An item. Seriously. So it's a passive social buff. The ancient voice returned, sounding weaker. "My power is nearly depleted. Human, you must be vigilant. The assassin who planted the curse will know you are alive. They will come to finish the job. They could appear at any second." Shen Ye's heart raced. "Wait, who are you? Why are you telling me all this?" "Because I need you," the voice replied. "The realm you just entered is the nightmare world." The words, "nightmare world," burned onto the doorframe. "I am imprisoned within. You must level up in this awakening Manhwa. Become strong, reach the depths, and break my seal. Do this, and I shall grant you rewards beyond your wildest dreams. Human, do not die before then." The voice faded into silence. Shen Ye stood alone in the quiet room. The voice is gone. Great. Just transmigrated and I already have a hitman on my tail. Why, I searched the kid's memories, he had no enemies. Who would want to murder a middle schooler? Whatever. I need to equip this the polite one title immediately. I'm defenseless. My only choice is to enter the door again and hope for a weapon or a better item. But that skeleton is in there. Forget it. High risk, high reward. If things go south, I'll just run. As long as I stay near the exit, I should be safe. That skeleton looked intelligent. I can't fight it, but maybe I can talk to it. Yes, Diplomacy communication is the foundation of civilization. Even if it's dead, it was once human, right? If I can negotiate, maybe I can recruit it. Imagine having a giant skeleton bodyguard to crush that assassin. With the polite one buff, this crazy plan might actually work. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ye grabbed the handle and stepped into the abyss. The moment he crossed the threshold, the crimson skeleton was towering right over him. Voice trembling, Shen Ye bowed. Greetings. My name is Shen Ye. He secretly activated the item. The monster froze, its three eyes locking onto him. A low guttural growl vibrated through the air. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your dinner earlier. I come in peace. I wish to be your friend. Shen Ye prayed internally. Phew, perfect. The item is working. He's listening. Whoosh! The skeleton didn't care about manners. A massive bone fist swung down like a hammer. Shen Ye threw himself backward, dodging death by an inch. Hey, is violence really necessary? I just wanted to have a chat. The monster roared, smashing its fist into the gateway. Fortunately, Shen Ye tumbled back into the real world just as the door shattered behind him. Too dangerous. If this door gets destroyed, my connection is severed forever. That gray keyword was absolute trash. I wonder what kind of skill this leveling Manhwa system will grant me next. A holographic interface flashed open. It warned that skill assessment could only be performed once every 24 hours. My daily energy is depleted. Please try again tomorrow, it mocked. Shen Ye clicked his tongue in frustration. Tsk. I guess farming infinite keywords isn't an option. He analyzed the situation. If that skeleton keeps guarding the entrance tomorrow, will be just another wasted opportunity. The killer could strike at any moment. Time was a luxury he didn't have. Pushing aside his doubts, Shen Ye summoned the dimensional door once more. I'll bet my pride as the top salesman of my previous life on this. That's right, before this life, Shen Ye was a master of the deal. He swung the door open. Sorry to intrude, but I'm back. This time I vow to bring you to your knees. The beast didn't hesitate. It smashed the door to smithereens, but Shen Ye instantly resummoned it and stepped through. It's useless. You'll never get a taste of my flesh. I have the power to traverse these dimensions at will. All we can do is talk. The skeleton ignored him, pounding the door into dust again and again. Undeterred, Shen Ye popped back in. Don't you want to hear my proposal? Realizing it couldn't touch him, the monster turned its back to leave. Cold sweat trickled down Shen Ye's neck. He shouted after it. Hey, don't walk away. I've been analyzing you this whole time. Your body is damaged. I noticed that when you consume flesh, your broken left arm begins to regenerate bone. It's not just your arm. Your skull, ribs, and spine. Your entire skeletal structure is crumbling, isn't it? The monster froze in its tracks. Shen Ye pulled out his phone, displaying an image of 2 bottles of high-potency calcium supplements. He launched into his pitch. Look, you can't eat me. But in my world, we have miraculous substances designed specifically for bone health. These calcium tablets are the cure you need. And that's not all. We have countless supplements that are far more nutritious than my meager flesh. If we become partners, I can supply you endlessly. We have an old saying, for a friend I'd take a knife to the ribs. Buying a few calcium pills is nothing compared to that. Though in your case, having a knife stuck in your ribs probably isn't even a big deal, right? So do we have a deal? Suddenly an ominous purple aura erupted from the sphere the monster had conjured. Shen Ye retreated to the safety of the threshold. Damn, is the sales pitch failing, but then a parchment materialized from thin air and a voice echoed. You have received a contract, Shen Ye gasped. Huh. A spirit contract. I actually pulled it off. The voice intoned the titles, signed by the Mother of Gloom and Bones, King of Executioners, the defeated Alliance leader Phylan. Shen Ye gulped. This monster's background is terrifying. But wait, why are there ellipses at the end of the name? The voice continued. Defeated leader Feilun. Battlefield Cleanup Officer Squad 5 Skeleton Army. Shen Ye's jaw dropped. Are you kidding? He's just a low-level janitor. The parchment detailed an equivalent exchange contract accompanied by a footnote. I recall the events of 7,000 years ago. In that era, human brilliance in culture, art, and technology was so blinding that the eternal axis of fate bestowed 12 divine decrees upon them. It was a golden age that forced even the high gods to gaze down in envy. Human, I require your aid to restore my power. I have never deigned to contract with a non-divine being before, so understand the immense value of this alliance. This is a pact of fairness. If either party becomes dissatisfied, this contract can be terminated instantly. Below was the signature line, the seal of destiny. Shen Ye didn't hesitate for a second. He signed his name with a flourish. Shen Ye's profile materialized. The human who conquered the curse of 10,000 demons. Gatekeeper of nightmare and reality. The sole manipulator of interdimensional space. Reading his own stats, Shen Ye grinned. Holy smoke, am I really that legendary? A notification chimed, contract complete. A brilliant blue light exploded from the scroll enveloping them both. The pact of equivalent exchange was now absolute. The scene shifted to the warmth of a family home. My precious boy, you were just discharged from the hospital. If you feel any pain at all, you must tell us immediately. Just focus on resting for the next few days. Don't worry about anything else. Here, take this herbal tonic whenever you feel hungry. It's good for your recovery. His father lifted a shopping bag. And I bought those calcium supplements you asked for. I got everything on the list. Here. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. His mother smiled warmly. Why are you thanking us? We're family. Your safety and health mean more to us than the world. Shen Ye felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he was an orphan. The warmth of a family's love was a treasure he had never known until now. Suddenly a knock broke the moment. Knock, knock. 2 officers stepped in. Good afternoon. We are from the East District Police Department. We are here to follow up on Shen Ye's case. Incidents like this happen every year, and unfortunately they are completely unpredictable. If you're the victim, it's just considered terrible luck. Truthfully, there is nothing the authorities can do to prevent it. It is a miracle that student Shen has recovered. We can call it a small blessing amidst a great tragedy. Shen Ye listened in silence, his eyes darkening. They didn't know the truth. The original Shen Ye had already been consumed by the curse of that summoned monster. Shen Ye finally spoke up. So, if this happens to someone else, are they expected to just accept their death as fate? The question hung in the air, leaving both officers stunned into silence. Student Shen, I know your mind is in turmoil right now, but there is a grave matter I must discuss with you. Orders have come down from the top. That hospital is condemned. It will be sealed off, and no living soul is permitted to enter ever again. Rest assured, we have made certain that no new victims will fall prey to that place. Shen Ye's sharp eyes scanned the officer. 3 stars on his badge, a police chief. And he looked so young. Out loud, he replied, Thank you for the warning, sir. I am just terrified that someone might be targeting me personally. But I am only a middle schooler with a simple life. Who would want to hurt me? Our investigation found no such enemies in your background. That concludes our business here. Duty calls, so we will not disturb you any longer. Watching them leave, Shen Ye's gaze turned cold. It seems the curse of the king of 10,000 fallen demons is a catastrophe beyond imagination. It is not just the police. Even the government is trembling in fear. They want to bury this case and run away. But I am just an ordinary high school student who in the world would use such a legendary curse to crush someone like me. Suddenly the young chief turned back, glancing around nervously before rushing toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye frowned. Chief, I thought you had left. Why did you come back? The officer pressed something into his hand. Take this. It is my private number. If anything strange happens, anything at all, call me immediately. The officer vanished out the door as quickly as he appeared. Shen Ye looked down at the card. Police Chief Luo Feichuan. So not everyone in the force is a useless coward. But can I trust him? More importantly, does he even have the power to save me? He seems to be acting against orders. This is a mess that even the authorities are too terrified to touch. What can one small chief do? My survival is already public knowledge. That assassin will not give up and my family is in the crosshairs. I have to get stronger right now. Without hesitation, Shen Ye summoned the dimensional door, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he stepped into the void. Hey, Feilun, you there? A chilling clatter echoed through the room. The skeletal monstrosity descended from the ceiling, and Shen Ye immediately held up a bag. Look, I brought the calcium supplements you wanted. To his surprise, the monster pointed a bony finger at Shen Ye's pocket instead. What you want this other tonic? The contract materialized, glowing with a message. The entity desires the high-potency vitality pills in your possession. As a battlefield scavenger, it has selected a relic from a fallen enemy. It wishes to trade this spoil of war for your great tonic pill. Item primary nightmare crystal. Crafted by the High Elves, ancient enemies of the Feilun. This is a classic leveling Manhwa item that directly transmits knowledge and combat skills. In the nightmare world, war is the only eternal truth. Every scrap of civilization there exists solely to amplify combat power. Gripping the crystal, Shen Ye's eyes lit up. A crystal that grants instant skills. Now that sounds interesting. Crack. The crystal shattered in his grip. A window popped up. Congratulations, you have learned Moonlight Deer Walk. This is the core movement technique of the Elven Infantry. The Undead Legion and the Elven Empire have been locked in an endless blood feud. To survive the undead, the elves created this footwork. It allows the user to dodge blitz and glide through the battlefield like a phantom. Moonlight Deer Walk. I cannot believe I swapped a bottle of vitamins for a secret elven technique. Finally, I have the power to protect myself. Satisfied with the trade, the Feilun snatched the medicine and slowly faded back into the shadows, retreating into the dark already. What a weirdo. The contract is signed, no need to act all mysterious and edgy. Whatever. I need to master this moonlight deer walk immediately. Suddenly, a sharp click echoed from outside. Shen Ye froze. Is that mom and dad, or should I hide in the bedroom? The interface flashed. Moonlight deer walk, first form evasion. Requirement 3 agility. The system Manhwa logic kicked in, scanning body. Current agility 2. Insufficient stats. This is exactly like a video game. But how on earth am I supposed to grind agility points in real life? Suddenly a chilling voice dripped from the darkness. I cannot believe a bug like you is actually still breathing. How is that even possible? Shen Ye whipped around, his blood running cold. Hanging upside down outside his window was the silhouette of death itself. The assassin had found him. One eye blind, a face ruined by scars, the killer glared with murderous intent. Let us see what kind of tricks you are hiding, boy. The killer gripped his blade and launched himself into the room like a cannonball. Shen Ye reacted on instinct, throwing himself backward just as the steel sliced the air. Not bad reflexes, kid. Shen Ye's heart hammered against his ribs. This is insane. I did not expect the Reaper to come knocking so soon. Hello there. Is there something you would like to discuss? Desperate Shen Ye secretly activated the effect of his title, polite person. The assassin roared, "Die, you moron!" The blade came down again, singing a song of destruction. Shen Ye scrambled away. Why is it not working? Why is he still attacking? Then the crystal's knowledge flooded his brain. In the nightmare world, power is absolute. Items range from gray ruined to purple legendary. Rank determines destiny. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect. Your title, polite person, is gray rank ruined. It is trashed here that explains why it is useless. Damn it. And I still have not figured out how to trigger the moonlight deer walk. The assassin sneered, spinning his blade. Humph. Slippery like a loach. But cheap tricks will not save you from me. Run all you want, you rat. But with my aim, this bullet has your name on it. Steel flashed as the assassin drew his piece. Shen Ye's heart hammered against his ribs, terror gripping him cold. It's over. I'm dead meat. Suddenly the system window materialized with a life-saving notification. Titles can be devoured and converted into raw attribute points. The higher the tier, the greater the power surge. Shen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, seriously. I can cannibalize my own titles for stats. You damn system lead with that next time. Desperate, he sacrificed the polite person title instantly. Devour successful. You have gained 1 attribute point. Please let it be speed. Come on, agility. Shen Ye mentally screamed as the roulette spun. A new ping echoed in his mind. Agility increased from 2 to 3. Requirement met. Moonlight deer style. First form, evasion has been awakened. Mystical energy swirled around his legs, lightening his step. Without hesitation, he summoned the dimensional gate and burst forward, sprinting into the abyss with newfound velocity. The killer sneered, hot on his heels. Nowhere left to run, kid. But the moment he crossed the threshold, he froze, eyes bulging as the reality of the situation crashed down on him. Before him lay an infinite corridor, a throat of darkness so deep it seemed to swallow the light itself. Is this a secret dungeon? Confusion clouded the killer's mind. Suddenly Shen Ye materialized by the exit, a cold smirk on his face. Sayonara, Mr. Assassin. As Shen Ye stepped back into reality, the killer lunged in a frenzy. You little punk, go to hell. But hell came to him. The colossal skeleton manifested instantly, its jaws snapping shut like a steel trap. Crunch. The assassin was pulverized in a spray of crimson mist. Having consumed the fresh offering, the fractured bones of the giant skeleton began to knit themselves back together, fueled by the blood sacrifice. Back in the safety of his room, Shen Ye collapsed against the wall, gasping for air as the adrenaline faded. That was way too close, he muttered. In this brutal world, more hitmen will come. If I want to survive this Manhwa recap of a life, I need powerful trump cards. Immediate strength is the only option. The entity is extremely pleased with the living sacrifice you provided. Adhering to the law of equivalent exchange, rewards have been distributed. The Blood Pact acknowledges this transaction. 2 items materialized, the Crown of Pale Shadows and the Silver War Medal. Shen Ye's jaw dropped. Jackpot, 2 rewards at once, and they're both green-tier artifacts. He inspected the first item, trembling with excitement. The Crown of Pale Shadows, rank Elite Green. Attribute imbued with high-level shadow arts from the abyssal deep. Effect wearer creates a perfect illusion of an elven life form. Craftsmanship, masterwork of the undead race. Silver War Medal. A symbol of supreme honor within the Nightmare Realm. Only soldiers who have achieved legendary feats for the elf faction possess this. Active skill allows teleportation directly into elven faction territory. Ha ha ha, that bag of bones is surprisingly pragmatic. First, it tries to eat me now. It's sugar daddying me with top-tier gear just because I fed it a snack. The Crown of Pale Shadows, huh? Time to test out this bad boy. The moment it touched his brow, mana rippled over him. His ears tapered to points, his hair flowed like silk. Holy system, I actually turned into an elf. This is insane. Once my title ability resets tomorrow, I'm warping straight to the Elven lands. It's time to farm some serious resources. His scheming was cut short by a sharp rap on the door. A voice drifted through the wood. Excuse me, is Shen Ye home? Shen Ye froze, panic flaring again. Who is it now? Did another assassin track me down already? The voice called out again, familiar and warm. Brother Ye, it's me. Thank God you're okay. Shen Ye paused, recognizing the tone. It was Chen Haoyu, his ride-or-die brother. Shen Ye quickly dispelled the illusion, returning to his human form. Just a second, coming. The door barely cracked open before Haoyu tackled him in a bear hug. Bro, you scared the life out of me. I'm so sorry, Haoyu. My bad luck dragged you into this mess. Don't be stupid, Haoyu replied. It's not your fault the universe hates us sometimes. I'm fine, really. Just then Shen Ye's mother walked in looking weary but kind. Oh, Haoyu. You came to check on little Ye. Mom, you're back. Where's Dad? He went to see your grandfather. She sighed, hoping to borrow some money for more spirit medicine. Did you finish that high-grade tonic? She asked. Every drop. Shen Ye nodded. Haoyu gasped. Wait, high-grade tonic. That stuff is liquid gold. Even rich kids can't just buy that off the shelf. You guys are secretly loaded. The mother smiled forcefully. Ha. Well, we pulled some strings. Your parents love you, man. You gotta get back on your feet for the high school entrance exam. The entrance exam. Right. In this life, the original host was a middle school genius facing the most critical turning point of his youth. Because of a curse, Shen Ye had missed the first test while hospitalized. A tragedy for a top-tier student destined for an elite academy. It's all my fault, Haoyu muttered darkly. Stop that right now, Shen Ye's mother interrupted gently. You missed the strength trial, little Ye. But if you crush the agility assessment, you can still make it into a standard combat high school. Shen Ye mused silently. School in this dimension is wild. It's not just math and history. They test raw stats like strength and agility. No wonder the Moonlight Deer skill required an agility threshold. The system is preparing me for this. But the grim reality, I was currently being hunted down like prey. Walking to school now felt like signing my own death warrant, a straight path into a lethal trap. Shen Ye's mother, with her sharp maternal intuition, instantly caught the unnatural shadow cast over his expression. In that silent moment, Shen Ye weighed his options. Perhaps surrendering to fate was the only choice left. But then she wrapped him in a warm, protective embrace, shielding him from the world. If you don't want to take the exam, it is okay. You don't have to force yourself. Our only hope is that you stay healthy and live a peaceful life. That is enough for us. Her words struck a chord deep in his heart, stirring a profound emotion. Don't worry, Mom. Don't you know your son's true potential by now? Hearing this, she offered a gentle, silent smile. Shen Ye continued with renewed resolve. Tomorrow, I will head to school for the intensive training session. He knew internally that if he asked to drop out, she would agree without hesitation to protect him. But I simply cannot do that. Memories of the original Shen Ye flooded his mind like a breaking dam. His grandfather's clan was no ordinary family. They possessed a terrifying background and immense resources that could shake the heavens. However, the blood ties between his parents and that powerful clan had long been severed. They never begged for help, choosing instead to survive on their own grit and pride. Though their life was decent, that legendary strengthening elixir, it was a luxury they could never afford in 1,000 lifetimes. They must have swallowed their pride and begged the grandfather on their knees to obtain it. The real Shen Ye was already gone. I couldn't let their humiliation and sacrifice be in vain. Mom, I'm starving. Could you make me a late-night snack? The scene then shifts to the dawn of a new day, signaling the start of a new arc. Body tempering, spiritual enlightenment, strength, cultivation. The curriculum in this leveling Manhwa world was truly on another level compared to Earth. With so many students around, even a ruthless assassin wouldn't dare strike in broad daylight. If I can secure a spot in a top-tier high school, the elite instructors there would provide the ultimate sanctuary. Suddenly a student approached him. Hey, Shen Ye, Zhao Yibing is looking for you. She's waiting right out in the hallway. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh, Zhao Yibing. He remembered her as the girl who used to cling to the original host daily, begging for study tips and attention. Shen Ye stepped into the corridor, locking eyes with the girl. He asked calmly, You needed something from me. I heard you returned for the cram session. I aced the first exam and I'm confident about the rest. I'm destined for a provincial elite school. Her eyes turned cold. What I'm saying is from now on, don't try to contact me anymore. Is that so? Well, congratulations. Shen Ye stood there genuinely baffled by this sudden ego trip. The peanut gallery nearby erupted in excitement. Drama alert. Get over here. The school goddess is about to dump Shen Ye. This is golden. Shen Ye, our paths are diverging. Sooner or later, the gap in our social status will leave us with nothing in common. We shouldn't drag this out. We can technically remain acquaintances, but I've already deleted your number. I hope you live a decent life. Within your means. Shen Ye looked at her in disbelief. I missed one exam, and she's already kicking me while I'm down. Talk about kicking away the ladder. This is pathetic. He casually dug a finger into his ear, looking bored. If I recall correctly, for years you were the one coming to my class to find me. I never once sought you out. Zhao Yibing, I never actually wanted to be your friend. Exams are approaching, so do me a favor, keep your word and stay away. You're interrupting my grind. The onlookers began to whisper, suddenly remembering that back when Shen Ye was the top ranker, Zhao Yibing followed him around like a lost puppy. Drawing a line just because he missed a test, that is harsh. But suddenly, a girl with a face full of freckles shouted in indignation. Wait a minute. Zhao Yibing gave you tons of gifts, and this is how you treat her. Shen Ye, you are trash. Shen Ye blinked, wondering who this random NPC was. Zhao Yibing's eyes instantly welled up with crocodile tears. Shen Ye, I thought we were friends. Shen Ye scratched his head. Playing the victim to trample on my reputation to elevate herself. She is severely underestimating the skills of a former master scammer, he retorted coldly. Zhao Yibing, sure, I accepted your gifts. But accepting a gift doesn't mean I have to accept you. The crowd gasped. It was a legendary countermove using dark magic to defeat dark magic, a classic logic trap. He turned to leave, tossing words over his shoulder. If you really cared, you wouldn't use gifts as shackles. I deserve someone better than you. We have nothing left to discuss. If you want the gifts back, I will compensate you. But don't delusionally think that buys my friendship. The freckled girl screamed in rage. Shen Ye, you are an absolute scumbag. The mob mentality shifted, instantly accusing him of trampling on a girl's pure heart, just because he used to have high grades. They claimed he gave her zero face, and demanded he turn around and accept her sincere feelings, completely ignoring his side of the story. Zhao Yibing spoke up, her voice dripping with false innocence. No, everyone, please. It is not what you think. Shen Ye, we haven't finished talking. The freckled sidekick interjected. Forget it. Zhao Yibing. That loser isn't worth your time. Internally, Zhao Yibing was panicking. The crowd is on my side, but I came here to humiliate him. Now it looks like he dumped me. With this many witnesses, my reputation is going to be ruined. How can I show my face after this? Just then, a hulking figure stepped out, blocking Shen Ye's path with a menacing aura. Freeze, Zhao Yibing, didn't give you permission to leave yet. Isn't this Sun Ming, the third-ranked fighter class is starting? Get out of my way. Sun Ming sneered. Shen Ye, you haven't been around for days. Your info is pitifully outdated. My power level has skyrocketed. You think you are still the #1 genius? You are history. If you don't want your ribs shattered right here, you better get on your knees and apologize to Zhao Yibing. You've got it wrong, Sun Ming. She called me over. I'm not the one clinging to her. He sighed dramatically. Fine, if an apology is what you want, you got it. Shen Ye spun around to face her. I apologize. You win. Zhao Yibing, you have my permission to continue harassing and annoying me. Satisfied now? This was a classic Manhwa recap moment of turning the tables. As the words left his lips, Shen Ye squeezed out a few crocodile tears, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of a heartbroken victim before bolting from the scene. The onlookers were thunderstruck. Seeing Shen Ye dissolve into tears convinced them he was suffering from truly devastating heartbreak. Wait, I didn't mean to force you. Zhao Yibing stammered, instantly regretting her clumsy choice of words as guilt washed over her. But Sun Ming wasn't having it. That idiot made me look like a fool. Fueled by humiliation, he clenched his fist and launched himself at Shen Ye's retreating back. Damn it, I came here to be Yibing's hero, not the villain. Sun Ming roared internally. I'm going to teach this brat a lesson he'll never forget. Shen Ye's combat instincts flared. As the violent fist whistled through the air, he effortlessly caught Sun Ming's arm and vaulted skyward like a bird taking flight. While the crowd gaped in disbelief, Shen Ye delivered a precision kick right into Sun Ming's chest. Using his opponent's body as a springboard, he activated the Moonlight Deer Walk skill, flipping behind Sun Ming with ghost-like speed that baffled the naked eye. Sun Ming didn't even see it coming. If Shen Ye had used his full strength in this Manhwa recap, that strike would have been a one-way ticket to unconsciousness. I already apologized, Shen Ye cried out, maintaining his innocent act. Why are you people still bullying me like this? Suddenly a teacher's voice boomed like thunder. What is this gathering? The mock exam is starting. Get to the gym now. The crowd scattered, disappointed. The show was over. Sun Ming shot a venomous glare at his rival. This isn't over, Shen Ye. But Shen Ye just scoffed, his eyes cold as ice. The scene shifts to the bustling gymnasium. While Shen Ye warmed up, Chen Haoyu rushed over. Brother Ye. The line is moving at a snail's pace. We won't be called for ages. There's a comic shop behind the school. Let's go kill some time there first. What do you say? That sparked a memory. Yesterday, Shen Ye had passed out from exhaustion before collecting his daily reward. This was the perfect chance to claim his system item. You go ahead and hold our spot, Shen Ye replied, clutching his stomach. Nature calls. I need to hit the restroom. Hao Yu watched him leave, looking completely confused. Shen Ye approached the bathroom, his senses on high alert. But the moment he stepped inside, a shadow detached itself from the wall and followed him. An assassin wielding a razor-sharp tactical pen lunged in. But to his shock, the bathroom stall was completely empty. Where did he go? The killer froze, scanning the room. I saw him walk in here with my own eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Ye had equipped the pale crown of shadows to disguise himself as an elf and stepped through the Gate of Worlds. Big skeleton isn't here. He glanced down and stepped on a firearm. A gun must belong to that assassin. He checked the clip. Loaded. Nice. Even though I'm a rookie with guns, it's a solid backup weapon for the elf realm. Pulling out the silver war medal, he sighed. Where did that skeleton disappear to whatever? Time waits for no one. A brilliant magic circle erupted beneath his feet, illuminating the darkness with arcane light. Suddenly that mysterious voice echoed again. Human... Shen Ye jumped. You again. The voice continued solemnly. I can do no more for you. Take this. It is a token of humanity. As the words faded, Shen Ye vanished from the void. He rematerialized in a strange new land, his head spinning from the teleportation sickness. Ugh, did the transfer work? Is this the elven territory? He looked down at the short sword the voice had granted him, wondering about its true power in this leveling Manhwa world. From the shadows, 3 figures emerged. Who's there, Farron? Hearing the name, Shen Ye blinked. Were they talking to him? Humph. You finally showed up, one hissed. You're absurdly late. If you hadn't appeared this second, we were about to declare the mission a failure and return to base. Shen Ye quickly lied about running into trouble. Shen Ye analyzed them carefully. They were all wearing the pale crown of shadows. None of them were real elves. Enough, the leader growled. At least you're here. We've tricked the elves into thinking we're wounded soldiers returning from the front lines. Tonight we strike. We kill the chieftain and loot their treasures. Farron, are you ready for bloodshed? Naturally, Shen Ye improvised, channeling a villainous vibe. My hands are itching for action. He reached up to adjust his crown. The group recoiled in horror. Stop, are you insane? Why would you try to remove the crown here? Shen Ye scratched his head sheepishly. I just wanted to adjust the fit. It's a bit tight. If you leak even a wisp of your true undead aura, we're all dead meat. You moron. Shen Ye apologized profusely. Wait a minute, Shen Ye thought. Same medal, same crown. These guys are all high-level undead in disguise. Shen Ye thumped his chest. Don't worry. With Farron on the job, nothing will go wrong. The leader grunted. It better not. Internally, Shen Ye was fuming. That damn skeleton. You're the real Farron, aren't you? You dumped your dirty work on me again. Shen Ye realized he was cleaning up the big skeleton's mess. Let's move to the elf village double time. Farron, your tardiness has already cost us too much time. As they sprinted, Shen Ye struggled to keep pace. Their speed is insane, he thought, pushing his agility to the limit. I have to go all out just to keep up. These undead are no joke. We're here, the leader whispered. To enter, we need the chieftain's permission. Just show the guard your medal. It's a simple checkpoint. Shen Ye asked, so where is the real danger lurking? Internally, he let out a long breath. Finally here. If he had been forced to run for 10 more minutes, his disguise would have shattered completely. The accomplice hissed immediately. The danger lies in the night raid, of course. The 3 of us will provide support from the shadows. You, however, you will deliver the killing blow. Assassinate the clan leader, we'll say. Exactly. Why the hesitation? Are you getting cold feet now? Cold feet, impossible. My blade is thirsting for blood so badly it is trembling. Leave this legendary mission to me. Hearing this, the creature gave a thumbs up. Excellent spirit. Shen Ye forced a stiff smile. Damn it all. If I dared refuse, these undead monstrosities would slaughter me right here and now. Furthermore, assassinating an elf king in his own stronghold. That is a suicide mission, no matter how you look at it. No wonder that cunning skeleton wanted me to take the fall. The short-haired guide marched Shen Ye to the village gates. He raised a silver war medal high into the air and bellowed. Our brother-in-arms has returned. Open the gates for a hero. Behold the silver war medal. Open up immediately. This is a warrior returning from the hellish front lines. Come, the clan leader awaits you. Moments later, Shen Ye crossed the threshold into the enemy's heart. Along the path, he saw innocent elf children and breathtakingly beautiful elves that made his heart race. Enter. The leader has been expecting you. He awaits your presence. Go on ahead. We brothers will rest here and await your glorious return. Shen Ye replied curtly. Understood. Ha, rest my foot. They are just blocking my escape route. As he walked, Shen Ye cursed his luck. Seriously, how did I get dragged into this mess between the undead legion and the elves? But wait, if I pull off this miracle, think of the rewards. In a system Manhwa world like this, high risks mean legendary loot, right? Shen Ye steeled his nerves and stepped inside. The heavy doors groaned shut behind him, sealing his fate. He scanned the room. Under the pale moonlight filtering through the window, the elf leader stood reading. Hearing footsteps, the powerful figure slowly closed the ancient tome. Welcome home, warrior of the front lines. Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. A system window popped up. The door itself possessed a high-level appraisal skill. Dazzling purple auras erupted around the elf leader, heir to the ancient throne spirit of the 10,000 forests. Lord of nature, one man, army grandmaster of illusions, guardian of the nightmare realm, and the terrifying title, Fifth Skull of the World. Shen Ye felt his soul leave his body. Does he seriously own all those god-tier items? He thought of his own pathetic inventory, a single gray trash item, and my gear. I was a fool, an absolute clown to think I could assassinate a monster like this. Those 3 undead outside are strong, sure. But standing before this guy, I can't even summon the courage to breathe. My combat power compared to his. It is like an ant trying to fight a dragon. It is a complete joke. Skeleton fair. I will carve this betrayal into my bones. Young warrior, your bravery is commendable. Please recover your strength in our village first. The victory banquet is already underway. Go forth and enjoy the festivities you deserve. Before he could react, a blinding light enveloped him. Is this teleportation magic? In the blink of an eye, Shen Ye stood in the center of a lively banquet hall. Oh, you arrived. Grab some food. The night is still young, we can afford a brief respite. Did you spot the target? He will appear at this banquet soon. Wait for the moment his guard drops, then strike without mercy. We will be right behind you, covering your back. Shen Ye scoffed internally. Covering my back? Yeah, right. They just want to use the chaos to flee. Waiting here is a death sentence. I need a plan. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. May I have this dance? It would be the greatest honor to dance with a hero from the front lines. I would be delighted. Though I must warn you, my dancing skills are lacking. Think nothing of it. Just follow my lead. They stepped onto the floor. The elf maiden smiled radiantly, guiding him with elegant grace. Despite his nerves, Shen Ye found himself swept away by the enchanting atmosphere. What a tragedy. To think I am about to meet my end. If I wasn't trapped in this nightmare scenario, dancing with such a stunning elf would be paradise. Damn it, think Shen Ye, think, why so silent, hero? My brothers behaved the same way. Did the horrors of the battlefield leave scars on your soul? Not at all. I was just ashamed of my clumsy dancing after your kind invitation. May I ask the name of my beautiful partner? I am Lanny. Well, Lady Lanny, to apologize for my poor performance, may I show you a magic trick? Lanny's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, oh please, show me at once. Your dancing isn't that bad, you know. Here, take this bracelet as a reward in advance for your performance. But be warned, if your magic is boring, I am taking it right back. Shen Ye leaped onto the table, his voice booming. Challenge accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, gather round and lend me your eyes. Tonight, I will perform a miracle you have never witnessed in any awakening manhwa. I shall perform the forbidden art, transformation into a living, breathing human. Lanny bounced on her toes. Is that even possible? Do it! Do it! The crowd erupted into whispers of anticipation. Transformation magic was a myth to them, sparking intense curiosity. Meanwhile, the 3 undead assassins began to panic in the shadows. What on earth is that guy Farron planning transforming into a human? Does anyone even know this kind of technique exists? I never expected Farron to have this level of strategic brilliance. To think he devised such a method to infiltrate the elven ranks so seamlessly. Truly, terrifying calculation. Shen Ye tapped the pale shadow crown lightly, his voice projecting with theatrical flair. Open your eyes and watch closely. This special gift is dedicated solely to you, the devastatingly beautiful Lady Lani. Without missing a beat, he removed the crown and tossed it through the air. Lani, stunned, instinctively caught the cursed artifact. The elven crowd erupted in absolute shock. Their eyes widened as they saw his ears and brows shift. He had actually transformed. Standing before them was not a monster, but a human youth. Lani stammered in panic. Thank you, but please hurry and transform back. Shen Ye struck a cool pose, a smirk playing on his lips. Allow me to reveal the truth of this story. The only reason I regained my human form is because I removed that crown. And here's the kicker, my 3 brothers standing there. They are masters of this magic as well. All they need to do is remove the crowns from their heads and they will instantly reveal their true forms. Hearing this, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The elves' gaze turned razor-sharp, killing intent flooding the air as they locked onto the 3 undead spies. Be on guard, they roared in unison. The three skeletons stood completely frozen, their hollow skulls unable to process the betrayal. Shen Ye summoned a dimensional gate with a snap of his fingers. I'll return once my brothers have finished their transformations. The elves gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of spatial magic, shouting for him to halt. Shen Ye turned back, offering a cheeky wave. Farewell for now, Lady Lonnie. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. What kind of bizarre sorcery was that? Forget him for now. Capture those 3 undead, immediately proceed with extreme caution. We don't know what other Manhwa recap schemes they're plotting. Lonnie stood paralyzed, struck dumb by Shen Ye's chaotic exit. Meanwhile, ancient vines erupted from the earth, binding the undead spies in an inescapable grip. The elf leader's voice boomed with authority. I had intended to toy with you a little longer. What a pity it had to end this way. You undead filth dreamed of infiltrating my village, yet you never suspected that humanity had already planted a double agent deep within your own squad. To think that very agent was the keystone of your entire mission. Fate truly has a delicious sense of irony, doesn't it? One skeleton tried desperately to salvage the situation. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Look, we have the Alliance badges. Before he could finish, a vine whipped out, tearing the crown from his skull. The illusion shattered, revealing his hideous, rotting true form to the world. The elf leader analyzed the artifact. This crown is imbued with high-level abyssal magic, and it's a permanent enchantment. This exceeds my calculations. Undead spies are currently infiltrating villages everywhere, but with this artifact in hand, we can decipher its core weakness and crush their entire system. Manhwa conspiracy. The elf leader gazed at the spot where Shen Ye had stood. We owe that boy a heavy debt today. Lonnie watched silently, wondering if the mysterious human would ever return. Meanwhile, Shen Ye had arrived back at the tunnel base. Surprisingly, the portal seemed to have when in Rome protocol, adapting its shape to fit the underground environment. That situation was way too close for comfort. I need to carve that lesson into my bones. Suddenly, he spotted Farron hiding in a corner, snacking on something. You rotten pile of bones, I was out there in the elven territory fighting for my life, and here you are leisurely enjoying a feast. To his surprise, Farron spoke up. You're actually still alive. Shen Ye pointed an accusing finger straight at the skeleton's face. So, you can speak human language after all. You damn monster. You deliberately gave me that crown of pale shadow to send me to my death, didn't you? How did you think I'd survive? Explain yourself right now. You think I'd just tell you my secrets? Farron scoffed. Fine. Tell me how you survived and I'll pay you a handsome reward. This isn't about money. You nearly got me killed. I'm the type who holds a grudge for a very, very long time. A magical contract instantly materialized in the air, proof of Farron's sincerity. Based on the law of equivalent exchange, he had prepared a supreme undead spell for Shen Ye. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. He shredded the contract into confetti, roaring. He shouted, You think tossing out some trash item can buy my forgiveness? You are insulting my noble character. The only reason I gave you the crown of pale shadow was precisely because you are human. The elves and humans are ancient allies. You had a chance of survival. If I had gone, my only destination would have been the grave. The contract materialized once again. This time, to show my deepest apologies, I will bypass the law of equivalent exchange. Farron decided to offer a Nightmare Legacy Crystal. This Nightmare Legacy Crystal contains 3 top-tier evolutionary talents. You can choose one to fuse with your soul, granting you its corresponding power. A talent is a special ability that requires no mana to activate. This crystal is the very foundation of the undead race, a treasure of immeasurable worth. The reason I'm clinging to life in this broken state is because my enemies hunt this very crystal. They haven't finished me off, only because they need the legacy inside. However, I am entrusting this golden opportunity to you. Hehehe, haha, those fools will never guess that a human now holds the key to their ultimate power. Haha. Cuff, I am usually a man of unshakable principles. But seeing your overwhelming sincerity, I shall show mercy just this once. But mark my words, there will be no second time. Instantly, the Nightmare Legacy Crystal cracked open, shattering into light. The spectral image of a colossal skeleton king seated upon a throne of bones manifested before Shen Ye. The skeleton king tossed 3 orbs of power, blue, green, and orange, toward him. Choose. You have the right to claim one of these ancient legacies and make its power your own. Whispers of the Gloom. Evolvable beginner grade. Using a corpse as a medium, the dead are forced to answer your call. They will crawl up from hell to reveal every secret they know. Only then shall their souls find peace. Death is, after all, the most profound education. Sacred skeleton body. Evolvable beginner grade. Any damage sufficient to kill you will force your body to transcend into a sacred skeleton. You will defy the laws of death for 5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Those who dare to toy with the balance of life and death never meet a happy ending. Option 1. Ignite a soul fire within a corpse. The flames fuse with the flesh, dragging the dead back to the land of the living. Among the myriad arts of resurrection, this is the supreme origin technique, the absolute foundation of the necromancer race. But a revived undead is useless to me right now. As for the sacred skeleton body, 5 seconds of invincibility sounds godlike, but what happens when the clock runs out? I'd just die 5 seconds later. No gloomy whisper might look weak on paper, but information is the only weapon that can save me from the assassin hunting me down. I've made my choice. Gloomy whisper. Instantly a strange cold energy surged into Shen Ye's body. Success. The air grew heavy as the ghostly whispers of the dead began to drift into his ears. Pawn couldn't hide his confusion. You actually picked that trash skill. Why is there something wrong with your head? It's not about raw power, Shen Ye replied calmly. It's simply that the other skills don't give me the tactical advantage I need right now. Pawn shook his head. In all my memories, every necromancer monarch chose the third combat option, or maybe the second defense option. Literally, no one has ever wasted a pick on this. Enough complaining. Tell me what really happened back there. My life depends on it. Fine. Listen closely because this is the truth. The assassination target wasn't you. It was supposed to be a high-ranking elf priestess. Pawn continued. And that man you saw, he's the strongest grand priest the elf race has to offer in Urusao. Shen Ye's mind raced. No wonder that guy had such an intimidating aura. Soul of Wan Sen, heir to the ancient throne, the natural lawmaster who fights armies alone. Truly a titan of this world. Farron let out a cold snort. Humph. It seems the 3 nightmare knights of the undead clan have been captured by those pointy-eared elves. They can no longer monitor or threaten me. This is the opening I've been waiting for. Without another word, Farron turned and vanished. Shen Ye called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Whatever. Let him go. I need to focus on my own survival first. Everyone has their own battles to fight." He immediately summoned the dimensional door. A notification popped up. "Congratulations. You have obtained the item Family Member. Item Family Member. Grade Green Elite. When equipped, speak the phrase Family Member to a target, and they will perceive you as their closest kin. Effect lasts 10 seconds. Afterwards, the target suffers memory loss. Usage once per day. Warning. If the target's stats are double yours, the effect will fail." Shen Ye weighed the item in his hand. A green tier control item. In a system Manhwa like this, a tool for manipulation is worth its weight in gold. Another notification flashed. Received Bracelet of Natural Blessing. Type Accessory. Grade Green Elite. A rare artifact that passively increases spirit power. Shen Ye stared at the accessory. Wait, isn't this the bracelet Lonnie gave me? I can't believe it's actually an elite tier item. She really gave me a treasure. A dagger, a green tier utility item, a stat-boosting bracelet, and a gun. This harvest is insane. I need to stash these away before anyone gets suspicious. Securing his loot, Shen Ye stepped out of the restroom. Meanwhile, the school's physical exam was in full swing at the stadium. Next up, Chen Haoyu, get ready. The moment the whistle blew, Chen Haoyu launched himself forward. Suddenly, purple water jets erupted from the floor circles like geysers. Shen Ye watched from the sidelines, shouting, "Haoyu, you got this. Just breathe and focus. Thanks, brother Ye. Your support gives me power. But honestly, this test is a joke. Watch me crush it." Just as Chen Haoyu smirked in triumph, a high-pressure jet of purple liquid blasted him right in the face. The spectators roared with laughter. Seeing him get headshot by the paint was the highlight of the day. Serves him right for being so cocky. Chen Haoyu slumped in defeat. The instructor read the score without mercy. Chen Haoyu, 71 points. Be glad this is just a mock exam and not the real high school entrance test. Next, Shen Ye. Here, Shen Ye stepped onto the track. He took his stance, eyes locked forward. The signal fired and he exploded from the starting line like a bullet. His movement was fluid, almost supernatural. He weaved through the chaotic purple jets with zero wasted effort. He was simply too fast for the traps to track. He looked less like a student running a course and more like a figure skater performing a masterpiece. The crowd whispered, "How did he get so fast after coming back from the hospital?" Having trained in life-or-death situations, Shen Ye found this school test laughably easy. He simply applied the basics of the elf footwork technique, and the water guns became harmless toys. But up in the stands, a pair of sharp eyes was dissecting every move. The mysterious observer hummed. "That kid's movement technique. It's fascinating." The chubby teacher beside him nodded nervously. "That is actually our school's top academic student. He missed the first exam due to an incident. It's a tragedy for such a talent, which is why I invited you, Director. I was hoping you could grant him a second chance." The man took a drag of his cigarette. In terms of agility and footwork, the boy certainly has genius-level potential. However, rules are rules. Unless, if his spirit power exam also results in a perfect score, I might consider making an exception. The high school entrance exam wasn't just about muscle, it tested the mind. The chubby teacher gasped. A perfect score in spirit power director, isn't that impossible? That bar is way too high, he thought frantically. I've seen Shen Ye's records, his spirit power has always been average at best. He stammered, let's just wait for the results. Maybe he'll surprise us with a high score. Director Chen shook his head. High isn't good enough. It must be perfect. That is my final offer. The teacher slumped, letting out a defeated sigh. Agility test, full marks. The teacher looked at the student with pity. Sigh, Shen Ye. If only you hadn't missed that first exam. Thank you, sir. But don't worry. I haven't given up on getting into high school yet. The lunch bell rang. All right, break time. Go eat. We resume testing in the afternoon. Whoa. As expected of Brother Ye, you're an absolute legend, getting a perfect score. Come on, my treat. Let's go grab some stir-fry. You go ahead and wash that paint off your face. I need to head back to the classroom and review some theory. All right, Brother Ye. Wait for me there. I'll scrub this off and be back in a flash. The scene opens inside the classroom where Shen Ye lay with his face buried in the desk, his mind spinning in total confusion. Math, physics, and chemistry were manageable since they mirrored his old world. But these literature and social science subjects, they were a complete nightmare. From historical figures and major events to literary masterpieces, everything was completely alien. Two sets of memories clashed violently inside his skull, splitting his head apart. Suddenly, a heavy foot slammed into his space. It was none other than the school bully, Sun Ming. Sun Ming kicked Shen Ye's desk high into the air with a deafening crash. I told you, Shen Ye, our business isn't finished yet. Did Zhao Yibing send you here? Wake up, you idiot. A goddess like her doesn't give a damn about a loser like you. The classroom door burst open as a group of thugs marched in looking for a fight. Shen Ye, while you were playing hooky, my strength stat already broke through to level 2. Let's test it right now. We'll see if your 2 points of agility can outrun my 2 points of raw strength. Let's decide who the real boss of this grade is. Shen Ye secretly activated the We Are Family item and smiled warmly. Why so aggressive? Aren't we all family here? The item's effect was instant. The thugs froze in their tracks, their eyes glazing over in a trance-like stupor. After a beat of dead silence, they spilled the beans. We had no choice, Zhao Yibing was crying and begged us to teach you a lesson for her. That's right. We really didn't want to hurt our brother. I only wanted to fight because I have a huge crush on her. And you've been acting way too arrogant lately. Forget it. Shen Ye waved his hand dismissively. Since we are all family, I won't lay a hand on you. Internally, Shen Ye let out a breath of relief. Luckily, this is just a high school brawl. None of them actually have killing intent. However, the We Are Family effect only lasted for 10 seconds, and the clock was ticking down to 0. The moment the spell broke, their faces twisted back into pure rage. Shen Ye, we're going to kill you. That's it. Once a day for only 10 seconds, what a piece of trash. Shen Ye immediately decided to devour the useless item. A system notification chimed. Devour successful. Consuming the green keyword granted him 3 attribute points. In this system, Manhwa raw power was king, so he dumped it all into strength. The interface flashed a friendly reminder. In addition to the new points, you can reallocate your previous agility points. Do you wish to transfer them to strength? What, I can respect my stats even after using them. That means I can switch from an agility assassin to a strength warrior in the blink of an eye. Perfect. Dump all 4 points into strength. Ding's strength exploded from 1.2 to 5.2. Suddenly, a thug grabbed Shen Ye from behind in a chokehold. Don't even think about running, Shen Ye. Take your beating from boss Sun Ming like a man. Sun Ming charged, channeling every ounce of power into his fist. Ready to say goodbye to your ribs. He unleashed a thunderous punch aimed straight at Shen Ye's chest. But while Shen Ye remained stone-faced, Sun Ming's expression shifted from arrogance to absolute horror. Snap! Sun Ming screamed in agony as his fingers shattered against Shen Ye's body, which was now as hard as steel. Shen Ye flexed, shattering the hold of the guy behind him. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ye launched a counterpunch straight into Sun Ming's face. The class gasped in disbelief. He broke Ma Bian's hold and he tanked Sun Ming's punch like it was nothing. Is he actually stronger than Sun Ming? Usually a normal adult without special training has stats hovering around level 1. But in this world, strength wasn't just about big muscles. It was the sum of bone density, meridian toughness, explosive power, and cellular energy. A total evolution of the physical body. Shen Ye walked toward the whimpering bully, his voice freezing the air. I already forfeited an exam, yet you still came looking for trouble. The high school entrance exam is days away. You idiots are trying to ruin someone's future over some petty jealousy. Sun Ming lay on the floor, clutching his shattered hand and snarling like a wounded dog. Damn you, Shen Ye, you're dead meat. Shen Ye hoisted him up by the collar like a rag doll. If I were any other student, or even the old Shen Ye, I'd be in the hospital right now. Terror finally flooded Sun Ming's eyes. Tears and snot ran down his face. Shen Ye, my bad. We were wrong. Please let us go. You humiliated him. You beat him. You tried to destroy his future. And now you want mercy. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. Bam! A brutal kick to the gut folded Sun Ming in half like a cooked shrimp, sending him flying backward. Agonized screams echoed through the school like a slaughterhouse. My hand, save me. The classroom door slammed open again. A teacher rushed in furious. What the hell is going on in here? But the scene froze him in place. The bullies were scattered on the floor, groaning, while Shen Ye was crouching innocently in the corner. Shen Ye looked up with teary puppy dog eyes. Teacher, thank God you're here. They all ganged up on me. The teacher's jaw dropped. Are you kidding me? You beat them into a pulp and you're saying they bullied you. In the crowd, Zhao Yibing watched with narrow eyes. Useless idiots. Even a group attack couldn't take down Shen Ye. I didn't expect him to be this strong, she thought. Suddenly her friend tapped her on the shoulder. Zhao Yibing asked herself deep down, do I feel even a shred of regret? Perhaps, if I had encouraged him back at the stairs, if I had promised to stay in touch after graduation, would today's outcome have been different? No, there is no turning back the wheel of fate. He caused a catastrophe, injuring 7 or 8 students. His eligibility for the high school exam will surely be revoked. My objective has been achieved. Shen Ye is now nothing but useless trash, while my future remains wide open and blindingly bright. Snapping out of her thoughts, Zhao Yibing turned to her friend. I only hate that I didn't see his true colors sooner. He is absolute scum. Suddenly, her friend pointed at Sun Ming. Yibing, look over there. Zhao Yibing turned her head sharply. It's Sun Ming. Impossible. Why is that idiot staring at me like that? Don't tell me he plans to drag me into this mess. Hey, I forbid you from looking at me with those weird eyes, you bastard. Don't open your mouth. Absolutely do not speak. Shut your stinking trap, you stupid pig. Just die. Go ahead and die. No, please don't. But fate was cruel. Sun Ming still muttered the name Yibing. The surrounding crowd immediately cast suspicious glances at Zhao Yibing. Instantly switching into acting mode, tears welled up in her eyes as she played the victim and ran off screaming, Sun Ming, I can't believe Shen Ye bullied you so brutally. I'm calling the police right now. Hello, is this the police station? We are currently at the school. Witnessing this performance, Shen Ye felt disgusted. Zhao Yibing is truly a master manipulator. She plays both sides, clearing her name while stomping on me one last time. The teacher standing nearby broke into a cold sweat, muttering, Why on earth would a student call the cops? This situation just got infinitely more complicated. All right, everyone disperse. Go back to studying, and you, Shen Ye, follow me to the office. Shen Ye replied calmly, Yes, Teacher Jiang. Meanwhile, the principal and Director Qian were strolling down the hallway. Old Qian, the students in our school are exceptional. Why don't you take a look and sign a few contracts? Director Qian responded, Old friend, it's not that I don't want to help, but no one meets the minimum requirements set by the corporation. My hands are tied. I still have some business to attend to, so I will take my leave for today. Just then, a student rushed over, his face pale with panic. Principal, it's a disaster. Shen Ye and Sun Ming are fighting fiercely and the police have already arrived at the scene. The principal frowned. Do students fighting really need to be reported directly to me? Can't you see? I'm busy with a guest. No, principal. You absolutely must see this. This is the video recording of Shen Ye's battle. The principal huffed coldly. What could possibly be interesting about a bunch of high schoolers throwing punches? Despite his words, both the principal and Director Qian eventually leaned in to watch the footage on this manhwa recap. At the same time, on the other side of town, the police force had just finished watching the recording. Mr. Shen, did you deliberately prepare to record a video from the very beginning? Shen Ye replied. Yes. I was afraid they were going to beat me to death. Hearing this answer, the officer thought to himself, looking at this, it seems you were the one who almost beat them to death. Shen Ye felt fortunate that he had started recording before making his move. Although we have the video as evidence, you still need to come with us to the station. The specific punishment will depend on the results of their injury assessment. Teacher Zhang hurriedly intervened. This child already missed one exam subject due to an abnormal event earlier. If you take him away now, won't he miss another subject? The video evidence is clear. What more is there to investigate? The officer explained gently. Teacher, please rest assured. We are only taking him in to cooperate with the investigation. It won't take days. That is if the injury assessment isn't too serious. Teacher Zhang sighed in helplessness. Doing this will ruin his entire future. Shen Ye calculated internally, I need to use this time to constantly toggle my attributes so my body can adapt quickly. Just then, the principal walked in. Student Shen, it is fortunate you used your phone to record the entire incident. Otherwise, given their injuries, you would certainly have been expelled. Teacher Zhang was overjoyed to see him. Principal Yu finally decided to show up. Director Qian also nodded in approval. That is correct. Your physical constitution far exceeds theirs. Fighting them was honestly no challenge at all. I have watched the footage of the brawl. Although it only captured half the fight, the reality is that you were holding back, weren't you? Shen Ye replied, Yes. I was afraid I might accidentally kill someone. Director Qian continued, Truly a child with noble martial ethics. You also scored maximum points on the movement simulation test earlier. That alone is enough to earn my recommendation. I would like to speak with you privately. As he spoke, he shoved a business card into Shen Ye's hand. Shen Ye glanced quickly at the information. People's Martial Arts Corporation Regional Director Qian Rushan. The People's Martial Arts Corporation is a colossal organization holding the legacy of countless martial arts and a treasury of secret technique copyrights. For a normal person, joining this corporation is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a chance to escape the lower class forever. This is truly a path to ascend to the heavens in a single step. The man standing before me. Even just standing still, his aura has absolutely no openings. No matter how I distribute my attribute points, I absolutely cannot injure him. Qian Rushan continued, Student Shen, the cerebral system. I analyze that your strength must be at least 4.5. Let me ask presumptuously, what is your exact strength attribute? The cerebral system is the super AI of this world, capable of evaluating human potential with terrifying accuracy in this awakening Manhwa. Shen Ye thought, this man is powerful. If I can get under his protection, I won't have to fear any assassins. Thinking this, he answered honestly, 5. Teacher Zhang and the principal standing nearby were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. Qian Rushan praised him. Excellent, you are truly extraordinary. Shen Ye asked curiously, is having a strength attribute of 5 considered a lot? Qian Rushan explained, at the high school stage, reaching 4.5 is already passing the strict recruitment threshold of our corporation. But 5 is in a completely different realm. Reaching the number 5 means you can pilot certain combat mechas and wield ancient weapons that have been damaged at the common tier. Moreover, your movement technique score was absolute perfection. That alone is enough for me to use my special nomination right now. Join our corporation, kid. I will personally pull some strings to arrange a new strength test for you. Is a retest even possible? I thought the results were final. Normally, no. But for a diamond in the rough like you, we bend the rules. Our corporation has the clout to force the education department to reopen the exam for special cases. Consider it done. I'll have my specialists handle the paperwork immediately. As for this messy little investigation regarding the fight, tell the police whatever you want. We will adjust the exam schedule to fit your timeline perfectly. Thank you, Director Qian. By the way, what is your current spirit stat? I'm merely curious, you see. Your strength and agility are already monstrous for a rookie. Your answer won't affect the test eligibility at all. Shen Ye hesitated, his mind racing. In this cutthroat leveling Manhwa world, showing too much power is a death sentence. I can't look too overpowered yet. 3 points should be safe enough. With a calm face, Shen Ye replied, It is 3. The moment the words left his lips, Qian Rushan was so shocked the cigarette tumbled from his mouth. Even Teacher Zhang gasped in disbelief. 3. That high. I thought Shen Ye's mental energy was just average. Qian Rushan's eyes burned with greed. Student Shen, can you demonstrate that for me? With a spirit stat of 3, you should possess telekinesis. Try to lift that chair with your mind. Shen Ye nodded without a hint of fear. No problem. Time to cheat, he thought. All he had to do was dump his free attribute points into his spirit stat. System add points. Instantly invisible energy surged out, hoisting the heavy chair into the air as if it weighed nothing. Witnessing this supernatural display, the police captain didn't hesitate for a second. He spun around and barked orders. Retreat, pull everyone back now. The other officers looked confused. Captain, we're just leaving. If we don't arrest him, what do we do? Are you blind? The captain hissed. Strength level 5, maxed out movement, agility above 4, and now a spirit stat of 3. Do you understand the mechanics of an awakening Manhwa? Do you know what kind of monster he is? That kid is one step away from ascending to godhood, a genius rising from the slums like that. He is way above our pay grade to mess with. Move out. Meanwhile, Shen Ye released his mental grip, letting out a quiet sigh. That was close. I barely had enough mana to sustain that for a few seconds. Qian Rushan threw his arm around Shen Ye's shoulder, laughing like a maniac. Incredible. I never expected to find a treasure like this. He was so hyped he actually started singing at the top of his lungs right there on the street corner. Today, the heavens shake with a dragon's song. Destiny has arrived. The earth and sky unite to lift me to the clouds. Young Master Shen, consider me impressed. The principal clapped his hands. And beautiful singing old Qian. I've never heard such a unique voice. Shen Ye stood there awkwardly. This is embarrassing. Do I have to sing too? Because I definitely can't. Suddenly, Qian Rushan turned serious. Everyone else clear out. I need a private word with this student. Shen Ye. The crowd immediately got the hint. Understood. Understood. You two take your time. In seconds, the room emptied, leaving only the corporate executive and the young prodigy. Qian Rushan blew a ring of smoke and asked, Tell me, Shen Ye, what is your true ideal in life? Shen Ye answered instantly, Well, Director Qian, your name literally means money, so my ideal is your name. Qian Rushan's sweat dropped. That's just the basic necessity of survival. I want to know what your soul craves. What is your deepest desire? To never be trampled on again, Shen Ye said, his eyes hardening. To have the power to protect myself and my family. Qian grinned. Perfect. Then right now you are standing at the door of that destiny. Come on, attack me with everything you have. Shen Ye immediately pointed a finger at his face and shouted, Take this, you greasy long-haired old pervert. Qian Rushan looked defeated. I didn't mean a verbal attack. Use your fists, kid. Shen Ye blinked. Oh, right. His aura suddenly flared up. Apologies in advance, then. In a split second, he shifted all his system points into strength and launched himself at Qian Rushan like a cannonball. Qian Rushan watched the boy charge with calm eyes. Suddenly, Shen Ye felt a terrifying pressure clamp down on him. I can't move, he gasped. Qian Rushan smiled. This is a binding art. It locks an attacker in place instantly. If you learn this, you control the battlefield. Shen Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration. That is god-tier magic, Qian asked. Do you want to learn it? Shen Ye shouted, Absolutely. Then Qian Rushan pulled out a revolver. Watch closely. The lesson isn't over. He pressed the cold barrel against his own temple and cocked the hammer. Without a shred of hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot rang out deafening in the small room. But Qian Rushan kept talking as if nothing happened. This is another technique. A secret defensive art from the inner circle of our corporation. It blocks hidden weapons shrapnel. Even a sniper rifle is useless against this shield. The bullet hovered in the air, trapped in a shimmering barrier just millimeters from his skin. Shen Ye nodded sagely. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. Qian Rushan blinked, surprised by the wisdom. Oh, that sounds profound. Where did you hear that quote? Shen Ye shrugged. I just made it up. Qian Rushan burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, you really are a talent. Now I officially invite you to join the Hidden Dragon Project. Shen Ye tilted his head. Hidden Dragon Project. Correct. It is the ultimate supernova training program of our group. We aim to send you to one of the top 3 combat academies in the world. But be warned. You will face an entrance exam straight out of hell. This isn't a normal transfer test. It is a gauntlet designed by the academies themselves. Ordinary people can't even access this exam. For generations, it has been monopolized by the children of the ancient clans. Shen Ye frowned. Ancient clans. Qian Rushan's voice dropped to a whisper. Families that hoard the knowledge of the old world, divine artifacts, and bloodline covenants from the dawn of time. These great families have survived for centuries. They hold more secret martial arts techniques in their libraries than my entire corporation combined. They own the land. They own the people. They control the very resources of this nation. They sit on their thrones in the clouds, separated from commoners like us by an abyss that cannot be crossed. According to director Chen, Shen Ye's grandfather came from a prestigious lineage, and the Hidden Dragon Project was designed specifically to unearth hidden geniuses like him. We are committed to getting you into the most elite academy. Even if you fail the entrance exams or get disqualified, we have the influence to force the doors of a key high school open for you. And if you conquer one of the 3 top-tier academies, the corporation will take full responsibility, pouring resources into you and tailoring your career path to your unique talents. When you hit your level cap, when you can no longer grow, return to us. Dedicate your strength to the corporation, and you will live like a king. Think it over, student Shen. Shen Ye's eyes narrowed. I see. It's crystal clear now. This is a world where raw power is the only law that matters. He didn't hesitate. I accept your invitation. It made sense. They were descendants of a noble house, yet his father had been exiled by his grandfather for reasons unknown. Because they lived as commoners, the authorities wouldn't lift a finger for them in a crisis. The weak were invisible to the system. His parents had begged and scraped just for a single vitality pill, yet to his grandfather's noble clan such a treasure was nothing more than trash. Today, I crushed someone, yet I face zero consequences. Why? Because my strength has finally surpassed the rules of this social hierarchy. If everything is clear, sign here and press your thumbprint on the document. As he took the file, a realization hit Shen Ye. No wonder the teachers preach that civilization rides on the backs of the strong. It's the brutal logic of a leveling Manhwa brought to life. You can take more time to think, but be warned, other organizations are likely hunting for you as we speak. You were the first to find me, and you saved me from that mess. I'm with you. Qian grinned. Good lad. Straightforward. I knew I had an eye for talent. Since you're a minor, I need a guardian's signature. Your parents are home, right? Yeah, they should be. Right, I need to move fast. If another faction beats me to them, I'm screwed. I'll be back the second it's signed. Whoosh! He vanished like a gale-force wind. Shen Ye stood there, jaw dropped. Gone in a blink. That old man is a monster. The principal rushed over, sweating. Student Shen. What's the verdict? Shen Ye nodded. Signed. Director Qian is heading to my parents to finalize the contract. Teacher Jiang and the principal practically danced with joy. Ha 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 ha, glorious. Our school is about to shake the entire city to its core. Just then Shen Ye's phone buzzed. A strange number. Who could this be? He answered cautiously. Hello, Student Shen. This is Luo Feichuan. I've uncovered some interesting leads. I need you down at the police station. Now, the scene shifts to police headquarters. Have a seat, Shen. Captain Luo, come take a look at this. Something feels off. From the moment Shen Ye walked in, an oppressive atmosphere weighed on him. This photo was snapped by a passerby. Rumors have been flying around the hospital district, so someone turned this in hoping for a reward. This was taken the day of your incident, on the rooftop opposite the hospital. A suspicious figure. Do you recognize him? Shen Ye zoomed in, studying the grainy image. Never seen him. I have no idea who that is. Experts say he looks like he's activating an artifact. Shen Ye, did you have anything unusual on you that day? Anything out of the ordinary? The question struck him like a bolt of lightning. He knows something. That guy in the photo. He was activating the cursed statue of the 10,000 evil kings. But Luo clearly hadn't caught the guy, and the statue had already crumbled to dust. The trail is cold. I can't let slip that I know about the statue. Shen Ye kept his face stone cold. No. Just my usual stuff. He calculated rapidly. Everyone else died from that curse. I'm the sole survivor. If I talk now, I'm just painting a target on my back. Luo narrowed his eyes. Really nothing at all. That is strange. No sensation of suffocation, no loss of body control, no blackouts. Shen Ye didn't blink. Absolutely none. He's fishing, Shen Ye thought. He suspects I'm holding back. And this room, the vibe is all wrong. It feels like invisible eyes are watching from the shadows. One wrong word, and I'm dead. Suddenly, Shen Ye improvised. Wait. I just remembered my backpack was unzipped, but I swear I closed it when I left school. Did you check inside? No? I didn't think to look. Shen Ye watched Luo's hand twitch. He's getting ready to make a move. He looks like he's about to strike system dump all attribute points into agility now. Can I even dodge this? Captain Luo's stats must be leagues above mine. Screw it. I need to be ready to summon the dungeon gate right under my feet. If he attacks, I'll drop straight into the instance. Suddenly, ring ring, Luo Feichuan's phone blared. Saved by the bell. Literally. This is my chance. Shen Ye pointed at the door. Chief, you should take that. I'll just step out for a sec. Luo raised a hand. Stay put. Don't move a muscle. Captain Luo speaking. A voice cold as the grave echoed from the receiver. Luo Feichuan. Your time is up. Boom. A blinding sphere of light materialized inside Luo's chest. What the hell? An assassination? No, this wasn't a physical attack. Is this the curse technique Director Qian warned about? Luo looked toward the window, grimacing. Damn it! Hiding outside the station, are you? You have a death wish. Crash. Luo Feichuan shattered the window and launched himself into the night sky like a demon. Sirens blared like the screams of the damned A-code. Red emergency declared the arrival of a hostile invader. All non-combat personnel secure shelter immediately. The intruder had already breached the station's defenses. But when Shen Ye glanced out the window, his blood ran cold. Was that the endless ocean impossible? He was supposed to be in the heart of the city. His eyes locked onto the figure gripping a staff. That presence. It was definitely the caller. He doesn't match the sunglasses guy from the photo, Shen Ye analyzed. Did this stranger warp reality single-handedly? Then the intruder's voice boomed. Luo Feichuan, you slaughtered the faithful of our church today. I shall claim your head in tribute to their souls. The fake chief scoffed. Save the drama. I'm busy, but I'll give you an explanation soon enough. Your death will be the perfect answer. Crimson energy erupted from the stranger's staff. In a blink, the world around Shen Ye warped and twisted violently. Reality snapped back into place. Both powerful fighters had vanished into thin air. A chill crawled up Shen Ye's spine. The chief had likely been dragged into that watery abyss to his doom. Suddenly, a familiar, unsettling sensation washed over him. His mind raced. What is happening to me? Is this office haunted, man? Or ghost, show yourself? Just then, an eerie green light ignited within Shen Ye's pupils. A mechanical chime rang out, signaling a turning point in this Manhwa recap. System alert. Your innate talent, gloomy whispers, has been awakened. Effect upon questioning the soul of a nearby corpse is forcibly recalled. The body becomes a vessel to answer your inquiries. Constraint refusal to answer condemns the soul to eternal unrest. Shen Ye gasped. So this is the power of gloomy whispers. But I need a medium. Is there a dead body hidden in Chief Luo's office? Suddenly a voice echoed from the silence. Thank you, Shen Ye. Shen Ye jumped, his heart pounding against his ribs. He scanned the room frantically. Who's there? The mysterious voice continued. I never thought I'd return to this shell. I am borrowing this preserved corpse to answer your call. Shen Ye's gaze snapped to the metal locker. A horrifying realization struck him like a lightning bolt. The voice? It's coming from inside the locker. As the spectral voice resonated, a wave of familiarity hit him. It was a tone he knew all too well. His pupils trembled. Wait, it can't be. The voice spoke again, heavy with profound sorrow. To think the hunter was slain by the prey, and then replaced. How utterly pathetic. With shaking hands, Shen Ye gripped the handle and threw the locker open. The sight within froze the blood in his veins. A bloody corpse, skewered by countless steel wires, stared back at him. Shen Ye choked out, Chief Luo, is that you? The mangled face moved, the voice deep and hollow. It is. Shen Ye stared at the gruesome remains, his voice quivering. Chief, what in the world happened here? The dead man began to weave the tale of his demise. The man in the sunglasses. The assassin. He ended me. I was a special forces warrior balancing strength and agility. I relied on heavy gear to unleash my full potential. He waited for a single moment of vulnerability and struck from the shadows. My weapon jammed at the critical moment. Fate was cruel. After killing me, he wore my face like a mask to lure you into this trap. As he spoke, the cap slid off Luo's head, revealing a hollowed-out skull. Shen Ye suppressed a scream. What does he want from me? I cannot say for certain, Luo replied. But he is desperately seeking an answer. Shen Ye's mind worked fast. The curse of the 10,000 evil demon kings never fails. He wants to know how I alone survived the leveling Manhwa logic of this world. Fortunately, that lunatic attacked the station, throwing the assassin's plans into chaos. Right, Shen Ye exclaimed. That imposter was dragged away by the guy in the floral pajamas using some kind of magic. The station became an ocean and back again. Neither the fake chief nor the attacker has returned. The corpse chuckled darkly. The prey didn't know the hunter had bigger enemies. That wasn't magic, kid. That was an anomaly. Shen Ye frowned deeply. An anomaly. When another dimension forcibly collides with ours, encroaching, corrupting, and snatching away living souls. That is an anomaly. But above that lies a true nightmare known as a calamity. Shen Ye's eyes widened. A calamity. Calamities are when apex monsters from the other side descend upon us, bringing apocalyptic destruction. A powerful entity breaching our reality. It heralds a catastrophe of biblical proportions. Luo suddenly asked, You know of Jiangnan City? Shen Ye nodded. I heard a massive earthquake wiped it off the map. Earthquake, Luo scoffed. That's just the lie they fed the public. It was a textbook calamity. 13 million souls, extinguished in an instant. We are out of time. That anomaly was a minor one, likely temporary. The assassin could return at any second. Shen Ye tensed up. So I'm still walking on a tightrope over hell. Listen closely. Go to the armory on the 3rd floor. Input this code into the silver wall. Luo recited a long string of numbers. Write it down. Now. Cold sweat beaded on Shen Ye's forehead as he stared at the impossible sequence of characters. His voice trembled in shock as he desperately tried to memorize the endless password. Why is this string so long? He hissed. The memory of Officer Luo's urgent instructions echoed in his mind. There is a special encryption pen outside the archive room. Write the code on the wall to report the truth to the superiors. It's the only way to trigger the sanctuary protocol. Time is running out, kid. This is your only lifeline. Now run. A moment later, a cold system notification hovered in the air. It confirmed that the officer had passed on his final legacy, and his soul had departed from this world. Shen Ye turned back his gaze, falling upon the lifeless body of Officer Luo. No wonder the other cops turned a blind eye to his case. In this corrupt station, even a righteous officer could be silenced without a second thought. In this dog-eat-dog world, weakness was a sin. If you weren't strong, you were prey. Should I expose the killer's identity right now? He wondered. No, he realized, shaking his head. It's meaningless. The entire police station might be a snake pit filled with his accomplices. Besides, with that monster's power level, snapping my neck would take him less than a second. My only option is to follow Officer Luo's dying wish and reach the 3rd floor for protection. With my current strength, I don't even have the qualification to seek revenge. Shen Ye rested his head against the locker, grinding his teeth until they ached. Determination burned in his eyes like a wildfire. But mark my words, this blood debt will be paid. Officer Luo, I swear I will help you find peace. Suddenly, a sharp knock shattered the silence. A voice called out from the hallway. Student Shen Ye, are you in there? We have an emergency situation. Everyone needs to assemble downstairs for inspection immediately. The door creaked open before he could answer. A police officer stepped in his presence, dominating the room. Shen Ye, get out here. There's been an attack. Everyone must submit to a mandatory scan by the central brain right now. The officer turned to his subordinates. You guys go down first. As the captain, I need to have a private word with Shen Ye on behalf of the late Officer Luo. Yes, Captain Wang, they replied. Once alone, the captain smiled, a predator eyeing its meal. I know you're terrified, kid. But only Officer Luo was taken by that dark spell. You're safe now. After all, we are police officers here. We will definitely protect and take good care of you. But as he walked past the lockers, the captain suddenly froze. His eyes darted around the room, suspicion rising. This corpse. Someone moved it. His gaze snapped to the shadows. It was you, wasn't it, Shen Ye? In a flash, he unleashed a terrifying speed, moving like a blur of wind to sweep the entire room. But despite his thorough search, the room appeared empty. Did the target already escape? He muttered, confused. The killer recalled the mocking words of the man he had impersonated. Luo Feichuan had laughed at him. You've killed so many, yet you're struggling against a mere 15-year-old kid. You're getting sloppy. The killer clenched his fist. Humiliating. I will not be useless trash like you people. He growled into his radio, his voice dripping with malice. Attention all squads. I have strong reason to suspect Shen Ye is directly involved in this incident. Issue a Class A wanted order immediately. If you see Shen Ye, arrest him on sight. The radio crackled with a response. Yes, understood, Captain Wang. Moments later, a mechanical announcement echoed through the facility. The central brain system has completed the environmental scan and filtering process. All personnel, please gather at the plaza outside the main hall immediately. Prepare for mandatory inspection. The moment the fake police captain stepped out, a dimensional ripple appeared in the air. Shen Ye's secret door materialized. He cracked it open, cautiously whispering, Is he gone yet? I knew it. That assassin has backup everywhere. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. He threw himself out the window, diving into the open air. He knew he could hide inside the nightmare world like a protagonist in a system manhwa until the heat died down. But hiding meant missing the chance to bring these killers to justice. He had to reach the 3rd floor and broadcast the truth to the world. In no time, Shen Ye scaled the building and reached the 3rd floor. He spotted the nondescript door at the end of the corridor. This is it. I need to write the code on the wall fast. Suddenly, a chilling voice spoke from behind him. No wonder I heard rats scurrying up here. It was just student Shen Ye. What exactly are you doing in a restricted area? Shen Ye didn't stop writing. He answered with a shaky lie. Oh, finals are coming up. The teacher gave me some complex math problems and I needed a quiet place to calculate the formula. Inside, he was screaming. Damn it, why is this password so insanely long? The killer's eyes narrowed as he recognized the sequence. That device triggers a code-red emergency link to the World Government Central. How does he have the cipher? Who gave it to him? Damn it, I can't let him finish. Without hesitation, the fake captain hurled his electric baton like a javelin. Shen Ye reacted on instinct, summoning his dimensional door to block the lethal strike. The killer's eyes went wide. What is that thing? Is that your awakened talent? That power? It's terrifying. Luckily for Shen Ye, the door camouflaged perfectly with the wall. If that was a normal door, you'd be dead. The killer roared and launched a devastating kick, sending the summoned door flying straight at Shen Ye. But Shen Ye was one step ahead. He unsummoned the door instantly. Seeing his target exposed, the killer charged forward like a raging bull. Just as he was about to grab Shen Ye, a heavy steel door materialized out of thin air right in his path. Crash blood sprayed as his face smashed into the metal. He stumbled back, trembling in pain. You brat! How can you anchor a summoned door in mid-air? At that exact moment, Shen Ye threw his hands up in triumph. Finally, it's done. A majestic robotic voice boomed through the hallway. Notice passcode verified. Identity confirmed. Gu Lun, the supreme artificial intelligence of the world government. Emergency protocol initiated. Analyzing current situation. Scanning police station perimeter. Corpse of Officer Luo Feichuan detected. Imposter verified the individual posing as Captain Wang Shuimu is a hostile entity. Deploying nearest high-level enforcer. Regional Director of the Corporation Qian Rushan has been mobilized. Based on the severity of the corruption, an immediate execution order has been authorized. Shen Ye gasped, his eyes widening. Director Qian is coming again. Countdown to execution of the target posing as Wang Shuimu initiates now. 30 seconds remaining. 29. 28. The fake captain, his face a mask of blood and fury, laughed maniacally. Sending the big guns, huh? You think that scares me? 30 seconds is more than enough time to rip you apart and vanish. Shen Ye tried to dive into his dimensional door to escape, but a hand clamped onto his arm like a vice. The killer grinned, his eyes filled with madness. Hey kid, did you really think I'd let you run away? The System A, I was merely ticking down 27-26. But just as the enemy's fist was about to crush Shen Ye's skull, a blinding flash of golden light erupted. In a glitch of defiance, the AI timer plummeted from 25 straight to 1. Qian Rushan materialized out of thin air, delivering a single devastating punch that obliterated the imposter cop instantly. Shen Ye stood frozen, his heart pounding against his ribs, barely processing that he had just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Qian Rushan struck a heroic pose, declaring, "In the world of martial arts, speed is the one true sovereign that cannot be countered." The AI cackled maniacally. "Heheheha. You moron, did you really think I'd patiently count down the full 30 seconds? Turning with a grin, Qian Rushan asked, "Was I cool?" Shen Ye immediately shot him a thumbs up. "Beyond cool. Thank you, Executive Qian, for the godlike save." They relocated to a secure room, the atmosphere shifting from chaotic to grave. Qian Rushan's gaze hardened. "I can handle your other messes, kid, but you must be absolutely honest about that override code." Shen Ye didn't hesitate. "That code. It was entrusted to me by Captain Luo Feichuan beforehand. He told me he was being hunted down. He made me promise that if I ever faced a life-or-death crisis, I was to use it immediately." Qian Rushan rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. "Oh ho. So he knew both the Silence Church and that assassin had painted a target on his back." Shen Ye blinked in confusion. The Silence Church, Qian Rushan's expression turned grim. The very organization behind the previous anomaly. A cult of lunatics with minds twisted beyond repair. It seems Captain Luo stirred up a hornet's nest while chasing justice. Shen Ye's shoulders slumped, grief washing over him. Sigh. It is truly a tragedy that a man like Captain Luo had to fall. "It is indeed a great loss," Qian Rushan murmured. "I didn't know him long, but his aura, it radiated an unshakable sense of justice. I fear that very burning righteousness is what led to his demise. You, on the other hand, possess the devil's own luck. By all rights, that shapeshifter posing as Luo Feichuan should have ended you. Yet fate intervened. Gulun has already cracked the identity of the assassin hunting you. Whoa. He's a contract killer from the Assassin's Alliance. However, they operate solely through the dark web, mere tools who never know the face of their master." Shen Ye analyzed the situation sharply. If this assassin had the skill to take down Captain Luo, his fee must be astronomical. In other words, the puppet master pulling the strings is someone with pockets deep enough to buy death itself. Force, sharp deduction, for. Qian Rushan nodded. But the million-dollar question remains. Why pay a fortune to eliminate a middle schooler? That is the puzzle we are still piecing together. Shen Ye frowned. And what exactly is Gulun, the entity that appeared when I used the code? Why didn't Captain Luo summon it to crush that assassin? Gulun is the supreme AI governing the world government's central intelligence, Qian Rushan explained. It only intervened this time because it assigned this mission to me personally. Normally it wouldn't glance at such trivial matters. Unless, of course, you possess the divine access code it bestowed upon you. As for why Captain Luo didn't call for help, another voice cut in cold and analytical. Because he never realized his own fang had been dulled. I speak of Luo Feichuan's cybernetic steel arm. The combat software within his prosthetic was ravaged by a virus, rendering it completely inert during the critical moment. Yet cruelly, the moment his heart stopped beating, the system rebooted and functioned perfectly. This was clear sabotage, likely by someone within his inner circle. Gulun has tasked us with uncovering the traitor, and we will not rest until the truth is exposed. Realization dawned on Shen Ye. No wonder he mentioned technical difficulties. That brilliant man left his card at my house on purpose. Even from beyond the grave he was guiding me, to die weaponless against such evil. What a tragic end. Qian Rushan placed a hand on his shoulder. Shen Ye, you are part of our corporation now. Let this be your first lesson in this brutal world, and mark my words well. Always guard your back against humans with dark hearts. They are far more terrifying than any monster. I will carve that into my bones, Shen Ye vowed. Qian Rushan nodded in approval. Excellent. Now come with me. I've arranged a meeting with your parents. Shen Ye paused, glancing back. But what about those two still trapped inside the anomaly zone? Leave them, Chen Rushan said dismissively. Cleanup crews are en route, and this area is locking down. We need to vanish before the quarantine hits. Shen Ye was stunned. Why not handle it yourself? With your overwhelming power, crushing them would be child's play. Chen Rushan sighed, his eyes serious. Don't be so naive, kid. Only the devil knows what kind of corruption they might drag out of that dimension. I recall a fool who returned from a silenced church anomaly. On the surface, he looked completely human, but he was nothing but a skin suit wearing a man's face. Beneath it lurked an unregistered abomination. It slaughtered half the city before we finally found a way to put it down. Trust me, I'd rather take assassination contracts any day than tangle with the madness of the church and their twisted anomalies. Everyone in the business feels the same, but rest easy, those two will meet a fate far grislier than the splatter on the wall. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Rushan. Wait. Luo Feichuan. The surname Luo? He whipped out his phone. It's me. I need a background check. Priority 1. Target name Xiao Mengyu. Find the connection between her and Luo Feichuan. Whatever the voice on the other end said, it made Chen Rushan break into a cold sweat instantly. Say what this is a catastrophe. Just who is this Xiao Mengyu, and what is her true tie to Captain Luo? Still shaken, he led Shen Ye to the rendezvous point where his parents were waiting. Shen Ye's father stepped forward, his expression grave. Since things have escalated this far, there is a truth Shen Ye must know. He must make his own choice before we even look at that contract. Of course! Chen Rushan stepped back respectfully. I'll grab a smoke outside. Holler when you're ready. The moment the door clicked shut, his mother took his hands. Xiao Yi, we can no longer hide your heritage from you. The truth is, the blood of an ancient dynasty flows through your veins. Your father is actually a descendant of the branch lineage of the legendary Sanjin Shen clan. Shen Ye's jaw dropped, his mind reeling. The Sanjin Shen clan. As expected of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, his true background was anything but ordinary. Ancient records whisper that the Shen clan of Sanjin is one of the rare few lineages in history to possess a divine legacy and a god-tier artifact. Shen Ye's mother continued the sorrowful tale. Your father was once hailed as a peerless prodigy in this leveling manhwa world. However, tragedy struck when he attempted to master an ancient technique. He suffered a catastrophic qi deviation, stripping him of every ounce of his power. In his darkest hour, drowning in despair, he came to this city to survive, and that is where destiny led him to me. Later, your grandfather tried to arrange a political marriage for him. But for my sake, your father defied the patriarch's will. That act of rebellion enraged the family head, leading to your father being completely cast out and disowned by the clan. After that, we had you, and we built a life of simple, peaceful freedom. Shen Ye sighed, feigning helplessness. Are you two seriously flirting right in front of your son? Shen Ye's father's expression turned solemn. Little Ye. The reason I am revealing this dark history is because the terrifying talent you have awakened has far surpassed the limits of a normal human. If we returned to the Shen clan now and begged for forgiveness, your grandfather would surely accept us back. You would instantly become the young master of a prestigious family, drowning in infinite resources and enjoying the supreme treatment of the elite. The precious inheritance of the Shen clan is a treasure that countless martial artists dream of but can never touch. Listen closely, little Yi. If you choose to join the Human Realm Martial Group, it means you will be forever cut off from the secret legacy of our bloodline. We are placing this fate-changing decision entirely in your hands. Do not worry about us. No matter which path to power you choose to walk, your mother and I will support you with everything we have. Shen Ye's eyes hardened with resolve. Mom, Dad, I have made my choice. I want to join the Human Realm Martial Group. Are you absolutely certain we can still swallow our pride and beg your grandfather? If he nods his head just once, you will never have to worry about wealth or status for the rest of your life. No, I will not go back. I refuse to watch you two bow your heads and beg for scraps from anyone. If my parents could carry the weight of this family on their own, then I can certainly do the same. Please just have faith in me. Shen Ye's father nodded slowly, his voice thick with emotion. This is your life, son. We respect your path completely. Shen Ye's mother looked at her son, tears welling in her eyes. Our little Yi has truly grown into a man. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. I'll go call Manager Chen in now. In truth, over the years, the number of times they had visited his grandfather was pitifully low. Looking back, the old man never gave them a single warm glance, and the other relatives only offered cold shoulders and scornful sneers. The only joy remaining in his memories was playing with the neighborhood kids. In his past life, he was used to the stench of blood and rain. He had lived a life of solitude. Only now in this second life did he understand the warmth of true family. Then, Manager Chen Rushan smiled broadly. The contract signing is a success. A warm welcome to you. Shen Ye had officially become a member of the Human Realm Martial Group. His expression was cool, as he thought to himself, a cold-blooded clan like the Shen family, I don't need them to rise to the top. In a few days, he still had to participate in the entrance selection for the elite academies. Manager Chen suggested I want him to stay and train within the group headquarters during this period. How does everyone feel about that? That would be perfect. We are talking about the 3 best high schools in the entire world. Little Ye, don't pressure yourself too much. Just perform as you usually do, and you'll be fine. Manager Chen, I'll be following your lead from now on. Meanwhile, in a hospital corridor, Zhao Yibing was furiously typing on her phone, intent on destroying a classmate's future with malicious rumors. A top student, twisted by the pressure of missing a single exam, had developed a warped mind seeking revenge on society by harming her own classmate. The police have launched an investigation, and the truth will surely come to light soon. Perfect. The video I uploaded is working like a charm. Sun Ming's miserable state has attracted a storm of comments. It wasn't a waste of time running to the hospital to snap a photo of his pighead face. Soon Shen Ye will be dealt with harshly. His reputation will rot in the gutter while I will remain the pure, untouchable, highborn goddess. Don't blame me, Shen Ye. This is simply the cruel fate assigned to you. From this day forth, you won't get into high school. You won't learn a single technique. No armor, no weapons, no pills, and certainly no evolution fluids. You will be cut off from the mechanics of this awakening Manhwa world. You will become just like Sun Ming, a useless piece of trash. And I will stand at a height you can never hope to reach. Just then, a sudden notification popped up on her screen. The content you posted has been identified as defamation. It has been blocked by the system. The police have also issued an official statement regarding the incident. You are ordered to immediately cease spreading false rumors and causing trouble. Failure to comply will result in the platform and the Human Realm Martial Group pursuing legal action against you. Instantly, the comments section exploded. Wait. It was defamation. That's impossible. Is there evidence that the male student was acting in self-defense? No way. I don't believe it. Why haven't they released the full details? And what does the Human Realm Martial Group have to do with this? What about the school's stance? What did the school say? At that very moment, the school principal was celebrating a massive banner hanging proudly behind him. Warmest congratulations to student Shen Ye of Year 9 for signing a contract with the Human Realm Martial Group. The top 5 elite high schools in the province have already sent direct admission letters. Zhao Yibing felt all the strength leave her body. She collapsed to her knees. It can't be. I was so close to winning. How could he sign with the Human Realm Martial Group? On what grounds? Inside the hospital room, Sun Ming called out weakly, Yibing, are you still there? The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Human Realm Martial Group. Inside the elevator, Manager Qian spoke up. We just received news from the police side. A massive battle just concluded. The death toll isn't small, but we managed to capture one alive. Shen Ye asked in shock. Was it that catastrophic? Suddenly Qian Rushan remarked casually, well, I managed to cut one down myself and earned 5 military merit points. Shen Ye frowned in confusion. What are military merit points? Director Qian broke it down smoothly. Think of this currency as the key to everything: special techniques, rare materials, critical intel, or even high-grade weapons. Technically, you reported the incident, but since you haven't awakened a specific class yet, the military merit system might reject your claim. Shen Ye let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. Well, that is a massive letdown. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. A notification flashed on the screen. Due to your critical contribution in the recent battle, the government has issued a special reward tailored for minors. Your package has been dispatched. Please proceed to the lobby of the local martial arts tower to claim it within the next few days. It was signed by the World Alliance Military Administration. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Huh. I actually got a reward. I wonder what kind of treasure they sent me. In no time, the elevator chimed at the 105th floor. Director Chen explained, middle schoolers focus on building their foundation. It's only in high school that you start learning real class-specific skills. So, I'm betting it's a high-tier technique manual. Shen Ye nodded in agreement. I desperately need an offensive skill. I've been targeted by assassins way too many times lately. If Lady Luck hadn't been on my side, I would have been a corpse long ago. Director Qian's expression darkened. I know. Lay low for a while. I'll get to the bottom of this. Just as they stepped out, a subordinate approached briskly. Director, those troublesome rumors have been completely silenced. Excellent work. Qian nodded. He turned to Shen Ye with a serious look. From this moment on, you are an official member of the corporation. Your monthly stipend has been wired to your account. Spend it however you like. Shen Ye blinked, confused. Wait, what rumors was he talking about? A receptionist stepped forward with a polite bow. Student Shen, please follow me to your private suite. Director Qian waved his hand casually. Make yourself at home. You have total freedom here. I have business to attend to, so I can't stay. But if you need anything, call me immediately. Shen Ye bowed respectfully. Understood. Thank you, Director. As Shen Ye entered his room, the giant screen on the wall lit up. A familiar face appeared. Hello, Shen Ye, it's Shu Mulin. Congratulations on joining the Martial Arts Corporation. You're amazing. Since I'm a bit older, I'll call you my little brother, okay? I wanted to thank you personally for all your love and support over the years, little brother. I hope you study hard and cultivate your strength. Become a legendary figure. This world is vast, and it's waiting for people like us to conquer it. Fight on, oh, and I've prepared a VIP ticket to my concert just for you. I'll be waiting. It was Shu Mulin, the superstar Shen Ye had always worshipped. The room was a paradise tailored specifically for him. Fresh flowers, art books, his favorite snacks, sports gear, and even his celebrity crush. They knew everything he loved. The corporation went to such lengths for a mere rookie. This is the reality of this leveling Manhwa world. Power brings fame and fortune. Standing on the 105th floor, looking down at the world. Who wouldn't want to live above the clouds? Who wouldn't want to soar and see the ants beneath their feet? Midnight is approaching. I have to enter the nightmare world again. I need high-tier items. I must become stronger. The entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. Failure is not an option. As the clock struck 12, Shen Ye summoned the dimensional gate to the realm of nightmares. The moment he stepped through, Shen Ye froze in horror. Farron lay in a pile of shattered bones. What the hell happened here? He stepped back instinctively. Entering blindly could ruin the item evaluation. Suddenly, the pile of bones rattled. Shen Ye, is that you? Save me. I'm fading away. Shen Ye rushed to the threshold. Big skeleton. How did you end up like this? I don't know any healing spells. The supplements. From last time. Farron rasped. Do you have any left? Give me a few pills. Shen Ye gritted his teeth. Sorry, I'm completely out. Farron let out a hollow laugh. I'm done for. To think I'd die in a dump like this. Fate really has a twisted sense of humor. Shen Ye thought fast. This guy was a valuable trade partner. He couldn't let him die yet. Hang in there, I'll find a way to save you. Just wait for me. He dashed back through the portal. 2 agonizing hours passed. Farron's consciousness faded. It's over. Suddenly, the dimensional rift tore open again. Shen Ye appeared, dragging a massive container. Big skeleton, I'm back. Ah, damn it, the door is too narrow. I can't push this through. Farron's soul fire flickered with hope. You actually came back. But what is that? Shen Ye panted. I went all in to save your bony ass. I bought a giant aquarium and filled it with calcium gluconate liquid. Calcium and zinc. I'm completely broke now. Just soak in this cocktail and you'll recover. But how do I get it to you? Farron sighed weakly. I can't move. Suddenly the earth began to quake violently. Shen Ye looked around in panic. What's going on now? Farron shrieked. Damn it, they're breaking through. Shen Ye's eyes widened. Who? Humans and elves? Farron rattled. This is a secret tunnel. Outside is the undead territory. The Allied forces are launching an all-out assault on us. The battle is raging, but I'm too weak to fight. Take this, it's a spatial ring. Put it on quickly, I have to hide. Shen Ye slipped the ring onto his finger. Farron chanted a strange incantation, and his shattered bones were sucked into the gemstone. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the tunnel. Shen Ye scrambled back, sealing the portal instantly. His heart hammered in his chest. That was too close. If that shockwave had hit him, he would have been vaporized. Catching his breath, Shen Ye asked the ring, Hey, you actually fit inside? Farron's voice echoed calmly. Spatial rings can't store living things. But I am not alive. I am an undead. Shen Ye scoffed internally. I knew this bag of bones was holding out on me, hiding such a treasure. What a cunning old fox. Point your hand at the aquarium, Farron commanded. Suck it into the ring so I can take my bath. Shen Ye aimed his hand. Farron murmured a spell, and a flash of light enveloped the massive tank, pulling it into the dimensional space. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes. You're definitely not just some random skeleton soldier. I suspected it back in the elf village. This feels like a classic awakening Manhwa secret. Who gets escorted by 3 elites just for an assassination mission? But hey, I don't pry into people's secrets. Just remember, I saved your life. You owe me big time. So how do you expect me to repay this debt? Farron asked, his voice trembling. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. Open the gate. I'm crossing over to your world today. I need your full support. Farron panicked, waving his hands. Are you insane? Did you miss the carnage of that last battle? You want to walk into a meat grinder. You're courting death. Farron sighed, defeated. Fine, you respected my privacy, but my arsenal is empty. The war consumed every high-tier artifact I had. My help will be limited. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, skepticism written all over his face. Aren't you a battlefield scavenger, the cleanup crew? Farron defended himself instantly. I pick up scraps, do not confuse me with a treasure hunter. The legendary gear gets looted by the victors the moment the owners fall. Shen Ye's mind raced. The tunnel ahead was a prime grinding spot straight out of a leveling manhwa. If I disguise myself as a skeleton soldier, I can loot the place and leave. Making up his mind, Shen Ye extended a hand. Give me undead infantry gear, whatever you have. Something that completely masks the scent of the living, he added. Farron rubbed his chin. Mask the scent. Let me check the inventory. Farron dumped a pile of rusted junk onto the floor. Shen Ye kicked a dented breastplate, unimpressed. What is this scrap metal? Do you scavenge from the garbage dump? These shards are witnesses to the cruelty of war, Farron argued. Dig through it. There has to be something usable in that pile. Moments later, Shen Ye was clad in battered plating. He exhaled sharply. Phew. It's a patchwork disaster, but it covers the vitals. Then something caught his eye. A skeletal warhorse card. Now we're talking. Farron nodded, sensing the shift in aura. Excellent. You reek of death energy now. Take this captain's mask as well. Shen Ye turned the eerie porcelain face over in his hands. What kind of buff does this give? It's infused with high-tier death essence, Farron explained. Combine it with that armor, and no low-level undead will dare question your existence. You look exactly like a fallen warrior. If you play your cards right, you might even trick a skeletal horse into serving you. Shen Ye smirked. Perfect. I'll ride around the battlefield like a boss, and if things get dangerous, I'll gallop away faster than light. Time to scam my way to a ghost knight item. Shen Ye stepped toward the swirling portal. I'm going in. Farron called out, just don't die on me. If you perish, someone else will claim the ring and I'm finished. Shen Ye walked into the smoke, waving back. I'll try my best to stay alive. Shen Ye ventured deeper into the ruins. This place, he muttered, scanning the destruction. It's been completely leveled to the ground. A thought struck him. Right, the sword I looted from the elf domain. I should keep it equipped. Better safe than sorry. He gripped the hilt, crawling under a collapsed archway, navigating the maze of shattered stone and debris. Suddenly the air turned cold. A forest of spears and swords locked onto him. He was surrounded. A voice boomed from the crowd of armored figures. We missed one. An undead stray is wandering the perimeter. Kill it. Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. Humans here. I thought this was the Undead Legion's turf. Did the skeletons lose the war already? Panic surged. He ripped off the captain's mask. Wait, hold fire, I'm on your side. Look, flesh and blood, I'm human. The one-eyed captain didn't buy it. Lies a spy who sold his soul to the Lich. He roared, swinging his heavy broadsword at Shen Ye's skull. Clang. Shen Ye drew his blade, blocking the strike just in time. The captain froze, staring at the weapon in Shen Ye's hand. That sword. Is that the Wild Seeker? Shen Ye blinked, the force of the blow vibrating through his arm. Wild Seeker. Is that what this thing is called? System info: white tier scout dagger. Attribute: sharpness. A weapon description appeared familiar to anyone reading an Awakening manhwa. It was an assassination tool blessed by the Human Alliance. Effect: silent sanctity. The blessing of silent sanctity meant one thing: only a human soul untainted by darkness or corruption could wield it. It was the ultimate proof of loyalty. The captain immediately lowered his weapon and pulled Shen Ye up. Only a pure human can hold the Wild Seeker. He is one of us, the captain barked at his men. Stand down, secure the perimeter, and hunt for the remaining undead. Sir, yes sir, the soldiers chanted in unison. The one-eyed captain turned to Shen Ye, flashing a complex hand signal. Brother, do you require assistance? Shen Ye stared at the hand sign, thumb and index finger crossed. What is this? A finger heart. Is he confessing his love on the battlefield? Is the nightmare world really this fashion-forward? Wait, back on Blue Star, that means, I love you. But he's staring at my mask, Shen Ye realized. This must be a secret military code. Does this captain's mask imply I'm some kind of special ops officer? That skeleton unintentionally gave me a VIP pass? Whatever. Fake it till you make it. Shen Ye mirrored the hand sign perfectly. As you can see, Shen Ye said with a grim expression, my situation is critical. I wouldn't say no to supplies. Cold sweat beaded on the captain's forehead. Understood, sir. Please take this tactical survival pack. Hook, line, and sinker. Shen Ye suppressed a grin, straightening his posture. Thank you. What is your name, soldier? I will remember this. I am Roman, sir. Before Shen Ye could reply, a loud voice echoed. Make way for the Baron. A nobleman on a high horse galloped over, sneering. Roman, why are you loitering? Do you intend to delay the war effort? Roman stood at attention, his voice steady. No, my lord. I encountered a scout from the advance team near the secret passage. Baron Warren narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. A secret passage. A scout. He didn't hesitate for a second. Guards seized this spy immediately. He's definitely a spy for the Undead Legion. Roman panicked, stepping in desperately. Wait, Baron. Look at the wild blade in his hand. That artifact signifies... The Baron barked. Silence. I know full well that a wielder of the wild blade hasn't sold their soul yet, Warren sneered. But that doesn't matter. I want to know his mission. Shen Ye's gaze was ice cold as he shot back. And who exactly are you? What gives you the right to question my mission? The Baron puffed up his chest, arrogance radiating from him. I am Baron Warren of the Southern Eagle Castle. A worthless little scout like you dares to ask for my name. Strip him down, 20 lashes with the whip should loosen his tongue. I'll drag every dirty little secret out of him myself. Shen Ye casually waved the wild blade, a smirk playing on his lips. Warren, huh? I've memorized your face, you sick pervert. Meanwhile, he silently triggered the summoning gate. Baron Warren's face turned purple with rage. A trash scout threatening a noble die. At his command, the soldiers charged like a pack of wolves, kicking up a storm of dust. But when the haze cleared, they froze in shock. Where is he? It's impossible, he vanished into thin air. Baron, the ground here is solid rock. There are no traps or secret tunnels anywhere. Baron Warren's jaw dropped, confusion warring with anger. How could a mere scout pull off a trick like that? Roman's voice trembled as realization dawned. I've heard rumors. Legendary assassins have joined this war. Masters of shadow who strike from the void. Warren, you were incredibly brave just now. I can't believe you actually gave a master assassin your full name. Warren's face went pale as a sheet. Panic flooded his eyes as the weight of the situation hit him. An assassin. In this chaos, he could be anywhere, waiting to strike. Panic took over completely. Damn it. We need to leave now. He spurred his horse and fled like a coward. Back in the safety of the void, Shen Ye was fuming. Damned Baron Warren. He attacked without hesitation. I won't forget this. Thank God I set up that portal beforehand, or this leveling Manhwa recap would have ended right there. Hey, big bones, are you blind? That mask was obviously a red flag. Didn't you see him signal me? Fawn shrugged nonchalantly. Don't look at me. How am I supposed to understand the twisted schemes of you humans? Besides, you made it back in one piece, didn't you? Suddenly a blue screen popped up. System notification portal closed. Reward acquired title. One of the family. Quality green. Rank elite. System analysis. As a normal human, the maximum reward tier should have been common white. However, you utilize superior strategy to escape an impossible situation. Exception granted. Shen Ye frowned, confused. Why did I get one of the family in green again? Alert, second exception detected. Special event triggered. If you obtain the green one of the family title a third time, you will unlock the legendary achievement, the commoner, due to the streak. This glory title will create a massive resonance, summoning a dormant hidden ability. Warning. This is a unique opportunity. Proceed with extreme caution. Gathering 3 identical titles allows for a hidden awakening. So if the next drop is the same, I hit the jackpot. If not, the hidden ability is gone forever. But how do I force a green drop? The criteria seems to be falling into a death trap and using the enemy's strength to escape. Thinking back, in the elf village and the undead battlefield, I was deep in enemy territory, staring death in the face. And both times I turned their hostility into support. I made them allies. That's the key. But the difficulty is insane. It's like dancing on the edge of a blade with only one shot at glory. No. If you walk in the dark long enough, you'll meet a ghost. If it's too risky, I'll ditch the ability. My life comes first. Just then the intercom buzzed. Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. She claims to be a relative of Luo Feichuan. Security has verified her identity. She's clean. Do you want to send her up? Shen Ye was stunned. Chief Luo's family. Chief Luo died investigating my case. And even in death, he saved me. I can't refuse his family. Let her in, Shen Ye said firmly. The receptionist arranged a meeting room on the 50th floor. Shen Ye hoped he could offer some closure. When Shen Ye arrived, he saw her. A breathtaking beauty with cascading blue hair and an expression as cold as frost. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said. You were looking for me? Her voice was calm. Are you Shen Ye? He nodded. I am. Instantly his eyes glowed with azure light. She extended a hand. Hello, I am Xiao Mengyu, Luo Feichuan's biological sister. I'm here to ask you a few questions. As their hands touched, a shockwave went through Shen Ye's mind as he read her stats. From Shanner to Shan, from the undead to the fairies, no one had a stat sheet this long. Except the High Elf Priestess. She's a monster. No wonder Manager Chen was terrified of her name. My brother tracked down the assassin in the sunglasses who was hunting you, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. During their clash, his weapon failed and he was killed. I found the culprits who tampered with his gear. It was his own classmates. They were jealous of his glory, so I slaughtered them all. Shen Ye froze, his blood running cold. But Manager Chen said the assassin was captured alive yesterday. Xiao Mengyu's eyes remained flat. Correct. That is why I executed him in his cell. Shen Ye stared in disbelief. You actually silenced both assassins. Xiao Mengyu's voice was ice cold. Correct. Shen Ye's mind raced. Her voice is so soft, yet she kills without blinking. Is this the terrifying aura of a grand swordmaster? My brother wasn't born with heaven-defying talent, she continued softly. So, I arranged a peaceful life for him at a decent academy. I planned for him to graduate, find a stable job, and marry a good woman. He was supposed to carry on the Luo family bloodline in peace. Everything was proceeding exactly as I envisioned. I just wanted him to be safe, to live out a long, quiet life under my protection. Shen Ye frowned, confusion clouding his mind. Wait a second. I thought Luo Feichuan was a chosen one. Why does his own sister describe him like he was a mediocre extra in this story? And yet, her eyes darkened with suppressed rage. His ending was to be ambushed by filth, bound like an animal and stuffed into a locker. She glanced sharply at Shen Ye. Why the silence? Do you think only they are allowed to draw blood while I am forbidden from taking revenge for my own flesh and blood? No, Shen Ye stammered. I was just wondering. Won't the authorities come after you for killing them? Mengyu sighed. Ah, I see. You bear the Shen name, but you lack the mindset of the great clans. My brother may have been ordinary, but he was still a scion of the Luo family. For him to die disgracefully by a hired knife is an insult to our blood. I represent the honor of the Luo clan. When I stand to demand justice for him, no one dares whisper a word of complaint. Furthermore, she added, I took my mother's surname Xiao. Shen Ye nodded slowly. I understand. Please continue. The frost returned to her voice. I interrogated the killer before ending him. He was a mere pawn. He didn't know his employer, nor did he realize he had slaughtered a disciple of the Luo clan until it was too late. The assassins are dead and the trail has gone cold. That is why I am here. You are the true target. Do you have any leads on who wants you dead? Is there anyone suspicious? Even a vague guess or a blurry memory will do. Give me a name, just one name, and I will handle the slaughter. Shen Ye shook his head. Honestly, regarding the mastermind behind the scenes, I'm completely in the dark. He hesitated before asking. But by killing the hitman, haven't you already avenged Luo Feichuan? Insufficient, she declared, her killing intent spiking. I want the head of the one who signed the contract. The blade is nothing without the hand that wields it. I will send both the assassin and the mastermind to hell to appease my brother's spirit. Swing. With a single motion, Xiao Mengyu drew her blade. The sword aura erupted, slicing the very clouds above into a display of terrifying power. Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat. That was just a casual swing. I didn't even see her hand move. Shen Ye. Her voice cut through his shock. Search your memories. Did you miss a detail? You are a disciple of the Shen family. Have you ever formed a grudge against members of other noble clans? Do not fear their power or status. If you find a lead, tell me immediately. I will cut them down regardless of their rank. My branch has been estranged from the main Shen clan in Sanjin for years, Shen Ye explained. We barely interact. Even when I visited, I just played with other kids. I haven't offended anyone powerful. Suddenly a memory flashed. Wait, the first time I was attacked, in the hospital, I heard screams of terror nearby. There might be a witness. Xiao Mengyu's eyes gleamed with cold purpose. I will investigate immediately. Wait for my signal. Here is my contact info. Thank you, Shen Ye said gratefully. I'm off, she said, vanishing as quickly as she appeared. Safe travels, Shen Ye called out. That was a truly terrifying strike, a voice murmured behind him. It was Qian Rushan. When she arrived, I was genuinely worried she might take her brother's death out on you. I feared her grief for Luo Feichuan would turn into rage against you. But it seems the outcome was fortunate. She is the prodigy of the Luo family, a generational talent even among the great clans. Shen Ye blinked. Is she still a student? Or is she already a pro? Qian Rushan chuckled. She's taking the high school entrance exam this year just like you. Don't feel bad. The clans possess secret inheritance techniques. She's been groomed for power since birth. If you had grown up in the main Shen house, your strength would rival hers by now. I'm just glad she's an ally, Shen Ye admitted. Having a grand swordmaster on my side to hunt the mastermind is a relief. He stifled a yawn. I'm heading to bed. Rest well, Qian Rushan nodded. Tomorrow I've arranged some tutors to prep you for the exams. Back in his room, Shen Ye slammed his fist into the mattress. Damn it. That's the gap in power. In this brutal manhwa recap world, the great clans sit at the very apex of civilization. What if a clan member really wants me dead? They just have to throw pocket change at the Assassin Alliance to buy my life. I can't rely on her forever. Shen Ye muttered, his resolve hardening. I need to learn offensive techniques. I need my own strength. He turned to the shadows. Hey, Big Bones, do you have any more nightmare crystals? Shen Ye emphasized specifically the offensive type. A man has to rely on himself. Phaon the skeleton rattled in response. Everything in my inventory is a necromancer class skill. You are not undead. You lack the soul fire to channel them, so they are useless to you. Shen Ye frowned. Then where did that Moonlight Deer Step manual come from? Phaon shrugged. That I just picked it up by chance. Shen Ye grit his teeth. Am I forced to wait until high school to learn how to fight in a leveling manhwa like this time is life? With assassins on my tail and the exams coming up, I can't afford to be weak. Then it hit him. The tactical bag from Officer Roman, he hadn't even opened it yet. He tore through the bag, tossing aside dry rations and emergency bandages. Is there nothing useful? His hand brushed something cold. Yes, a nightmare crystal. Ecstatic, Shen Ye crushed it instantly. In a classic system manhwa twist, he prayed for a god-tier skill. But instead of power, text floated in the air. The Shadow Arm Brotherhood has established an intel post at the main camp. Look for the sign of 3 daggers. We await your report to complete the mission. Shen Ye grumbled in frustration, staring at his hands. What the hell is this? That wasn't a skill at all. Farron burst into a rattling laughter. Ha ha ha. It seems that human Roman really considers you a true member of the hidden Shadow Arm now. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, calculating. I already secured the loot today. Even if I return to the nightmare world, the drop rates won't be this good again. But this is the perfect downtime for a little exploration. Shen Ye turned sharply. Hey, big skeleton, where exactly did you scavenge this white captain's mask? Do you think we can track down the original location? Farron scratched his skull. It was near the secret passage, but my memory is a bit hazy on the specifics. Why do you ask? Shen Ye explained his strategy. The undead formation outside the secret passage has been overrun by the human faction. I plan to disguise myself as a human soldier to infiltrate the nightmare world again. Do you have any human gear left in your inventory? Farron nodded slowly. Let me check the stash. Moments later, Shen Ye was fully suited up in heavy armor, a massive tower shield gripped firmly in his hand. Farron instructed, you are now role-playing as a soldier from the Guy territory on the human border. See the hound crest on that shield? That is their insignia. The humans in Guy territory were completely wiped out by us undead, so playing the role of a lone survivor won't raise any suspicion. Shen Ye pointed at a glowing object. And what is this crystal? Farron replied calmly. That is a distress signal from the Lord of Guy. Consider it a quest item. It will serve as the perfect token of authenticity when you step out there. Shen Ye summoned the dimensional gate and stepped through. He paused, looking back suspiciously. Weird. Since when do you care so much about my well-being, the giant skeleton? Farron shrugged. You saved me last night. I am merely repaying the debt. Shen Ye's eyes flashed with menace. Cut the crap. Tell me the truth or I'll drain every drop of your calcium supplement fluid. Farron sighed, defeated. Fine. I need you to establish status in the nightmare world. Only then can you buy the high-tier materials needed to heal my injuries. Shen Ye smirked. Now that sounds more like you. The scene shifts back to the nightmare world. On a chaotic battlefield, human soldiers were clearing the dead. One shouted, "Over here, I found a survivor." Another responded instantly, "Hurry, get the medics. Hang in there, brother. Stay awake. The main camp is close. You'll get treatment soon." Shen Ye crouched behind a boulder, observing the scene. Still cleaning up the battlefield? That's diligent. I can't act rashly. If I run into the squad from earlier, my cover is blown. He crept forward and hid behind a massive undead corpse. With so many bodies here, I just need to ask around. He looked up. Huge. Is this an undead giant? Shen Ye activated his skill Dark Whisper. Hey, big guy, wake up. I have a question. Do you know anything about the origin of this mask? The undead giant rasped weakly. I do not know. Useless. Go back to sleep. Shen Ye dashed away. He began spamming his skill on every corpse he passed. Brother, have you seen this mask? Seen this mask? How about you? Seen it? But every answer was a disappointing no. Shen Ye slumped to the ground, annoyed. Damn it. This really is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly his gaze locked onto a corpse nearby. Oh, a werewolf, perfect. A werewolf's nose is legendary. Maybe he can sniff out a clue. Shen Ye grinned. Good doggy, have you seen this mask or smelled anything like it? The werewolf corpse growled the intel. I saw that mask. It belonged to a white captain. Over there. Only his arm remains. It added with a snarl. And I am not a dog. And I am not a dog. I am a wolf. Shen Ye chuckled, patting the corpse. Good doggy, you did well. You can rest now. The werewolf sighed. It's wolf. Farron analyzed the scene through their link. To be reduced to this state, he must have been hit point blank by a massive spell. Just an arm left. Will my dark whisper even work? Brother, are you there? As soon as the call went out, the severed arm twitched. Slowly it formed the exact hand sign Roman had used earlier. That's the signature gesture of the shadow arm. We found him. This is definitely the mask's owner. Shen Ye leaned in. Brother, is there anything you can tell me? The arm rotated and pointed firmly in one direction. It was pointing at a boot. Shen Ye walked over and picked it up immediately, pinching his nose. Ugh! The smell coming off this boot is absolutely toxic. Disgusting. He paused. Wait. There's something inside. Without hesitation, Shen Ye shook the boot upside down. A hidden object tumbled out, landing perfectly in his palm. System alert. Because you have discovered multiple special items, the interface has unlocked a new feature common in this type of system. Manhwa object identification. You can now see detailed lore and stats. Item badge of the Dark Knight Shadow. Quality blue rare. Rank excellent. Deep within the badge, a complex matrix of magical runes swirled with power. It possessed the ability to awaken the true potential of a specific weapon. However, without the matching weapon, this item was nothing more than trash. Shen Ye read the description and immediately reached behind his back. A weapon, could it be? In a flash, he drew the wild kill sword. The moment the badge of the Dark Knight Shadow touched the blade, a blinding light erupted. They were fusing. A notification chimed. The item's rank had leveled up. The wild kill sword had evolved into the Nightfall dagger. This was a weapon forged for human assassins. Quality blue excellent. Traits high sharpness, armor penetration, and severe bleeding. This was a tool designed purely for slaughter. It also carried the blessing of shadows from the Shadow Arm Brotherhood. Only high-ranking assassins were worthy of wielding it. This dagger would emit a unique energy signature, proving his identity and allowing him to accept quests from the Shadow Arm Guild. A classic trope in any manhwa recap. The shadow shall always shelter those who execute justice. Shen Ye grinned. I didn't expect a surprise bonus like this. To think my wild kill sword would upgrade into the Nightfall dagger. Not bad at all. He looked down. Oh, it seems there's a letter left here too. It was an urgent missive addressed to all brothers and sisters demanding an investigation into the strange mutations occurring among the undead. In this system, Manhwa World, the Human Empire, and the Spirit Kingdom have united to issue a legendary quest. Anyone who uncovers the secrets of the undead movements will be granted rewards beyond their wildest dreams. Warriors advance to the battlefield. The very survival of our race hangs by a thread, and it demands everything you have. May the shadows be your eternal shield. Signed, the Hand of Shadows. Shen Ye read the inscription, and it clicked. This was the hidden mission from the notorious Hand of Shadows organization. The crystal Roman gave him revealed the truth. That hut marked with 3 daggers. It was their secret hideout all along. Roman must be one of them. That explains why he saved Shen Ye when he saw the mask. So, I just need to trade intelligence on the undead to claim those lavish rewards. Heh. This is going to be a walk in the park. Shen Ye activated his skill, Gloomy Whisper, pointing at a nearby corpse. Hey, wake up, lazybones. Spill the beans on the undead army's movements. The corpse groaned weakly. No. Nothing. He tried again and again, interrogating the field of the dead, but the answer was always the same useless silence. Frustration bubbled up in his chest. He grit his teeth. This is absolutely useless, what a waste of time. Suddenly Farron's voice echoed in his mind. If it's intelligence you want, I can provide it. Did you forget you have a high-ranking undead right here with you? You're an undead yourself, Shen Ye shot back. Why would you sell out your own kind? Is this some kind of trap? Farron chuckled darkly. They may be my kin, but none of them ever showed me an ounce of kindness. Shen Ye recalled how the undead forced Farron to assassinate the elf leader. Fair point, he thought. Your life among them was nothing but a nightmare. So what flavor of intel do you desire? Farron asked. Earth-shattering secrets or something more mundane? Shen Ye didn't hesitate. Keep it simple. If I drop a bombshell, they'll investigate me and I can't handle that heat. I'm just a nobody. Too much attention gets people like me killed. Very well, Farron agreed. I have just the thing for a quick profit. It's enough to get you some good gear without raising eyebrows. Spit it out, Shen Ye urged. Time is money. Information flooded Shen Ye's mind. The Undead Legion has begun deploying new fortress components. The Soulfire cannons now have 20% more power, and a 10% faster firing rate. Wait. Shen Ye paused. Isn't this information a bit too valuable? Not at all, Farron reassured him. The human high command likely suspects it already. You're just providing the proof they need to confirm their fears. Perfect, Shen Ye smirked. Solid rewards without painting a target on my back. That's my style. Without wasting another second, Shen Ye moved out. His destination, the main army camp where the Shadowhand's agent was waiting. But crossing the battlefield was a suicide mission. How do I get there without getting killed? Farron offered a sinister solution. The humans are scavenging for survivors, aren't they? Just play the victim. Pretend you're half dead and let them carry you in like a king. That is actually brilliant. Shen Ye grinned. Tell me, Big Skull, how good are the human doctors out here? Farron explained with clinical precision. Human holy arts are the pinnacle of healing. Even the elves can't compete. But there is one catch. You need gold. Gold. On a battlefield. Shen Ye was baffled. Even amidst war, capitalism survives. Farron confirmed it instantly. Of course, if you can pay, they can even regenerate a severed limb. And the undead? Shen Ye asked. How do your people handle injuries? We don't, Farron replied coldly. The weak are discarded to rot. Survival of the fittest. Shen Ye frowned. You don't treat your wounded at all. That's brutal. The great skeleton replied nonchalantly. But it is incredibly tedious. We must conjure a sacrificial altar and trap the souls of the living or the dead. We drain their life force to restore our own. It heals instantly, but the price is the soul of another. A life for a life. Only the highest-ranking undead lords possess such dark knowledge. It requires mastery over the forbidden arts, so humans are better healers. Shen Ye sighed. Too bad I'm broke. Then Farron dropped a bomb. I have funds. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. You do? Well, that changes everything. Shen Ye's gaze landed on a massive warhammer next to a fallen giant. I just got a crazy idea. He poured every available point into his strength stat, a classic move in a leveling manhwa. What are you planning? Farron asked, confused. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he lifted the beast of a weapon. If this knocks me out, make sure I don't die. Wait, Farron shouted. You're not actually going to— Boom! Shen Ye dropped the massive hammer directly onto his own chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth as a raw, agonizing scream tore through his throat. You're just an extra in this war, Farron scoffed. Did you really need to go that hard? Shen Ye wheezed through the pain. Cough. Cough. If you're going to act, you have to commit. He grabbed a stone and banged it against a shield to make noise. Clang, clang. Help, is anyone there? I'm dying here. Someone save me. A soldier nearby heard the desperate plea. I hear someone over there. Medic, we've got a survivor move. Hang in there, brother. We made it. Next, Shen Ye was transported to the human military encampment. Inside, a healer wove restoration magic to mend his battered body. Emerald light enveloped Shen Ye entirely. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain as the magic took hold. His flesh knit together at a visible speed, a miracle of recovery. Moments later, a figure draped in regal attire strode into the tent. The healer bowed instantly. My lord, the treatment is complete. His injuries are fully healed. The noble nodded. Good. You may withdraw. Your reward will be sent shortly. Shen Ye groaned softly, feigning disorientation. Ugh. Where is this place? The nobleman spoke with a soothing tone. Easy, son. You are safe now. You are within the sanctuary of the Human Alliance. Shen Ye blinked, looking confused. Who are you? I am Prince Not. Listen closely, boy. The shield you carry bears the fierce hound emblem. Tell me, are you a subject of Lord J? Shen Ye pulled out a recording crystal, his voice breaking into theatrical sobs. I finally found you all. The J territory has been overrun by the Undead Legion. I beg you, send reinforcements immediately. This crystal contains the Lord's final message. An elder accepted the crystal, muttering an arcane incantation to unlock its secrets. Instantly, the message materialized in the air. To the noble lords of the Empire. I am Lord Lauren of J. To anyone who can lead an army to save our land, I pledge a reward of 300 gold coins, along with a deed to prime territory. Please, you must come save us. The voice was unmistakably Lord Lauren's, and the mana signature on the crystal was authentic. Child, you truly have come from J. However, I must deliver a heart-wrenching truth. The J military has been completely annihilated. The undead have claimed that land entirely. I fear you are the sole survivor. Shen Ye froze. What? What did you say? Shen Ye immediately activated his Oscar-worthy acting skills, burying his face in his hands and wailing in despair. Father, Mother, Zeros, Grandma Wang, Little Tree. Are they all really gone? No, I refuse to believe it. There, child. To survive the stone hammers of the giant undead and make it this far. It is nothing short of a divine miracle. You are the only spark of hope left from J. Please rest your body and mind. Do not dwell on the darkness. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your transport to the rear lines where you can live in peace. Suddenly a sharp thought cut through Shen Ye's grief. I still have the mission to find the Hand of Shadow encampment. In this system, Manhwa. I need to turn in that quest for a skill. I cannot let them ship me away now. Shen Ye raised his head, his tear-streaked face hardening with resolve. I thank you for your kindness, my lord, but I beg you, allow me to remain here on the battlefield. Prince Not looked taken aback. But why, child? Shen Ye's voice trembled not with sorrow but with cold fury. I want vengeance for my people. I swear I will never forgive those undead filth. I want to fight them with my own hands. I will drive them out until not a single one remains. Witnessing his burning determination, the soldiers felt a surge of emotion. Prince Not nodded in approval. To possess such courage at such a tender age, for the Lord to entrust you with this vital message, you must possess a special talent. Correct, Shen Ye answered instantly. I can run very fast. In the entire J district, no one my age can outrun me. Without hesitation, he mentally devoured the one of us item, dumping every attribute point into agility. The system flashed a notification, green keyword consumed successfully. Gained 3 attribute points. As you commanded, all points have been poured into agility. Current agility score 9.9. Shen Ye stepped outside. After a few quick stretches, he announced loudly, My lord, please observe my speed. Before the crowd could blink, Shen Ye launched forward like a hurricane. With his stats maxed out, he blurred around the perimeter and returned to the starting point in a heartbeat. Pant, pant. My lord. Is this speed sufficient to stay on the front lines? The onlookers stood with their mouths agape. This kid is incredible. The soldiers began to shout in unison. My lord, let him stay. Let him exact his revenge alongside us. Another soldier pleaded, Let him join my squad. I promise to protect him with my life. Prince Not smiled warmly. Your speed is indeed formidable. Suddenly, an elven woman stepped forward, gripping Shen Ye's arm. Boy, where did you acquire this bracelet? Prince Not raised an eyebrow. Is that an artifact of the elves? Shen Ye replied smoothly, An elf named Lani gave it to me personally. I exposed the undead conspiracy before. The elven race owes me a huge debt. They won't make trouble for me. The elven woman tapped the bracelet, chanting a soft melody in the ancient tongue. A hologram of Lani materialized, her clear voice ringing out. Who is performing the summoning ritual to call upon me? The woman questioned her sternly. Lani, I am Adria, Grand Mage of the Royal Court. Why is your bracelet in the possession of a human child? Lani gasped. Ah, you met him. Where are you? Shen Ye scratched his head sheepishly. Hello there, Lani. That magic trick was pretty neat, huh? Lani beamed with delight. It really is you. When are you coming back to visit our village? Silence. Archmage. Adria's voice cut through the air like a blade. Lani, answer me immediately. Regarding the matter I just raised. Lani scrambled to explain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was the undead faction. Their spies infiltrated the village, but he was the one who struck first. He exposed their vile scheme before they could act, earning the High Priest's eternal gratitude. Ah, that's right. The High Priest is still searching for him. With a casual wave of her hand, Adria dissipated Lani's magical projection. I understand the situation. I shall contact you personally later. Your Highness Prince Not, a subordinate reported with deep respect. This boy may be young, but his reflexes are unnatural. He has survived catastrophes that would crush a veteran, and even the arrogant elf clan holds him in high regard. I propose we send him to the imperial capital immediately. A talent like this needs proper nurturing and education. Agreed. It is truly rare for the elves to show such respect to a human. The prince nodded, his decision made. It is settled. Then guards, issue him identity papers and arrange suitable quarters for his recovery. Secretary, record this order and forward his profile to the Imperial Military Academy at once. What is your full name, child? Shen Ye froze. His mind raced. I don't know the naming customs of this continent. If I speak, I'll be exposed. The only option is fake amnesia. Committing to the act, he clutched his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. Arg! My head, it feels like it's splitting open. The bald elder stepped forward with a solemn analysis. He took a direct hit from the undead giant's stone hammer. The concussion likely caused severe memory loss. Prince Not murmured, So, that explains it. Nice assist, old man, Shen Ye thought gratefully. Prince Not placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry. Focus on your recovery for now. Fate will surely bring us together again. Oh boy, who survived the great disaster. Suddenly a blue holographic screen flashed before his eyes. It was a classic System Manhwa moment. Reputation increased. You have triggered a hidden title generation. Title: The Boy Who Survived the Great Disaster. Wait, The boy who survived. What kind of Harry Potter nonsense is this? He raged internally. I don't have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead. Is there any way to delete this pending title? The system responded coldly. This title is currently in a nascent state. It requires continuous circulation among the populace to become permanent. Refusal method 1. Become a hermit. Let the sands of time bury the rumors and the title will fade into nothingness. Method 2. Perform actions that contradict the title, forcing a change in public perception. Shen Ye smirked. Perfect. Once I finish my business here, I'll just vanish into the shadows. Problem solved. But as the troops departed, a soldier turned back and waved cheerfully. See you around, boy who survived the great disaster. Shen Ye's face darkened instantly. Stop calling me that. He turned to his summon with burning eyes. Hey, big skeleton. That Prince Not. Just what is his background? My reputation points skyrocketed just from talking to him. Why? The skeleton explained, Prince Not is the eldest son of the royal family, the first in line for the throne. In other words, he's the crown prince. Why would a VIP like that be out in this hellhole? The recent undead invasion was repelled by a coalition of humans and elves under his direct command. That is why he is here. Shen Ye realized the gravity of the situation. So that's it. He's not just royalty. He's a war hero. Meanwhile, the bald elder turned to Archmage Adria. That little brat? He's quite interesting, isn't he? Adria narrowed her eyes. Did you notice something, sir? He carries a high-grade token from the Shadowhand organization. To have reached such a status at his age, that boy is anything but simple. Are you referring to the dagger at his waist? Precisely. I saw it too. That is Nightfall, a blade reserved only for high-ranking assassins. To stumble upon a diamond in the rough like him during a casual stroll, fate is truly smiling upon us. In my name, award him the Medal of Valor. The attendants bowed in unison. As you command. Scene change inside a small, inconspicuous tent. Shen Ye stepped inside, his eyes gleaming. This is it. The Shadowhand's outpost and intelligence hub disguised within the military camp. He cleared his throat. Hello there. The man across the counter remained stone-faced, ignoring him. Shen Ye sighed and flashed the secret hand sign of the Brotherhood. May the shadow shroud you and I for eternity. The man's eyes flickered. He returned the gesture immediately. Brother, what intelligence do you bring? Shen Ye tossed a glowing crystal onto the table. I salvaged this from the core of an undead soulfire cannon. I'm sure you noticed. Their firepower in this skirmish was abnormally high compared to previous records. The merchant's eyes widened. Excellent work. This intel is priceless. What do you desire in exchange? Shen Ye leaned forward. What do you have in stock? The merchant grinned. My inventory is vast. Prepare to have your mind blown. Behold, the tactical camouflage dagger. It's coated in a special toxin. One lick, and you enter a state of suspended animation, fake death. Essential for any assassin in a tight spot. This batch is fresh from the lab. Guaranteed shelf life of 2 full years. Having trouble sleeping, just give it a little lick before bed, and you'll sleep like a corpse, literally. You'll wake up refreshed. Shen Ye stared blankly. Do you have anything else? The merchant scoffed. Hard to please, aren't we? Fine. Feast your eyes on this masterpiece. He whipped out a whistle and blew a sharp note. Outside, a horse suddenly let out a dramatic whinny and reared up on its hind legs. Its eyes rolled back, foam bubbled from its mouth, and thud, it collapsed stiff as a board. The merchant beamed. It's a stunt horse. Give it a signal with your eyes and it plays dead instantly. Shen Ye connected the dots. Let me guess. The dagger and the horse. They're sold as a combo set. You have a sharp eye, brother. Shen Ye sighed. Anything useful? The merchant pulled out a pair of spectacles. Tough customer. All right, this is my trump card. The penetrating vision goggles, inlaid with void crystal lenses. Wear these and you can see right through people's clothing to identify any hidden wealth or artifacts they're concealing. Shen Ye put them on. Outside, 2 burly muscular soldiers were sparring. My sword is definitely bigger than yours today. Keep dreaming. Whatever Shen Ye saw through those lenses, his jaw dropped to the floor. He ripped the glasses off and shoved them back. I'm good. Do you have any nightmare crystals I need to awaken a new skill for my leveling Manhwa journey? The merchant shrugged, his face grim as he surveyed the empty shelves. The war has bled our supply lines dry. These 2 scrolls are the last of my inventory. Choose your destiny. First, the Crimson Wind Primer. A vicious technique that inflicts unceasing hemorrhage on your foes. It adapts perfectly to any bladed weapon from longswords to daggers. However, be warned. I can only grant you the foundational understanding of this art. Mastery is up to you. The second is the Gale Bone Kick, a repulsion technique capable of disarming enemies and sending them flying. Do you possess either of these arts, or are you lacking? Shen Ye gritted his teeth. I'm empty-handed on both counts. But then that familiar otherworldly voice, the one that unlocked the gate, echoed in his mind. Human. You must select the Gale Bone Kick. A shiver ran down his spine. Who's there? He realized instantly it was the mysterious benefactor who had guided him to the abyssal snake sword. Why that specific skill? Shen Ye questioned mentally. The entity replied, its tone absolute. Because that technique does not belong to this realm. Your path is set. You must acquire the Phantom Shadow Art from the Undead Clan and seize the Thunder Domain from the Beast King lineage. Fuse them with your Moonlight Deer Step and this Gale Bone Kick, and the ultimate truth shall be unveiled. Shen Ye frowned. Learning skills unlocks the world's secrets. Fine. I'll play your game. Shen Ye's eyes hardened. I choose the Gale Bone Kick. The merchant nodded, pushing the item forward. Very well. It is yours. Shen Ye crushed the memory crystal in his palm. Instantly, a torrent of martial knowledge flooded his consciousness, etching every move into his very soul. The merchant eyed him with suspicion. The Gale Bone Kick is merely a foundational blade technique. The value of your mission reward far exceeds this paltry scroll. Do you desire nothing else? Shen Ye shook his head. Not at this moment. Then take this gold bullion, the merchant insisted. It shall serve as compensation for the difference in value. My thanks. Stepping back into the desolate streets, Shen Ye turned to his companion. Hey Farron. Since you're a giant skeleton, can you access the Undead Clan's skill tree? Farron let out a heavy, rattling sigh. I have told you before, boy. Our clan's high-tier arts require soul fire to ignite. Shen Ye cut him off. I need the Phantom Shadow Art. Farron's empty sockets seemed to widen. What? How do you know of that forbidden technique? The how doesn't matter, Shen Ye pressed. Just tell me, do you have it or not? I need it immediately. Farron sighed again, defeated. I possess it, yes, but it is a bottom-tier illusion spell. Useless in real combat. It merely requires sufficient agility and spirit stats to activate. I hid it away to avoid embarrassment, Farron admitted. It demands 3 points in spirit and 5 in agility. All it does is cast a dark silhouette to confuse the enemy. Shen Ye mentally opened his status window. With 7 free attribute points, he dumped 3 into spirit, raising it to 3.9, and the remaining 4 into agility, hitting 6.9. Perfect. System notification attributes distributed. I need privacy, he thought. If I'm caught using necromancy, a taboo in any awakening manhwa, I'm done for. Finding a secluded ruin. Shen Ye scanned the perimeter. Once safe, he channeled his energy to unleash the Phantom Shadow Art. A black blur shot forward, only to dissipate harmlessly after a few meters. Shen Ye stared blankly. That was it. That was the legendary art. It's barely enough to make a child jump. Farron cackled, his bones rattling. You actually covet such garbage, and here I thought you had a discerning eye for power. I was sorely mistaken. Bwahahaha. Shen Ye rolled his eyes. Laugh all you want. You couldn't possibly understand my path. I have the Moonlight Deer Step Gale Bone Kick and Phantom Shadow Art, he listed mentally. Only the Thunder Domain remains. Once the set is complete, the real game begins. Suddenly footsteps approached. Finally found you, the lucky survivor of the catastrophe. Shen Ye sighed internally. This guy again. What is it now? He asked, feigning patience. The soldier beamed. Congratulations for your valor. His Highness Prince Not has bestowed upon you the Medal of Courage and this letter of recommendation. Shen Ye blinked. A Medal of Courage out of nowhere. Masking his confusion, he accepted the items with a solemn bow. Please convey my deepest gratitude to His Highness. I swear to dedicate my life to the glory of the Empire. You have permission to travel with our caravan to the capital, or you may make your own way there, the soldier informed him. Whatever you choose, take this letter to the Imperial Military Academy for enrollment. Is that clear? Crystal clear, Shen Ye replied. Oh, and one last thing. Make us proud, kid. As the soldier left, Shen Ye weighed the gold in his hand. Thank you, Prince. With this funding, my living expenses in this realm are secured. And the gold from the Shadow Mission, that goes to my family. His objective in this dimension was complete. Time to go home, he whispered. In a flash of light, Shen Ye returned to the Blue Star. Back in his dorm, he immediately accessed his banking app. System Mr. Shen Ye. Your gold has been converted. 65.44 million credits have been transferred to the designated account. His phone buzzed instantly. Little Ye. Why did you send so much money? Where on earth did you get this? It's my signing bonus from the guild mom. He lied smoothly. Use it for the family. Don't worry about me. But this is a fortune. Are you sure you don't need it? I'm fine, Mom. The guild covers all my expenses. I have to go to the cafeteria now. Love you. He ended the call and stared at his screen. One trip to the nightmare world and I'm swamped. Notifications were stacking up like crazy. Contract confirmed. Human Martial Arts Corp. Fan messages flooded in. Husband Shen Ye, you are our pride and joy. Then a text from Zhu Yibing. Boo hoo, it's all my fault. Please forgive me, Shen Ye. Can we go see a movie tonight? Heart emoji. Shen Ye zoomed in on her profile picture. Truly beautiful, he muttered. Which makes it such a waste. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Wake up and face reality. Zhao Yibing, I am the dragon meat you'll never get to taste. He swiped next. A message from Chen Haoyu. Brother Ye, congrats on the big contract with the Human Martial Arts Corp. Let's grab dinner tonight to celebrate. Shen Ye hesitated. I've been meaning to catch up with Haoyu, but a shadow crossed his face. With the Assassin Alliance hunting me, leaving the guild's safe zone is a death sentence. However, Haoyu was insistent on a celebration. Although the original owner of this body had passed away, the bond he shared with Chen Haoyu was still deeply engraved in his memories. Shen Ye could feel the warmth of that pure childhood friendship, an emotion he had been completely denied in his cold previous life. Even if their paths were destined to drift apart, he wanted to honor this connection while it lasted. Then, a text arrived. Brother Yi, take me to visit the Mortal Martial Arts Group. It's the dreamland I've always wanted to see. Just a quick peek is enough. Shen Ye pondered the request. The group did allow visitors, and the internal security was absolute. It would satisfy Chen Haoyu's curiosity and serve as a perfect celebration. All right, come over. We can grab a meal together. Awesome. I'll be there in 10 minutes flat. Wait for me in the lobby. Shen Ye headed downstairs, but his attention was immediately drawn to a commotion at the entrance. His expression shifted to pure shock. Standing there was a hulking bald giant engaged in conversation with a striking blonde woman. A terrifying pressure swirled around them. The aura radiating from these individuals was on a completely different dimension from ordinary people. Could these be the legendary awakened professionals the manager mentioned? Suddenly the giant locked eyes with Shen Ye. You, the new recruit for this year. That's right. Apologies. Was I staring too hard? No worries, kid. Back when I was first selected, I stood in that exact spot staring at the veteran awakened of the group, just like you are now. Are you filled with burning ambition for the future? I wasn't. Back then I thought they looked arrogant as hell. I just wanted to tear them all to shreds. Shen Ye was stunned. This was a pro relying on strength to mask such a twisted personality. Just then, another woman approached. Yo, Weena, on duty today, want to grab some drinks tonight? Weena instantly pressed the muzzle of her gun under the giant's chin. Scram, harass me again and I'll flay the skin right off your bones. Just like I did to that pervert a few days ago. The giant grumbled. Fine, fine. No need to be so vicious. Weena then turned her gaze to Shen Ye. Shen Ye, a student named Chen Haoyu is asking for you. His ID checks out. Should we grant him entry? Yes, that's my classmate. Please let him in. Understood. Stay put, I'll escort him to you. No need for the trouble, I'll go get him myself. Weena turned back, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Not happening, little brother. The boss gave strict orders. Since you're caught up in some mess, our duty is to guard you closely. Shen Ye's cheeks flushed red at the attention. Moments later, Chen Haoyu was brought in. Whoa. This place is absolutely magnificent. I could look at this forever and never get bored. Brother Ye, you've really hit the big time. Shen Ye chuckled softly. You're welcome to visit whenever you like. Chen Haoyu screamed in excitement. Brother Ye, this is God tier signing with the Mortal Martial Arts Group. The whole school is shaking from the news. Let's save the praise for later. Come on, I'll treat you to the company cafeteria. Chen Haoyu shook his head. I'm not hungry yet. Show me your living quarters instead. Shen Ye smiled. Suit yourself. Let's go. He hit the elevator button. As the doors slid open, a group stepped inside. Floor 105, please. Chen Haoyu gasped. Whoa, straight to the top. That's what I call ascending to the heavens. Suddenly a message from Xiao Mengyu pinged on his phone. Regarding the anomaly attack at the hospital, a nurse witnessed it, but she has vanished. I found a corpse with a completely altered face. It's not her, but we're trying to identify who it really is. I also recovered this footage. You need to see this. A video file finished downloading. Shen Ye focused his attention immediately. I suspect the body was disposed of to hide traces leading to you. On the screen, a figure looked around nervously, clutching a sharp object as he exited the hallway. That's why I ran a background check on everyone in your circle. Shen Ye's pupils constricted in horror. The person in the video was none other than Chen Haoyu. Yesterday morning, he had been acting strange on campus, hunting for something. Ding. The elevator hit the 80th floor. The crowd exited, leaving Shen Ye alone with Chen Haoyu. Watching his friend's cheerful face, Shen Ye's mind raced. Is he hunting me? But yesterday I was in the nightmare world. That's why he couldn't find me on campus. But why? What does he want? Sensing the gaze, Chen Haoyu glanced over. What's the matter, brother? Yeah. Simultaneously, a final text arrived. If you see him, be extremely careful. Ding floor 105. Wow. We're practically in the clouds. I've never been this high up in my entire life. Brother, yeah, you get to live like a king every day. Come on. Which room is yours? I'm dying to check out the view. Is it that unit at the end of the hall? Oh, we're here. This is the spot. As the words left his mouth, Chen Haoyu spun around his arm, whipping forward to launch a pen with lethal force. The pen tore through the air like a bullet, burying itself deep into Shen Ye's forehead. Blood sprayed into the air as Shen Ye's face twisted in pure terror. But then reality seemed to glitch. The image of Shen Ye's dying body wavered and dissolved into mist. Was it an afterimage? Impossible. Does he possess a high-level movement technique? Before the traitor could react, Shen Ye materialized from the shadows, drilling a devastating kick straight into his face. The sheer force of the impact sent Chen Haoyu flying backward like a broken ragdoll. A blue holographic screen flashed. In a classic leveling Manhwa move, he had instantly distributed his attribute points and activated 3 skills: Moonlit, Deer Stride, Shadow Arts, and Bone Wind. With this, he successfully triggered the Pale Moon Heaven suppression technique. The effect was instant. First, an absolute knockback against the enemy. Second, his phantom shadow manifested a perfect doppelganger to deceive the opponent. And third, his movement speed surged by 30% for 10 heartbeat-pounding seconds. By executing the Pale Moon art this time, his physical constitution didn't just improve. It transcended normal human limits. His strength rose by 0.1, agility by 0.2, and spirit by 0.1. Shen Ye's eyes turned cold as he demanded, "You aren't Chen Haoyu. Where is he really?" The mask crumbled. Half of Chen Haoyu's face tore away, revealing the sinister visage of the assassin hiding beneath the skin. The killer threw his head back in laughter. "Ha ha ha, he's already dead. And don't worry, you'll be heading down to hell to keep him company soon enough." Words turned to violence instantly. The assassin lunged with dual spikes, but Shen Ye didn't flinch. He launched a devastating front kick to intercept the strike, but the assassin blocked it with ease. A sneer twisted his lips. "Heh, with this amateur kicking technique and pathetic strength, I could block you with a single hand." That was the moment Shen Ye triggered the hidden effect, absolute knockback. The assassin's eyes widened as a sudden violent force erupted from the kick. The impact skyrocketed, blasting him backward as if hit by a freight train. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. He whipped out a handgun and unleashed a barrage of bullets, thinking, this is the true secret behind the skill. Unbelievable, combining low-tier skills created a terrifying new power in this leveling manhwa. However, this assassin's reflexes were god-tier. He weaved through the bullet storm effortlessly. Seeing Shen Ye's clip run dry, he stalked forward, his voice dripping with venom. "You sinister little rat. I didn't expect a cultivator to fight dirty with a hidden gun. Too bad your aim is garbage. You missed every shot." Suddenly, sirens screamed through the air. Beep, beep, beep. Warning gunshots detected on floor 105. All awakeners investigate immediately. Shen Ye tossed the gun aside, his expression ice cold. "Who said I was trying to hit you?" The mechanical alarm blared relentlessly. "Warning. Warning gunshots on floor 105. Awakeners mobilize." Suddenly, the assassin's limbs exploded in a shower of gore. Wu Na had arrived, her aura terrifying as she stormed in. That damned skin disguise art. It even fooled my eyes. I checked his body personally, but I didn't expect him to hide weapons in a pen. Shen Ye gasped. "Lady Wu, now you're here already." Wu Na slammed the assassin against the wall, her killing intent spiking. "Speak, what is your objective? Who sent you? Why try to assassinate Shen Ye? Talk, or I'll flay the skin right off your bones. I'll make you beg for death, ha ha ha. You think you can pry a single word from me, dream on?" Crunch. A sickening sound came from his mouth. Damn it, he bit a poison pill hidden in his molars. Useless filth, I should have knocked him unconscious the second I saw him. Wu Na gritted her teeth. I've never seen the skin disguise art mastered to this level. He fooled the defensive AI in my perception, and now I've accidentally let him die. This is a disaster. We can only hope the forensic mages can find a clue in the corpse. Shen Ye swallowed nervously. Note to self, never ever make Wu Na angry. A team of awakeners rushed in. What happened here? Later in the tech lab, an analyst reported, "Sir, the autopsy is complete. This man was a professional killing machine. No ID, no implants. Even the global database draws a blank on his biosignature." Wu Na bowed her head in shame. "This is my failure, sir." Chen Rushan patted her shoulder. "Don't blame yourself. His disguise technique was legendary grade. Even the corporation's security system was blind to it. Let's go. This carcass is useless to us now." Shen Ye spoke up. "You guys go ahead. I need a moment here." Chen Rushan nodded as he walked out. "All right, meet me on the rooftop later." He thought the kid has an affinity for death. Maybe he can sense something we missed. Shen Ye replied, understood. Alone at last, Shen Ye cast Dark Whisper. His voice echoed with command. Arise. Answer my questions. The assassin's soul was ripped back into reality. You can communicate with the dead, ha ha ha, useless trick, I still won't tell you a damn thing. Farron cackled from the void. Ha ha ha. How amusing, I've never seen a corpse try to resist the Dark Whisper before. Shen Ye asked coldly, what happens if he refuses to answer? Farron smirked. I don't know, but I guarantee we're about to watch a magnificent show. Suddenly the soul was slammed onto the stone slab by invisible chains. Terror filled his eyes as demonic faces emerged from the cold stone. They clawed at him with spectral hands. Then a hellish green flame erupted, consuming his spirit in a frenzy of destruction. He was swallowed by the inferno. Agonizing screams tore through the silence of the morgue. Within seconds he was reduced to a skeleton, but then miraculously flesh regrew at an unnatural speed. He was restored, just so he could suffer again. He gasped for air, the phantom pain lingering. But before he could scream, the cursed flames engulfed him once more. Farron laughed maniacally. I remember now, defying the Dark Whisper triggers the eternal torment curse. This fire will burn for 100 years, and this is just the appetizer. Farron grinned, wicked. Get ready. He's about to experience all 3,600 forms of execution, simultaneously. Each cycle of punishment in this mental prison lasts for 100 million years before shifting to a new form of torture. This hell continues endlessly until the sinner's soul finally breaks and speaks the truth. If he remains stubborn, I will summon even more malevolent spirits from the abyss. I trust those hungry ghosts will take great pleasure in breaking such a resilient soul. Each of these entities is a master of agony capable of keeping his consciousness perfectly intact while they tear his spirit apart. That is right. In this dimension, time stretches into infinity, and only the condemned feels the passage of these eons. 100 million years for him is but a single blink for us. Crushed by the infinite torture, the assassin's will shattered as he screamed, enough. Make it stop, I will talk, I will tell you everything. The scene shifted back to the engineering room. Feng watched the monitor and remarked, oh, he is back. It looks like his spirit has completely submitted. Shen Ye pulled out his phone, his eyes cold as he commanded the broken man, spill it. Tell me every single detail, clear and distinct. As he dialed a number, the narrative shifts back a few minutes to the dormitory rooftop. Chu Yibing was secretly messaging a mysterious contact named Mr. Han. Mr. Han texted, how is the plan proceeding? Chu Yibing replied with frustration. I followed your orders, but Shen Ye did not take the bait. He has already signed a contract with the Martial Arts Corporation. In this leveling Manhwa world, I am just a lowly middle school student. Anything I try now would be completely useless. Mr. Han sent a final instruction 8 o'clock tonight at the Fenglin Hotel in the western suburbs. Do not be late. Reading the message, she hesitated, wondering if she should really go. Just then her phone rang. Hello. Is this true? Have I really been directly admitted to the Elite Key High School? This is wonderful. Thank you so much, elated. She immediately messaged Mr. Han back. Thank you, Mr. Han. I will definitely be there on time tonight. Suddenly a shadow loomed behind her. Xiao Mengyu appeared, her voice freezing the air. Hand over the phone. Who were you just speaking to? Chu Yibing spun around, startled. Who do you think you are? Are you insane, creeping up behind people like a ghost? This is my private business. Why should I tell you anything? Xiao Mengyu did not waste breath on words. With a flick of her wrist, a razor-sharp blade was pressed against Chu Yibing's throat. Chu Yibing. I know the thing you value most is not your academic grades, but this pretty face of yours. I will say this once. Give me the phone, or I will slice that nose right off your face. Terrified, Yibing surrendered the device just as Xiao Mengyu's own phone began to ring. Chu Yibing hissed through gritted teeth. I do not care who you are. This is not over. Just wait until the police come for you. Ignoring her threats, Xiao Mengyu answered the call while scrolling through the confiscated phone. Hello, Shen Ye. Do you have new intel? On the other end, Shen Ye replied calmly. I caught one of the assassins. The interrogation is over, and he is cracked. Xiao Mengyu asked sharply. What did he confess? Hearing the name, Chu Yibing turned pale. Shen Ye, you are the one he sent to take revenge on me, aren't you? Back in the torture chamber, Shen Ye ordered coldly, continue. The assassin trembled as he spoke. We are from the Assassin Alliance. We accepted a joint mission not long ago. The primary objective was to eliminate you. But the client required your death to appear as a completely natural accident. We staged a suspicious accident scene at the hospital with my companions handling the execution. I personally killed Chen Haoyu, stole his identity, and lured you to the hospital. Once the trap was triggered, you were supposed to die right there. But not only did you survive, there were unexpected witnesses at the scene. As a result, our mission changed. We had to kill you directly, recover the magical tools, and figure out why the initial spell failed. A police officer tracked us down, but he was young and naive. We manipulated him and discovered he had been in contact with you. So we used the same trick. We killed him inside the police station, and I took his face to gather intel and get close to you. Yet every attempt failed until today, when I finally decided to act alone. Shen Ye cut him off, fury rising. You stuffed Officer Luo's body in a locker. Where did you hide Chen Haoyu's corpse? The assassin whimpered. I hid Chen Haoyu inside the school's sewer system. At that moment, Xiao Mengyu confirmed over the line, Shen Ye, the body you mentioned. I found it in the school drains. Hearing this, Shen Ye's aura flared and he crushed the phone in his hand to dust. His voice dropped to absolute zero. Who hired you? Only the team leader knows the full details and the client's identity. Who is the leader and where is he hiding right now? He is known as the Skinner, a legendary figure in the dark arts underworld. The skin suit I am wearing was crafted by his hands. He is currently at the Fenglin Hotel near the western outskirts. The nurse who witnessed everything is there, and he intends to silence her permanently. Tell me about this Skinner. Does he have a fatal weakness? His power is unfathomable. No matter how hard I looked, I could never find a single opening in his defenses. If he possesses such earth-shattering power, why did he not come to kill me himself? Given his status in the assassin world, personally slaughtering a middle school student would be a stain on his illustrious career. He believes that orchestrating the plan from the shadows is already showing enough respect to the mastermind behind this contract. Does he have no defining traits? Speak, tell me everything. If I must say, he has a monstrous habit. He consumes raw human flesh. Hearing this through the connection, Xiao Mengyu declared, I am going to hunt down this Skinner myself. Shen Ye panicked. Xiao Mengyu, wait, but the line went dead. She had already moved to intercept the monster. Tisk, she actually dared to hang up on me. The assassin smirked, a chilling chuckle escaping his lips. Ha, I don't know who that girl on the line is, but seeking out the Skinner directly, she's courting a fate worse than death. After all, the Skinner has a very specific appetite for the flesh of young women, especially those in the bloom of youth with an aura of pure innocence. A storm of fury detonated within Shen Ye's chest. With zero hesitation, he unleashed a devastating haymaker straight into the assassin's face, the impact shattering teeth and sending them flying like shrapnel. The assassin's body was ragdolled backward by the sheer force. Shen Ye's voice dropped to absolute zero, cold enough to freeze hell. I didn't give you permission to speak. Get lost. In an instant, the assassin's very soul shattered and dissolved into the void. The scene shifts to the opulent luxury of the five-star Fenglin Hotel. Inside a lavish suite, the Skinner sat elegantly slicing paper-thin cuts of meat on a porcelain plate still stained with fresh crimson. He gracefully lifted a slice, savoring the bite before swallowing. Sitting paralyzed across from him was a girl, her eyes hollow and void of life. After swallowing the morsel, the Skinner offered his gourmet critique. The flavor is incredibly rich, yet the texture remains firm. Chewing reveals a subtle, elegant sweetness, though. There is a slightly tart aftertaste lingering on the tongue. It seems my time spent hiding in the shadows has caused you significant stress. For that, I offer my sincerest apologies. He lifted a crystal goblet, taking a refined sip of the scarlet liquid within. Now this flavor is truly magnificent. Intense, yet possessing a delicate, gentle finish. What's truly shocking is the perfect equilibrium between sweetness and acidity. With notes reminiscent of wild cherries, this blood cocktail perfectly neutralizes the tartness of the meat I just consumed. A truly ingenious pairing. A culinary masterpiece. It has been an eternity since I last tasted a delicacy of such high-tier quality. You have truly moved my heart today. Oh dear nurse, he smiled, gesturing to the table. The feast before me, the eyes, the fingers, the tender cuts, they all belong to you. His grin widened. To repay this deep emotion, I shall now proceed with the tasting. Before he could take another bite, his phone buzzed, shattering the atmosphere. My deepest apologies. There are always rude individuals in this world who insist on interrupting a fine meal. Life is simply full of unexpected surprises and reluctant duties. The screen displayed a message from a Mr. Han regarding the current mission. I hope you can personally take action to eliminate the target this time. Oh, so they actually require me to step onto the battlefield myself. He sighed softly, his inner monologue running cold. I just received word that my most capable lieutenant was slaughtered. 3 assassins wiped out in succession. This implies the enemy is far from a standard middle schooler. It seems this is turning into a real leveling Manhwa scenario. The Skinner typed back, I accept the job, but what can you offer that is worthy of my time? Mr. Han's reply was instantaneous. A girl. The young man burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just a girl. Do I look like a common scavenger to you? You should know by now that my aesthetic standards are incredibly high. But a second later, Mr. Han sent 2 photos of Zhao Yibing. The Skinner's gaze was instantly enslaved by her unique ethereal appearance. His expression twisted into pure, unadulterated depravity. This is a sacrificial lamb of the highest purity. Absolutely breathtaking. Just looking at her image, I can practically smell the fragrance of innocence and naivety radiating from her soul. Thank you for arranging such a fateful, wonderful encounter. I am genuinely touched. I promise you I will personally slaughter that brat for you. Mr. Han sent one final detail. She will come to meet you at 8 o'clock sharp. The Skinner shot up from his chair, checking his watch in a panic. Ah, time is running out. I must prepare immediately. Tonight's date must be absolute perfection. This cologne won't do it all. I need to shower and scrub myself clean. And this tie needs to be replaced with something sharper. Even these socks must go. And I need to brush my teeth meticulously. If I don't, how can I properly kiss and taste that divine flavor later? Ah, right, I almost forgot the most important thing. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the pitiful nurse. He extended his hand, and razor-sharp monofilament wires shot from his fingertips. The wires danced through the air, wrapping around the nurse before constricting instantly, ruthlessly dicing her into pieces. Apologies. Our relationship ends here. I can't have you frightening my honored guest. Meanwhile, back with Shen Ye, a system notification chimed, ding fingerprint matched, brainwave frequency synced, facial recognition complete, identity verification successful. Please speak the activation phrase. This will become your unique voice signature. Reciting it will awaken the machine. Shen Ye declared with solemn gravity. 10 steps to kill 1 person. 1,000 miles without stopping. Oh, excellent poetry. Suddenly, the circle of light surrounding the object faded, revealing a motorcycle with an aesthetic so aggressive and domineering it defied logic. Its beauty forced a curse out of Shen Ye. Holy crap, is that a motorcycle? Chen Rushan patted Shen Ye's shoulder, grinning. Oh, that looks legendary. Back when I was your age, if I had a beast like this, who knows how many beauties I would have charmed. Shen Ye turned to him. So, what kind of stats does this bike have? Chen Rushan immediately launched into the specs. It rocks a liquid-cooled 4-stroke engine with twin cylinders and an auto-adjusting horizontal suspension system. The frame is forged from lightweight alloy. The exhaust is vintage-style stainless steel powered by a wireless electric motor, and the design is 100% handcrafted. It also comes equipped with the iconic Angel Wings flight system, allowing you to switch seamlessly between manual riding and autopilot flight modes. Flight time can last up to 30 minutes. Shen Ye's eyes widened. It can actually fly? Of course it can. However, since you haven't learned the flight skill yet, it's best to leave it on autopilot for now. Shen Ye asked. What about energy consumption? How do I charge it, and what's the cost? Just give the command to the AI. In this system, Manhwa World, it will automatically hunt down the nearest charging point for you. System alert direct neural link established. All expenses have been automatically deducted from your personal ID. Shen Ye straddled the beast of a machine. He whispered, if only this ride were crimson. Like a blazing inferno tearing through the streets. Instantly, the metal skin rippled and shifted into a deep blood-red hue. It listens to my thoughts, Shen Ye gasped. Chen Rushan smirked. Advanced chameleon alloy armor. It reshapes its aesthetic to match the rider's burning desire. Shen Ye sighed internally. Sure, the bike is a masterpiece of engineering, but I was hoping for a legendary cultivation manual to boost my power level in this system Manhwa. Chen Rushan's expression darkened. The Kunlun system has analyzed your fate probability. It has determined your current situation is critical. This isn't just a vehicle, it is a lifeline. A supreme-grade motorcycle gifted specifically for one purpose: rapid escape. Engage the plasma thrusters, and you'll outrun a missile. The speed is beyond mortal comprehension. When death comes knocking, this machine will be your salvation. Oh, wait, Shen Ye frowned. If the system calculates my death is imminent, then it must know exactly which shadow is hunting me, right? Even if it knows the killer's face, it will not intervene. To the system, your personal vendettas are nothing but dust in the wind. Kunlun's only directive is the survival of human civilization. Unless you prove your worth as an S-rank asset, it will not grant you special codes or rewards tailored to your needs. Value. That is the only currency that matters in this broken world. Without value, you are invisible. You could rot in a ditch and the world would keep spinning. Just look at Officer Luo, or the tragic end of Chen Haoyu. I wonder, has Xiao Mengyu crossed blades with that skin-peeling monster yet? Chen Rushan turned serious. Stay within the corporation tonight. Do not step a foot outside. At dawn, I will escort you personally to the exam grounds. Top-tier grandmasters from the 3 great academies will be overseeing the event. Their presence guarantees absolute security. Shen Ye nodded dutifully. Understood, Boss Chien. I'll be a good boy and stay put tonight. The entire floor was put under total lockdown. No one in, no one out. Meanwhile, destiny was shifting elsewhere. Zhao Yibing and Xiao Mengyu stood before the towering Fenglin 5-star hotel. Zhao Yibing's heart raced. I actually brought her here. Will Mr. Han be furious that I dragged a stranger to his doorstep? Xiao Mengyu's gaze sharpened like a blade. The stench of bloodlust is thick here. They've concealed their aura well, almost undetectable to the untrained eye. Xiao Mengyu broke the silence. You claim this online benefactor gave you high-grade elixirs and nutrient fluids, resources that boosted your stats enough for a direct admission. Is that really the price of your soul? It was simple, Zhao Yibing confessed. All I had to do was lead the class in isolating Shen Ye, slander him, break his spirit. That was the deal for the power I needed. But Shen Ye has now signed a contract with the World Martial Arts Group. Your petty campaign has failed miserably. Do you have any idea what happens to pawns who fail? Xiao Mengyu's eyes went cold. You dared to control and threaten me. Do you realize who you are dealing with? Seeing the confusion in Zhao Yibing's eyes, Xiao Mengyu sighed. She is just a naive, ordinary high school girl after all. She treated destroying a life as a simple business transaction. She has no idea she's walking straight into the jaws of hell. So be it. Zhao Yibing, listen closely. I offer you 2 paths. Path 1. Hide in the shadows. Once I finish the slaughter inside, you emerge as a witness and reveal the truth. Path 2. Walk through those doors and pretend we never met. Go meet your so-called benefactor, and I will act as if you are nothing to me. Greed blinded her instantly. Without a second of hesitation, Zhao Yibing marched towards the hotel entrance. Xiao Mengyu closed her eyes, a silent prayer for the fool. As the girl disappeared inside, cold steel rang out. Xiao Mengyu unsheathed her blade. Inside, Zhao Yibing was led to the VIP suite. The door clicked shut. The Skinner turned slowly to face his prey. At long last you are here. Bing Bing. Permit me to address you with such intimacy. You are the most exquisite creature I have ever laid eyes upon. Your talent is overflowing. I would be honored to sponsor your direct admission to the Provincial Elite Academy. Your future education will be fully funded. By me. Zhao Yibing's cheeks burned red. Is this really Mr. Han? She wondered. He's so different from the cold text messages. He's gentle. Kind. She bowed low. Thank you, sir. I am overwhelmed by your generosity. I don't know how I can ever repay you. The Skinner smiled. As for that boy, Shen Ye, wipe him from your mind. You mean, I don't have to target him anymore? But won't he come after me for revenge? Rest easy. As long as I breathe, he cannot touch a hair on your head. Really? That is wonderful. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind blasted the windows open. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yibing clung to the Skinner's arm. Oh, why did it get so freezing cold all of a sudden? He draped his coat over her shoulders with practiced charm. Careful now, my lady. But internally, his instinct screamed. Pure, unadulterated sword intent was piercing through the walls. Zhao Yibing snuggled into the coat, oblivious to the danger. His scent, it's so intoxicating, she thought dreamily. A hunter has found me, the Skinner realized. I need to accelerate the harvest. Bing Bing, your talent is too great for a provincial school. I have decided to recommend you for the entrance exams of the 3 supreme global academies. Tell me, do you accept this destiny? Zhao Yibing's mind reeled. The 3 supreme academies. The Holy Lands of Awakening. If I get in, I become royalty. I will ascend to the heavens and never have to look at these filthy commoners again. Mr. Han, is this really happening? Am I dreaming? During this year's archaeological expedition, my contributions were nothing short of legendary. In recognition, Cullen personally bestowed this encryption key upon me. Once activated, it grants my successor the unqualified right to participate in the joint entrance exam for the 3 great academies. It is the golden ticket every student in this leveling Manhwa world dreams of, and I have chosen to give it to you. Although your current aptitude is average, it does not matter. With my personal guidance, I will force your potential to evolve. Now, simply input your biometric data here. The moment she pressed, Zhao Yibing's phone chimed. The system notification confirming her eligibility for the elite academies had arrived. Overwhelmed with joy, she threw herself into the arms of the devil in disguise. Oh, Mr. Han, I cannot believe it. Thank you so much. He smiled, his eyes void of warmth. Does this bring you joy? Yes, it is a dream come true. But inside the skin peeler's mind, a dark clock was ticking. Perfect. I must harvest her now before that lingering sword intent taints my prize. The time for the final harvest had arrived. In a fraction of a second, too fast for the human eye to track, Zhao Yibing's head was severed from her shoulders. The skin peeler lifted her severed head with the tenderness of a lover, planting a deep, intoxicating kiss on her cold lips. As his needle danced, stitching her back together, he whispered, I, too, am filled with ecstasy. My dear Bing Bing, at long last our union has created a peerless masterpiece, a work of art that defies the heavens. Ah, just gazing upon your stillness, my soul trembles. Tears of pure rapture are streaming down my face. It is absolute perfection frozen in that fleeting moment when the flower is at its most beautiful. I am burning with the desire to taste your sweet nectar. But in that instant of twisted bliss, a terrifying sword chi slashed through the air, aiming straight for his throat. The entire Fenglin Hotel quaked under the pressure. Xiao Mengyu finally emerged from the shadows. Her eyes fell upon the corpse and her heart sank. I was one step too late. I thought my sword intent would suppress him, Xiao Mengyu realized with a grit of her teeth. I underestimated how truly deranged this monster is. From within the choking dust, the skin peeler shrieked like a banshee. No, do not touch her. She is my exclusive property. He burst through the debris, killing intent exploding toward Xiao Mengyu. But her reflexes were god tier. In a blur, her blade was already pressed against the stitches on Zhao Yibing's neck. The monster froze instantly. Stop, that is enough, do not damage her further. I will give you anything, just spare her vessel. Stay right there. If you move even an inch, I will obliterate this corpse into dust. Answer me immediately. Who is the mastermind behind this contract? The killer narrowed his eyes. That movement. The Luo family's ripple sword art. If my assessment is correct, you must be the prodigy everyone in this system Manhwa world is talking about, Xiao Mengyu. But Miss Xiao, take a good look at your surroundings. My invisible silk threads have already sealed your fate. Believe me when I say this. You have zero chance of escaping my web. Be a good girl and return Bing Bing to me. Out of respect for the Luo family, I might consider letting you leave with your life. Suddenly, the skin peeler's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Mengyu's aura detonated, shredding the pressure around her. Is that so? Then let us test that theory. Let us see whose durability is lower, yours, or this corpse's neck against my blade. Seeing his precious art in danger, the skin peeler actually began to weep in terror. Ah, Bing Bing, we only just found each other. Must we be parted by death so soon? Such a flawless creation. And I have not even had the chance to savor your essence yet. Then his sobbing twisted into a grotesque giggle. He. Although, if I cannot taste Bing Bing, you, Xiao Mengyu, you look even more delicious. Can I claim you instead? But if you crawl into my mouth, you might not find the same eternal happiness I gave her. No. Ultimately, Bing Bing is still the perfect one. Damn it, damn you all, he roared, insanity taking over. I do not care anymore, I will just devour both of you whole. Flesh began to ripple and warp as he transformed. Xiao Mengyu analyzed the situation rapidly. Threatening him with the corpse or death is useless. He is completely lost to his madness. She sheathed her killing intent slightly. How about we make a deal? The abomination, now half-monster, paused. A deal. Tell me who hired you. In exchange, I return Zhao Yibing. Furthermore, you can take my life. My body will be yours to do with as you please. The skin peeler scoffed. Even without your permission, once I kill you, your body becomes my trophy anyway. Xiao Mengyu remained calm. Can you not sense the volatility of my energy? You might have the power to kill me, but without my consent, I will self-destruct. You will never possess a pristine vessel. And I swear on my honor, win or lose, I will not invoke the Luo family's protection. No one will hunt you down for vengeance. The ominous aura around the skin peeler dissipated. Are you serious? Absolutely. She let her sword chi vanish into the void. The killer burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, this is giving me such a headache. Betraying a client violates the iron law of the Assassin Alliance. I will be hunted to the ends of the earth. Am I afraid? Impossible. Oh, my lovely prey, to possess you no price is too high. The thought of holding your warm body, kissing you with the intensity of the sun. I am trembling with excitement. Enjoy your fantasy, she thought, gripping her hilt. Because my blade is about to mince you into 100 pieces. Ah, that is a flavor of exquisite rarity. Just the vibration of your voice sends shivers of ecstasy down my spine. What a glorious night. To claim 2 flawless masterpieces in a single stroke, fate is truly too kind to me. Allow me to express my gratitude. Our romance officially begins the moment I speak your name. But first, I must transport my prize to a sanctuary where we won't be disturbed. Once the deed is done, you will have my undivided attention, my love. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Shen Ye's desperate situation. Anxiety gnawed at his gut. There was no news from Xiao Mengyu, and the silence on the other end of the line was deafening. That assassin claimed she was no match for the Skinner. Was she already fighting for her life? The thought chilled him to the bone. Desperate for answers, he turned to the skeletal entity. Hey, bag of bones. Be honest. What are Xiao Mengyu's odds against the Skinner? Do you want the comforting lie or the brutal truth? Actually, why would I lie to you? Honestly, she is guaranteed to lose. I only hesitated because I knew you'd do something stupid like rushing to your death to save her. Shen Ye couldn't believe it. Are you kidding? You saw that sword strike, she split the very clouds in the sky. You ignorant fool. If you stand still like a target, even a fart could kill you. I may not know the assassins of this world, but that Skinner holds the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen demons. It's an item straight out of a nightmare system manhwa. His combat experience and dark arts far outstrip that little swordswoman. She is walking into a massacre. Xiao Mengyu is in grave danger. Stop overthinking. Just go to sleep. But Shen Ye couldn't. Guilt weighed heavy on his soul as he blamed himself. I planned to use her strength to uncover the truth. Instead, I pushed her straight into the jaws of death. Her brother is gone. Chen Haoyu is dead. Every witness is being silenced one by one. How much more blood must be spilled? She's the only one fighting by my side. I swear on my life I will not let her die. Suddenly his phone buzzed. It wasn't Mengyu but an unknown number flashing on the screen. Is this Shen Ye? My mother told me. If she went missing, I had to find you. We need to go to the police station immediately. Who is this? My mother is the nurse who saw you collide with the demon that night. She was the witness. Realization struck him like lightning. It was the witness's daughter. Where is your mother now? He remembered leaving his contact info at the nurse's station. She told me to go to the Fenglin Hotel in the western suburbs. She said she'd wait for me there. But I can't reach her. She's not answering. The girl sobbed uncontrollably. Where are you right now? I'm at the fast food joint opposite the hotel. Listen to me. Do not move. Call the cops immediately. I'm coming to you. Farron interjected, panic rising in his voice. Are you insane? It reeks of a trap. Her mother might already be dead. I won't let the daughter follow her. Trap or not, I have to go. Store the bike in the ring. Farron sighed. Is it worth risking everything? You're safe in here, why chase death? Shen Ye grabbed his blade, the Dark Knight's sword. We can hide once, but can we hide forever? If things go south, I have the Ghostfire motorcycle and the dimensional door to escape. I have a plan. Farron persisted. It's suicide. If you get killed, what happens to me? Relax. I'm hard to kill. Besides, with these assassins, only my Whispering Gloom skill can drag the truth out of them. In this twisted world, I can only rely on my own strength to find the answers. This isn't a game. Useless. The building is on lockdown. You're trapped on the 105th floor. There is no way out. Shen Ye walked toward the edge with cold determination. Farron gasped, realizing the madness. Wait! What are you doing? Without a word, Shen Ye vaulted onto the balcony railing, staring into the abyss. Don't tell me you're flying the bike. The noise will alert the whole city. You'll be a sitting duck. Shen Ye ignored him. He opened his status window, dumping every available point into agility, like a true protagonist in a leveling manhwa. System notification attributes allocated. Agility is now 10.1. Farron screamed, Are you trying to commit suicide? From this height, even with 30 agility, you'll be a splatter on the pavement. Physics doesn't care about your stats. There are things a man just has to do. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds swallowed the city lights. The storm is my cover. Before Farron could process the insanity, Shen Ye plunged into the void. Save me, ah! The wind howled like a banshee, signaling the coming deluge. Farron shrieked in terror. You idiot, if you die, I'll resurrect you as a brainless zombie. But Shen Ye had a plan. Mid-fall, he summoned the dimensional door. Not to enter, but to reset his velocity. He calculated perfectly. Using the nightmare world as a mid-air platform, he stepped out, creating his own invisible staircase in the sky. Shen Ye finally touched down his boots, striking the earth with the weight of a mountain. Still reeling from the shock, Farron's voice trembled. You nearly scared the soul right out of me. I honestly thought I was going to perish in that barren wasteland like a forgotten NPC in a leveling manhwa. Shen Ye smirked, wiping the dust from his coat. You curse me with your mouth, but admit it. My performance just now sent a thrill through that bony skull of yours, didn't it? Farron immediately sputtered. Nonsense, absolute gibberish, refusing to engage further. Shen Ye cut him off, his expression hardening. Enough. Summon the vehicle. Tonight is going to be a long, bloody night. Instantly, he mounted the Crimson Hellfire, a motorcycle that radiated an aura of pure intimidation. He recited the activation code like an ancient spell, 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles without a pause. The machine system chimed instantly, voice command, verified. Systems engaged. With a roar that tore through the silence, Shen Ye gunned the engine. The neon lights blurred as he sped toward the western suburbs, finally skidding to a halt. This is the place, he murmured, pushing open the doors of the fast food joint, his eyes locked onto a small, trembling figure. Are you the one who called me? He asked gently. The little girl nodded, eyes wide. Yes. Have you seen my mommy? I can't reach her phone, she whispered. Shen Ye's gaze softened. I'm going to find your mother right now. But tell me, have you tried calling the police? I called, but no one answers. It just rings forever. Shen Ye pulled out his own device. Let me try. But as the call connected, only the hollow rhythmic beeping of a dead line echoed in his ear. He lowered the phone, a frown creasing his brow. No one is picking up. That's impossible. A cold dread began to settle in his gut. The girl tugged at his sleeve. Is my mommy still alive? Can you really help me find her? Mom's room number is 707, but I'm too scared to go there, she admitted. And your father? Shen Ye asked. He passed away a long time ago. It's just Mom and me now. Listen to me. Shen Ye said, his voice firm but kind. I need to get you to safety first. Once I secure your mother, I will come for you. He turned sharply back to his bike, barking a command. Hellfire, escort this child to the Mortal Martial Arts Tower. Then return to my coordinates immediately. The AI responded, route calculation in progress. Path confirmed. Departing now. Estimated return time 5 minutes and 40 seconds. The girl climbed onto the massive bike, glancing back at Shen Ye with tear-filled eyes. I'm scared. I just want to see my mom. Shen Ye gave her a reassuring nod, exuding an aura of absolute confidence. Fear nothing. I am sending you to the safest fortress in the city. I swear on my name I will find your mother. We will both come to get you. Until then, just wait for us at the tower. Can you be brave for me? Tears spilled over her cheeks as she nodded. Yes. The Hellfire engine roared to life, carrying her away into the darkness. Farron floated up, skepticism dripping from his voice. Are you seriously going to play hero and look for her mother? Shen Ye didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Farron sighed, the sound rattling in his spectral throat. What a catastrophic waste of time. That brat has no destiny tied to yours. In fact, she's likely a liability. I fail to understand why you insist on dragging yourself into this mess. Her mother is an innocent civilian, Shen Ye replied coldly. She was dragged into this chaos because of me. If I turn a blind eye now, I'll never achieve true greatness. Besides, Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, scanning the street. Haven't you noticed the strangeness of this neighborhood? It's too quiet. It makes my skin crawl. Humph. You were so distracted playing babysitter that you lost your situational awareness, Farron scolded. I can sense the life fire of living beings. But the moment we crossed into this district, aside from that little girl, I haven't seen a single spark of life. Shen Ye froze. You mean? Exactly, Farron confirmed grimly. This entire block is a graveyard. There isn't a single living soul left. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. Skull, did you hear that? Shen Ye snapped. Explosions, coming from the Feng Lin Hotel. Sounds like the battle has already reached its climax. We can't wait any longer. Shen Ye's eyes blazed. Skull, I'm charging straight in. You stay on overwatch. If you sense a trap, warn me instantly. Before the words even settled, Shen Ye had already vanished, storming into the lobby of the Feng Lin Hotel. A receptionist stood behind the counter, smiling stiffly. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? Farron's warning hissed in Shen Ye's mind. Be careful, that thing is a walking corpse. Shen Ye didn't flinch. He activated his skill Whispers of the Dead and commanded, Tell me the cause of your death. Why does your corpse still stand? The corpse's smile didn't waver as she answered robotically. Master desired a more lavish life, so he slaughtered us all. He used arcane threads to stitch our broken bodies back together, then used dark arts to enslave our souls, forcing us to act out his twisted play. Why haven't you attacked me? Shen Ye demanded. We are programmed to serve the guests with utmost dedication, she replied hollowly. Master is currently engaging a powerful adversary. He is too occupied with the duel to issue us new command protocols. Besides you, Shen Ye pressed, how many others have died here? All of them, she said. What do you mean all? The entire district. Everyone here is dead. The revelation hit Shen Ye like a physical blow. Suddenly the ceiling groaned under a massive impact. They've taken the fight to the roof, he realized. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity while he's distracted. Shen Ye moved like a bolt of lightning, rushing toward the elevator. In a heartbeat, he stood before room 707. With a surge of power, he delivered a devastating kick, blasting the door off its hinges. The sight that greeted him drained the blood from his face. A suffocating aura of death and the metallic stench of fresh blood assaulted his senses. Crimson threads crisscrossed the room like a spider's web, suspending bodies in midair. Below them, a mountain of corpses lay discarded on the floor. Shen Ye stepped in, horrified. Why are there so many bodies here? Farron's voice turned grave. I can sense them. Walls of flesh. Every room in this hotel. They are all like this. Some are packed even tighter. Shen Ye gritted his teeth and cast Whispers of the Dead across the room. Damn it all. Is there anyone here who recognizes me? Are there any survivors in this hellhole? The chorus of the dead echoed back, a chilling dissonance. I don't know you. I don't know. All dead. Never seen you. No one survived. But then from the pile of despair, a single voice pierced the darkness. I know you. You are Shen Ye. I was on my shift. The voice rasped, weak but clear. I watched you. I saw the moment you clashed with that demon. It was the nurse, the little girl's mother. Gazing at the nurse's body amidst the chaotic slaughter, Shen Ye's eyes grew heavy with sorrow. I am so sorry. Did you meet this terrible end because you were connected to me? I was already gone long before this. The spirit whispered, her voice ethereal. This tragedy. It is not a burden you need to carry, but if you have mercy in your heart, please, avenge us. Shen Ye nodded firmly. Rest easy. I swear on my life blood will be paid with blood. And regarding your daughter, I promise to raise her with all my strength. She will grow up safe and strong. So please, find your peace. Hearing this solemn vow, the nurse's spirit trembled in shock. My daughter. Shen Ye confirmed. She is the one who contacted me. Suddenly the world quaked. A terrifying explosion tore through the hotel's interior. Shen Ye shouted, "What the hell is happening now?" Farron analyzed the chaos instantly. External attack judging by the blast radius. This isn't from the duel upstairs. Someone else is here. A chilling voice pierced the smoke, the skin peeler. Who which rat dares to interrupt my masterpiece? Farron barked a warning. Master of the two fighting above one's life force is plummeting rapidly. They're in freefall heading right for our position. As the words left Farron's mouth, a shadow plummeted from the darkness above. That screaming voice was male, Shen Ye realized, so the one falling must be. Without a second thought, he reached out to catch the collapsing figure. His instincts were sharp. It was Xiao Mengyu. Why are you here? Long story, he grunted, taking her weight. Short version, I came to save you. With your pathetic power level, you're an idiot. Save your breath, he snapped back. You're going to be fine. Xiao Mengyu closed her eyes, suppressing a sigh. I worked so hard to control my breathing and fake these injuries. The skin peeler was about to take the bait. It was a perfect counterkill setup until this newbie barged in to rescue me. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Fine. Even with this mess, I still have a trump card up my sleeve. She opened her eyes. All right, since you're here, Her eyes went wide. Shen Ye's hand was chopping down toward her neck. Xiao Mengyu, Shen Ye muttered, forgive the offense. A blue screen flashed. System notification. All attribute points have been dumped into strength. Current strength 8.3. A classic leveling Manhwa stat allocation. She's a grand swordmaster, he reasoned. If I don't put my back into this strike, she won't go down. Her vision blurred a single, you, escaping her lips before darkness took her. Sorry, Shen Ye whispered. But my secrets must remain hidden. He summoned the gate and vanished into the void. Moments later, the skin peeler emerged, bewildered. Gone without a trace. Ran away, ha ha ha, wanna play hide and seek. How delightful. His grin widened. But you seem to have forgotten something. This entire hotel is my domain. I see all. Very well, little mice. I'll give you a head start. The countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8. Meanwhile, in the nightmare world, Shen Ye landed. Skeleton, you scavenge the battlefields, right? Find me some armor fast. Farron straightened his spine. I am a battlefield collector, thank you very much. Not a trash picker. Shen Ye rolled his eyes. Look at the junk you pull out and you dare say you're not a scavenger. Hey, assembling a full set is an art form, Farron protested. Moments later, both Shen Ye and the unconscious girl were suited up. Shen Ye wore his battered gear, but Xiao Mengyu was clad in the Holy Rabbit battle suit. Blue rarity. Strength +1, agility +2. Sleek as a white rabbit. It looked useless for defense, yet high-speed swordsmen coveted this specific gear. Its passive effect, the lighter the weight, the higher the stat boost. Shen Ye grimaced. Damn it. Is this really the only thing you had? It was the only female set in stock. Why on earth would you scavenge something this ridiculous from a war zone? Ask your own species, why do they bring this stuff to war? And for the record, I looted this off a dead man. Later at the Human Alliance camp. Shen Ye burst in screaming. Medic, someone help, she's fading fast. The crowd squinted at the approaching figure. Wait, isn't that Shen Ye the kid who survives everything? Great, that nickname is sticking. Shen Ye groaned internally. Get her on a stretcher. Even in her coma, a chilling frost radiated from her body. She's wearing the Holy Rabbit set. She must be an elite swordmaster. The medic frowned. These wounds are critical. We need high-grade holy runes. I can pay, Shen Ye shouted. Just save her. He dumped a pouch of coins given by the God King. Is this enough? One soldier gasped. Wait, isn't that the tuition money His Highness the God King granted you? How do you know that the pouch bears the imperial seal? That is the undeniable proof of the royal family's favor. The bag alone is worth a fortune, let alone the coins inside. Stop yapping, Shen Ye snapped. Take it all. Just start the healing process. I'm terrified she won't make it. Understood. We will use every resource we have. Light exploded as healers cast their arts on Xiao Mengyu. So many people helping Shen Ye thought. When it counts, humanity is surprisingly reliable. Suddenly a system notification scrolled across his vision. Due to your disappearance from the battlefield, public attention is waning. Your celebrity keywords are fading into obscurity. But right at this critical second, in this intense leveling Manhwa moment, he rushed back to the battlefield, instantly rescuing his comrade. He carried her all the way back to the camp, willing to spend his entire tuition fund just to keep her breathing. He paid the price using royal gold coins, a currency so rare that a single piece was worth 100 times more than standard gold. That meant he didn't care about the cost at all. He had invested a fortune, thousands of times the normal price of treatment, just to save one girl's life. From this moment on, legends would be told about his noble character and overwhelming generosity. Congratulations, you have officially become a celebrity. The achievement, the boy who cheated death, appeared. Reading the system notification, Shen Ye's jaw hit the floor in shock. What on earth did I just do? Moments later, the procedure was complete. The boy who cheated death asked, "How is the situation?" "It is excellent," the healer replied. "We used our highest-tier healing arts. Her vitality is recovering at breakneck speed. She will regain consciousness in just a few minutes." Fawn confirmed the data as well. "Yes, I can sense the flame of life burning fiercely within her. As expected of the legendary healing arts of the human race." Shen Ye picked up Xiao Mengyu and walked away, saying, "All right, thank you. We still have a mission to complete, so we must leave immediately." Internally, he was screaming, "I spent a mountain of gold. If she doesn't get better, I'll die of anger." The crowd behind them waved enthusiastically. "We welcome you back anytime. Long live the boy who cheated death." Shen Ye mentally calculated the time, desperate to return to the main world before she woke up. Behind him, the human soldiers began to gossip excitedly. "What a good man. That girl must be his lover. It's obvious. Who else would spend that much gold just to save a person?" "You are absolutely right. If I had that much gold, I could have afforded dozens of wives by now." Meanwhile, after crossing back to the main world, Xiao Mengyu began to drift back to consciousness. Seeing her stir, Shen Ye asked, "Oh, are you awake?" In a flash, a sharp gleam of cold steel cut the air. Xiao Mengyu's blade was already pressed against Shen Ye's throat. She asked coldly, "What did you do to me just now?" Shen Ye immediately improvised a flawless excuse. "It was a special healing technique. It requires the patient to be unconscious to work." Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu checked her condition and realized every single wound had vanished. She was completely healed. She quickly sheathed her sword, a rare look of embarrassment crossing her face. "I blamed you wrongly." Shen Ye replied, "I am sorry too, but that monster will find us soon. Are you effectively combat ready?" But right then, Shen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Floating above Xiao Mengyu's head was an item named Saint's Artifact, with a duration of 3 hours. Xiao Mengyu's voice turned icy. "I want to kill him. Your healing technique is truly terrifying. I have never felt my condition surge with such power before." Shen Ye stood there, dumbfounded. Saint's Artifact. What kind of broken item is that? Could the healing just now have granted her special buffs? It was a classic system Manhwa twist. Shen Ye reminded her, "Remember to interrogate him about the mastermind." Xiao Mengyu nodded. "I know exactly what to do." Suddenly, the skin peeler's voice echoed through the area. "Haha! I finally found you two." An aura of filthy, corrupt energy radiated from him. He stepped toward them, sneering. "Oh, is that Shen Ye? Haha, arriving early is truly not as good as arriving at the perfect time." Xiao Mengyu quickly warned him. "If you don't possess a powerful combat skill, I advise you to find a place to hide." She thought to herself, "I underestimated this monster before. Does he still hide some mysterious combat ability?" Shen Ye didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately stepped back. "You are absolutely right. In a battle of this terrifying magnitude, I need to hide immediately. Go get him, Xiao Mengyu." This shameless retreat stunned Xiao Mengyu for a second. She thought, "So his true talent really lies in healing, not fighting. Fine. I can handle this alone." The skin peeler looked at her with a perverted expression. "Ah, my beloved little fish. You didn't choose to run away with him, but stayed to wait for me." Xiao Mengyu swung her sword with explosive force, telling herself that her current power far exceeded her peak state. A beam of razor-sharp sword energy tore toward the skin peeler at horrifying speed. It didn't stop there. The blast obliterated a corner of the Fenglin Hotel and soared straight into the high heavens. From the rubble, the skin peeler's terrified voice rang out. "This is impossible. You were clearly heavily injured." Xiao Mengyu was just as shocked internally. He had actually dodged an attack of that magnitude. The skin peeler muttered. So that is how it is. Was it Shen Ye's doing? First he unleashed a monstrous force to blow up half the building to save you, and then he healed your injuries. Heh, the curse is nullified, and multiple assassinations failed. That boy is no ordinary human. Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu was equally stunned. Shen Ye, he blew up half the building. No, that's impossible. It couldn't be him. But immediately the skin peeler's face returned to its twisted, ecstatic state. He continued. Well, it doesn't matter. Nothing attracts me quite like you, little fish. Aha, your resilience and that intense killing intent are making it impossible for me to control myself. Look at this. The wound you gave me is throbbing with pure ecstasy. Let us continue this beautiful entanglement forever. Cutting back to the nightmare world inside the human race encampment. It seems His Highness the God King values that boy immensely. I never expected the king to grant him so many royal gold coins. And he spends so lavishly, he gave us everything just for the sake of a friend. But in your opinion, was it too cruel of us to take it all? A man with pink hair spoke up. Don't worry about it. While healing her, I secretly stuffed the remaining gold back into his friend's battle suit. I only took exactly 11 coins from him. That is the price we rightfully earned. Hearing this, someone muttered, Where exactly did you stuff it? The man continued. You should know I also granted his friend a blessing of strength that lasts for 3 hours. Consider it a show of my respect. The crowd around him gasped in horror. You did what? The black-haired man saw their strange expressions and asked, What is wrong? The others shouted over each other. I gave his friend the blessing of agility. And I gave her the blessing of resonance. They had accidentally turned her into a monster. Wait, I already cast my sensory blessing on him. Don't tell me every single one of you dumped your ultimate buffs on that one kid. When that many divine blessings stack on a single target, they fuse into a legendary tier amplification spell. A specific artifact flashed through everyone's mind, the false holy arm. It doubles all buff effects for 3 hours. That's a forbidden royal technique. Using it without permission is a capital offense. The man swallowed hard. Thank the heavens I returned his gold. Hopefully this little secret stays between us. It is unprecedented for the entire holy medical squad to assemble like this, let alone unleash their full arsenal of blessings. Consider it an investment in the boy who cheated death. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xiao Mengyu was locked in a deadly dance, her blade slicing through a storm of razor wires. But the threads were relentless. They snapped at her with terrifying speed, forcing her into a desperate evasion pattern. His attack power was escalating wildly. The velocity and impact had doubled since the start. How was he stacking so much power, mid-fight? And then she realized. That low hum vibrating through the air. That noise was the fuel source for his sudden awakening. The sound was coming from inside the walls. Without a second thought, she channeled her aura and slashed through the concrete. As the masonry crumbled, a nightmare was revealed. The walls were packed with severed heads, their mouths moving in a grotesque chant. The skin peeler smashed the adjacent wall, a twisted grin stretching his face. Oh, my darling, you finally found the wedding present I hid for you. Listen closely, can you hear the choir? They are singing the sacred hymn for our holy union. Behold the blood demon 10,000 souls curse. I must admit, you are sharper than I gave you credit for. Feon grabbed him. We need to retreat. This zone is a death trap. But Shen Ye stood firm. Are you kidding? The answer to this system? Manhwa mystery is right in front of us. Wait, Feon stammered. I thought we came down here to hide. Look around you, kid. Every corpse in this basement has started chanting, this is the villain's ritual to slaughter Xiao Mengyu. You are way out of your league. That psycho is farming power from these blood curses. This is an S-rank hazard. We need to bail now. Shen Ye nodded calmly. You're right. If I charged in there physically, I'd be instant mincemeat. However, Shen Ye smirked, we can provide support through a different channel. Feon blinked. A different channel? What have you been searching for this whole time? Shen Ye's eyes lit up. Gotcha. This is exactly what I needed. Will that junk even work? Shen Ye grabbed the microphone stand. Time to introduce this world to a little chaotic idol culture. Hey, brother. Feon's jaw dropped as he realized the plan. Wait, you're not actually going to... Back on the battlefield, the skin peeler laughed maniacally. My adorable little fish, let me weave a bloody wedding dress just for you. A tsunami of wires surged forward, wrapping around Xiao Mengyu like a suffocating cocoon. She severed the first wave, but her eyes went wide with horror. The wires had snagged her blade, locking her weapon in place. The monster lunged, closing the distance instantly. Now let me put this ring on your finger personally. He held up a jagged metal band. Click. The hilt of her weapon split open. She drew a hidden blade and drove it straight into the skin peeler's skull. A dual blade mechanism. Clever. Blood poured down his face, but he just smiled. Too bad. Within the domain of the blood curse, I am an immortal god. Flesh knit together and bones snapped back into place. His wound vanished in a split second. Keep struggling, little fish. The harder you fight, the sweeter the harvest will be. He. Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped in here. I wouldn't bet on that, she hissed. She recalled the detached blade channeling her spiritual energy into both weapons until they hummed. She crossed her arms. One blade erupted in roaring flames, the other froze the air with glacial frost. Her aura pierced the very heavens. Behold the twin-form art yin and yang severance. This is the legendary floating scorching strike. Impressive to master such a technique at your age. You truly are my perfect bride. If only you held the true divine sword, we might have had a truly passionate night together. Such a waste of potential. Mengyu's eyes burned with cold fury. Go to hell! She detonated her aura, launching herself at him like a meteor. The villain didn't flinch. He opened his arms wide. Yes, that's it. Come to me with all that hatred. O great twin-headed blood serpent, feast upon the 10,000 souls trapped in these walls and heed my call. It is over, little fish, sleep forever in my embrace. A massive, grotesque shadow tore through reality, looming over Xiao Mengyu. Disaster, the summoned beast materialized too fast. She was mid-air, there was no way to dodge the incoming strike. Suddenly feedback screeched through the speakers. Hello everyone, are you guys ready to party? The battlefield froze in sheer confusion. Even the cursed heads in the walls stopped chanting, their eerie blue eyes darting around in bewilderment. Shen Ye's voice boomed through the facility like a rock star. I can't hear you. If you're alive, let me hear you scream. The spirits instantly screamed in agony. Something is wrong. It hurts. Death hurts so much, please save us. Suddenly the Skinner's summoned monstrosity evaporated into mist. But why? Could it be? Had his blood curse actually been severed? Seizing the opening, Xiao Mengyu gripped her blade and unleashed her fury. /2 razor-sharp strikes cut through the Skinner, spraying blood into the air. He groaned in pain as she declared coldly, "It is finished." But the Skinner threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha, you think that's enough? You'll never kill me. Even a full-power strike couldn't put him down. Did his armor absorb the damage? This is bad. The monster began chanting his dark spell once more. The Skinner sneered. That brat interrupted me earlier, but no matter. Let the ritual resume. But just then, Shen Ye's voice boomed through the chaos. Hey, spirits of the departed. Do you guys know the happy birthday song? Let's all sing it together, loud and proud. The souls instantly responded, their minds hijacked. Of course, who doesn't know that song? Shen Ye commanded. Then let me hear you sing. Say goodbye to your worries. 3, 2, 1. Everyone sing today. We gather here, happy and free. We sing to celebrate this day. The Skinner stood frozen, unable to process the absurdity. What the hell is happening? My blood curse. The singing grew louder, echoing through the halls. Friends all together, happy birthday to you. Blow out the candles. Happy birthday to you. This manhwa recap had taken a truly bizarre turn. The melody echoed throughout the Wind Forest Hotel. The Skinner roared, his rage exploding. You little rat, Shen Ye, I'm going to tear you apart. Boom! He stomped, shattering the floor beneath him. The situation was critical. He was carving a path straight to Shen Ye. Farron warned urgently. Run, I sense him closing in fast. It's the Skinner. Shen Ye didn't hesitate, grabbing his wireless headset. Sprinting for his life, he shouted into the mic. My ghostly friends, do you remember your favorite hits? Sing for me. Don't stop. Just keep the medley going. The mood shifted as the ghosts began crooning a melancholic ballad about lost love and fading mist. Lonely memories in the rain, holding back the tears. The hallway became a concert of sorrowful wails mourning the past. Crash. The Skinner smashed through the ceiling, landing right in front of Shen Ye. Found you, Shen Ye. But suddenly, a razor-sharp sword intent slashed between them. Xiao Mengyu appeared like a guardian angel. I'll hold him back, run. Shen Ye cheered. Wow, you're fast. He's all yours. Good luck. The Skinner roared past her. Listen here, brat, if you run, I'll slaughter your parents. Xiao Mengyu screamed. Ignore him, just run. Seeing his prey escape, the Skinner ground his teeth. Fine, I'll kill your whole family. I'll eat them right in front of you. I'll peel the skin from their bodies. I'm going there right now. Shen Ye escaped the battlefield, but panic was written all over his face. His heart raced. What could he do? How could he resolve this crisis? Farron sighed. Listen, partner. I know you're furious, but let's be real. You have 0 combat skills. How can you possibly change the outcome of that battle? One mistake and you're dead. That gloomy whisper skill was just a lucky break. Don't get cocky. He was right. Shen Ye grit his teeth. If it were you, could you take down the Skinner? Are you mocking me? These amateurs? It's like children playing war. In my prime, I could crush that insect with a single hand. But that's ancient history. My soul is too damaged to fight. The best strategy now is to flee. Perfect. Let's talk business. Farron sensed the shift in tone. Scheming again? We still have a contract, don't we? Exactly. I have a proposal, Shen Ye said. I help you recover your power. You help me kill that bastard. Deal. Recover my power. Back in the secret passage you told me how your kind heals, didn't you? You use a specific spell and a catalyst to build an altar. You trap souls inside, drain their energy, and boom, instant recovery. Precisely. Even on the brink of death, that method can restore a necromancer to peak condition instantly. So, do you plan to use the corpses in this hotel? Are there enough dead here to satisfy your hunger? The Skinner trapped all these souls inside their bodies. It's the perfect buffet for a high-level energy extraction. However, I'm drained. I don't have the mana to force these corpses to chant the sacrificial incantation. Let me handle the how. The ritual takes time, and once that monster notices, he'll come at us like a rabid dog. I'll buy us time. Are you serious? You really want to kill him? Why are you getting cold feet? I'm afraid you'll get us both killed. Tell you what, if you die, I get to turn you into my undead servant. Deal. Should have said so sooner. Let me add that clause. And so the deal was struck between Party A Shen Ye and Party B Farron. Party A assists Party B's recovery. Upon recovery, Party B must eliminate the hostile target known as the Skinner. In the event of Party A's death, Party B claims full ownership of Party A's body and soul. Shen Ye signed without hesitation. Ding, the system Manhwa interface flashed, contract active. All right, Shen Ye pulled out his recorder. Recite the spell. I'll record it and blast it to every ghost in the building. Farron twitched. We usually chant this with solemn reverence. Must you use such a soulless, cheap method? I know you're angry, but show some class. You're nothing but a fragile skull right now, Farron sneered. Interfere in this clash, and you'll be pulverized instantly. You'd just be throwing your life away. Shen Ye scoffed at the warning. Recording the chant is the safest bet. Don't get cocky, old man. Farron, realizing the logic, had no choice but to yield. Fine. For the sake of regaining my true power, I will endure this indignity. Farron began reciting the ancient incantation, his voice captured by the recording device. Moments later, Farron signaled, "Done. The stage is yours, kid." Shen Ye didn't hesitate. He dumped every available stat point straight into agility. A holographic window popped up, the staple of any good system Manhwa. As you command. Allocation complete. Agility has reached 10.1. Sprinting for his life, Shen Ye bellowed at the spirits. Listen up, you restless dead. This is a mandatory listening comprehension test. Pay attention. When I finish, you repeat it back. Screw this up by even one word and we're all doomed. O wandering specters of the netherworld's abyss, forge a sanctuary from your skeletal will. Bridge the chasm between the living and the dead. Upon this banquet of chaotic souls, rise as an infinite throne of white bone, beg for mercy from the Supreme One. Mother of dark bones, king of the corpse demons. Lord Mixiwan, grant me your dark blessings so I may spread your terror to all living things. The listening test is over. Did you get all that? Now recite. As if under a spell, the legion of spirits began to chant in unison. O shadows lurking in the deep abyss, transform our skeletal wish into an altar. The Skinner finally realized the gravity of the situation. Is that an incantation? That brat is weaponizing the dead. I have to gut him now. Meanwhile, Shen Ye was pushing his speed to the breaking point. Farron shouted, "It's working, the soulfire is igniting." Shen Ye panted, "Do I have to stall until they finish the entire chant?" Exactly. This is just the catalyst. You must survive the Skinner's wrath. He'll tear the world apart to stop this ritual. Lead the spirits to the rooftop. That's the convergence point for the soulfire. Shen Ye grit his teeth. On it, but the Skinner was already breathing down his neck. You little rat. What kind of trickery is this? Shen Ye's eyes went wide. How is he this fast? Adrenaline flooded Shen Ye's veins as he accelerated. Behind him, a demonic roar shook the walls. You can't escape me. Suddenly, a blade of energy sliced through the concrete. Xiao Mengyu burst through the wall debris, exploding everywhere. The Skinner didn't even flinch at her incoming strike. He took the blade head on. A deep gash opened on his body, spraying a fountain of crimson. It was madness. His bloodlust for Shen Ye was so intense he completely ignored his own defense. He actually used the impact of the blade to propel himself forward. Seeing Shen Ye dart through a door, he howled, "I've got you now." Shen Ye vanished into the room and the Skinner barreled in right after him. But when the dust settled, the room was empty. Where is he? Where did that slippery bastard go? Outside, the chorus of the dead continued their eerie chant. Suddenly, Shen Ye bolted back out the way he came. Passing Xiao Mengyu, he shouted, "Buy me time!" She responded with a cold, sharp nod. The Skinner realized he'd been played. Since when did he double back? Playing games with me, I'll mince you into meat paste. At that critical moment, the chant reached its crescendo. Let us spread your dark majesty to every living soul. Farron cackled with glee. It's done perfection. Now as long as these spirits willingly sacrifice their essence to me, I will be reborn. Shen Ye raised his ring high, his voice thundering. Spirits, the time for vengeance is now. This is your one and only chance. Lend me your strength, gather at my command, and… Before he could finish, Xiao Mengyu's panicked scream cut through the air. Shen Ye, watch out. He's insane, he'll destroy everything just to get to you. The Skinner, arm severed and bleeding, lunged like a wild beast. Die! His fist punched straight through Shen Ye's chest, blood exploding from the impact. Shen Ye, Xiao Mengyu shrieked in horror. But strangely, Shen Ye's body began to dissolve into mist. An afterimage, the Skinner gasped. The real Shen Ye materialized nearby, unrelenting. Spirits, heed my call. Tear him apart. The air vibrated as the spirits roared back in a single terrifying voice. Vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. A vortex of soulfire swirled into the ring. But the Skinner refused to die, flashing behind Shen Ye in a blur of motion. You think you've won? Don't make me laugh, a weakling like you killing me. Die! Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, crashing down with earth-shattering force. Boom! A titanic greatsword forged from white bone slammed into the earth, skewering the Skinner and pinning him to the ground like an insect. Blood mist filled the air. Xiao Mengyu stammered, pale with shock. What is that? Beneath the blade, the Skinner could only whimper, his strength completely drained. Shen Ye stood atop the shoulder of a towering skeleton King Farron in his true form. He looked down with cold eyes. I don't make empty threats. I said you'd die. If I'm a second late, that's on me. With a sickening crunch, Farron wrenched the bone blade from the Skinner's body. The monster shrieked in agony. Hutch. Shen Ye commanded. Now perish. Die right here before the souls of everyone you butchered. The Skinner gasped out one final realization. A calamity. You actually summoned a calamity-class entity. Xiao Mengyu stared at Shen Ye's back. So this monster is his secret trump card. Shen Ye's voice was void of mercy. Finish it! Farron raised the executioner's blade, but the Skinner screamed, Not yet! Thousands of threads erupted from his body, wrapping around the giant sword in a desperate bid to stop the inevitable. Farron scoffed with a booming laugh. Ha! Do you really take pride in these fragile little threads? How pathetic. You cannot even withstand a single strike. As the words fell, Farron drove his greatsword into the ground right beside the Skinner. The Skinner couldn't believe his eyes, stuttering in shock. What? Farron sneered. For a low-level insect like you, I do not even need to dirty my hands. Countless vengeful spirits scream in my ears day and night. They have been shackled by your chains for far too long. Now the time is right. I will return the freedom that was stolen from them. Farron activated the undead resurrection. A blinding light exploded outwards, engulfing the entire Fenglin Hotel. Suddenly, the eyes of the corpses on the floor glowed with an eerie light as they slowly rose from the dead. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Xiao Mengyu was stunned. Shen Ye raised his voice, commanding, O wrongfully slain spirits, the time for your vengeance has arrived. The Skinner fell into a panic, cursing, Damn it! Why can't I control them anymore? Did you steal my sorcery, you bastard? He instantly fired a silk thread to the ceiling, swinging upward like a desperate spider to escape the carnage. Farron watched coldly, mocking him. Oh, you think you can run? Energy gathered in Farron's mouth and fired a beam straight at the fleeing Skinner. The moment it hit, a strange light enveloped him, freezing him in midair with terrified eyes. My body. What is happening? Farron explained calmly. Do not be so tense. It is merely a minor soul suppression art. It causes a soul shock similar to a status effect in a system Manhwa, paralyzing you completely without leaving a physical scratch, though it hardly matters now. Because now they have become monsters just like you were. And every single one of them is starving for a taste of your fresh flesh. The moment the Skinner crashed onto the floor, the horde of undead swarmed him, tearing into him with savage hunger. Farron's voice echoed above the bloodshed. Humans foolishly believe that simply killing the murderer severs the chain of hatred, but they do not know that the tide of vengeance never recedes. In the end, the dead will always rise to drag you down into the dark abyss. The ferocious undead continued to rip the Skinner apart. Amidst the agony, he let out a desolate and despairing shriek. No. I don't want to die, save me. O great deity above, I offer you everything, I will sacrifice my all to you. Hearing these words, both Shen Ye and Farron's expressions shifted instantly. Suddenly, a mysterious and terrifying power erupted from the ground below. A vortex of pure darkness materialized instantly, swallowing the Skinner into its center. Ah, thank you, O great existence, please descend. I beg you, come forth and take everything I have. But suddenly the hope in the Skinner's eyes turned to horror. He screamed in confusion. "Why, O great existence, why have you rejected my plea?" Shen Ye shouted a warning. "He is trying to cast a forbidden spell. Hurry, lock him down now." Farron moved instantly. Farron blasted another beam of golden light down at the Skinner. Simultaneously, Shen Ye dove straight into the fray without hesitation. "Take this, Skinner. I will use this blade to personally avenge Chen Haoyu." Xiao Mengyu screamed, "Shen Ye, watch out." Watching Shen Ye dive down, the Skinner sneered, thinking this guy was a fool. Even if the god didn't descend, its shadow still offered absolute protection. In a flash, a pitch-black blade slashed through the air, cleaving Shen Ye's body in two. But the severed body dissolved into mist. The real Shen Ye appeared sitting casually on Farron's shoulder. He laughed loudly, mocking him. "Ha! How stupid can you be to fall for the same trap twice?" The Skinner raged. "Damn it! Another clone technique." Shen Ye drew a handgun and glared coldly. "Eat this!" Bang! A gunshot thundered through the hall. To the Skinner's shock, the bullet whizzed past him and blew the head off a nearby zombie instead. Farron stared blankly at Shen Ye, who scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, I've never actually trained with a gun before, so my aim is trash. But that doesn't matter. Go, Farron, strike him with your sword, end him now." Farron obeyed immediately. He thrust his massive sword forward, piercing right through the Skinner, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Ah! In mere seconds, the Skinner's body ignited and crumbled into ash. Plumes of dark, ominous energy began to diffuse into the air. Sensing the anomaly, Farron roared, "Shen Ye, careful." He slammed his sword into the ground, activating the Whitebone Fortress. A radiant barrier instantly enveloped both Farron and Shen Ye. Confused, Shen Ye asked, "What is it?" Farron explained that the moment the Skinner took his last breath, a malevolent entity escaped from his body. "A mysterious presence tried to ambush you. If I hadn't raised this defense in time, you would be dead." Suddenly, Xiao Mengyu pointed into the distance. "Look over there." Strange lights were swirling around the Skinner's remains, wrapping the corpse before blasting through the window. Xiao Mengyu realized what was happening. That dark shadow, it is stealing the body. She bolted after it, shouting, "You won't escape!" Shen Ye yelled frantically, "Wait, Xiao Mengyu, stop!" He turned to Farron, frustration in his voice. "Damn it, why aren't we chasing them?" Feion's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "If I exhaust my energy hunting them down, I cannot guarantee your safety. Should that monstrosity return, you would be defenseless. Your survival is the absolute priority." Shen Ye gritted his teeth but nodded, forcing himself to calm down. "Fine. Then tell me. What in the world was that dark entity? Could it be the one responsible for the explosion?" He shook his head, dismissing the thought immediately. No. That shadow assisted the Skinner. It couldn't have been the one to detonate the building. Whoever triggered that blast clearly intended to save Xiao Mengyu. Does this mean there is yet another mysterious player on this board? Feion sensed his anxiety and offered a calming word. "Do not overthink it. Whoever intervened to save the girl seemingly holds no malice toward us. Why not use the public channel to reach out?" Feion suggested. Seeing the logic, Shen Ye activated his comms unit. "To the unknown friend who assisted us earlier." He broadcasted, "I would appreciate the chance to meet you." He waited, but the only response was the deafening silence of the night. "It appears our guardian angel prefers to remain in the shadows," Feion observed dryly. The roar of an engine shattered the quiet. Shen Ye leaned out the window to see Ghostfire approaching. "Report. Did you deliver her safely to the martial arts hall?" The AI's robotic voice replied, cold and flat. "Mission failed. Target has been lost." Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean, lost?" "Mid-transit, the target voluntarily disembarked," Ghostfire reported. "She landed without injury and vanished from sensors. Current trajectory unknown." Shen Ye was dumbfounded. "She just left." Feion chuckled darkly. "To dismount a high-speed vehicle and survive that girl is definitely not a civilian. I warned you, didn't I? Recklessly saving strangers in this chaotic world is a gamble. Count yourself lucky she didn't turn her blade on you." Suddenly, Shen Ye's phone vibrated against his chest. He glanced at the screen. A message from Xiao Mengyu. "This contains the truth I extracted from the Skinner before everything went to hell. I finally found a secure moment to send this. Watch it immediately." Attached to the text was a video file. Shen Ye hit play, his breath catching in his throat. On the screen, the golden hues of a sunset framed a young woman standing in silence. An off-screen voice asked, "Song Qinyan, regarding your future, what are your standards for a potential partner? A boyfriend?" She paused, looking thoughtful. "I have never really considered it, though I suppose I am at that age now. You are blossoming into a young woman after all. Scions of powerful families are lining up for a chance." Hearing this, Song Qinyan fell into deep contemplation. "I recall a memory from my childhood," she said softly. "Back when I visited the Shen family estate, my little sister and I were chased by a vicious hound. Everyone fled except for one boy. Shen Ye alone stood his ground to protect us. He has a brave heart. That image has stayed with me. If I must choose a partner, I only wish for someone with his noble qualities. Static distorted the image. When the glitch cleared, the scene had shifted to a dimly lit room. A cold, arrogant voice sneered. "Who is this nobody, Shen Ye? Have you run a background check?" "Ha ha ha, just a mediocre commoner. He is unworthy of breathing the same air as her." "But are we certain of Lady Song's feelings? What if she seeks him out herself? I cannot allow that risk." "You all know what needs to be done. I never want that insect Shen Ye to appear before my precious Qingyin. Handle this pest. It is a trivial matter. We need not dirty our own hands. Hire a professional. Stage a traffic accident. Make it look like a tragic misfortune. It is merely a question of money, and we have plenty. Yes. Hire someone to have a little fun with him. Let it serve as a lesson for reaching beyond his station." The video cut to black. Shen Ye sat frozen, the revelation crashing over him. A volcano of fury erupted in his chest. He clenched his jaw until his teeth threatened to crack. They call attempted murder playing. I had theorized endless possibilities. I thought a rival clan was targeting the Shen family legacy. I suspected they wanted to break my parents by killing me, or that my predecessor had stumbled upon some forbidden knowledge. I even suspected they knew my soul came from another dimension, treating me like a glitch in a system manhwa. But never in my wildest nightmares did I imagine the reason would be so absurd. So utterly pathetic. Suddenly the spectral forms of the victims manifested around him. "Thank you, young hero. Thank you for slaying that demon in human skin. We were powerless against him, butchered like cattle. Only you could deliver retribution. We witnessed his end with our own eyes. Our souls can finally find some peace. But tell us, why did that monster hunt us down so ruthlessly?" Shen Ye's throat tightened. Guilt gnawed at his heart. He couldn't tell them the truth that the assassin was after him, and they were merely collateral damage in a rich kid's game. He bowed his head. "Please, everyone, the nightmare is over. It is time for you to move on and find peace in the next life. I pray that in your next life you are born into a world where you can live with dignity, safe from such senseless violence. No one should have to die in despair and humiliation, leaving behind nothing but grief for those who loved them. Please let go of your lingering regrets. Do not let the burdens of this world chain you here any longer. I swear this to you." Shen Ye vowed, his eyes burning with cold determination. "When I have enough power, I will hunt down the puppet master behind this, and I will send him to hell myself. I swear this on my very life. I will make this happen. But right now, my current self is simply too weak. I couldn't match the terrifying speed of Xiao Mengyu as she chased that shadow. I was forced to command the skeleton to stay behind and act as my shield." A corpse shuffled forward, placing a cold, heavy hand on Shen Ye's shoulder. "No matter what happens next, thank you for stepping up to avenge us. Please, you must survive and live a beautiful life. It is true. That demon is finally dead. We can at last rest in peace. Live to be 100 years old, free from sickness and pain. I pray that you will awaken an even greater power in this system manhwa world. To help you destroy the mastermind behind this nightmare, we will watch over you even from the depths of hell. Thank you. Thank you. Truly, from the bottom of our hearts." As the words faded, the spirits vanished into the ether. Without souls to sustain them, the corpses collapsed to the ground in unison. Farron finally broke the silence. "The magic sustaining their existence has dissipated. Their souls have returned to the underworld." Finally, Xiao Mengyu returned from the darkness. "You're still waiting here?" she asked. Shen Ye ignored the pleasantries. "That shadow, what exactly was it?" "It escaped," she replied grimly. "Its true power was beyond my calculations. I can say with absolute certainty, that thing is not human. I suspect it is connected to a calamity. If we provoke it, the consequences will be too catastrophic to imagine." Shen Ye frowned. "A calamity. A calamity has the power to wipe an entire city off the map with ease," Xiao Mengyu explained. "That shadow emitted a terrifyingly abnormal energy field. It felt similar to that friend of yours. The aura was identical. The energy you transferred to me helped me realize something crucial about this awakening manhwa universe. Thank you, Shen Ye. Once this chaos settles, I plan to find a sanctuary to cultivate and focus on leveling up my strength." Shen Ye calculated silently. "The buff from the Holy Arm keyword will last a little longer. Hopefully she can achieve a breakthrough." He looked up. "I watched the video you sent. However, there are still gaps in the story. Can you explain the details to me?" Xiao Mengyu fell into a deep silence. "I investigated the incident thoroughly, but the web is too tangled. This is a situation we have absolutely no power to change." "Who exactly are they?" Shen Ye pressed. "You need to leave this place immediately," she whispered. "I promise not to tell a soul you were ever here. But as for them, they are scions of the great families. Even I cannot dig any deeper than that. You come from a noble lineage yourself, Shen Ye challenged. Are you saying even you don't know their true background? Even among nobles there is a hierarchy. Your Shen family or my Luo family. Compared to them, we are nothing but fireflies beneath the blazing moon. So, you're just going to let it slide? Shen Ye's eyes narrowed. I exposed them. People died. They must provide a result. A result, she laughed bitterly. Do you think they'll be executed? No. They will only face disciplinary action. And what is that punishment? A harsh scolding. Being grounded in their mansions. That is the extent of their justice. After that, they might offer a polite apology to you and the Luo family. Who do they think they are fooling? They failed to kill me, but they accidentally took my brother's life. Now they will use every resource to destroy both of us to cover their tracks and prevent future headaches. This is the price I pay for knowing the cold hard truth. We are up against the most powerful dynasties in the world. Song Qingyun is the star everyone revolves around. I am completely alone and powerless. And the Luo family? They will never lift a finger to save me. Ironically, I should be grateful. We ran into the skin peeler, an assassin who let his personal feelings ruin his mission. If it had been any other assassin of that caliber, the truth would have been buried forever. Their entire squad was wiped out. I hope that is enough to comfort my brother's spirit. It is time to say goodbye. Take care of yourself. Xiao Mengyu turned to leave, but Shen Ye's voice cut through the air like a blade. If you had the power to slaughter every single one of those noble brats, would you do it? The question froze Xiao Mengyu in her tracks. Don't joke about that. She trembled. Their families are the pillars of human civilization. If I act, my entire clan will suffer. Shen Ye ignored her fear. Forget all that. I'm asking you one thing. Are you really okay with this? My friends are dead. Your brother is dead. Tens of thousands of innocent lives in this district. Wiped out. Every single one of them had parents, teachers, friends. Some had siblings and children. They deserved to live their own lives. Instead, they were butchered, their bodies puppeteered by blood arts, suffering endless agony. And those elites call this massacre just a small lesson. Was this just entertainment to them? Do human lives mean absolutely nothing to these monsters? I will never accept this. I swear I will make them pay. Blood for blood. Xiao Mengyu suddenly drew her blade. Swoosh. A terrifying wave of sword aura exploded, slicing the Fenglin Hotel apart and cleaving through the city blocks beyond. Dust choked the air within the ruins. She stood amidst the destruction, Shen Ye's words echoing in her soul. Tears she could no longer hold back streamed down her face. Without another word, she burst into maximum speed and vanished into the sky. Farron sighed. What is wrong with you? You made the girl cry and scared her off. Shen Ye leaped down from the wreckage. It's over. Time to go home. Farron floated beside him. So, how do you plan to handle this mess? Shen Ye's expression was unreadable. I thought it was a deep vendetta against me. But since it was just a game to them, there's no need to overthink it. I don't believe you for a second, Farron said. Shen Ye smiled darkly. As a human being, happiness is the most important thing, right? He followed without hesitation, leaping into the abyss. I don't buy a single word you just said. You spirits will never truly understand the complexity of the human heart. We believe that life is inherently a brutal struggle, so we must snatch every moment of joy we can. But that doesn't mean we simply let others trample us or tear us apart like prey. That is the burning desire of humanity. I will relentlessly chase that happiness, striving to fill this fleeting existence with pure exhilaration. So how will you pursue this path? It is simple, really. If they want to play a game, then I will play along until the very end. I will keep playing until I slaughter every last one of them with my own hands. Their blood will be an offering to the innocent souls lost today, and vengeance for my own suffering. Only then will my soul find true ecstasy. In that moment, I will know that this life was not lived in vain. Ha ha ha. If it is bloodshed you seek, I believe you instantly. Now get inside the ring. Your massive form draws too much unwanted attention in this leveling Manhwa world. Shen Ye turned his voice, echoing into the empty void. Hey, mysterious friend, if you wish to remain hidden, so be it. But whoever you are, you have my deepest gratitude. High above a solitary figure watched silently as Shen Ye's silhouette faded into the distance. It was none other than the girl who claimed to be the nurse's daughter. Shen Ye has truly grown into a man. She stood perched atop a towering observation deck, looking down like a goddess. Suddenly a mystical energy enveloped her small frame. In a flash of light, the child's form shattered, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful young woman. A faint smile graced her lips as she whispered to herself. Compared to when we were children, he has become even more foolish than before. Suddenly the headset around Song Yin-chen's neck crackled to life. Ha! That brat really is a hopeless idiot. But are you sure you do not want to go down and greet him? Now is not the right time. Besides, he just saved your life and even gallantly waited on his motorcycle for you to escape. All this chaos was caused by your sister Song Qing-yun. Yet she acts as if none of this concerns her in the slightest. Instead, you rushed here to clean up her mess. You nearly caused my existence to be exposed to the world. Oh, stop your whining. Was I not also at risk of being discovered? Humph. Once your identity is dragged into the light, I will grab some popcorn and watch how you handle the fallout. Enough chatter. Later I will treat you to a delicious bowl of beef noodles. Oh, I want an extra egg and a bowl of the finest wine to go with it. Hold on. You are bribing me because you need a favor, aren't you? Spit it out. Hey, you truly understand me best. I need you to completely erase every trace of this event. No one can know I was ever here. Especially not the people from my sister's faction. Wipe away all signs of Shen Ye's battle as well. Make it look like nothing happened. However, there is still one witness remaining. That sword-wielding girl saw everything. What if she spreads word of tonight's events to the outside world? No. I am certain she would never betray Shen Ye. Hearing her conviction, the voice in the headset sighed. Fine then. It is time to get to work. Immediately, a terrifying phantom with a demonic face manifested behind her. Its eyes glared with malice as a crimson light exploded outward, swallowing the entire Feng Lin Hotel. Moments later, the entity spoke. The job is done. Let us leave this place immediately. I am starving for those noodles. Suddenly her phone buzzed with a message. Yin Chen, where have you run off to? There is a banquet tonight, and I cannot handle it alone. Return immediately. The creature cursed in frustration. Damn it, your sister has summoned you. So are we going to a boring party, or are we getting noodles? Yin Chen pulled her hood up, hiding her face. Obviously we are getting noodles. I made a promise to you, and I intend to keep it. The creature sniffled. I am so touched. However, will there be no consequences if you skip the banquet? My sister thrives in those social shark tanks like a fish in water. How could I possibly compare to her brilliance? After all, everyone knows Song Yin Chen is just the useless trash sister of the genius Song Qing-yun. You trash. Ha ha ha. That is the most hilarious joke I have heard in centuries. The scene shifts to a gruesome bathtub where fresh blood dripped rhythmically. A mass of crushed corpses filled the tub until something began to rise from the gore. With a splash, the Skinner erupted from the blood. Ah, have I been resurrected? He stumbled out, dripping with crimson fluid. Great divinity, is that you? Did you bring me back from the abyss? A dark silhouette materialized, its voice dripping with disdain. Humph, how foolish. The Skinner immediately prostrated himself on the floor. Oh, indescribable Great One. Thank you for not discarding your loyal servant. As per our contract, I have paid the corresponding price for this second chance. But Great One, you could have easily descended and crushed them earlier. Why did you choose to retreat? The shadow flared with intense rage. Mere mortal, do you dare question me? Instantly, agony exploded as sharp spikes impaled the Skinner's body. Ah, I would never dare question you. I only held a sliver of doubt in my heart, I swear. The shadow huffed coldly. There was an entity hidden in the darkness that even I could not see through. Therefore, I could not reveal my true form. The Skinner gasped. What? Great existence, please forgive my ignorance. I sensed absolutely no other presence nearby. Your power is as feeble as a dying firefly. Of course you noticed nothing. In the beginning, I deemed this world of yours fragile and unworthy of attention. Who could have predicted that the cursed statue of the 10,000 evil kings would backlash its accumulated power was completely stolen? And then even you were defeated. That is when I realized this world hides endless mysteries. Many entities like myself have already descended here. They are lurking in the shadows, executing their own grand schemes. This has truly become a chaotic awakening Manhwa world. Great existence. Where exactly are you right now? Just then the door creaked open. The man who entered was none other than Zhao Yibing. But how could this be possible? It was clear the woman had been mistaken. You are a truly great existence. This masterpiece of a vessel you have created is magnificent. It is my supreme honor to be of use to you. O eternal divinity, I kowtow at your feet. I shall listen to your teachings with a pious heart and serve by your side for lifetimes to come. My servant, take me on a tour of your world. Let me witness what secrets this realm is trying to hide. While we are at it, I must pay a visit to that brat Shen Ye. I need to know how he shattered the myriad fallen king's curse in this brutal awakening Manhwa world. That was power I accumulated over countless eons, and I intend to take it all back. I crossed a vast distance to descend here and resurrect you. Right now, I require souls to replenish my deficit. You feel it too, don't you? Your soul is in agonizing pain because that flesh puppet is rejecting you. I used it as a shell to bring you back. But once it gets hungry, it will start gnawing at your very spirit. With your current soul strength, do not let it starve. Go hunt. Slaughter 1,000 humans. I need their souls to recover, but the leftover flesh and blood is yours. The skin peeler trembled, thinking, 1,000 people. But his submission was instant. As you command. The skin peeler shot into the sky, laughing maniacally. Fantastic, ha 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 ha, finally an all-you-can-eat buffet. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Shen Ye returning to the martial academy. A soldier stepped out. What was that noise? Shen Ye quickly covered it up. Just took my bike for a spin through the clouds. Nothing to worry about. It's too loud. Don't do that in the middle of the night. It's not safe out there. Sorry, won't happen again. Shen Ye retreated to his room, sitting down beside Hyan and letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. I never imagined the root of this disaster came from my past self helping 2 little girls. Countless lives lost, yet to those noble clans it was just a game. Absolute scum. Suddenly his phone buzzed. A call from the Shen family. Hello, Shen Ye speaking. It's your eldest uncle. Shen Ye's mind flashed to the image of Shen Shuoming, the man who controlled the clan's daily affairs with an iron fist. Whenever they met, this man was cold as ice, ignoring Shen Ye's mother and openly mocking his father. Why would he call now? Shen Ye answered calmly. Hello, uncle. Shen Shuoming's voice came through. I heard you were sick recently. Your father came begging for medicine, but I wasn't home. I'm back now. Come fetch the medicine whenever you like. No need, Shen Ye replied. I've already recovered. Is that so good? Actually, I have something to discuss. You remember the annual New Year gathering where the heirs of other noble families visit the Shen clan? Shen Ye replied dryly. I remember. Good. In the past you were ignorant and caused a catastrophe. I'm arranging things. Come back in a few days and apologize directly to the heirs of those great families. Shen Ye's voice hardened. Apologize? This is for your own good, Shuoming insisted. You offended too many people as a child. A public apology is the only way to earn their forgiveness. It will also save face for the Shen family. Do you understand? Shen Ye's mind raced. The fallout from Zhao Mingyu revealing the truth had arrived. If I apologize, I admit guilt. I take the blame for everything. The deaths of tens of thousands will be on my head, absolving those noble brats. The Shen family gains favor and my uncle probably gets a nice reward. Meanwhile, the hunt for my life won't stop. My death becomes justified, and it might even drag down my parents and Zhao Mingyu's guild. Shen Ye let out a cold laugh. Ha! You say this is for my own good. I don't recall offending anyone. Why don't you list them out? Who is the enemy? Why did I offend them, and when exactly did this happen? Shen Shuoming snapped. You don't need the details. Just do as you're told when the time comes. If I didn't know the truth, Shen Ye thought, I might have actually believed I was in the wrong. He spoke up. Uncle, there's a problem. Unless it's resolved, I can't follow your orders. Shen Ye's anger flared. You want to sell me out for profit without a second thought? What a magnificent family. What is it? Shuoming pressed. Is this about your father begging for supplements? You want compensation. Young as you are, you haven't learned anything useful, but you learned greed quickly enough. Speak. What do you want? Shen Ye's voice turned icy. It's not money. It's a doubt I've had this whole time. A doubt that stops me from obeying you. What doubt? Shen Ye dropped his tone to a menacing whisper. Just who the hell are you? Shen Shuoming exploded with rage. Shen Ye, I'm warning you, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Shen Ye remained unbothered. You're too arrogant. If you're so capable, why don't you go wag your tail and beg those people yourself? Shuoming gasped. You know what? Shen Ye mocked. Uncle, were you really planning to shake your ass for those nobles? You little brat, this isn't up to you. You think you can defy your grandfather's decision? Hello, beep, beep. He hung up. I wasn't finished lecturing him. Immediately Shen Ye's phone buzzed again. Another one. It was a stranger and a video call at that. He tapped accept. Hi Shen Ye, we're the Yen sisters from Phoenix Island. Want to join our midnight bikini party? Seeing the spicy display, a healthy young man like Shen Ye couldn't stop a sudden nosebleed. Wow, Shen Ye, you're actually really handsome. We have tons of girls here and everyone is dying to meet the star of this leveling Manhwa saga. Shen Ye panicked. This might not be appropriate. The hour is far too late. It is inconvenient for one such as myself to step out into the night. Don't be like that. Give me some face. I'll send a chauffeur to pick you up instantly. Absolutely not. A delicate young man like me wandering in the dead of night, I must protect my virtue. I appreciate the offer, but you really have no respect for Big Sister Yan, do you? Do you realize what a heavenly opportunity you're rejecting? Hardly. A den of lionesses like that, I'm terrified you'd get me drunk and play with me like a toy. I require my beauty sleep. Ciao. Beep. The intelligence network of these noble clans is terrifyingly efficient. They undoubtedly know every detail of the incident. My phone won't stop ringing. Everyone wants a glimpse of the man who captured the heart of Song Qingwan, the heiress of the supreme family. Their calls are frivolous and mocking. They simply wish to summon me like a court jester for their amusement. Ha! If I truly am a walking calamity, let's see who dares command me then. Ding! A sudden notification window materialized with a friendly reminder. 10 minutes until midnight. In this system, Manhwa reality, the first time you enter the gate in a new day grants a rating item. Currently, there is a probability of unlocking a unique hidden ability. Shen Ye's eyes widened. A hidden ability. The notification continued to scroll. Condition: obtain the one of the family rating item for the third time. Since you have acquired this twice before, the system will provide critical walkthrough hints. Etch this into your mind. This is the sole opportunity to awaken this hidden power. Shen Ye sat up, his gaze hardening. He knew one truth: you cannot slaughter your enemies while sitting comfortably at home. Whether defying the clan's arrangements or exacting vengeance on those arrogant heirs, it all requires absolute strength. Power enough to crush everything in his path. I must seize this destiny and claim that hidden ability. The moment the clock struck 12, Shen Ye summoned the gate and stepped into the nightmare world. Upon entry, he bumped into Fearon, making an exit. Where are you going? Has the time for our farewell finally arrived? Indeed, I have regained my freedom of movement. It is time I return to the undead clan. My great work remains unfinished. I cannot waste more time in idleness. Very well. Our paths diverge here. Yes. Thank you for assisting in the restoration of my power. Kid, I noticed you lack even a basic spatial tool. Take this ring as a memento of our alliance. Accepted with gratitude. Regrettably, I have no parting gift for you. Unnecessary. Your assistance was payment enough. Farewell, then. Fearon's form dissolved into the mist. I raised him for a few days only to release him back into the wild. I wonder if he'll survive. Suddenly the sky erupted. Birds scattered in terror as a devastating explosion tore through the silence ahead. Shen Ye dove to the ground, dodging shrapnel carried by the shockwave. At that instant, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Shen Ye froze. He knew that voice. It was the skeleton impossible. Did he encounter a boss monster mere steps from the spawn point? Dead silence followed. Given the skeleton's strength, was he obliterated in a single strike? That destructive force, even the skin peeler battle didn't emit such terrifying pressure. Rushing in would be suicide. As the ancients say, fleeing is the better part of valor. Time to tactical retreat. Ding key hint activated. You have been detected. Retreating now will tank your evaluation score, making the one of the family item unattainable. Also, the proverb says, when a brother is in trouble, lend a hand. I suppose I must investigate. Our brotherhood runs deep after all. It is definitely not because I covet the item in this leveling Manhwa scenario. Absolutely not. Without warning, jagged bone spikes erupted from the earth beneath Shen Ye's feet. A skeletal prison instantly materialized, trapping him. A winged undead descended, perching atop the cage. Today's harvest is bountiful indeed. Shen Ye saw it clearly. The creature held Fearon's severed skull. He instantly roared, "Fearon, what have you, mongrels, done to my sworn brother?" Fearon swore. In his mind, however, I'm finished. I need to bluff my way out of this or I'm dead meat. Fearon's voice echoed in Shen Ye's mind. The assassination mission at the elf village. You used my identity. It was a disaster that got several undead killed. Now their associates have tracked us down for payback. You've doomed us. Shen Ye signaled back, understood. Let me cook. Shen Ye switched to Oscar-winning mode. Silence, elder brother Fearon once saved my life. I swore an oath to follow him into the abyss. Even if I die, I will help him topple the vile human empire. Two ants dreaming of crushing elephants. Do you think us fools die and become dust? Hold your hand. Open your eyes. Fearon and I are on the verge of infiltrating the highest echelons of humanity. This is the undeniable proof. Shen Ye flashed a glistening metal. The skeletal mage snatched it from the air. Let us see what paltry trickery you attempt. Upon activation, the item's data materialized in the air. Medal of the Valorous Survivor. Awarded to the sole mercenary who returned alive from the distant frontiers. When held, a special holographic effect triggers, broadcasting the bearer's glorious achievement. This artifact was bestowed upon the boy who lived of the Holy Violet Empire, personally granted by Prince Nozin, the prime candidate for the imperial throne. The surrounding undead gasped, their soul fires flickering in shock. A medal from Prince Nozin himself. This proves the human's words. Inconceivable. The purple specter dissolved the spectral cage looming over Shen Ye with suffocating pressure. Hey you. Where did a rat like you get your hands on this artifact? Answer me now. Shen Ye's eyes narrowed, analyzing the entity. Floating above the creature's head was a system marker, a legendary item known as the Violet Omen Star. It all makes sense now, he realized. Anyone wielding an item of that caliber possesses power that defies logic in this Manhwa recap. He straightened his spine and declared with unwavering conviction, Farron and I have been plotting this for ages. We intend to infiltrate the human capital and drive a blade through the king's heart. The purple undead scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. You absolute imbecile. That medallion may be authentic, but do you two ants truly believe you can assassinate the ruler of humanity? Shen Ye's mind raced, calculating the odds. So far, he had encountered 3 beings possessing system items, the elf high priestess Xiao Mengyu, and now this undead warlord. Yet the Skinner and Farron possessed terrifying strength without such artifacts' power that eclipsed even Xiao Mengyu despite her equipment. What is the true nature of these artifacts in this leveling Manhwa world? Shen Ye pulled out the letter from Prince Noan, his voice booming. We hold the key to the upper echelons of human society. If I keep spinning complex lies, they might doubt me, he mused. But if I sound delusional enough, they'll just think I'm an idiot. And idiots have a habit of being honest. Only a complete moron would genuinely believe they could assassinate the emperor. This is a letter of recommendation for the Imperial Military Academy penned by Prince Noan himself. The handwriting was an exact match to the confiscated warrant for the prince's arrest. The undead leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Just who the hell are you? But before that, explain why you treated my comrade Farron like that. Shen Ye shrugged, his expression cold. There is nothing to hide. During the assassination mission at the elf village, everyone else was captured. Yet he abandoned the mission and fled alone to save his own skin. Such cowardice demands the ultimate punishment. Suddenly, Shen Ye threw his head back and unleashed a manic, raucous laughter. Ha! But the laughter was cut short as the purple specter dashed forward, clamping a cold hand over Shen Ye's mouth. What is so funny, maggot? I'm laughing at your catastrophic stupidity. He was the only one who saw through the elves' trap and escaped that slaughterhouse alive. He even risked everything to save me, and yet you want to kill a loyal soldier like him. Farron finally stepped in, his voice trembling. The female chieftain wasn't there. The one in charge was the elf high priestess herself, a monster who slaughters anyone daring to impersonate her kind. The purple leader narrowed his eyes. Do you have proof? Shen Ye shouted back. Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Go investigate it yourself. My legend is already spreading like wildfire through the human military camps. Everyone knows I was present at the elf village, where the high priestess resides, the very site of Farron's failed mission. You think the whole world watches your every move? The undead scoffed. Don't speak nonsense. Prince Noan himself wrote this letter and dubbed me the boy who lived through calamity. Shen Ye retorted. Do you really think Farron was the only one with the instinct to sense danger and retreat? The purple undead turned to his subordinate, barking an order. Verify his story immediately. The underling bowed. Yes, sir. He turned back to threaten Shen Ye. Listen well. If I find a single lie in your words, I will make you beg for the sweet release of death. I'm only afraid you're too lazy to check. Go now, Shen Ye challenged. The undead replied, You have the aura of a warrior. I'm inclined to believe you, for now. But as a human, why would you betray your own race? Shen Ye adopted a tragic expression, his eyes looking into the distance. Because I am exhausted from being ruthlessly exploited by capitalism. Capitalism. What kind of dark magic is that? Let me explain the horror of it explicitly. I am a destitute soul possessing no means of production to generate wealth. The workforce must surrender themselves to those who own the means of production, the capitalists. We create value with our blood and sweat only to be completely exploited until we can barely survive. As Shen Ye ranted about economic theory, the surrounding undead looked completely bewildered. Their jaws dropped. However, the purple leader could not admit his ignorance. He scolded his troops. I told you morons to read more books. Now you don't even understand high-level conversation. Have you no shame? A subordinate asked timidly. Boss, do you understand what he's saying? He snapped. Nonsense. Why else would I be the leader while you are mere grunts? The minions gasped in awe. Whoa, boss is amazing! The purple leader secretly wiped a bead of nervous sweat from his forehead. So how did these capitalist masters torture you to generate such hatred? Shen Ye's face twisted with grievance. They forced me into the 996 system. 996 heavens. It means I start work at 9 in the morning and don't leave until 9 at night, with less than an hour for breaks. That's over 10 hours of labor daily, 6 days a week. That sounds truly demonic, the undead murmured. Then I was subjected to the 007 regime from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week without rest. Hearing this, the purple undead's jaw clenched in sheer horror. Oh my dark gods. Feeling a deep, soulful empathy, he opened his arms to Shen Ye. Come here. Let me give you a hug, brother. Shen Ye buried his face in the monster's chest, sobbing theatrically. Thank you. The undead patted him. I think I understand your pain now, but I am curious. In such a hellish environment, how did you preserve your life and climb to such a high position? With teary eyes, Shen Ye began his tragic backstory. I remember that day clearly. The snow was falling heavily. I was freezing, starving, and all I had left in this world was a single box of matches. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. The undead faction had decided to expose the atrocities of the human 996 and 007 work culture, with Shen Ye chosen as the icon of this propaganda campaign. The notification continued with a red alert. Attention. A new terminology has been detected in this awakening Manhwa scenario. The system was practically forcing the little matchgirl title onto him, and Shen Ye's face darkened with a mixture of rage and humiliation. He quickly calculated his options. He was already stuck with the boy who survived a calamity nickname. Adding this humiliating fairy tale title would be a social death sentence. He absolutely could not let this happen. Shen Ye spun a new narrative instantly. When I was freezing to death in the bitter cold, it was Farron who extended a helping hand. He is my savior. I won't let you slander a hero who saved my life. Just then, the undead scout returned with urgent news. He reported loudly, Sir, we've verified everything. The high priestess of the elves was indeed hiding in that village, planning an ambush on our assassins. The undead squad erupted in whispers. This meant Farron was innocent. Not only had he escaped a trap, but he also captured a human hero destined for the Imperial Military Academy. This was a legendary merit worthy of the highest honors. The purple-skinned commander gritted his teeth. His orders were to eliminate Farron, but the public sentiment had shifted. If he killed a war hero now, his subordinates would mutiny. But he knew the higher-ups would eventually find an excuse to silence Farron to cover their tracks later. The leaders would take the glory, and this commander would just be a stepping stone. However, Farron was currently just a severed head. Restoring Farron's body would cost a fortune in resources, a bad investment for his own pockets. After a moment of hesitation, he cleared his throat loudly. Well done, Farron, you are a brave warrior of the Scourge and have remained true to your mission. Take this commemorative medal as your reward. It is a glory you have fully earned. Then he turned to Shen Ye. As for you, human, from now on, your codename is the Little Match Girl. A perfect cover for your true identity. A blue holographic window popped up. New terminology acquired, the Little Match Girl. Shen Ye cursed internally at this damn system Manhwa mechanic. He couldn't escape it. The commander announced, I'm proud of you both. We must report this immediately. You handle the cleanup here. Move out. The undead squad vanished like smoke in the wind. Shen Ye shouted into the void, Hey, you beat him down to just a skull and you're leaving him here, come back. But they were long gone. Farron sighed. I told you. In the undead legion, the injured are trash to be discarded. We are left to fend for ourselves. Luckily, my power is sealed within my skull. Once my bones regenerate, I will be fully operational again. Shen Ye frowned. Lucky you look pathetic. You look even worse than when we first met. I didn't throw away that fish tank, right? I paid for that. I'll get some takeout later and swap your water for a calcium solution. Thank you. But tell me, are human capitalists really this terrifying? Oh, absolutely. But hopefully not in your world. Farron sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Shen Ye scoffed. Why do you care? You don't understand our world. Sadly, other races tend to copy our worst habits. If you had capitalists like that, the undead legion would become a corporate nightmare. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a red warning flashed. Critical alert location exposed. Shen Ye panicked. Did the undead come back already? The system warned critical moment for family quest completion. Do not evade, a squad of knights surrounded them. Freeze. You traitor, we caught you conspiring with the undead red-handed. Prince Norden stepped forward, his royal presence overwhelming. He recognized Shen Ye instantly. Is that you? The boy who survived a calamity? Shen Ye feigned shock. Your Highness Norden. Let me explain. Don't even think about lying. Norden threatened, his hand on his sword. One false word and I will execute you where you stand. Your Highness, please allow me to introduce him properly. This is my personal double agent. This is Farron, an intelligence officer from the Skeleton Corps. He trades classified undead secrets with me. We have a binding contract. The soldiers gasped. A contract impossible. A human contracting a lich. An old mage stepped up, his eyes glowing with arcane energy. He speaks the truth. My truth seeker spell detects no lies in his words or soul. The soldiers murmured in awe. He manipulated an undead. The boy who survived is a strategic genius. Archmage Adria scrutinized Shen Ye. You truly extracted intel from this creature? Yes, I passed it to the Shadow Arm, Shen Ye replied smoothly. Adria nodded to the prince. I trust him, Your Highness. I specialize in soul magic, and I am very sensitive to corruption. His soul is pure, filled with righteous fury and unwavering conviction. He is certainly not corrupted by the undead. Prince Norden turned to the skull. And why would an undead agree to this transaction? Shen Ye sighed dramatically. Because he was treated unfairly by his own kind. A life of hardship. Farron seized the moment, wailing with genuine grievance. It was the 996. I couldn't take the 996 work culture anymore. Prince Norden blinked in confusion. 996, Farron continued to sob. I was a victim of unfair labor practices. You humans live in blissful ignorance. Even within the dark ranks of the Undead Legion, the plague known as capitalism runs rampant. Prince Noel blinked, completely dumbfounded. Capital-ism. Is that some new species of high-tier monster? Farron shook his head slowly. Not exactly. Allow me to enlighten you on this terrifying existence. I am but a lowly skeleton with 0 assets. I possess no tools, no land. I am forced to sell my very soul and labor to the one who owns everything, the capitalist. Every ounce of value I create is ruthlessly extracted by them. I am bled dry, receiving just enough scraps to maintain this pathetic skeletal existence. The royal elder stroked his beard, a realization dawning in his eyes. But the undead race is immortal and knows no fatigue. For a producer, you are the ultimate livestock. Farron nodded gravely. Precisely. We require no food, no water, and we possess the curse of being able to work for eternity without rest. Because of this, the capitalists save a fortune on resources. It is the birthplace of the hellish 996 system. Work begins at 9 in the morning and doesn't end until 9 at night. Lunch and dinner breaks. Barely an hour combined. Over 10 hours of grinding 6 days a week. Prince Noel gasped, clutching his chest. That is sheer barbarism, cruelty beyond measure. Oh, it gets worse. I eventually graduated to the legendary 007 schedule. From midnight to midnight, 7 days a week with absolutely 0 rest. We call it the 007. Prince Noel's eyes filled with tears. Great goddess above the inhumanity. Come here, you poor soul. Let me embrace you. Farron buried his skull into the prince's royal chest, sobbing dry tears. Thank you, your highness. I feel your suffering now. But tell me, in such a hellish leveling Manhwa environment, how did you keep your soul fire burning until now? I remember it clearly. A blizzard was raging that day, covering the world in white. I was sneaking away when I saw him, the boy who survived great disaster. He was freezing, starving, hanging by a thread. He had nothing on him but a single box of matches. Shen Ye panicked, jumping in. Everyone, let's not focus on the matches, okay? Mere details. But he lit those matches not for himself, but to warm my cold bones. For the first time in my existence, I felt the warmth of humanity. That was the moment I swore to crush my oppressors. Suddenly, a blue system window popped up in front of Shen Ye. Congratulations. By exposing the evils of capitalism, the keyword Little Match Boy has evolved to legendary status, rivaling the boy who survived great disaster. Shen Ye's face went deathly pale. He cursed internally. Congratulations, my ass. Couldn't you give me a cooler title for this awakening Manhwa arc? Prince Noel, however, grew serious. Undead friend, how can you prove your identity? Do you have concrete evidence? Farron pulled out a glimmering object. I present to you the white bone medal. The royal mage took the medal, chanting an ancient identification spell. Reveal your secrets. The item description floated in the air. Awarded to Farron, Battlefield Scavenger Squad 5 of the Skeleton Legion, serving under General Torrance. It is genuine. Only a decorated soldier possesses enough soul power to burn this brightly. Your Highness, their story checks out completely. It is the truth. Prince Noel fell into deep thought, an undead betraying his own kind to serve a human master. This is a miracle never before seen in our history. We are witnessing a legend in the making, and you, boy who survived, you lost your memories and name in the chaos of war. As the crown prince of the Roland Empire, I shall bestow a new name upon you today. The soldiers gasped in awe, whispering among themselves. A royal naming heavens, that is the highest honor a commoner can dream of. With that name, his future is set. He will never know hunger again. If he achieves greatness, his glory will be unimaginable. Boy who survived, from this day forth you shall be known as Harry. Cold sweat drenched Shen Ye's back. Your Highness, please, I beg you anything but that no names starting with H. I implore you, grant this one wish. Touched by his intensity, Prince Noel nodded. Very well. Then how about Raleigh? Shen Ye's soul withered. Raleigh. That sounds even worse. The prince noticed his hesitation. You dislike that one too. In the ancient scriptures there is a legend of 2 divine children sent by the gods. When darkness falls, they descend to save the faithful. One is named Raleigh, and the other is the divine Peppa. Since Raleigh is not to your taste, you shall bear the holy name of Peppa. Shen Ye's mind flashed back to earth. Peppa. You mean that pink hairdryer pig cartoon from my past life? Aura exploded from the royal guards. Prince Noel commanded, swear the oath. Peppa, pledge your eternal loyalty to humanity. Should you betray this vow, your soul will be shattered into oblivion. Swear it now, become the hero we need, achieve glory, and you shall be canonized as a saint. Shen Ye froze. A living saint, just for a name change? Shen Ye smirked. Fine. That's a trade I'm willing to make. I Peppa swear by my blood, no matter the era, I will never betray the human race. As the words left his lips, a pillar of blinding light pierced the heavens. The elder smiled. Congratulations, young one. The ritual is complete. From this moment forth, the name Peppa is dead to you. Hearing this, Shen Ye's eyes lit up with hope. Wait, really? No more Peppa. Does completing the ritual mean I finally unlock a new title? The elder nodded solemnly. That is precisely the case. Shen Ye pressed on. Then tell me, what is my new designation? Don't keep me in suspense. The crowd suddenly roared in unison. Saint Peppa. Hearing this improved title, Shen Ye's soul practically left his body. He was utterly speechless. I will pretend I witnessed nothing here today, the high official declared. You and your party members must tread carefully from now on. Do not reveal a single opening to the enemy. If any anomalies occur, report to me immediately. Assuming you achieve merit, I will not be stingy with the rewards. Yes, your wish is my command, Your Highness. The official handed him an item. Take this. It is a specially enchanted communication parchment. Anything inscribed here will instantly synchronize with the counterpart in my possession. It is exclusive gear supplied only to the Imperial Intelligence Division. In the future, should you acquire critical intel or encounter major events, use this artifact to contact me directly. Shen Ye snapped to attention, shouting with righteous fury. I swear to dedicate my life and death to humanity. Internally, however, he was grinning like a goblin. Ha ha ha, I've hit the jackpot. That big skeleton is definitely sitting on a mountain of undead intelligence. We are departing now. Watch your back, kid. Archmage Adria suddenly approached Shen Ye. Listen closely, Saint Peppa. I must inform you that this name actually represents a profound secret. Shen Ye blinked. What kind of secret? Adria explained. In the ancient legends, the weapons of the divine disciple Peppa possessed the ability of infinite transformation. Sometimes they were swords, other times spears or arrows. They could even morph into bizarre armaments completely unknown to mankind. Those who inherit this name are destined to break through the limits of weapon craftsmanship and mastery. Because the weapons they carry are so eccentric, they are titled Peppa. Shen Ye nodded slowly. So that's the lore. As expected of Saint Peppa, I understood your hint immediately. Etch this into your mind. You must strive harder to become a supreme grandmaster proficient in every weapon under the heavens. Shen Ye asked, Are there many others who bear this name? Not many at all, Adria replied. Among the powerhouses I know there are only 5 individuals. They are Old Peppa, Little Peppa, Red Peppa, Big Peppa, and finally Fat Peppa. Adria patted Shen Ye's shoulder. But rest assured, you are the most special, for you are the Saint Peppa ordained by the royal family itself. Shen Ye forced a smile. Well, then you have my gratitude. In his mind, he sighed with relief. Thank God, at least I'm not the only one cursed with this name. Adria encouraged him one last time. Do your best. The prince values you highly, before following the group out. Once they were out of earshot, Pharaon the Lich spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It is time we moved on, Peppa. Shen Ye's gaze turned icy. Are you seeking death, old man? Never call me by that name again. Address me as Shen Ye. Is that clear? Pharaon huffed. Why so hostile? Cut the nonsense. Fine then, Peppa. You're finished. No more calcium supplements for your old bones. As he threatened the Lich, Shen Ye stored Pharaon into his spatial ring and initiated the return to the main world. But at that exact moment, the dimension warped. The world turned gray, and everything froze in place. Sensing the anomaly, Shen Ye whipped his head around. He saw Pharaon suspended in midair, frozen in the process of entering the ring. Shen Ye stared blankly. Hey, what kind of monkey business is this? A system window materialized with a sudden notification. Ding, congratulations. You have succeeded. You have continuously preserved your life amidst the crossfire of the undead and humanity. Now the undead have abandoned their hostility toward you, and humanity has done the same. The white bone medal from the undead granted you the title, the Little Match Girl. The prince ruling the human empire has bestowed upon you the title Saint Peppa, accompanied by a grand canonization ritual. This signifies that 2 mighty warring races view you as one of their own, a trusted kin worthy of nurturing. Detailed assessment. Though physically a frail human, you utilize superior intellect to reverse hopeless situations, turning enemies into allies, and establishing connections with both the light and dark factions. This unique playstyle is exactly what one would expect from a protagonist in a top-tier system manhwa. This is the core reason you achieved this keyword. Ding, congratulations. This is the 3rd time you have acquired the evaluation keyword Insider. You are a mere mortal, yet you have shattered the rules 3 times to obtain the same judgment. This feat should have been impossible, yet you made it reality. Congratulations, your gate has unlocked a hidden authority. Ability Fluid Time. Shen Ye read the text in confusion. Elementary grade, Fluid Time. The system quickly elaborated. When passing through the gate, you can freeze time on one side for 3 seconds, while the other side remains unaffected. After each use, this skill requires a cooldown period of 1 week. The system uses you as the time reference point. Reading the fine print, Shen Ye grumbled, a time stop that lasts only 3 seconds with a 1-week cooldown. Isn't this ability a bit too trash? As if reading his mind, another notification popped up. Furthermore, when you break through your evaluation rank and acquire a blue-tier excellent keyword or higher, the gate will unlock further capabilities. Seeing this, Shen Ye felt a wave of satisfaction. So it can be upgraded. That means there's a way to extend the duration. Just then, the time freeze shattered. Faron vanished completely into the spatial ring. System notification. This activation was merely a trial experience and does not count as an official usage. Shen Ye muttered, "It's over already. Why was that so fast?" "Hey, big skeleton, how do you feel?" Farron's confused voice echoed from the ring. "What are you talking about?" Seeing the lich was unaffected, Shen Ye shrugged. "Nothing, just joking." He then decided to consume the insider keyword. A notification appeared instantly. System alert. Keyword devouring complete. Reward, 3 attribute points. This brought his current total to 10 points. After a long, exhausting day, Shen Ye climbed into bed. 6 a.m. already. He yawned, his eyes heavy. The grind stops here. I'll save the effort for tomorrow. Sleep comes first. But before he could even close his heavy eyelids, a frantic knocking hammered against the door like a war drum. Shen Ye, with tears of exhaustion stinging his eyes, shouted through the haze. "Who the hell is out there?" "It's me, Chen Rushan." "Wake up, kid. The airship is about to launch for the exam site." With a face full of despair, Shen Ye forced his body upright and groaned. "Ugh, fine." The scene shifts to the morning light, a massive airship soaring majestically through the clouds. Inside the cabin, Shen Ye was already out cold, drooling on his seat like a dead man. Suddenly his phone buzzed violently. Shen Ye growled, his rage flaring up. Can't a man get just one decent nap in this life? A message from Zhao Yibing flashed on the screen. "Shen Ye, I just got a slot for the 3 great high schools entrance exam too. Let's meet up." Zhao Yibing, how could she possibly qualify for this elite trial? Wait. Something felt off about her recently. Was it just because she dyed her hair purple? "President Chen," Shen Ye called out. "Another student from our school just got qualified for the Big 3 exam. Did you know about this?" Let me guess. Is her name Zhao Yibing? I only just received the intel myself. Rumor has it she possesses a heaven-defying talent she's been hiding all this time, only revealing her fangs today. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes. But who was helping her hide it? The Archaeology Association. Hearing that name, Shen Ye's mind raced. The Archaeology Association. A titan in this world. They excavate ruins, hunt for humanity's lost past, and hoard ancient weapons and divine martial arts techniques. Their authority was absolute. But Zhao Yibing didn't look like someone connected to such a shadowy giant. That's right. Xiao Mengyu has been investigating this. The Sword Princess would know the truth. Maybe I should ask her. But at the thought of Xiao Mengyu, Shen Ye's expression darkened. I made her cry last time. Would she even answer my call? Whatever. I'll try. If she's still mad, I'll just beg for forgiveness. Moments later, Xiao Mengyu picked up. Hello, Shen Ye. What is it? Ah, Xiao Mengyu. I need to ask you something. Do you know about Zhao Yibing? I know. That she's already dead. You were late that day, so you didn't see the body. Dead. But she just texted me. She said she got into the exam and wants to meet. Where are you right now? I'm on the airship, heading to the exam site. I'm participating in this admission test as well. We'll talk when we meet. Stay safe. Understood. I have about... Shen Ye realized he had no idea when they'd arrive and looked at Chen Rushan. Chen Rushan instantly replied, 10 hours to destination. Hearing this, Xiao Mengyu said, Okay, got it. Her voice dropped an octave, cold and serious. Shen Ye, listen to me very carefully. No matter what happens, never meet Zhao Yibing alone. She is an entity of extreme danger. Shen Ye swallowed hard. I understand. Xiao Mengyu finished. See you at the arena. The line went dead. Chen Rushan asked curiously, was that the genius Xiao Mengyu? Shen Ye replied simply, the very same. At 3:25 a.m. this morning, a terrifying sword aura erupted from the White River district, piercing the heavens. Investigations confirmed that surge of power came from the Luo family's Xiao Mengyu. The AI analysis confirms she has achieved a breakthrough in her sword arts. Shen Ye thought to himself, so she successfully ascended using the power of the fake holy arm. Qian Rishan continued, eyes wide with awe. After her breakthrough, she executed 49 sword strikes on the river's surface. She danced on the waves, sword in hand, defying gravity itself. Imagining that ethereal scene, Shen Ye couldn't help but wonder. How can she master such advanced sword skills so young? We're both in middle school. The curriculum only teaches basic physical conditioning. Qian Rushan explained, because she is a daughter of a great noble house. She has been heir to their secret sword techniques since she could walk. So that's how it is. For normal people, the only path is getting lucky enough to enter high school to even touch a cultivation manual. Meanwhile, the elite descendants have been grinding since birth. They won the race before the starting gun even fired. Since childhood, the noble kids train their perception and resonance. While people like you have to wait years just to learn the basics of this awakening Manhwa world. Not to mention their secret arts, divine pills, and legendary artifacts. Comparing yourself to them, it's just cruel. The gap in power is an abyss. Am I really expected to compete against these monsters in a leveling Manhwa reality? But don't worry, Shen Ye. You are a descendant of a noble house too, you know. Even if they gave you nothing but trouble, the Mortal Martial Group stands with you now. We pledge our full power to help you conquer this exam. Because this corporation is your true home. Thank you so much, Shen Ye thought inwardly. This sly old fox. He's just terrified I'll run back to my family, so he's buttering me up. After Xiao Mengyu's breakthrough, she could walk on water. It seems she leveled up not just her cultivation but her movement techniques too. A true prodigy has risen. Shen Ye let out a jaw-cracking yawn. Enough talk. I need sleep. Wake me when we land. But once again, just as Shen Ye drifted toward the sweet embrace of sleep, his phone vibrated like a seizure. Another message from Zhao Yibing. Shen Ye, I'm about to leave for the exam. Why don't we travel together? Zhao Yibing again. Will you ever let me go? I'm dying of exhaustion here. Have mercy and stop haunting my notifications. If you want a meeting, I'll trick you with an old photo. Go ahead, search for me. You go first. I'm vacationing in Jiangbei. I won't leave until the day after tomorrow. However, Zhao Yibing replied instantly. What a coincidence. I'm in Jiangbei right now, too. Where are you exactly? How is this possible? Is this real life? Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. My friend just picked me up. We are heading to Nanshan Temple right now. Almost immediately. Zhao Yibing's reply flashed on the screen like a curse. Haha. I'm actually heading to Nanshan Temple right now to offer incense. I'm almost there. How about we grab dinner tonight? Wait, that's impossible. Nanshan Temple is over 60 miles from Jiangbei. She replied instantly. How could she traverse that distance so quickly? But Shen Ye couldn't analyze the anomaly any further. A wave of exhaustion crashed over him, forcing his heavy eyelids shut. Whatever, screw it. I'm too tired. I'll just sleep like the dead and deal with this mess later. It's not like she can kill me right this second. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Nanshan Temple, the ancient entity possessing Zhao Yibing's body stared intensely at the glowing screen. Shen Ye. Oh, Shen Ye. Do you really think you can escape my grasp? What belongs to me will return to me no matter the cost. As consciousness faded, Shen Ye drifted into a memory buried deep within his soul, a night where snow buried the world in endless white. Back when he was just an innocent child playing with sparklers under the winter sky. But suddenly, something sharp caught his attention. Two young girls were sprinting for their lives, lungs burning in the cold air. Snapping at their heels was a massive wolf, a beast of pure hunger. Without a second of hesitation, young Shen Ye threw himself directly into the path of danger. He stood like a jagged rock against the tied arms spread wide to shield the trembling girls behind him. But the beast showed no mercy. Fangs tore through flesh. Hot blood sprayed across the snow like crimson ink. Beep, beep. It was a miracle he survived at all, his small body riddled with dozens of savage bite marks. If those fangs had struck just an inch to the left, his life story would have ended right there in the snow. But he had defied death that day. Later, the two girls he had saved from the jaws of hell came to visit him. Brother Shen Ye, we made this card for you. Thank you so much for saving our lives. We have to go back home now. These past days with you were really fun. I actually prepared a card for you guys too. Here, keep it safe. Shen Ye waved goodbye as they disappeared into the distance. But the dream shattered as a loud voice pierced his slumber. Shen Ye, Shen Ye. His eyes snapped open. Chen Russian stood over him. Get up, kid. I'm taking you to get some grub. Shen Ye slowly sat up, shaking off the drowsiness. 10 years have passed since then. I wonder what those girls look like now. Moments later, they arrived at the dining hall. Shen Ye's jaw dropped at the feast spread out before him. Whoa, this spread is insane. Chen Russian scoffed. Obviously. This is a top-tier luxury airship. It's the pinnacle of comfort and technology, kid. This is awesome, thanks, Boss Qian. The old man sighed. Eat slowly. Don't act like a country bumpkin who's never seen food before. A while later, Shen Ye rubbed his distended belly and let out a satisfied burp. I'm stuffed. I seriously can't fit another bite. Suddenly, a shadow fell over their table. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Are you guys gonna finish those skewers? Are they still edible? When Shen Ye nodded, the stranger grinned. Thanks, man. He grabbed the meat and wolfed it down like a starving beast. Shen Ye whispered, Does the corporation starve its people? Look at him, he's eating like a famine victim. It's not that bad, Chen Rushen grumbled. Stop bad-mouthing the organization. This ship carries chosen recruits from 11 different provinces. Besides our group, we have recruits from the Hunting Equipment Research Institute and the Eternal Life Tech Union on board. The gluttonous stranger wiped his mouth. Hi there. I'm actually the recruit from the Eternal Life Tech Union. Just then, a bald man marched over and roared, Guo Ye, why are you running around causing trouble? The boy flinched and turned around. Ah, Captain O, isn't that old man Qian? The bald man smirked. Well. What kind of dumb luck did you have to actually recruit a newbie this year? Chen Rushen's eyes widened as he recognized the rival. Yuzi Hai. Don't tell me you managed to recruit 7 people in one go. The two veterans locked eyes, sparks flying between them. Chen Rushen cleared his throat. Ahem. You brats go play somewhere else. The adults need to talk. Sure. Guo Yunye immediately grabbed Shen Ye's arm. Come with me. There's a super cool spot on this ship I gotta show you. I'm Guo Yunye. What's your name? Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. I'm Shen Ye. Are we going bowling or something? Guo shook his head. No way. This is the only zone where we can act freely. Actually begging for your food earlier. That was part of a game I'm playing. Guo flashed a mysterious card. It read, to obtain an exclusive card from the newcomer deck, complete the following mission. Eat free food from 7 different contestants. Progress 3 out of 7. Shen Ye stared at it. What in the world is this? You seriously don't know. It's like something out of an awakening manhwa. I guess your parents aren't awakened ones, huh? No worries, give me your hand. Shen Ye extended his palm. Guo placed the card on top of it. Flash of blinding light erupted, and suddenly a new card materialized in Shen Ye's grasp. Holding the shimmering card, Shen Ye gasped. Is this magic? It's not magic, Guo explained. This is the newcomer deck from the 3 great high schools issued by the Tarot Tower. Since you helped me with my quest, I'm letting you in on the secret. Text began to scroll across Shen Ye's card. To secure your place in the newcomer deck and become a card yourself, complete the following mission. Mission 1. Get at least 6 contestants to participate in an activity you host without any public advertisement. Mission 2. Get at least 12 contestants to join another activity you host. Shen Ye frowned. Why did I get dragged into a system mission 2? Complete the mission, the candidate explained, and you'll secure a spot as a reserve card in the rookie deck. Even I'm grinding my teeth to make it happen. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. What's the point of becoming a card anyway? Guo Wanya scoffed, shaking his head. You entered this exam knowing absolutely nothing. That kind of ignorance is almost impressive. The Tarot Tower isn't just a judge. It's the absolute authority here. Think of the deck as a support interface for this system Manhwa reality. Accessing it gives you crucial intel on the exam ahead. The cards generate random quests just like this one. Clear them, and your evaluation ranking skyrockets. Land a spot on the card leaderboard, and you're set for life. It's not just about bonus exam points. The major guilds and organizations will be watching your every move. You'll hold the initiative during the tests. Even the top academies will be fighting to recruit you later. You'll stand above the rest, radiating pure dominance. Hell, you might even land sponsorship deals and become the next rising star. Tarot Tower. Intriguing. Shen Ye's eyes narrowed. First, he had to clear the entry quest. He scanned the card's conditions. Trigger a group activity with at least 6 participants. No verbal invitations allowed. Shen Ye's gaze swept across the hall, hunting for an opportunity. His eyes locked onto a high ventilation duct. Hey, he pointed casually. You see that vent up there? Yeah, what about it? Just standing around is killing me, Shen Ye sighed. How about a little bet, let's see who can jump high enough to tag it? Guo Wanya gauged the distance, frowning. That's pretty high up. I'd have to explode with full power to even get close. Are you scared? I doubt you can make it. And if I do, Guo snapped, his pride stung. Shen Ye smirked. Then I'll admit you're actually capable. Guo Wanya didn't hesitate. He coiled his muscles and burst forward like a cannonball. Running up the wall, he stretched his arm out in a desperate reach. But gravity won. He missed by an inch and landed with a heavy thud. Damn it, Guo cursed, dusting himself off. I was so close. Close. Shen Ye laughed. You missed by a mile. Look at this gap. He held his hands apart, exaggerating the distance. Guo Wanya's face turned red. That was just a warm-up, Guo insisted. Sure. Watch and learn. Shen Ye launched himself into the air. Let's see what you've got, Guo shouted. But Shen Ye fell short, intentionally missing the mark. You're even worse than me. I was just testing the elevation, Shen Ye lied smoothly. But honestly, anyone who can actually touch that is a legendary tier athlete. Save the excuses, watch this. Their loud bickering began to draw the eyes of the board candidates nearby. Check it out, a guy in black whispered. They're having a vertical jump contest. A girl beside him rolled her eyes. Boys and their jumping games. How childish. Don't be so sure, the guy replied. Look at that height. Reaching that is no joke. A youth in blue crossed his arms, scoffing. Maybe it's too high for weaklings. Give me a running start and I'll slap that vent easily. The guy in black challenged him. Just grazing it with a fingertip doesn't count, all right. You have to plant your whole palm on it. A full palm piece of cake. Talk is cheap, everyone's a grandmaster with their mouth. You doubt me, I trained specifically for this. A fingertip is luck. A full palm is physically impossible. Your world is too small. Step back and witness greatness. As the crowd moved toward the vent, the girl shouted, Hey, what are you idiots doing? Seriously getting worked up over a jump? A blonde youth stepped forward, a charming smile on his face. It's not just a game. It's a challenge of limits. The girl gasped. Zhang Xiaoyi, you're joining in. Watch closely. I'm going to set a record none of you can touch. In your dreams, you think you can outjump me. I'm the king of the skies, watch this. No, look at me. Seeing the crowd eagerly participating in his orchestrated chaos, Shen Ye smirked. Men are such simple creatures. Suddenly a holographic screen popped up. Congratulations, challenge complete. You are now officially a reserve card in the rookie deck. Next quest, initiate a new activity with at least 12 participants. Shen Ye rubbed his chin. 12 people. That's tricky. But wait, the restriction on verbal promotion is gone. A devilish idea sparked in his mind. Shen Ye threw his hands up, his voice booming like a town crier. Attention everyone, eyes on me. The Mortal Martial Arts Group has a special welfare package for all of you today. The crowd stopped jumping. Welfare? What kind of welfare? Whew, someone chuckled. Now you've got my attention. Shen Ye spread his arms, looking like a benevolent saint. We are here to protect your innocent hearts, to ensure you aren't deceived during the most beautiful years of your youth. Our CEO personally requested this free seminar, Anti-Simp Defense 101. He shoved flyers into the hands of a confused Guo Wanye and Zhang Xiaoyi. Nachandarm. Anti-Simp Defense. Zhang Xiaoyi blinked. What on earth is that? Guo Wanye squinted at the flyer. What is this nonsense written here? I am ready. These are standard psychological traps used by the opposite sex, Shen Ye declared. Zhang Xiaoyi read the first line, and his face drained of color. No way you have abs. I don't believe it, Zhang murmured. Wait. A girl said this exact thing to me. Shen Ye leaned in, his voice grave. And let me guess. You lifted your shirt to prove it. I did, Zhang admitted, trembling. I was so naive. After that, she wouldn't stop following me around. I regret it every day, but I didn't know how to fight back. Listen well, Shen Ye commanded. Women are dangerous hunters. Never casually expose your abs. While you're busy flexing, she's secretly taking photos to add to her collection. Seeing the sheer terror in Zhang Xiaoyi's eyes, Shen Ye pressed on. Don't tell me. She already has the goods. Sweat poured down Zhang's face like rain. It wasn't just one, she took an entire album. Shen Ye nodded solemnly. Then let this be a lesson etched into your very soul. Gentlemen, listen closely. The bodies of male students like us are treasures beyond price. Imagine the horror if compromising photos were leaked online. Who would we even turn to for justice? Do you want to live your whole life with people pointing fingers, whispering that they've seen your scandal? Zhang Xiaoyi buried his face in his hands, wailing in despair. Boo-hoo, my reputation, my life of purity is completely ruined. Guo Yunye patted his shoulder with the solemnity of a war veteran. Stay strong, brother. The path of life is long. This tragedy is not a sin you committed. Brothers, listen. It is precisely because my handsomeness defies the heavens that I have gathered this blood-soaked wisdom. Look around. Everyone here possesses an aura that outshines the common masses. From this day forth, we must guard our virtue with our lives. We must master the art of self-protection. Zhang Xiaoyi looked up, eyes shining with admiration. Such professional insight, brother. What if a girl clings to me like a demon spirit? You know the type. Constantly spamming messages online. I don't want to make enemies. After all, we are acquaintances in this mortal realm. Shen Ye, the main character, replied instantly, his voice calm yet profound. Simply deploy the minimalist response technique. Reply with, "Ha, oh my, amazing, is that so?" Or "I see." Zhang Xiaoyi pressed on, "Is that truly enough?" What if her persistence breaks through my defenses? Shen Ye delivered the ultimate solution without hesitation. Then invoke the forbidden spell. Tell her you need to go take a shower. The conversation will meet its inevitable end. The crowd absorbed this legendary wisdom and erupted in unison. Genius, truly a peerless genius. Immediately, the disciples began firing questions seeking enlightenment from the master. "Brother, how do I handle this crisis?" She said my waist movement is hypnotic. She wants to touch it. She texted, "It's too late, I can't go home." How do I resolve this trap? My ex-boyfriend hurt me too much. I can't open my heart easily. Help me decode this. One girl told me, "Big brother, your lips look so exquisite. They seem incredibly soft." What does it mean? Brothers, etch this into your souls. You must discern the truth with your spiritual eyes. Does she love your soul, or does she only crave your physical vessel? Furthermore, even if you descend into the chaotic realm of a relationship, you must preserve evidence, record everything. If you don't, and she turns her fangs on you, you will never wash away the stain of injustice. As men, we must shoulder the responsibility of protecting our own dignity. Well said, a universal truth. Members of the handsome brotherhood, we must live with independence and sovereignty. However, handsome brotherhood lacks a certain domineering aura. What do you think? Let's rebrand as the tyrannical brotherhood. Yes, that name resonates with true power. It radiates an aura of supremacy. The girls on the sidelines watched the boys' rising fighting spirit with utter confusion, wondering what bizarre ritual was taking place. Suddenly, a holographic interface flashed before Shen Ye's eyes. "Congratulations. Challenge complete. You have officially been registered as a member of the newbie deck." Shen Ye grinned internally. "Ha ha, finally. The first step in this system Manhwa journey is complete." High above observing the scene, Yuzihai frowned in confusion. These brats, instead of resting their spirits, what kind of circus act are they performing down there? Ken Russian replied calmly, "Let the children enjoy their fleeting peace. Once they enter that place, leisure will become a luxury of the past. They must be completing the hidden entry tasks for the Tarot Tower's newbie deck. It brings back memories. In our youth, we too walked this path of awakening." Yuzihai gazed specifically at Shen Ye. "And to think the ringleader is that kid you're personally mentoring. Look at that smug expression. He must have cleared the mission. He has some petty cleverness. I recall the best rookie I ever guided only reached a 4-star rating in the tarot deck. I never expected a lazy old bone like you to start mentoring rookies again. So tell me, what is that kid's potential?" Jen Russian's eyes glinted. "He has the potential to surpass even your legendary 4-star disciple. But what about you? Why did you recruit so many newcomers this season?" A Class A catastrophe erupted in the 8 southeastern provinces. Countless masters fell in battle just to barely seal the calamity. The 7 rookies I'm guiding are all orphans of those martyrs. Their latent potential is high. The government decided to let them face the fire. If they fail, they will simply be enrolled in the Provincial Elite Academy. Everyone qualified for this exam is a prodigy among prodigies. And the descendants of the ancient families, they are truly crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although the rules forbid killing, history warns us otherwise. Unforeseen accidents happen. If those kids meet a tragic fate, Old Chen, I understand your worry, but this is destiny. It is not something we can interfere with. I am merely a servant executing orders from above." Yuzihai sighed heavily. Chen Rushan lowered his gaze, silence hanging between them before he whispered, "You're right." A moment later, Shen Ye addressed the group. "You guys continue the strategy meeting. I need to step out and circulate some fresh air through my lungs." Standing alone, Shen Ye summoned his card. Shock rippled through him. Why does the image look like this?" Lines of spiritual energy etched themselves onto the card's surface, revealing a complete illustration. The image depicted Shen Ye holding a human skull with a chilling expression. He couldn't help but joke, "Why do I look like the final villain in an awakening manhwa?" The Tarot Tower interface materialized with data. Candidate belongs to the Mortal Martial Group. Identity Reserve Card. Level 0 stars. Detailed explanation. All rookies entering the deck begin as reserve cards. Your level will rise according to your performance in the trials ahead. Only when you reach 1 star will you become an official card. Current perk. You may access basic intelligence regarding other rookies. You are currently a spare card in the newbie deck. Therefore, you have authorization to scan basic data related to this selection cycle. Shen Ye immediately queried the system. "What is the specific benefit of becoming an official card?" The Tarot Tower responded coldly. "If you achieve official card status and maintain it until the exam concludes, admission to the top 3 academies is guaranteed." Guaranteed admission just for becoming an official card, so this is a direct ticket to the heavens. That means everyone will be fighting tooth and nail for those spots. How many cards are in the official newbie deck? The system replied, 54 cards. 54. That means only 54 souls will claim the glory of direct admission. And the competition. What are the total numbers for this event? The Tarot Tower displayed the ruthless statistics. Total participants in this cycle 3,579. 1,708 have qualified as reserve cards. Among them, 1,603 are descendants of elite families. Among the masses, only 105 commoners held the qualifications. The chasm between the elite and the ordinary was absolute. With only 54 spots, this wasn't just a competition, it was a war. For the commoners, breaking through the iron wall of the noble families to become an official cardholder seemed like a distant, impossible dream. If the noble bloodlines dominated the deck, then surely she was among them. Instantly, the image of a solitary figure standing proudly at the ship's bow flooded his mind. That was Xiao Yu, a scion of the Luo family, and her current power level was terrifying. 5 stars, an official cardholder. The undisputed #1 swordmaster among all candidates. Her strength was not up for debate. The privileges of a 5-star rank were a secret only the worthy could unlock. 5 stars. Why did she look like a legendary hero braving the river with her blade while my avatar looked like a villain clutching a skull? Just then, the system interface flashed with a prompt. Xiao Yu requests to be your friend. Shen Ye blinked. You can add friends on this thing. Without a second thought, he smashed the accept button. Friend request accepted. Now simply holding the card and speaking her name would bridge the distance between them. A message materialized immediately. Shen Ye, you actually joined the rookie deck. Shen Ye replied, boredom on this airship makes you do crazy things. Lucky I had a guide to show me the ropes, he added. Xiao Yu explained, that card is an artifact from the Tarot Tower. It comes with hidden perks. I plan to tell you upon arrival. But I have to say, your avatar gives off serious demonic villain vibes. Shen Ye sighed. Don't ask me. The system chose this cursed look. I don't even know if I can change it. It's auto-generated based on aura, she noted. By the way, check the rookie leaderboard if you have time. Know your enemy. We can discuss the rest when you land. All right, I'll check the rankings. See you soon. Following her advice, Shen Ye pulled up the rookie database. What a sword prodigy like Xiao Yu is only rank 5. His eyes shot to the top. #1, Nangong Sirui. Let's see what kind of monster this is. Nangong Sirui, eldest heir of the Nangong clan, inheritor of the ancestral vein, power level 6 stars, the undisputed king of this generation. 6 stars in this leveling Manhwa world that's practically god tier for a rookie. And look at that face, beautiful and deadly. But as Shen Ye read the fine print, his jaw hit the floor. Eldest? Son, wait, Nangong Sirui is a dude. Why does a guy need to be that gorgeous ancient robes of fan surrounded by maids? Acts like he owns the place just because he's 6 stars. Scanning the rest of the top tier, Shen Ye couldn't help but curse. Damn it, the gap is insane. That pretty boy is the only 6 star. The rest are 4 and 5 star nobles. I need to grind. I need to raise my star rating fast. Evaluation criteria. I know that game. I've been grinding for evaluations at that gate every single day. Wait. Don't I have the incomplete heaven-shaking acupoint technique? Let's see if I can run a simulation. A ring of raw energy began to shimmer around Shen Ye's body. In a blink, he vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage in his wake. He moved with blinding speed, dragging a trail of shadows behind him, channeling the heaven-shaking technique. He kicked off the air itself, accelerating in a jagged lightning pattern. With a final burst, he executed the moonlight 6 steps, soaring upwards and landing gracefully on the ship's railing. The Tarot Tower interface pinged. Although incomplete and unstable, the technique mimics a long-lost ancient art. The reappearance of this legacy introduces chaotic variables to the competition. In true system Manhwa fashion, you have been rewarded. Your rating has increased by 1 star. Shen Ye threw his head back and laughed. Ha! It worked. The grind pays off. You are now an official member of the deck. 1-star privileges unlocked. Passive ability. You may refuse a duel challenge once every hour. The avatar on Shen Ye's card shifted again, confirming his status as a contestant from the Mortal Martial Arts group. A fresh 1-star rookie. Look at that smirk, he thought. My avatar looks even more punchable now. 1 star and I'm already looking down on the world. 2 notifications popped up simultaneously. Friend request from Guo Yunye reserve card. Friend request from Zhang Xiaoyi reserve card. Seeing familiar names, Shen Ye hit accept. Guo Yunye's voice crackled through immediately. Shen Ye, you hit 1 star already. You're actually insane. Zhang Xiaoye chimed in full of awe. Whoa, brother, Shen is too overpowered. Let's explore together when we land. I'd love to, Shen Ye replied. But I have previous arrangements. I'll contact you guys later. Roger that. We'll disembark first and wait for you. Shen Ye shook his head. It's just 1 star. Why are they hyping me up like I'm a god? Suddenly, Chen Rushan came rushing over his face, beaming with greed and delight. Is it true you're officially a 1-star rookie? Yeah, Shen Ye replied coolly. Is a single star enough to make you this giddy? Chen Rushan laughed heartily. Of course, just getting on the leaderboard once is enough. Even if you wash out later, you've already made enough noise to be valuable. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. Hey old man, are you actually hoping I fail? Chen Rushan slapped Shen Ye on the back, his voice trembling with excitement. Reaching 1 star this fast, you've completely shattered my initial calculations. You did good, kid. Shen Ye smirked. Is that so? Chen Rushan grinned, his eyes gleaming. Indeed. You are every bit the genius I invested in. Whoa, eyes front, we've finally arrived at the destination. Following Chen Rushan's pointing finger, Shen Ye froze, his soul shaken by the magnificent spectacle unfolding before him. Chen Rushan broke the silence. Behold the Sky Island. Shen Ye's jaw dropped as he asked, what in the world is that place? How have I never heard of a floating metropolis before? Chen Rushan smirked. This is the Cloud Mountain port. It used to be a perimeter surrounding the ancient ruins. After the excavation work wrapped up, they transformed it into a massive harbor city, the gateway between worlds. Now look over there. That sector contains the unexplored ruins. Deep within that abyss lie unknown terrors and dangers. The difficulty level for excavation there is hellish, and sitting right inside that danger zone is one of the 3 legendary high schools of the world. Jilan High. Shen Ye gasped. A school built inside ancient ruins suspended in the sky. Seriously? Exactly. How else would it earn the title of a legendary institution? The masters and disciples of Jilan are tasked with researching the celestial ruins, hunting for lost legacies and forgotten history. The absolute elite of humanity are gathering here, carrying the heavy burden of excavating the past on their shoulders. One day, history itself will speak, revealing the true nature of this world and the origin of our species. Suddenly, the sky above erupted in light. Brilliant rays manifested into strange arcane beams shooting straight toward their airship. Chen Rushan quickly explained, don't panic, those are the exam cards. Once you step into Cloud Mountain Port, everyone gets one. We are now under the gaze of the overseers. Until the banquet ends tomorrow night, every move we make is being graded. Those who score high ratings will unlock valuable rewards and special buffs for the upcoming exam. Hearing this, Shen Ye mused inwardly. This evaluation mechanic. It feels just like the leveling Manhwa logic of my own door ability. He asked aloud, buffs and rewards, are they actually useful? Chen Rushan nodded vigorously. You bet your life they are. Listen, after the banquet tomorrow, the system will warp us directly to the exam grounds. So before that happens, you need to grind for the highest rating possible. That's the only way to snag the rewards and secure a fighting chance in the official exam. When asked about the exam format, Chen Rushan sighed. That's the wild card. The format and duration change every single year. Some years it's a simple 45-minute written test. Other times it's a brutal 3-month survival marathon in the wilderness. Shen Ye's face turned pale as a sheet. That rule is pure chaos. Chen Rushan laughed, patting his shoulder. Cheer up, you're already a 1-star rookie. You're guaranteed some perks in the coming trial, though I can't say exactly what those perks are. Just then, a notification from the Tarot Tower flashed before Shen Ye's eyes, confirming his status as an official member of the rookie deck. System syncing in progress. In a flash of light, his exam card and the Tarot rookie card fused into one. Instantly, a quest appeared. First reward mission. Take the Azure Dragon for a walk to the East Sea and soar through the clouds for 100,000 miles. The mission text added a note. To forfeit, simply swipe your finger across the card. Shen Ye's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Walk a dragon. What kind of insane quest asks a rookie to walk a dragon for 100,000 miles? The system is overestimating me. Seeing Shen Ye's panic, Chen Rushan casually picked his ear. Relax, those are ancient tarot quests. Just ignore them. He explained, sure, completing them gives a legendary rating, but 99% of candidates can't even scratch the surface. Shen Ye frowned. If you say 99%, that implies there's a small group who actually can. Chen Rushan nodded darkly. Only the scions of the elite families have that kind of power. They leverage their massive clan resources to brute force these missions and farm ratings. It's completely rigged against commoners like us. He advised, just re-roll it. Try for something else. The next mission appeared, slay demons continuously for 10 years. Requirement, collect 3,000 demon heads. Shen Ye screamed internally. 10 years. Thanks but no thanks. Next. A new mission flashed, copy 800,000 documents in the scripture library as a penalty. 800,000. Are you kidding me? Skip next. Taste the excrement of 1,000 monsters and analyze the ingredients. Shen Ye ground his teeth in fury. Is there not a single mission a normal human being can do? With shaking hands, he refreshed the list again. A new quest popped up: combat learning. Win a duel to rapidly increase your star rank. This mission was mandatory unless the user invoked star authority. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. Oh, now this looks doable. Qian Rushan immediately cut him off. Don't even think about it. This is exactly what I warned you about. This is the playground for the rich kids. They use god-tier gear from their families to hunt commoners like us, just to farm evaluation points. Shen Ye raised his voice. Why specifically the rich kids? Qian Rushan pointed to the distance. Don't take my word for it. Look over there. Following the finger, Shen Ye gasped in horror. Zhang Xiaoyi was standing there, beaten so badly his face looked like a swollen pig's head by a spear-wielding youth. Is that Zhang Xiaoyi? He just stepped off the ship and got thrashed so hard his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The spearman spat on the ground, looking annoyed. What the hell? This guy doesn't even count as a rookie yet. I beat him senseless and didn't get a single point. Just my rotten luck. With a single devastating kick, he sent Zhang Xiaoyi flying through the air like a ragdoll. Seeing this, Shen Ye's instincts flared, and he rushed forward to intervene. Damn it all, he's being beaten to a pulp and no one lifts a finger. But Qian Rushan blocked his path with a steady hand. Relax. The medical squad is on standby waiting for the signal. Flesh wounds like that are easily healed in this world. The victim just has to endure a little agony. However, he added, his voice dropping, taking a life is a different story. The killer would be disqualified instantly and thrown behind bars. So drop that naive mindset about justice and fairness right now. The true test began long before you realized. In this arena, only the strong have the right to display their talent and demand respect. Qian Rushan confessed the truth. He hadn't planned to bring Shen Ye here so soon, but with assassins hunting him in the outside world, this heavily monitored exam ground was actually the safest sanctuary. Shen Ye let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation settling on his shoulders. I understand. Just then, his status card pulsed with an ominous light. A new evaluation appeared, the drowning one. The description that followed sent a chill down his spine. You are currently in a situation where death could strike at any moment, yet you remain blissfully ignorant of the danger. This is the state of the drowning one. Shen Ye's mind raced in panic. Didn't Boss Qian just guarantee that this testing ground was strictly monitored? Wasn't killing explicitly forbidden? Why would this terrifying evaluation appear on his interface now? Was he really walking on the edge of a blade? Who in the world was hunting him? Was it those elite heirs looking for sick entertainment? Did they possess some secret method to bypass the system's eyes and slaughter him right here? Or had a professional assassin infiltrated the examinees? Suddenly, a new notification flashed before his eyes. A challenge had been issued. The challenger was none other than Xiao Mengyu, and this was a mandatory duel. Shen Ye stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom why she would target him. Standing not far away, Xiao Mengyu waved her hand high, calling out to capture his attention amidst the crowd. Her aura had transformed, radiating an elegant and ethereal calm. She smiled with profound meaning, her eyes locking onto Shen Ye with absolute confidence. Seeing the atmosphere, Qian Rushan decided to make a tactical retreat. I won't be the third wheel blocking your path. I'll catch up with you later. Shen Ye hurriedly tried to clear his name. Hey, your mind is way too dirty. We have a strictly platonic, pure friendship. With that, he stepped down to meet Xiao Mengyu. The moment he saw her up close, he realized the truth. In just one night, her entire presence had undergone a metamorphosis. Xiao Mengyu spoke first, her voice sincere. Shen Ye, I truly thank you for healing me during the battle. That strange energy you left in my body, it actually helped me achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation. No need for formalities, Shen Ye replied. You've clearly become much stronger. He quietly activated his vision, analyzing the floating keywords above her head. The Taiyan arm tag had vanished completely. Even the Great Swordmaster title was fading, seemingly evolving into something far more profound. He couldn't hold back his curiosity. But tell me, why did you suddenly issue a formal challenge against me? Let's find a proper place to talk. Follow me. Xiao Mengyu led him to a private rental, specifically a small combat room with high-grade soundproofing. What exactly is this facility? Shen Ye asked. It's a specialized dojo for cultivation, Xiao Mengyu explained. This space is designed for meditation and honing combat skills. It comes fully equipped and the sound isolation is absolute. Just as they approached their room, a girl was violently hurled into the corridor right in front of them. Shen Ye stammered in horror. What the hell is happening here? The girl trembled as she struggled to stand, coughing up blood. Cough. You possess powerful secret arts and high-tier weapons. So why are you obsessed with fighting someone like me? A massive guy wearing boxing gloves answered coldly. I'm just farming evaluation points. Do you really think I care about your feelings? The blonde thug next to him sneered. My turn next. It's rare to find a one-star trash mob like this. We have to milk her for every point she's worth, the four-eyed guy chimed in. Hey, go easy on the damage. Don't cripple her yet. I still need to extract my share of points from her. The blonde burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that depends entirely on how much punishment her body can take. The fat bully grabbed her roughly. Get up now. We aren't finished yet. Seeing the brute, Shen Ye instantly recognized him. He had seen this face on the card deck rankings. That guy was definitely a 4-star rookie ranked 17th in the organization. Finally, the fat bully noticed the new arrivals in the hallway. Oh, another 1-star weakling has appeared. Today is truly my lucky day. But before he could move, a razor-sharp sword shadow flashed, blocking his path. It was Xiao Mengyu. Power surged from her frame as she declared with freezing cold authority, "That boy is my prey." The bully scoffed. "Humph, fine. Out of respect for a lady, I'll let you have the first go. I'll take the scraps after." Xiao Mengyu's eyes narrowed. "Did you not hear me clearly? He belongs to me." The fat guy growled, his face twisting. "Trying to hog all the points for yourself. Let me teach you something. Act this greedy and you won't last long in this manhwa recap-worthy world." Roaring in anger, he launched a devastating punch straight at Xiao Mengyu. In a split second, Xiao Mengyu drew her blade. A flash of light and the click of the sword returning to its sheath echoed. Countless invisible slashes materialized, shredding every stitch of clothing on the bully's body instantly. The scene left Shen Ye and the bully's lackeys with their jaws on the floor, eyes bulging in disbelief. Shen Ye analyzed the feat in awe. Clothes destroyed, yet not a scratch on the skin. Her swordsmanship had evolved into something terrifyingly precise, like a surgical scalpel, completely avoiding even his smallest dignity. The naked giant trembled violently, terror seizing his heart. That technique, you're Xiao Mengyu." The monster ranked number 5. Xiao Mengyu uttered a single icy command, "Scram!" The bullies didn't hesitate, scrambling away while screaming, "Damn it, run for your lives." The girl, finally shaken from her trance, bowed in gratitude. But Shen Ye hesitated, his voice trembling slightly. "Hey, do we really have to go through with this duel?" Xiao Mengyu's gaze remained ice-cold. "Why getting cold feet?" she smirked. "Relax, I won't break any bones. At worst, you'll just end up stripped to your skivvies like that tub of lard from earlier. A little humiliation, nothing fatal." Shen Ye's face burned brighter than a flare. "I'm kidding," she added quickly. "Here's the strategy. As long as the system registers us in combat mode, no one from the outside can issue a challenge against you." Hearing the logical explanation, a strange pang of disappointment pricked Shen Ye's heart. Xiao Mengyu pointed to his status card. "Check your interface. See those words flashing on the surface? That's the in-combat indicator. Until this duel concludes, you are effectively immune to outside interference. No one can touch you." Shen Ye frowned. "Wait, isn't that a massive bug in the rules? If everyone exploited this glitch, they could just turtle up and stay safe forever." "Not exactly," she corrected. "Others can forcibly interrupt our session, but only on one condition. They have to be strong enough to defeat me first." Shen Ye let out a long breath. "Well, that's a relief. I feel safer already. Between the two of us, our combined power rating hits 6 stars. In this awakening manhwa world, who would have the guts to court death by provoking us?" But then he noticed a shadow cross Xiao Mengyu's face. "What's wrong? Surely no one is bored enough to target a nobody like you, right?" She shook her head. "Highly unlikely. That kind of tactic is beneath them. It's shameless. Even the arrogant heirs of the great clans have some shred of pride." Shen Ye smiled. "True. You aren't point farming either." Xiao Mengyu nodded. "From what I know, even Nangong Sirui, the current rank 1, refuses to scavenge for points. His pride reaches the heavens. He disdains such cheap tricks." Shen Ye pressed on. "But what if the grinders farm enough points to surpass your score?" Her eyes flashed with dominance. "The solution is simple. I just hunt them down, crush them, and take their points for myself." Shen Ye nodded slowly. In this world, absolute power was the only law that mattered. Plan set, they headed straight for battle room number 9. Once inside, the heavy doors sealed shut. "This training hall is completely isolated," Xiao Mengyu said. "Whatever we discuss here stays between these walls." Shen Ye whistled, looking around. "This setup is luxury. I'm definitely booking one next time." Xiao Mengyu instantly crushed that dream. "Don't bother. These VIP rooms are reserved for the great clans and 5-star awakened rookies. A normie like you would be thrown out before you even touched the door handle." Shen Ye felt a vein pop in his temple. It was infuriating. Did the great clans own every square inch of this world? Xiao Mengyu cut through his thoughts. "Forget the class warfare for a second. We need to talk about the real issue. The anomaly regarding Zhao Yibing." A chill ran down Shen Ye's spine. "Right. You said she was dead. But I just received a message from her ID." Xiao Mengyu's expression darkened. "Zhao Yibing died the moment she led me to the skin taker. Do you remember the black shadow that vanished with the killer? There is a 90% probability it took her corpse. Shen Ye's eyes widened as the realization hit him. If Zhao Yibing is walking around, then that means the skin taker is… Exactly, she interrupted. Whatever is wearing her face is here for the competition. That is not a coincidence. You need to stay far away from her. Whatever that thing is now, it is no longer human. Shen Ye swallowed hard. This is way above our pay grade. Shouldn't we report this to Kunlun? Aren't they the authority on supernatural disasters? I already sent a priority report, Xiao Mengyu replied grimly. Silence. Not a single response. Don't hold your breath. To them, the life of a commoner isn't worth the paperwork. The cold truth hit Shen Ye. His call to the police last night had been nothing but a scream into the void. Someone powerful struck a deal with the skin taker, she revealed. They jammed the signals in that sector specifically to mask the slaughter. Shen Ye gasped. You mean the clan backing that monster has enough influence to black out an entire zone? It gets worse. Her grip on her sword tightened. This morning, envoys from the great clans arrived at my doorstep. They're trying to force a political marriage. Marriage, Shen Ye choked. Who is it? A clan patriarch, she spat. He's over 50 and his last wife conveniently died recently. Panic rose in Shen Ye's chest. You're going to tell them to go to hell, right? Xiao Mengyu lowered her gaze. I bought myself a few days to think. Think, Shen Ye shouted. Why didn't you just reject them on the spot? Because I am too weak right now, she admitted bitterly. This is a stalling tactic. If I can secure admission to one of the 3 great academies, I can hide within their walls until I'm strong enough to defy them. Shen Ye exhaled the tension leaving his shoulders. Okay, that's a plan. A risky one, but a plan. The Shen family just wanted an apology, but the Luo clan wants to consume her entire life, he thought. She's a sword prodigy forced to play politics while I'm just a guy without a single defensive skill. His thoughts were interrupted. Shen Ye, have you decided which academy you're aiming for? No clue, he shrugged. I barely know anything about the big 3. Suddenly, steel sang as Xiao Mengyu drew her blade, her aura flaring to life. Forget the schools for a moment, she commanded. I'm going to give you a crash course. You know that civilians don't get access to cultivation manuals before high school, but I can bypass that. I will teach you a secret art from my clan. Before Shen Ye could process her words, the air split with a hiss. Swish, Xiao Mengyu began to dance her blade, weaving a complex net of light and shadow right before his eyes. She sheathed her weapon with a sharp click, leaving Shen Ye mesmerized. That was the Luo clan's wave-treading sword art, she announced. Do you want to learn it? I can go over it with you again. Shen Ye stared at her, disbelief written all over his face. The wave-treading sword art. You're just going to casually pass on the Luo clan's secret technique to me. Won't this bring a storm of trouble down on your head? Seeing that Shen Ye's first instinct was to worry about her safety, rather than greedily snatching the power, a crimson flush spread across Mengyu's cheeks. Do you even understand the gravity of this? If the secret arts of our noble clans were leaked to the outside world, blood would flow in rivers as countless power-hungry vultures tore each other apart to possess them. Knowing all that, you still have the leisure to worry about my well-being. Shen Ye let out a warm, helpless laugh. I truly don't wish to be the anchor that drags you down. Hearing his heartfelt words, she turned her face away, unable to meet his intense gaze. After a heavy pause, Mengyu whispered, It's fine. There won't be any trouble. Internally, her thoughts were racing. Yesterday, if he hadn't stepped in like a hero, that skin-peeler monster would have defiled me. I'm offering a supreme technique to repay a life debt, yet here he is fretting over me. What a lovable fool. Shen Ye spread his hands, showing his empty palms. I honestly want to learn, but regrettably I don't currently possess a blade. Mengyu blinked in confusion. That's strange. Yesterday, when you clashed with the skin peeler, weren't you wielding a sword? Shen Ye realized she meant the night curtain sword. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he stammered. Oh, that was just a decorative piece I grabbed from the hotel lobby. I tossed it aside after the fight. Mengyu didn't suspect a thing. That makes sense. Where would a freelancer get a divine weapon? If I had known it would come to this, I would have pilfered a spare blade from the armory for you. However, it's too late now. Going back would attract unwanted attention, and our covert operation would be compromised. Shen Ye panicked, waving his hands frantically. Absolutely do not steal one. If your family finds their heirloom sword on my corpse later, they'll resurrect me just to kill me again. How would I explain that? Mengyu looked at him innocently. True point. I guess the sword art will have to wait. Fortunately, I came prepared with other manuals. Hearing there was more loot to be had, Shen Ye's eyes practically glowed with the intensity of a loot goblin. You have other techniques? Xiao Mengyu calmly listed them off. There's the red kick 7-kill hand blade 16 paths of thunderpalm and close combat short strike. Which one calls to you? Suddenly, one name in that list made Shen Ye's heart stop. Wait, did you just say Thunder Palm? Xiao Mengyu smiled, a glint of pride in her eyes. Precisely. Strikes as fast as lightning, power as devastating as a thunderclap. That is the essence of the Thunder Palm. Only the 7 ancient families possess this secret manual, and my Luo clan happens to be one of the custodians. As she confirmed it, Shen Ye fell into deep contemplation. Wasn't the Thunder Palm one of the specific arts the mysterious voice ordered him to collect? This was straight out of a leveling Manhwa questline. Moonlight Deer Walk, Shadowbone Wind. Now I just need the Thunder Palm to complete the set. But the mysterious voice said these were arts from the nightmare world. How does Xiao Mengyu know it in reality? Without hesitation, Shen Ye probed further. Where exactly did this Thunder Palm originate from? Mengyu didn't hide anything. It was recovered from a sky ruin. Legend has it that when the ancestors of the great families excavated the Goran ruins, they discovered it in an abandoned pavilion. It seems you've heard of the Thunder Palm's reputation, Shen Ye countered with a question. Is it famous? She replied. Famous for being impossibly difficult. If your perception stat isn't high enough, you'll never unleash its true destructive potential. I memorized the movements and the core mantra purely by rote memory. Since you seem interested, I'll demonstrate it once for you. You need to focus your entire being on my movements. Use every ounce of your intuition to grasp the flow. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, locking in. Understood. Right then, a blue screen flickered into existence. System alert. Because you have never unlocked or trained your perception, you possess the basic value of 1 point. However, due to your stat allocation, your total perception is currently 1 plus 10 equaling 11. At that exact moment, Mengyu struck out with a palm full of latent power. She flowed through the subsequent forms of the Thunder Palm for Shen Ye to analyze. Moments later, she retracted her aura and asked, Well, did you grasp the general concept? Shen Ye raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. That technique. It looked a bit lackluster, didn't it? Or perhaps did you make a mistake in the execution? Mengyu's face turned beet red. What do you mean lackluster? An average person who masters this could secure a high-ranking position and live in luxury for the rest of their life. And another thing, tell me exactly where I went wrong. Shen Ye immediately mimicked her stance, pinpointing the flaw. You said this strike requires channeling chi through the governor vessel, the penetrating vessel, the girdle vessel, and the 12 meridians, focusing all intent into the carpal bones of the left hand to trigger the 5th rune of the Supreme Thunder Scripture. But look at your form. You unleash the force, but the kinetic energy pooled in your radius bone, not the palm center where it belongs. Shouldn't the true form look something like this? As the words left his lips, arcs of blue lightning began to crackle and dance around Shen Ye's hand. Without hesitation, he thrust his palm forward. Boom! The strike shook the very air around them. Witnessing him master the art, instantly Mengyu was left completely speechless. She pulled out the manual, looking defeated. To be honest, my specialty is the sword. I've never actually practiced palm techniques. I only skimmed these books on the way here to teach you. I never expected you to keep up with my explanation, let alone spot the flaws. Your aptitude is terrifyingly high. Here, take it. This is the Thunder Palm Essentials. Study it yourself. As Shen Ye grabbed the book, the interface flashed, item obtained, Thunder Palm Essentials. Quality green. Seeing the glow, Shen Ye thought green represents elite quality. She's just handing over something this valuable. Xiao Mengyu really treats me too well. Another notification popped up. To comprehend Thunder Palm Essentials to a basic level requires 5 perception points. Proficient level requires 9. To reach the success stage you need 12 points, and for the peak stage 15 points. Shen Ye finally understood the mechanics of this system Manhwa world. So this is the utility of the perception stat. No wonder the heirs of great families are monsters at such a young age. They've been farming perception since childhood. After digesting the manual for a moment, he unleashed another palm strike. The force this time was exponential, several times stronger than before. A golden text appeared. Congratulations. Your perception is off the charts. You have learned Thunder Palm Essentials to the proficient stage. Mengyu smiled, watching him. It seems this lightning art was destined for you. You have mastered it already, impressive speed. Now summon the tarot card. It is time to witness the evolution of your power. Heeding the advice, Shen Ye drew the tarot card. The moment it materialized, a system notification flashed before his eyes. You mastered the Thunder Palm in record time. Your comprehension stat is off the charts, triggering a high-tier promotion. Shen Ye's avatar had also shifted. The villainous skull image was gone. Another alert from the Tarot Tower. You are now a 2-star rookie. Unlocked new skins, hairstyles, outfits, and personal titles. Shen Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. Customization options for hair and clothes. He did not hesitate to test the feature immediately, but the Tarot Tower had a twisted sense of humor. The new avatar was a bald, menacing demon monk. Shen Ye slammed the card onto the ground in a rage. What the hell is this mockery? Meng Yu stifled a laugh. The card is trolling you. Wait until you level up to 4 stars, maybe its attitude will improve then. Shen Ye frowned, cursing the stupid card. But Meng Yu offered a gentle warning. You need to be careful. If you disrespect the system, it might tank your evaluation score. Shen Ye panicked, snatching the card up and kissing it frantically. I am sorry, baby. I am so sorry. You are my precious little treasure. He glanced at his watch and froze. Oh no, is it 11 o'clock already? Manager Qian ordered me to meet him at the rendezvous point. Meng Yu nodded, not holding him back. Go ahead. I will stay here and continue meditating on the sword. If you ever have free time, come find me whenever you like. Shen Ye turned back. Right. Can I trouble you to keep investigating the origins of that skin-peeling killer? Meng Yu replied, consider it done. I will keep digging. Shen Ye waved goodbye. Thanks a million. See you later. Shen Ye arrived at the location to meet Manager Qian. However, the receptionist blocked his path. The manager is currently occupied and cannot see you. Here's your key card. Please rest in your room for now. Shen Ye took the key. This corporation owns an entire building at Cloud Mountain Port, truly filthy rich. Since the manager was absent, he retreated to his room to test the Thunder Palm. Was this truly the skill from the nightmare world? He had gathered all the techniques whispered by the mysterious voice. It was time to unlock the secrets hidden within. He decided to unleash them all in sequence. He began with the shadow art, followed by the Thunder Palm, combining them with the moonlit deer step and the bone wind. But after the display, absolute silence. Nothing happened. It seemed this Thunder Palm was not the legendary skill from the leveling Manhwa logic of the nightmare world. Suddenly Farron scoffed. Kid, let me ask you something. Why are you obsessed with collecting garbage to cultivate? You are hoarding the absolute worst skills from every race. Shen Ye was stunned. Huh, did you say garbage? Farron broke it down with brutal honesty. The shadow art is trash that even the undead refuse to learn, let alone humans, beastmen, or elves. Bone wind has 0 damage output. If you get surrounded or attacked from range, you are dead meat. No sane human cultivates that. The moonlit deer step is basic footwork for cannon fodder elf soldiers. Real warriors learn high-tier movement techniques. And the Beastman Thunder Palm useless. It is incredibly hard to learn with weak impact, and beastmen are terrified of lightning anyway. Farron sighed. In all my centuries, I have never seen a scavenger like you. Do yourself a favor, join the Imperial Military Academy and learn some real magic. Shen Ye stood there looking completely foolish. However, a critical detail suddenly clicked in his mind. He asked, you said I gathered them, so the Thunder Palm I just used. Is that the authentic Beastman version from the nightmare world? Farron replied instantly. Obviously. What else would it be? Shen Ye frowned in confusion. But how can a technique from the nightmare world exist in this reality? Farron shrugged. I do not even have a brain. How should I know? Shen Ye stared at the manual in his hand. This was getting weird. Farron confirmed it was the authentic technique. So why did nothing happen when he used it? The last time he collected the skills, he unlocked the moon-suppressing sword. But suddenly agony exploded in his chest. His pupils contracted violently. Blood erupted from every pore in his body like a fountain. His knees buckled and he collapsed, retching a massive pool of crimson. Farron screamed in panic. Shen Ye, what is wrong with you? Shen Ye's strength evaporated instantly. He could only make gargling sounds. Shen Ye. Hey, what the hell is happening? But the protagonist could no longer answer, only letting out weak, dying groans. His mind raced. What is this? It is over. I cannot breathe. Blood tears streamed from his eyes, blurring his vision into a gray haze. His consciousness drifted, the cold grip of death tightening around his throat. Farron's voice echoed in the distance. Shen Ye, damn it, wake up. But Shen Ye's mind was sinking deep into the infinite void of darkness. Suddenly a piercing emerald light stabbed through his chest. An icy chill swept over him, and he saw it, a spectral thread connecting directly to his breath. Cuff, what is this energy, this bone-chilling cold? It was keeping him alive. Is this breathing? Have I unlocked a hidden awakening Manhwa breathing technique? This frost aura was pushing back the encroaching darkness. He had to maintain this rhythm, or he would certainly die. He curled up, forcing his body to sync with this strange new respiratory pattern. Moments later, a wave of euphoria washed over him. The new breathing method was rewriting his biology. He could feel every heartbeat, the flow of his blood, every nerve, and every single cell. Everything circulated in perfect harmony with his breath. This was the legendary state, heaven and man unity. His old way of breathing had been nothing but trash. It wasn't just survival. It was an awakening. Shen Ye's eyes snapped open, witnessing a reality that defied all logic. Though it was his first glimpse, a voice echoed deep in his soul, proclaiming this the domain of law. Back in the physical world, his body lay frozen while a blue screen flashed, the hallmark of a classic system Manhwa. Congratulations. You have mastered the eye technique Divine Moonlight Illumination. In that split second, twin purple flames ignited within his gaze, burning with eldritch power. Data streams flooded his vision, revealing this as an exclusive inheritance of the Moonlight lineage. The description was absolute. All high-tier magic and hidden realms would be laid bare before him, stripping away every deception. Seeing him struggle to rise, Verona let out a breath she'd been holding. "Shen Ye, you nearly gave me a heart attack," she cried. But his mind was elsewhere, reeling from the surge of unknown energy. What? Is this power? The system alerts didn't stop. All base attributes increased by 3 points. Base resonance surged by 8. And the Moonlight Inheritance resonance, a massive spike of 20 points. Shen Ye was floored. Not only was his fatal injury gone, but his stats had skyrocketed. Raw power coursed through his veins like a drug. Before he could process the high, the status window updated. Strength 4.3, Agility 6.1, Spirit 4, Intelligence 4, Resonance 9, Moonlight Resonance plus 20, Free Attribute points 10. What exactly does resonance govern, he wondered. To jump 8 points in one go was unheard of. Ding, the Dharma Eye is active. A new path opened, raise all attributes to 20, and the title True Human would be unlocked. Confusion gnawed at him. True Human. What kind of existence was that? And that spectral realm he saw in his mind. This world was hiding secrets far darker than a simple leveling manhwa. His flawed skill, Pale Moon True Sky, began to mutate. Evolution complete. From this moment on, he wielded the true perfect form of the technique. First layer of the domain. A purple tier secret art. A 1 in 10,000 rarity that martial artists would kill for. The transformation was total. Windcaller evolved into Flood Dragon. Moonlight Deer became the Flowing Moon. Thunderpalm ascended to Thunderquake. And Shadow Art morphed into the terrifying Heaven's Shadow. Flood Dragon. A kick technique of devastating power. It could repel enemies, disarm weapons, and even shatter incoming spells. Imbued with glacial frost, it crippled the speed of anything it struck. Then there was Flowing Moon. The ultimate fusion of evasion and aggression. When he moved, reality lagged behind him, leaving a trail of afterimages like a flowing river of ghosts. Thunderquake, a palm strike channeling the wrath of the heavens. It possessed the holy power to annihilate evil and crush defenses instantly. Finally, Heaven's Shadow. He could vanish into the silhouette of any person or object. Unless facing a master of the Shadow Realm, he was effectively invisible. And the passive buff absurd. Moonlight Resonance plus 20. Skill potency amplified by 300%. Shen Ye threw his head back and laughed like a madman who had just escaped the asylum. Nahaha. And here I was worried about lacking DPS. In a heartbeat, he'd acquired a full arsenal: kicks, movement, palm strikes, and stealth, with the Divine Moonlight Eye boosting everything by 3 times. This is the true power of a purple tier secret art. The hellish pain of being torn between worlds, totally worth it for this kind of payout. But who planted such a legendary skill inside the 4 races? It didn't make sense. Whatever. No use overthinking it without clues. First things first, I need to wash this blood off. In the bathroom, cold water hit his face, shocking him back to reality. It felt like a fever dream. 1 minute he was beaten to a pulp, knocking on death's door. The next, fully healed and overpowered after mastering the eye. If not for the bloodstains, I'd think I was hallucinating. He stared into the mirror. His eyes, they held a new abyssal depth. Suddenly text materialized above his reflection. He saw things that were previously hidden. Titles of extraordinary origin unlocked only by surviving impossible odds and clearing hell mode objectives. The boy who survived the calamity. The little match boy. Shen Ye gasped. I can actually read the hidden data on these titles now. This must be the passive effect of the Divine Eye. His focus shifted lower and his blood ran cold. A crimson thread was wrapped tightly around his neck. What the hell, since when was I wearing a choker? The system provided a grim answer. Technique mark of the otherworldly god. Description: a beacon of death. If the caster comes within 500 miles, they will sense you and can teleport instantly to your location. The scene shifted to the chaos of a bustling casino. Hey, look at this hand, a voice smirked. I think you boys are about to go broke. Across the table, a cold voice cut him off. Shut your trap. You've already lost. Failing to kill Shen Ye has caused us a mountain of headaches. The gambler sighed, tossing his cards. Man, I'm a supreme VIP of the Assassin Alliance. How could they be so sloppy, sending an amateur who leaked the client's info? Just wait until the reins of power are in my hands. I will personally slaughter every last rat in the Assassin Alliance. What a bunch of useless trash. They can't handle a single simple task. I am folding my hand in this game. Consider it my apology to the group. We shouldn't have to clean up the mess those assassins made. He turned and barked a command. System establish a connection to the Assassin Alliance headquarters immediately. The holographic interface flickered to life. Command received. Connecting you to the Alliance now. A moment later, a voice echoed from the void. Good evening, future pillars of our world. I am the overseer of the Assassin Alliance. You may address me as Gongwu. The young master's face went black with rage. Gongwu, how are you running things over there? Did your killer actually leak the client's identity to the target? Gongwu bowed his head in hasty repentance. My deepest apologies. That operative was actually the strongest blade in our entire alliance. However, he was obsessed with some twisted form of romantic art. He frequently neglected his primary mission to chase his delusions. He has paid the ultimate price. I executed him with my own hands. The young master's voice turned to ice. That bastard Shen Ye has arrived at Yunshan Port. He is about to start the exam. Gongwu, surely you won't fail us a second time. Gongwu leaned forward, his tone dropping to a grim growl. I stake my honor on it. I will make Shen Ye vanish from this world. If I fail again, I will cut off my own head and place it on your table as an apology. The young master sneered. Humph, then it is settled. As the connection severed and Gongwu's image faded, the young master turned to his allies. We need insurance. Someone send a high expert to oversee this. We must ensure this job is finished. The man in the hat nodded in agreement. Indeed. We must supervise those assassins. They have proven to be completely unreliable. The blond man ground his teeth. I will ask the Grand Elder of my family to intervene. He dotes on me. He won't refuse my request. The black-haired man let out a breath of relief. He is willing to act. Then this problem is as good as solved, he thought to himself with a sneer. Shen Ye, you trash. You actually dare to covet Song Qingyin and those filthy commoners trying to rebel. They all need to be crushed by absolute force. Those low-born maggots, every single one of them deserves to die. Meanwhile, at the Assassin Alliance headquarters drifting on the open sea, Gongwu stood motionless after the call like a soulless statue. A crimson thread suddenly manifested around his neck. In the blink of an eye, slash. His head was severed from his shoulders. The skin flayer's voice dripped with disdain. Too old. His body is covered in scars and withered with age. Disgusting. His old wounds spoil the meat. But those scions of the great families, that is a different story. Soaked in medicinal baths since birth. Their flesh must be exquisitely tender and juicy. Around him the massacre was complete. Every member of the Assassin Alliance lay in a pool of their own blood. The entity known as the Great Existence manifested in the air. The skin flayer bowed low. Master, did you make a promise to those humans? Mere lip service. Of course that does not apply to you. However, my believers must honor their word. Even when disguised sincerity is required to allow the true spirituality of the event to manifest. Understood. I will deliver this old man's head to Yunshan Port and fulfill the promise to them. The mortals reported that Shen Ye is at Yunshan Port. That place shall become our new hunting ground. The Great Existence asked, Do you crave the flesh of those true noble bloodlines? The skin flayer answered without hesitation. Desperately. The Great Existence declared coldly, The old rules apply. The flesh is yours. The souls are mine. I will join the hunt this time. I need to harvest a massive amount of souls to restore the power I burned while descending to this realm. The skin flayer hurriedly bowed. Master, I am humbled by your generosity, but there is no need for you to dirty your hands. Your lowly servant can handle the slaughter. The Great Existence reached out and plucked a red thread from the air. My detection spell on him was noticed. This proves he is not merely haunted by a stray spirit. There is a powerful entity hiding in his shadow, one we cannot underestimate. To avoid being traced back to my source, I voluntarily dissolved the spell. With your current strength, if you encounter that entity, you will be vaporized instantly. Even I would not be able to resurrect you. This trip is not just for souls. I must see for myself what kind of monster is standing behind Shen Ye. Scene shift to Shen Ye. A holographic window popped up signaling a critical moment. The tracking art has realized you detected it. The spell has been deactivated. However, the caster will strike again. The logic of your current world cannot explain this magic. Shen Ye cursed in anger. Damn it, that thread screams of the skin flayer. The bastard has really resurrected, so that explains why the card rated my status as drowning. Suddenly the card in Shen Ye's hand blazed with light, updating with a terrifying new evaluation. The prey is hovering right in front of the trap. You have glimpsed your fate. You have claws and fangs ready. But can you outrun the shadow of death? The image of the drowning man vanished. Is this artifact alive? It can sense my situation in real time. Unexpectedly, the card's imagery shifted again, displaying stats worthy of a top-tier leveling Manhwa protagonist. Candidate Shen Ye. Affiliation Mortal Martial Arts Corp. Evaluation, 5 stars. Rank 11. Provisional ranking on the rookie deck. Note, fastest growth rate recorded among all candidates. It was undeniable, to jump from 2 stars straight to 5 in a single breath. Shen Ye stared his eyes wide with shock at his own explosive growth. The perks for achieving a 5-star rating were absolutely broken. First off, before the main tournament even began, the system would grant him a special power source to exploit however he pleased. Second, the ultimate deception, he gained the right to mask his true rank, appearing as a harmless 2-star novice to the rest of the world. A special notification flashed, one only he could see. Because he had awakened the legendary Dharma Eye, the system bypassed all other metrics and forcibly evolved his status to 5 stars. Rank 11. This proved one thing: his Dharma Eye was a cheat code far superior to anything the other contestants possessed in this leveling Manhwa reality. Shen Ye decided to activate the camouflage immediately. Caution was survival, especially with those arrogant clan heirs hunting for his head. Once the disguise was set, the leaderboard would only display his fake 2-star potential. These trump cards weren't meant for flexing. Besides, based on the public rankings, the number of rich kids who could actually threaten him was pitifully small. But the battlefield is a chaotic beast. Trusting paper stats is a death sentence. History is filled with underdog stories where the weak devoured the strong. Worse, the skin peeler had resurrected, and the possessed Zhao Yipeng could come knocking at his door any second. The priority was clear: he needed to grind and level up fast. Just then, Shen Ye's phone shattered the silence. The moment he picked up, Chen Rishan's roar nearly deafened him. "Shen Ye, what the hell are you playing at? I haven't been able to reach you all day. If the system didn't show you were safe in your room, I would have sent a search and rescue team to drag you out by now." Shen Ye blinked, confused. Had he been out cold for a whole day? He scratched his head sheepishly. "My bad. I was handling some private family matters." Qian Rishan sighed. "As long as you're alive. Get your butt to the martial arts hall on the 63rd floor, now. I need to drill some new intel into that head of yours." "On my way, Boss Qian." The scene shifted to the grandeur of the training hall. "Listen up. Your goal is to get accepted into one of the 3 great high schools. So I'm going to give you the rundown on these elite institutions." A holographic list appeared: Jilin, Guichu, and Zhirang. Each academy was a titan in its own right. Jialan High School floats in the void on ancient ruins, prioritizing absolute combat power. Guichu High School lies deep within the abyss of the ocean, obsessed with researching human history. Finally, Zhirang High School, buried deep underground, combines the best of both worlds. Shen Ye frowned. "Are these really the strongest academies in the world? Is there nothing better?" Qian Rishan's expression turned serious as he explained. "These 3 aren't just schools. They are the modern evolutions of ancient sects from the primordial era. Their history is ancient, their foundations unshakable. No other school can even touch their hem. Jilan, the Sky School, stands at the apex of power. They research the direct sorcery of gods and the Dharma realm itself. It is the most prestigious institution in existence. Almost every heir from the great noble families fights tooth and nail to enroll there. Guichu, the Abyssal School, focuses on the occult and archaeology. Rumor has it that history was severed before our era, and the ruins of that lost civilization lie drowned beneath the sea. That's why graduates from Guichu are a different breed when they enter society. They are regarded as the most learned scholars and brilliant minds of our generation. However, because they delve into forbidden history, many graduates end up serving the Holy Church as devoted disciples. Then there is Zhirang, the Earth School. Built upon a colossal underground tomb, it is the birthplace of human historiography. Their curriculum is brutally practical. The underground is teeming with savage monsters, so they focus on real combat survival. Naturally, this also makes it the wealthiest school of the 3. Monster parts, rare minerals, and spirit herbs harvested from the depths can be exchanged for astronomical sums of money. Better yet, one can uncover ancient cultivation techniques and artifacts. The catch: very few can actually use them. Most just end up as research specimens. Shen Ye looked puzzled. Why can so few people use them?" Qian Rishan patiently continued his lecture. "It all comes down to resonance. Alongside the ancient manuals, there are divine weapons and secret arts. To wield them, you need an exceptionally high resonance rate. That's why resonance is also known as recognition." Shen Ye muttered, "Recognition. Exactly. It means the artifact accepts you, or the Dharma realm itself acknowledges your existence. Only then will the power submit to your will." Hearing the words Dharma realm, Shen Ye tensed up. Acknowledged by the Dharma realm, what exactly is that place? He thought back. During his awakening, he had glimpsed a dimension labeled the Dharma realm. This felt like a pivotal moment in an awakening Manhwa. Qian Rishan glowed with excitement as he pulled out several manuals. The Dharma realm is the source of all power. It is the yardstick by which all strength is measured. But that's a lesson for another day. You'll learn more once you're in school. Don't overthink it for now. Come here. Look at this. The corporation prepared these cultivation manuals specifically for you. Shen Ye took the book, sweat forming on his brow as he read the titles: 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, 2 Finger Zen, North Star God Fist, Lonely Nine Swords, Sunflower Manual. What kind of knockoff nonsense is this? And what is the mouth swallows the heavens method? Is this some secret Canton technique? Qian Rishen explained without skipping a beat. Oh, that one. It's a psychological warfare technique. Basically, you mock your opponent until they lose their mind. It has the ability to make the opponent's blood boil with rage, causing them to lose all composure mid-attack. Shen Ye then asked, "What about the Chrysanthemum Treasure Manual?" Instructor Qian explained with a straight face. That technique uses the chrysanthemum as a hidden weapon shooting petals or more disturbingly strange fluids to assault the enemy. Rumor has it at the highest realm of mastery, the chrysanthemum emits a fragrance so potent it traps victims in terrifying hallucinations. Hearing these useless effects, Shen Ye pinned his hopes on another book. Then what about this Northeast Divine Fist? Does it draw power from the Big Dipper constellation? Instructor Qian shook his head vigorously. Not at all. Years ago, in the Far East sector of the northern region, excavators found this manual in a ruin. Hence, the lazy name, Northeast Fist. The excavation was actually finished at that point. Everyone was packing up to leave the ancient site, but a high-ranking archaeologist felt a strange pull. He stood staring at nothing until a voice echoed from the void. "What are you looking at?" Thinking it was a prank, he instinctively screamed back, "I'm looking at you. You got a problem." Instantly, the manual dropped from the air. It was a classic case of resonance phenomenon. The technique only revealed itself because his aggressive attitude matched its spirit. Shen Ye turned pale at the absurdity. "That story is ridiculous." Instructor Qian continued. "It's called personality compatibility. The ruin basically gave him a gift for being a jerk. However, high resonance is just the threshold. Many meet the criteria but are still rejected by the artifact. It's a test of destiny. Crossing the threshold is step 1. Gaining recognition is step 2. Just pick one already. At least you'll have something to defend yourself with during the exam." Shen Ye scoffed internally. Northeast Divine Fist sounds like they named it while drunk. Suddenly a notification flashed Northeast Divine Fist green quality. A rare find in this system Manhwa world requiring specific conditions to unlock its full destructive potential. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. While other skills were common. White tier, this was a superior green tier. Could this be a hidden gem? "This looks promising," he declared. "I choose the Northeast Divine Fist. You have a sharp eye. Out of everything here, this technique holds the most devastating power. Normally, I wouldn't give a rookie such a complex manual. The stronger the art, the harder it is to master in a short time. But if you succeed, your evaluation will skyrocket." Shen Ye grinned. "Could I jump from 2 stars straight to 5? Qian immediately smacked him on the head. "Stop dreaming, no one in history has skipped levels like that." Rubbing his head, Shen Ye thought, "So my Moon God's Gaze and Bone Moon Suppression really are God-tier abilities." "Don't get discouraged," Qian added. "Reaching 2 stars this fast proves your potential is terrifying. Now watch closely. I will demonstrate the essence of the Northeast Divine Fist. Master this and you'll survive the combat exams without breaking a sweat." As Qin moved with fluid aggression, Shen Ye analyzed the pattern. His stats were pumped into comprehension, currently sitting at a massive 14 points. With that level of genius, the Divine Fist looked like clumsy child's play to his eyes. "Still, it's perfect for low-stakes fights," he mused. "A great way to hide my true power." Finally, Qin finished wiping sweat from his brow. "Done." "Did you catch any of that?" Shen Ye feigned disappointment. "That teaching style was too shallow. If I weren't a genius, I'd have learned nothing." Qian checked the time. "It's late. We stop here. Rest up and don't miss the banquet tonight." Shen Ye nodded respectfully. "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Chief Qian." Suddenly, his ID card pulsed with light. A message from Meng Yu. "Shen Ye, I found intel on the skin peeler. Meet me at the multi-purpose arena immediately." He typed a quick reply. "On my way." But as he walked, a presence stopped him cold. A bald beggar blocked his path. "Oh ho, young master, spare a coin for good karma." Shen Ye fished out a coin and tossed it into the bowl. "Here. Sorry, old man, that's all the change I have." He turned to leave, but behind him the beggar gripped the coin tight. Hearing the cane drop, Shen Ye froze. In a flash, the old man whipped the coin at the back of Shen Ye's skull like a bullet. But as the beggar retracted his hand, he muttered, "Sigh, I'm getting old. My aim isn't what it used to be." He had missed. Shen Ye had unleashed the flowing moonstep, phasing out of reality to dodge the lethal strike. Looking up at Shen Ye perched on a wall, the old man smirked. Impressive reflexes for a kid. Shen Ye sneered down, "You don't look old to me. You act like a brat. A shameless brat who only knows how to sucker punch people from behind." Instantly, Shen Ye activated the moon god's gaze. Purple light flooded his irises, revealing the unseen truth. There was an invisible broadsword strapped to the man's back. Without his ocular jutsu, that weapon would have been completely undetectable. The old man huffed in annoyance. His hand slowly reached back, fingers curling around the hilt of the invisible blade. Shen Ye's instincts screamed danger. He instantly leapt into the air, vaulting toward a nearby utility pole to dodge the ambush. The old master gasped, his eyes widening in genuine shock. "Oh, you can actually perceive my movements? That is rare indeed." Shen Ye spat back with venom. "You senile old bat, I gave you charity and you stabbed me in the back. You're dripping with high-tier artifacts, yet you act like a common thug. You waste your youth chasing skirts instead of cultivation. I am here to teach you a lesson for pestering that young heiress." Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a growl. "Are you talking about Xiaomengyu? We walk the path of the martial world. Who cares about family status or background when warriors connect? Besides, we are comrades who survived hell together. It's not the dirty fling you're imagining." Suddenly, a glowing title appeared above the Old Man Alliance leader of Lihuo. A fresh breakthrough title from the heavens. I get it now. You are from the Luo clan, aren't you? Your so-called noble clan is pathetically spineless. It makes me want to laugh. You watched Luo Feichuan die a dog's death without lifting a finger. Now you want to ruin Xiaomengyu, the only one brave enough to seek justice for him. You have god-tier cultivation, yet you stay silent while a young girl is forced into a union with some ancient relic. Where is your honor? Instead of saving her, you traveled thousands of miles just to bully a 15-year-old middle schooler. You really have no shame. What a joke. No wonder Xiaomengyu would risk death just to escape your rotten family. The old master stroked his beard, his laughter booming like thunder. Ha, this is truly entertaining. I never expected this. To think the great Luo clan would be lectured by an outsider. In a flash, he launched a devastating assault toward Shen Ye. His palm struck out like a viper. The impact sent Shen Ye flying backward, crashing through the air with immense force. But the old man froze. What? The Shen Ye he hit dissolved into a flowing moon afterimage. The real Shen Ye was behind him, charging a lethal lightning strike. Thunder roared. Shen Ye slammed a high-voltage palm strike directly into the old man's back. They leaped apart to reset the battlefield. Sparks danced on the old man's arm. Not bad. That lightning technique is genuinely impressive. Shen Ye smirked, his eyes cold and confident. Of course it is. His figure faded into thin air. Shadow step. Shen Ye erupted from the old man's own shadow. Even the veteran master was shook. This brat can meld with the darkness. Shen Ye showed no mercy, bone-crushing frost strike. The elder blocked, but razor-sharp ice shards exploded on impact. The sheer force skidded him backward, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Impossible, he thought, staring at his hands. How can a mere kid possess enough raw power to knock me back like this? He looked down in horror. His blocking arm was encased in thick magical frost that refused to shatter. A freezing status effect. He flared his aura, burning the ice away with a surge of pure internal energy. You little monster. Your stats jump up and down like a glitch in a leveling manhwa. What are your true attributes? Shen Ye wiped blood from his lip, his grin defiant. Why don't you guess? Internally, however, Shen Ye was sweating. I used the triple damage buff on that moon-crushing strike and he just shrugged it off. This guy is a tank. The old monster got serious. A hurricane of aura erupted around him. His speed and power spiked to terrifying levels as the wind howled. Strange runes floated around him as he opened his Dharma eye, locking onto Shen Ye's soul with ancient techniques. Shen Ye shouted, desperate to stall. Hey old man, watch it. This area is under Kunlun's surveillance. You can't go full power here. If you kill me, the authorities will hunt you down. Meanwhile, Shen Ye mentally prepared his final escape card. One wrong move, and I'll trigger the chrono freeze to stop time for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the old man nodded sagely. True. Adults always make the biggest messes. Then his face changed. It has arrived. Shen Ye blinked, completely confused by the sudden mood shift. The old man offered no explanation for his cryptic words. Catch you later, kid. I'm out. Whoosh. The old man transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished into the clouds. Shen Ye stood alone in the silence, dumbfounded. He just left. Who exactly was that powerhouse? High above the golden beam, shot toward a luxury airship hovering in the stratosphere. Landing on the deck, the clan head barked an order. Set a course for the Golden Coast immediately. I need a vacation. And listen closely. Cut all communications. No contact with the other noble families starting now. A nervous aide with glasses rushed forward, panic in his eyes. Master, wait. The Zhao family is pressuring us. If we don't hand over the young miss, the fallout will be catastrophic. No one can handle the consequences. It will destroy our diplomatic ties. Our business empire will collapse if we... Bam! Before he could finish, the clan head delivered a face-caving punch that launched the subordinate across the deck. Crimson blood sprayed across the room like a macabre work of art. Amidst the carnage, the patriarch of the Luo clan spoke, his voice carrying the chilling bite of absolute zero. Ever since you lot seized power and started managing the family's affairs, the noble Luo clan has been reduced to nothing but bootlicking cowards. You bow and scrape like lowly ants seeking sugar. And now you have the audacity to sink even lower. You intend to offer up the clan's most brilliant prodigy as a sacrificial lamb for others to trample upon. Do you not realize the treasure you are so eager to destroy isn't just little Mengyu's future? You are severing the very destiny and lifeline of the entire Luo bloodline. The moment those words left his lips, he vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he stood alone, a solitary god atop the highest peak of his massive spirit vessel. Majestic mountains and rivers sprawled beneath him as his spiritual sense merged with the vast world. Tisk, tisk. Truly astonishing for a mere 15-year-old to possess such a piercing Dharma eye. Her base attributes have all shattered the limit of 10. As for her movement and combat arts, they belong to a tier so rare you'd only see them in a top-tier leveling manhwa. 500 years have passed since I last saw a genius of this caliber. Interesting. Truly, this is getting far too interesting. As the old monster muttered to himself, a blinding golden light began to condense in the palm of his hand, radiating the pressure of a collapsing star. With a flick of his will, he sent that beam of light crashing down toward the earth. Viewed from afar, it was as pure as the first light of dawn cutting through mist. But up close, it blossomed with terrifying beauty, like a golden lotus unfolding upon an azure lake. My dearest granddaughter, I have pondered this deeply. In the end, this old man cannot simply stand by. I must lend you a hand. Let the world know this. No one who bears the Luo bloodline will ever be looked down upon or treated like trash again. The scene shifts back to a few minutes prior. Before the mysterious Elder's airship began its ascent inside the training hall, the air itself was screaming. What was that terrifying sound? The moment Shen Ye stepped inside, his eyes locked onto the silhouette of Xiao Mengyu, completely immersed in her sword practice. Sensing his presence, she abruptly halted her blade. However, momentum is a cruel mistress. The tip of her sword swung dangerously close to Shen Ye, making him flinch. The sonic boom from that blade was absolutely horrified. And yet, Shen Ye's sharp instincts told him something was fundamentally wrong. Her strikes contained boundless devastation, yes, but the form was heavy, stagnant. She was burning far too much stamina trying to force her body into a rigid textbook mold. It wasn't flowing like water. It looked more like someone desperately struggling to break free from a pit of quicksand. The status keywords floating above her head remained static, no evolution. This confirmed it. Her cultivation had hit a bottleneck, and she was running in circles. Increasing my comprehension stats really does work wonders. It allowed Shen Ye to dissect the mechanics of this world like a pro player analyzing a complex system manhwa. A notification window flashed before his eyes, clarifying the situation. As a swordswoman whose technique has transcended mortal limits, she is currently lost in the fog of her own potential. Only when she carves out a path that belongs solely to her will she receive the keyword recognition from the Dharma realm. Wait. Recognized by the Dharma realm? Does that mean these system keywords actually originate from this higher dimension? Is it some kind of divine badge of honor granted only to the worthy? Just what exactly is the Dharma realm? Before he could spiral deeper into theory, Mengyu's voice sliced through his thoughts. Sorry about that. I kept you waiting. I'll fill you in on what I've dug up regarding the skin peeler. Before his fall into darkness, he was actually a high-ranking official within the Archaeology Association. However, during a critical excavation mission, he triggered a catastrophic failure. Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. A catastrophe. Mengyu nodded gravely. Precisely. It involved an ancient altar designed to seal away an extraterrestrial horror. In that fateful expedition, he shattered the seal. Mysterious entities were unleashed upon the world, causing a massacre before he vanished into the shadows. When he finally resurfaced, he had reinvented himself as a ruthless assassin. Shen Ye frowned, skepticism written on his face. Why go from scholar to hitman? Mengyu continued to unravel the mystery. Most of his history during that gap year is a black hole of information. There is only one concrete detail: he had a wife and daughter. But both of them died under suspicious circumstances right before the altar incident. The archives state their bodies were discovered in a sewer. They were found completely stripped of dignity, covered in wounds that suggested they endured hell on earth before the end. The sewer where they were found was located in a border town under the jurisdiction of a minor noble house. Following that discovery, every single member of that noble house and every resident of that town was wiped out. No survivors. I believe these events are inextricably linked. So what exactly was sealed in that altar? Mengyu sighed. That information is classified at the highest clearance level. With my current authority, I can't touch it. That's everything I could find. Bottom line, you need to watch your back. It won't be long before they realize you're competing at Cloud Mountain Port. They will come for you. Shen Ye nodded, his expression hardening. Understood. Thanks for the intel, Xiao Mengyu. Suddenly Mengyu's phone began to ring aggressively. She answered in a rush. Shen Ye couldn't hear the other side, only her polite yet strained replies. Hello, Auntie, is something wrong? Yes. I understand. As the call ended, a dark cloud settled over her features. Seeing the despair in her eyes, Shen Ye asked softly, "What happened?" Mengyu's voice trembled. "My family is demanding I return immediately. Apparently the elders of the groom's family are arriving to present the betrothal gifts." Shen Ye blinked. "Where are your parents in all this?" Grief washed over her face. "My mother passed away long ago, and after my big brother died, the shock was too much for my father. He collapsed and has been in a coma ever since." Shen Ye frowned deeply. "Didn't you plan to stall them for a while longer?" Mengyu shook her head, defeated. "I've used every excuse in the book. I have nothing left. If I delay any further, I'll become the target of the entire clan's wrath." Hearing this, Shen Ye clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. Damn it all, the ones at fault are clearly those arrogant scions from the great families. And yet they want to force her into a marriage just to sweep the mess under the rug. Mengyu whispered, the reality of her situation sinking in. "Everyone in my clan is terrified the great family will destroy us. With my father in a coma, they've decided to throw me to the wolves to buy their own safety. Listen, Xiao Mengyu. If you're not too busy, I'd like to take you out for dinner. I'll introduce you to old Qian. Joining the human martial arts group will be your ticket to freedom, finally severing the chains of your clan. But aren't you terrified? Offending the massive dynasty trying to arrange my marriage is practically a death wish. My entire family will turn their fangs on you. Trust me, they will stop at nothing to make your life a living hell. Fear, that word isn't in my dictionary. Those who treat human lives like trash deserve to be wiped out. Besides, I already clashed with one of your family elders just moments ago. That old geezer tried to ambush me with his dirty tricks. It drove me up the wall, so come with me. Leave that rotten hellhole behind right now." Mengyu's eyes widened, stunned by Shen Ye's domineering aura. His background is trash tier, and his stats should be average. So why does he exude the presence of an apex predator? Whether it was facing the skin peeler or standing here now, he fears nothing. Looking closer, the guy is actually a total hidden gem. His hair is a chaotic mess like a wild beast, but it suits his rogue charm. His jawline is sharp as a blade, cold and distant, yet his words wrap around her like a warm blanket. With a soft smile, she finally broke the silence. "All right then. Where are we going? What's on the menu?" Shen Ye froze. He scratched his head, his confidence crumbling. Strictly speaking, old Qian didn't give me the coordinates. Let's just go," Mengyu pouted playfully. "You invite a lady out without a plan. Seriously." He waved his hands frantically. "I swear I'm sincere. We'll figure it out." Her expression sharpened playfully. "Just so you know, I don't go on dates with just anyone." Suddenly her phone buzzed. A message from her grandfather flashed. "Exit the gym and look east," she gasped. Grandfather? Has he finally completed his cultivation? Did Shen Ye fight him? She told Shen Ye to wait and ran off. "Stay right here. Don't move a muscle. I'll be right back." Shen Ye stood there blinking in the dust she left behind. Why did she bolt? Did I come on too strong? Sigh. I guess I'm still a rookie when it comes to asking out S-class beauties. As Mengyu stepped out, a blinding pillar of light tore through the sky, crashing down right where she stood. The light didn't hurt her. It fused with her very soul, causing her aura to flare up magnificently. The deep, ancient voice of the Luo family head echoed in her mind. "My dear granddaughter, after much meditation I have made my choice. I will back you against the world." Hearing this, she whispered, "Grandfather." A massive surge of knowledge unlocked in her mind, flooding her meridians. This is the legendary Luo god sword art Mi Fuan. She looked up at the airship hovering in the clouds, a tearful smile gracing her lips. "Thank you. I won't let this supreme legacy go to waste." Meanwhile, Shen Ye, afraid of being ghosted, had sneakily followed her. Seeing her engulfed in golden flames, he completely freaked out. "Hey, are you okay? Why are you spontaneously combusting?" She turned calm as a still lake. "Relax. It's a gift from my grandfather. He just transmitted the ultimate technique to me directly." Shen Ye scratched his head. "So, you actually have family members who don't want to kill you. That's nice." Sudden realization hit him. "Wait, so the old guy I fought was your grandfather?" Mengyu tilted her head. "Shen Ye, were you trying to ask me to the banquet tonight?" Shen Ye beamed instantly. "Yeah, that's the one. Let's crash the party together, okay?" Mengyu burst into laughter, tears forming in her eyes. "Oh my god, Shen Ye, you really are a hopeless idiot." "Huh. Why the insult? What did I do?" She smiled, explaining patiently. "Everyone in this competition is required to attend. We were both going anyway, dummy." Shen Ye turned stone cold with embarrassment. He tried to act cool, but inside he was dying of cringe. He didn't even need to ask. He just made it awkward for no reason. "Let's go," she grinned, leading the way. "Time to make an entrance." Seeing her carefree smile, Shen Ye forgot his shame. It was rare to see her look so innocent, just a normal girl instead of a warrior. Moments later, they were tearing through the sky on his Ghostfire motorcycle. Meng Yu sat behind screaming with adrenaline. Woo-hoo! Faster! Go faster! Shen Ye screamed back over the wind. Safety first. I don't have a healing factor. She ignored him. Full speed ahead. Soon, a magnificent floating castle appeared in the clouds like something out of a fantasy. The banquet hall floated on a gravity-defying island. Old Qian was already waiting at the gates. Welcome, Ms. Xiao. Arriving with Shen Ye, I see. Hello, sir. Yes, he's my escort tonight. Old Qian grabbed Shen Ye's shoulder, whispering with a smirk. You sly fox, already landed the Jade Beauty. Impressive. Not bad for a kid like you. A dinner date already. Shen Ye blushed. It's not like that, stop imagining things. But at the door, old Qian's vibe shifted instantly. Listen up, Shen Ye. Tonight isn't a party. It's a war zone. Watch your back. Shen Ye frowned. Why, what's the big deal? Stepping inside, the air grew heavy. Hundreds of eyes locked onto them like predators spotting prey. The killing intent was suffocating. Everyone in the hall stared at him with eyes that promised violence. Old Qian explained, this banquet is a hunting ground. The elite clans use this time to crush rivals and raise their evaluation in this system Manhwa world. Shen Ye flashed back to the pile of corpses from the skin peeler incident. His brow furrowed, eyes turning cold. So, what happens if I accidentally kill someone here? Old Qian panicked. Don't you dare. The big shots are watching. Keep it in your pants. Boring, Shen Ye sighed. Why is everyone so fragile? You battle junkie, Qian muttered. Do you just live for the fight? Come to think of it, the first time I saw you, you were covered in blood too. Boom! An explosion rocked the hall. From the smoke, a figure emerged, walking straight toward Shen Ye. Gripping the terrified kid by the hair, he smirked with overflowing arrogance and pointed a thumb at his own chest. I am the 4-star rookie Wang Juyan of the Wang clan. Shen Ye, I challenge you to a duel right now. But in that split second, a streak of violet lightning flashed past his scalp, slicing off a lock of his hair before he could even blink. The neatly severed strands of Juyan's hair drifted slowly to the ground. He froze, paralyzed by shock, his eyes bulging as he stammered in disbelief. What the hell was that? Xiao Mengyu sheathed her blade with a sharp click, her eyes burning with determination and her expression cold as ice. I am currently in the middle of a duel with Shen Ye. If you want to challenge him, you'll have to go through me first. The crowd erupted in gasps. That sword technique. Did you even see it move? Another student replied in a panic. No way, I didn't even see her draw the blade. Seeing his ally standing there like a statue, Shuqiang patted his shoulder to hold him back. Forget it, you don't want to mess with that monster. But Juyan, his pride wounded, refused to back down and barked over his shoulder. Shuqiang! Shuqiang pointed behind him, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he addressed his crew. Take a look at the rankings. Who would have thought a 2-star trash rookie would be protected by her? The massive rookie ranking board loomed over them with the name Xiao Mengyu sitting proudly at the number 2 spot. Shuqiang continued, in this leveling Manhwa world where strength is everything, she is one of the top 5 powerhouses ranked on par with me. Without warning, Shuqiang swung his fist, delivering a devastating blow to Yunye's gut. Both Shen Ye and Mengyu were stunned by this sudden explosion of violence. After beating Yunye until blood splattered across the floor, Shuqiang finally scoffed. It's best if we stick to crushing soft targets like this weakling. Leaving those words hanging in the air, the duo walked away, ignoring Yun. Ye trembling on the ground. A friend rushed over screaming, "Get the medical team, hurry!" Shen Ye frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the earlier intervention. Your blade was slightly off. You should have angled it better. Suddenly a sharp female voice cut through the air from behind him. Is this the brat from the Shen family? A woman radiating high-class arrogance stood there in a luxurious black dress, a folding fan in her hand. Surrounded by a swarm of paparazzi snapping photos, she glared at Shen Ye with disdain. I heard rumors that you were unruly, and seeing you today proves the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Shen Ye furrowed his brows, annoyed. Who is this old hag judging me the moment she arrives? Beside him, Qian Rushan recognized the figure immediately. He whispered, That is the youngest aunt of the Song sisters. Why is she here? Let me handle this. Madam, this is the rookie under my guidance, Shen Ye. And this, Qian Rushan continued, is Madam An of the Song family from the Jiangnan region. She is... But Madam An cut him off with a sharp wave of her hand. She covered half her face with her fan, her voice dripping with ice. I do not need you to introduce my own affairs. Turning her cold gaze back to Shen Ye, she spoke. Shen Ye, your uncle told me a story recently. I wonder if you still recall it. Shen Ye faced her calmly, his expression unreadable. What story? Madam An began her public accusation. He said that even as a child you were stubborn and malicious, taking pleasure in training dogs to attack and injure people. Years ago my nieces Song Qingluan and Song Yinshin visited your home and were nearly mauled by your beasts. Her words instantly triggered a shockwave through the crowd. A reporter with spiral glasses scribbled furiously, muttering, "This is huge." The Song family heiresses were nearly killed by Shen Ye's vicious dogs. The onlookers immediately turned on him, cursing loudly. "I can't believe it. He looks handsome, but his heart is rotten to the core." The two princesses of the most powerful noble family were almost harmed by this hillbilly trash Shen Ye, you scumbag. Camera shutters clicked like machine gun fire. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, recalling a past that was completely different. "I definitely saved the Song sisters back then. How has the story twisted into me releasing dogs to bite them?" Regaining his composure, he flashed a polite smile. "My apologies, Madam Anne. I have no memory of events from so long ago." He began his defense with perfect calm. "My family was kicked out of the Shen clan ages ago. We lived in poverty, barely having enough rice to eat. How could we afford to raise dogs, let alone train them to attack people?" He continued, his voice laced with tragedy. "Not long ago, I fell gravely ill. My father went to beg my uncle for a single marrow cleansing pill, only to be thrown out onto the street." Madame Anne looked genuinely surprised, performing for the cameras. "You were actually sick. Why didn't you tell me? The Song family might lack other things, but we have plenty of marrow cleansing pills to spare." Shen Ye seized the opening, feigning innocence. "Oh, Madame Anne didn't know I nearly died from illness." He added a stinging remark. "It seems Madame Anne hasn't exactly done her research on my current situation." Qian Russian smirked internally. Brilliant counter. If she doesn't even know he was critically ill recently, how can she claim to know the truth about him training dogs a decade ago? Madame Anne awkwardly hid her mouth behind her fan, swiftly changing the subject to save face. "So you have left the Shen family and intend to take the high school entrance exam on your own?" Shen Ye nodded. "That's right. I've already signed a contract with the Mortal Martial Arts Group." Madame Anne made an enticing offer. "I hold a special direct admission slot in my hand. Why don't I give it to you? The Song family will also cover all your expenses during your high school years." Shen Ye instantly put on a mask of delight, clapping his hands. "Really, thank you so much for your kindness. Madame Anne." Wow, Madame Anne is truly a living bodhisattva. However, her eyes narrowed. "But I have one condition." Shen Ye replied instantly. "Please speak." Madame Anne's voice turned frosty. "From now on, you are absolutely forbidden from clinging to Song Qingyun." Her demand sent ripples of gossip through the crowd. This Shen Ye guy actually has a connection with Song Qingyun, a banished outcast daring to dream of the Song family's golden daughter. Wait, he gets a direct admission slot just for that. That's infuriating. What an idiot. If he has a connection with Song Qingyun, why does he even need the exam? Shen Ye's lips curled into a hidden smirk before he feigned overwhelming joy, his cheeks flushing. Stay away from Qingyun, he thought. Is that all? That's too easy. He shouted his agreement without hesitation. Same deal. If Madame Anne gives me that admission slot, I agree completely. Madame Anne nodded with satisfaction. Then it is decided. The crowd behind him sneered with contempt. Haha, look at him, no backbone at all. Q with a status as low as his, how could he dare defy the will of the Song family? That is quite a generous offer for a direct admission. Tam Da flashed a bright, innocent smile at Lady An. However, regarding your request for me to stay away from Tongthun Doan, I actually need a small favor from you first. Lady Anne replied calmly, Speak. Tam Da winked playfully, asking with pure innocence. Lady Anne, could you possibly give me a photo of her? I honestly do not know her, nor can I even recall what she looks like anymore. Tam Da's words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving Lady Anne and the onlookers completely frozen. Their faces went blank, paralyzed by sheer confusion. The reporter with the swirl glasses scribbled furiously, muttering, Does Tam Da have Alzheimer's? This is huge news. Breaking news. QVM stepped forward, chin raised in arrogance as he interrogated Tam Da. Are you claiming you do not know Tongthun Doan Tham? Da answered with a decisive no. QVM scoffed in disbelief, countering impossible. You two met when you were 4 years old. Tam Da feigned shock, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Wow, your memory is truly impressive. I, for one, cannot remember a single thing from when I was 4. Watching from the back, New Sun clamped a cigarette between his lips, realizing with a start he really does not remember anymore. If that is the case, he cannot possibly scheme to set dogs on Tongthun Doan, nor can he use this situation to forge a connection with her. He has completely forgotten who his opponent is. Tam Da looked flustered, scratching his chin as he muttered, Oh no, did I say something wrong? The surrounding crowd began to whisper. The mighty Tong family is targeting a normal person. In this awakening Manhwa world, such bullying is truly low. How pathetic. So this is the level of the strongest noble family. Tam Da turned to Lady Anne. My apologies, Lady Anne. Let us just forget about the direct admission. After all, I truly do not know her. and I would feel ashamed to accept such benefits from you. Observing the scene, Tian Nu Son felt a wave of anxiety. This is a debut banquet. If he makes such a declaration before this crowd, then even if it were a lie from this moment on, it becomes the absolute truth. He either truly forgot or simply does not care. The irony is that everyone else is plotting and scheming, making a massive fuss over nothing. Even Lady Anne came here personally. Yet they cannot even find a valid reason to attack him now. Lady Anne narrowed her eyes at Tamda, her voice icy. Do you really not need the admission slot? Do you truly remember nothing about Tongthan Doan? She is the eldest daughter of the Tong family, and I am her aunt. Tamda gave a shy, awkward smile. Madam, I do not know you, and I do not know her. I fear this is all just a big misunderstanding. Under these circumstances, I cannot possibly accept the direct admission. As the words left his lips, Tamda's demeanor shifted instantly. He lowered his voice, speaking with eerie mystery. However, since Lady Anne is a person of high virtue and immense influence, perhaps you could help me with a small matter. To be honest with you, not too long ago I fell very ill. After I barely survived, a police officer named Lack said he wanted to protect me. The result, he is dead. My best friend is also dead. I do not know why, but tens of thousands of people died at the Fonglam Hotel. Misfortune keeps flooding in, and I am finding it incredibly vexing. Tamda's face suddenly darkened, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. He asked with a gritty intensity, do you happen to know who the mastermind behind all this is? Tamda stared straight into Lady Anne's eyes. For a big shot like you, investigating this would be far easier than for a mere middle school student like me. Surely you must know something. Can you stand up and uphold justice for them? After all, those were tens of thousands of human lives. Lady Anne covered her face with her fan, her eyes turning sharp and cold. She thought, this brat is intentionally using me and this banquet to spread the news. She replied smoothly, I am not very clear on that matter myself. I believe Officer Lass's younger sister is currently conducting an investigation. Lady Anne turned toward Mong Nu, her tone dripping with ridicule. Right, Miss Tiu Mong Ngu. I still owe you congratulations, as I heard you have gotten engaged. But why exactly are you hanging around with him? Mong Ngu stepped forward, calmly bowing slightly to greet Lady Anne. Then she declared with absolute firmness, I am not engaged. Lady Anne started, but I heard that. Her sentence was cut short by Tamda. He turned to her, his voice laced with mockery. You seem to only talk about things you have heard. First my business, and now hers. Spreading baseless rumors like that is hardly dignified, is it? However, there is one thing Lady Anne said that was not wrong at all. Tio Mongengu and I are indeed in the middle of a Manhwa recap-worthy investigation regarding this matter, and the results are already quite clear. Tamda smirked mysteriously, pressing a finger to his lips. But the truth is not convenient to reveal at this exact moment. Lady Anne froze, her eyes widening as her face darkened with shock and suppressed rage. Standing behind them, Nu Son broke into a cold sweat. He looked at Tamda with worry. Hey Tamda, do you realize you are playing with fire? It is one thing if you get hurt. But are you trying to force Tu Mongningu to cut ties with her clan and oppose the great noble families? Suddenly a bearded man with a rugged appearance stormed in. He shouted loudly. The daughter of the Lack family is virtuous and generous. She considers the greater good and knows right from wrong. She would never conspire with a thug like you to spout nonsense about baseless accusations. The man continued to assert with absolute confidence. As for her marriage, a young girl like her simply has not been informed of the family's arrangement yet. But make no mistake, she is indeed engaged. Lady Anne turned around, a polite smile returning to her face. Is that Lac Ni Lang what brings you to this place? Lac Ni Lang ignored Lady Anne, completely spinning around to grill Mongningu. I clearly told you to return home. Why did you refuse? Mongningu replied calmly. Greetings, uncle. I wished to participate in the exam, so I did not return. Lac Ni Lang marched forward aggressively, reaching out to grab Mongningu. The engagement is a family order, and Lady Anne has good intentions, so do not misunderstand her. Come with me now. Mongningu took a graceful step back to dodge her uncle's hand, asking coldly, Go where exactly? Luo Erlang clenched his fists. His face twisted in a mask of absolute fury. He growled, his voice vibrating with menace. I told you once already. You are returning home to fulfill your betrothal. Mengyu didn't flinch. Her gaze remained icy as she fired back. Did grandfather agree to this arrangement? And what about my father? Did he give his consent? Suddenly a terrifying violet aura erupted from Mengyu's body. She glared at him, her killing intent sharpening like a blade. More importantly, did you ever ask if I agreed? Mengyu and Luo Erlang stood paralyzed in a standoff, their power levels spiking. Mengyu's violet sovereign aura crashed against Erlang's green energy, signaling the start of a catastrophic clash of wills. Luo Erlang maintained his cold authoritarian facade. The family head will be informed of this insolence soon enough. As for your father, even in his coma, this is a joyous occasion. If he knew, he would be weeping tears of joy. Mengyu scoffed, her smile dripping with disdain. Joy? You think my father would be happy if he knew he'd die from sheer rage? Tell everyone here, uncle. Exactly how old is this fiancé you're trying to sell me to? Humiliated Luo Erlang snapped. He lunged forward, claws out to seize her. He roared. How dare you act so insolent in front of this crowd? You are coming with me right now. Mengyu stood her ground, her eyes sharp as daggers. She shouted, Grandfather never agreed, father never nodded, yet you dare to play God with my life. Shen Ye watched from the sidelines, eyes wide, stunned by the sudden escalation in this awakening Manhwa drama. Amidst the chaos, Mengyu remained terrifyingly calm. The violet energy swirling around her thickened, becoming suffocatingly intense. Boom! Her energy detonated. The system text above her head flickered wildly before a massive pillar of purple light swallowed her whole. 2 legendary words materialized, crushing the atmosphere with their weight, Sword Saint. The system chimed, synchronization with sword. Chi increased by 10 points. All attributes plus 5 sword art damage doubled. The Path of the Thousand Saints had just unlocked a legendary new tier. Shen Ye's eyes widened as he observed the phenomenon. He realized the terrifying truth the title above Xiao Mengyu's head had evolved. It proved she had finally shattered her doubts and stepped firmly onto her own path of domination. Her sword intent surged like a tsunami. Is this the pressure of a sword? Saint cornered Luo Erlang drew the ancestral Luo Shui sword and screamed, Xiao Mengyu, suppress your killing intent. Do you see this blade? This is the symbol of the Great Deacon. The divine artifact worshipped by the entire Luo family. If you dare resist this holy blade, I will invoke family law. I will use this to crush you right here. In a split-second slash. A blinding beam of sword chi cut through the dimension, wiping the arrogance right off Luo Erlang's face. The arm holding the Luo Shui sword was severed cleanly. The impact blasted Luo Erlang across the hall like a ragdoll. He spun helplessly through the air before slamming into the stone wall. Crash. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The wall spiderwebbed from the impact. He could only let out a pathetic strangled cry of agony. Mengyu slowly lowered her hand, her voice echoing through the hall like absolute zero. Blinded by greed, holding a divine weapon, yet unable to block a single strike. You sold a family member without the patriarch's consent. She delivered her final verdict. You are no longer worthy of that blade. Mengyu turned her gaze to the fallen Luo Shui sword and whispered, Luo Shui, do you wish to follow me? Come be a companion to my remnant snow. The Luo Shui sword hummed violently, blue lightning arced across its steel, resonating with her soul-deep call. Whoosh! The blade defied gravity, floating before her. Mengyu reached out, claiming her birthright. The moment her fingers closed around the hilt, a majestic storm of purple and blue sword chi exploded outwards, suppressing everyone in the room. Suddenly, the rookie ranking board in the sky blazed with light. A system notification rang out, rankings updated. The name Xiao Mengyu shot to the very top, sitting proudly alongside the legendary Nangong Sirui. The crowd went wild with shock. She leveled up instantly, and she's tied for first place with Nangong Sirui. Doubts arose. Is that the true power of a divine artifact? Jealous whispers spread. She's just like us. She only climbed the ranks because of that weapon. I should borrow a family artifact to boost my score too. Shen Ye observed, silently, calmly analyzing the situation like a true leveling Manhwa protagonist. He knew better. If she hadn't awakened the Sword Saint title first, that divine weapon would never have submitted to her. This ranking system isn't just limited to raw individual strength. It calculates everything: equipment, resources, potential, and most importantly, unbreakable willpower. Qian Rushan stared at Mengyu and declared, the sword chose her. That means from this moment on, the entire Luo family is in the palm of her hand. She is the true matriarch now. With her youth and talent, her future is boundless. Qian Rushan slapped Shen Ye on the back with a hearty laugh. Don't look so envious, kid. It's just the gap in resources. But you relied on pure grit to reach 2-star rank. For a commoner, you're a shining beacon of hard work. Shen Ye blushed awkwardly, scratching his head. He humbled himself. It's all thanks to your guidance, senior. But internally he smirked. If you knew I'm actually a 5-star entity, you'd probably die of embarrassment. Mengyu stood like a goddess of war in the center of the great hall, the twin blades on her back radiating a terrifying aura of power. With a voice that demanded submission, she declared her reign as the new matriarch of the Luo clan. Now let us return to the main issue. Mengyu turned toward Shen Ye, her expression masking a storm of emotions as she spoke. Shen Ye, there were things I could not say before, but now the time is right. My investigation has finally uncovered the dark truth. Mengyu's eyes turned sharp as glacial ice. She glared at Madame An and the elite families, her voice booming like thunder across the auditorium. The masterminds behind the massacre of countless innocents are not monsters. It is the great families led by the Song clan standing right here. The accusation hit the crowd like a bomb. Jaws dropped in disbelief, the audience unable to process the shocking revelation. Panic spread like wildfire. What is Meng Yu saying? Has she completely lost her mind? Madame Anne's beautiful face twisted into a mask of demonic rage. Bloodshot eyes flashed with murderous intent as her killing aura spiked. She hissed through gritted teeth, "Watch your mouth, little girl." But Meng Yu stood tall, unfazed by the threat, ready to expose the rot. "Naturally, Madame An. My thorough investigation points directly to your precious niece, Song Qingyun. She wanted to socialize with the elite heirs but lacked a marriage contract. So she used Shen Ye as a shield, faking a crush to navigate the politics. Blinded by jealousy, your families slaughtered thousands of innocent people just to kill Shen Ye. It was a massacre born of pettiness." She raised her phone high. "Here's the proof. Every video, every document, and every piece of evidence is undeniably real. If there is a single lie, punish me as you wish. But you traded human lives for a delusional romance, treating people like grass to be cut. Tell me, Madame An, is this investigation thorough enough for your standards?" The tension broke as Shen Ye laughed, holding up his own phone with manic excitement. "Wow, Madame An, you have a great eye. Meng Yu really found everything." He grinned at the reporters, breaking the fourth wall. "Who wants to see some interesting photos? This is explosive news, although be warned the images are a little bloody." Shen Ye pointed at the press, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Hurry up. Focus your lenses right here. Don't miss the scoop. Song Qingyun is about to confess her undying love to me." Panic erupted instantly. Reporters began hurling their expensive cameras into the fire. One reporter feigned shock, screaming, "Oh no, my camera spontaneously combusted. How can I record now?" Another wailed with fake despair, "Me too. My notebook, my camera, my phone, they all just burst into flames." They bowed to Madame Anne, trembling with fear. "Madame Anne, our equipment is destroyed. All footage is lost. Please forgive us." She waved them off, gaslighting the room. "It is all fake. Those videos are clearly edited products. Qingyun would never hurt anyone. She is the student council president of Jielan High School, a role model for her generation. Countless heirs here can vouch for her character." The crowd of elites immediately roared in agreement. "Exactly. Why would Song Qingyun look at a piece of trash like you? You have no talent, no background, and no money. You are just smearing her reputation. You are a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, and it has driven you mad." Shen Ye sighed, looking at the stubborn fools with deep disappointment. "Even with clear evidence, you deny it. You elites monopolize resources and training methods, acting like the chosen ones in a leveling Manhwa. With such abundant resources, you should be leading the world's evolution and protecting humanity. Instead, the only thing you do is oppress the poor and slaughter the innocent to protect your fragile egos." Shen Ye's gaze pierced through them like a blade. His final verdict fell heavy on the room. "In my eyes, you do not even deserve to be called human." A man in the crowd roared, pointing a finger at Shen Ye. "Who do you think you are? Shut your filthy mouth." He stepped forward, a powerful blue aura exploding around his body. He announced arrogantly, "I am Zhao Tianjun of the Zhao family." He bowed to Madame An. "Madam, do not waste your breath on this thug. Allow me to teach him a lesson he will never forget." He shouted, "Zhao Tianjun challenges Shen Ye." But before he could finish his sentence, a purple streak of swordlight flashed through the air faster than the eye could follow. The overwhelming sword energy blasted Zhao Tianjun's body straight up into the ceiling with a sickening crunch. Meng Yu retracted her blade, her movement sharp and cold after the lightning-fast strike. She spoke with deadly calm. Shen Ye wasn't finished speaking. "For a noble heir, you have absolutely no manners." Suddenly, slow clapping echoed through the hall. A man stepped forward, bowing politely to Meng Yu. "I heard your swordsmanship was peerless. The rumors were true. Congratulations on the divine weapon and reaching rank 2. I am Niu Chiqiang, a rank 4 rookie. Allow me to test your strength." Shen Ye looked at the newcomer with a sneer, thinking, Niu Chiqiang, what a tacky low-class name. Meanwhile, Xiao Mengyu stood her ground, her gaze piercing through him. "You know perfectly well I've reached rank 2. Do you really have the guts to cross blades with me?" Xu Qiang smirked, his arrogance radiating off him like heat waves. "Of course. Us heirs of the noble clans don't cower before hardship. We thrive on the thrill of the challenge. Defeating a strong opponent like you guarantees me a superior evaluation." Suddenly Shen Ye's eyes narrowed. The air grew heavy with a sinister, suffocating pressure. He locked eyes on the gloating Xu Qiang, his instincts screaming a warning. Something was wrong. There was a darkness clinging to this guy that didn't belong. Through the awakening of his Dharma eye, Shen Ye saw the truth, a colossal emerald-green serpent coiled around Xu Qiang, hissing with malevolent energy poised to strike. Shen Ye moved instantly, raising a hand to cut them off. "Hold it right there. She and I haven't finished our duel yet. You can't just barge in and challenge her now." His mind raced. It seems no one else can see the beast. If Xiao Mengyu fights him blind, she'll be walking straight into a slaughter. Lady An and the scions of the great families stood watching, their expressions masks of indifference, as if this was all part of the script. The realization hit Shen Ye like a cold bucket of water. With so many high-level awakeners present, it was impossible that he was the only one seeing the serpent. Yet silence reigned. So they're all complicit in this trap. Seeing the hesitation, Shu Qiang sneered, his voice dripping with venom. Too scared to even lift a finger against me. Why embarrass yourselves standing there? Just drop to your knees before Lady and beg for forgiveness, and maybe we'll let you crawl away. At that critical juncture, the tarot card in Shen Ye's hand blazed with light. A system interface materialized, revealing a grim image, a skeleton impaled by countless swords labeled with two terrifying words, the deceased. The prophecy was clear: he had offended the great clans, and the only destination awaiting him was an unavoidable, gruesome death. Shen Ye closed his eyes for a heartbeat, a bitter smile touching his lips. Even the cards are cursing me now. He opened his eyes, calm and resolute. Fine, I concede. Instantly, the blue screen flickered, a classic scene from a leveling manhwa announcing the result. Battle concluded. Shen Ye forfeits. Xiao Mengyu is the victor. Zhu Cheng laughed maniacally, looking down on him like a god viewing an insect. At least you have some brains. He waved his hand dismissively. Now get lost, trash. Coward. Don't get caught in the shockwaves when I destroy Xiao Mengyu. But before he could finish, a new challenger notification flashed before everyone's eyes. The holographic text was unmistakable: Challenger Shen Ye. He stood there engulfed in a raging purple aura, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. Who told you I surrendered to let you fight her? Mengyu spun around, shock plastered across her face. She couldn't grasp the situation, her voice trembling. Shen Ye, what are you doing? Shu Qiang clutched his stomach, laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. Am I seeing things? A lowly 2-star commoner actually dares to challenge a 5-star elite. Have you lost your mind? He looked at Shen Ye with absolute disgust, while behind him the spectral serpent bared its fangs, its murderous intent spiking. Shu Qiang's scoffed chin held high. Let me tell you something. A piece of trash like you isn't even worth my time. My killing intent alone is enough to stop your heart. Shen Ye stood immovable as a mountain, arcs of violet lightning crackling around his body. He smirked. You say you'll scare me to death, but you're actually planning to feed me to your pet snake. I admit, if I couldn't see that ugly thing, I might actually be terrified right now. With a roar, Shen Ye unleashed a devastating thunderpalm, striking the empty air. Boom! A violent explosion of lightning tore through the invisible void, shaking the very ground. A bystander gasped, completely baffled. What on earth is he doing? Is he fighting the air? Even the elders watched with wide eyes, exchanging glances of disbelief. Impossible! Can he actually see it? The invisible serpent, struck by the lightning, let out a blood-curdling shriek that echoed in the spiritual realm. Shu Qiang froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His composure shattered. You can see it, but how? Shen Ye maintained his battle stance, the violet light of the Dharma Eye burning in his sockets, lightning dancing across his skin. He gave no answer, only a glare filled with lethal intent. Standing in the back, Chen Rushen's jaw dropped. He muttered, his voice trembling with awe. The Dharma Eye. The boy has awakened the legendary Dharma Eye. Shu Qiang stared in horror as his spirit beast Shumo recoiled from the blow. His mind raced. Does this peasant truly possess the sight to see Shumo? He immediately rejected the thought. No. That's impossible. Only those who have undergone a supreme awakening can perceive the spirit realm. He reassured himself. Even I have to rely on years of instinct just to guess its approximate location. That low-born trash must have just flailed around in fear and got lucky. It was a total fluke. Shu Qiang launched himself into the sky, telepathically commanding the snake. Shumo, flank him. I won't let a fluke happen twice. The serpent Shumo slithered silently toward Shen Ye's blind spot. Meanwhile, Shu Qiang tightened his grip on his staff, descending like a meteor. Let's see you survive this. Just as the snake lunged to bite and the staff came crashing down, Shen Ye moved. With godlike reflexes, he sidestepped the fatal convergence. Zhu Cheng's devastating strike missed its target and slammed directly into his own spirit beast. Zhu Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What the? Before the shock could fade, Shen Ye channeled every ounce of his power into his legs. In a blur of motion, he delivered a catastrophic kick. The frost arts activated, generating a blast of glacial energy that sent the massive snake flying into the heavens. Meanwhile, Yunye's friends watched utterly clueless. Yunye turned to his friend, scratching his head. Yi, what kind of kung fu is Shen Ye using? I can't make heads or tails of his movements. Yi shook his head, equally perplexed. I have no clue, man. But whatever it is, it's something big. Something terrifying. Yunye asked why. Yi pointed at the VIP section. Just look at the heirs of the noble families. They look like they've just seen a ghost. Xiao Mingyu, watching the impossible unfold, finally understood. A realized dawn on her face. He has truly awakened the Dharma Eye. It finally clicked. No wonder he refused to let me take the stage earlier. I can't even see that spirit beast. If I had gone up there, I would have been slaughtered without even knowing how I died. Shen Ye stood like an unshakable mountain after the clash arcs of lightning still crackling around his legs. His gaze was cold, filled with absolute disdain as he asked, "Without that snake to hide behind, do you even have a shred of real skill left to show me?" Humiliation burned through Xu Qiang like acid. He trembled with pure rage, knuckles white, as he strangled the grip of his staff teeth grinding loud enough to crack. With a roar, he spun his weapon, summoning a volatile storm of green energy. "I am the 4th-ranked 5-star rookie. You're nothing but trash beneath my feet." The explosive aura surged outward like a tsunami, crushing the onlookers. Yunye and the others struggled to stay upright against the pressure until someone finally screamed in terror. "Help! This suction force is too insane. I'm getting dragged into the kill zone." Xu Qiang manipulated the energy into a massive vortex, his face twisted into a mask of arrogant malice. He thrust his staff forward, a lethal strike backed by terrifying gravitational force aimed straight at Shen Ye's heart. Trapped in the eye of the storm, Shen Ye let out a low gasp. Seeing him engulfed, Meng Yu and Qian Rushan felt their hearts stop in their chests. "Shen Ye!" she screamed, her voice tearing through the wind. Yet within that chaotic cyclone, Shen Ye remained unmoved, standing as firm and eternal as an ancient mountain. Xu Qiang froze, a seed of dread sprouting in his gut. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a blue system window flashed before Shen Ye's eyes. "Due to your unshakable will, all attribute points have been temporarily converted to strength." A majestic purple aura erupted from Shen Ye's body. With a casual motion, he reached out and caught the tip of Xu Qiang's devastating strike with a single bare hand. The numbers climbed rapidly. Current strength 14.3. Xu Qiang's hands trembled violently against the immovable staff. "Impossible! You took my full power strike and didn't even flinch. This breaks all logic. My strength is already at 8.7. No rookie below 5 stars should possess stats higher than mine." Forcing a twisted smile, he pointed a shaking finger at Shen Ye. "Ha. Ha ha. I see through you. You're just bluffing, burning your life force to act tough." But the mockery died in his throat as a terrifying force suddenly yanked him forward. Shen Ye clamped onto his collar and hoisted him into the air like a rag doll. "Gah!" Suspended helplessly, the arrogance vanished, replaced by flailing limbs and panicked shrieks. "Damn you, unhand me! Don't you dare soil my clothes with your filthy peasant hands!" Shen Ye didn't blink, his grip tightening like a vice. His voice dropped to a whisper from the depths of hell. "Provoke me one more time and I'll snap your neck like a twig." Terror flooded Xu Qiang's veins, cold sweat soaking his back. His voice failed him. Desperate, he mentally screamed for his contract beast to save him. Shumo, where the hell are you? Get back here, tear his throat out for me." Shen Ye watched the desperation, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Pathetic. You can't even sense where your own beast is hiding. It seems that fancy rank of yours was just bought with daddy's money and resources, wasn't it?" Xu Qiang ignored the taunt, screaming frantically at the air. "Shumo, attack now. There are witnesses everywhere. He wouldn't dare actually hurt me." But in the shadows, the serpent Shumo only hissed in terror, coiling into a ball too petrified to challenge Shen Ye's aura. Shen Ye didn't waste breath. Boom! A thunderous punch smashed into Xu Qiang's face, caving in his features instantly. "Who told you I wouldn't dare? That one was interest for the girl you tormented earlier." Shen Ye turned his gaze toward the trembling serpent nearby. "Listen closely, little worm. Move an inch and your master dies. And you don't pass out yet. I haven't even warmed up." Through eyes swollen to slits, Xu Qiang glared with venomous hatred. He spat blood, screaming, "You filth, you bottom-feeding poverty trash. How dare a peasant look down on me? Just wait. I'll destroy you. I'll slaughter your friends, your family. I'll wipe your entire wretched bloodline off the face of the earth." But those foolish threats only served to seal his fate. A chime rang out in Shen Ye's mind. System alert, hidden condition met. The North Star Divine Fist has been amplified by the hostile environment. Proficiency rank elevated to Rare Blue Excellent class. Shen Ye's eyes widened. So the technique evolves through conflict. Interesting. He locked eyes with Xu Qiang, his voice dripping with icy challenge. "I'm looking right at you. What are you going to do about it?" Before the words landed, Shen Ye unleashed a savage uppercut crack. Another system window popped up instantly. Double condition triggered. North Star Divine Fist proficiency skyrocketed, rank elevated to Rare Blue Perfect class. Keywords trigger the power-up. "Now that is a sweet feature for a leveling Manhwa system," Shen Ye roared, channeling the overflow of energy. "I said I'm looking at you, so what?" Fists rained down like meteor showers. Each strike of the North Star Divine Fist landed with bone-shattering impact, turning Xuqiang into a human punching bag. Watching the brutal beatdown, the crowd went wild. Yun Ye laughed, shaking his head. Ha ha, that's absolutely savage. Little Yi pumped his fist in the air. Yes, crush him, brother Yi, get payback for all of us. Beat him until even his own mother wouldn't recognize that ugly mug. Still suspended in the air, Xuqiang's face was a ruin of blood and pulp. A pathetic whimper escaped his lips. Ah! Ugh! Through the haze of pain, he looked at Shen Ye with pure, unadulterated terror. No. He's crazy. Shen Ye smiled, but there was no warmth in it, only the terrifying visage of an Asura bathed in killing intent. Had a nice break, Shen Ye asked cheerfully. Round 2 starts now. The realization hit Xuqiang like a truck. He's not teaching me a lesson. He's actually going to kill me. He thrashed wildly, screaming through his broken teeth. Help! Help me! Someone save me! Desperately, he cast his pleading eyes toward Madame Anne and the elite family standing frozen on the sidelines. This lunatic is going to sacrifice me just to make a point. No, I don't want to die here. Madame Anne watched the brutal spectacle with cold, calculating eyes. In the dark recesses of her mind, a venomous scheme began to take shape. If that little beast Xuqiang dies under Shen Ye's hands, she mused, the 3 great academies will have no choice but to execute Shen Ye for murdering a fellow candidate. Once that happens, the scandal surrounding Song Qingyun, the hired assassins, and the thousands of lives at stake. This entire disastrous performance will be swept under the rug. Shen Ye's crime will bury the truth forever. Madame An gazed down at Xuqiang, who was clinging to life by a thread, her mind already spinning a web of deceit. Rest easy, little Niu, she thought coldly. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. Once you're gone, I promise to elevate your father to the very peak of the Niu family hierarchy. A chilling, sinister smile crept across Madame Anne's face as the plan solidified. To her, Shen Ye and Xuqiang were nothing more than disposable pawns on a chessboard. She had already passed judgment. The boy's greatest value now lay in dying by Shen Ye's hand. Shen Ye's lips curled into a smirk. He let out a sigh, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. His grip tightened on Xuqiang's collar, striking terror into the guy's heart as he stared deep into his soul with mocking eyes. Ha ha, do you really take me for a fool? Shen Ye scoffed. Don't wet yourself, I'm not going to kill you. Surely even someone like you can see the board clearly now, right? They've already discarded you like trash. You and I, we just had a little scuffle. But those people, they genuinely want you dead. If I end you right here, I hand them the perfect excuse to execute me. And just like that, all their dirty laundry vanishes into thin air. Realization dawned on Madame Anne. Panic began to set in. Enough, she shrieked. Silence him immediately. Instantly, her enforcer launched forward, unleashing a blast of blue aura to snatch Xuqiang from the jaws of death. The man caught Xuqiang and smoothed his expression. All right, settle down. A little sparring is fine, but let's not destroy the peace completely, shall we? I am an examiner from Jilan Academy. That was quite the intense clash. I'm sure the artifact will grant you both an impressive evaluation. A holographic interface materialized in the air. Duel forcibly terminated. Shen Ye sneered internally. Oh, so you only intervene when you realize I won't play into your hands. Another notification popped up. This duel will not be recorded in the final assessment. Madame An quickly shoved a pill into Xuqiang's hand, feigning concern. Swallow this. Restore your energy immediately. The competition is about to begin. Trembling Xuqiang accepted the medicine, his voice a raspy whisper. Thank you, Madame An. Suddenly a system chime echoed through the hall. The time had come. A blinding light engulfed the entire hall as the system Manhwa mechanics kicked into high gear, initiating final evaluation announcement and reward distribution for all rookies. Yun Ye and the other rookies raised their cards with bated breath. As the cards pulsed with light, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. It's finally happening. This is the Terrace Tower's final judgment. Meng Yu's card erupted in brilliance. Confirmed 5-star rookie. Final evaluation. The Graceful Sword Saint. Acquisition of this divine artifact grants absolute dominance in one-on-one combat. Additionally, you are granted the team leader authority, significantly enhancing group synergy. The interface listed 3 specific passive effects. Effect 1. Inviting a member doubles your power. Effect 2. Failure to form a party results in a catastrophic 70% stat reduction. Effect 3. Transferring leadership restores your base stats while the new leader inherits the power-doubling buff of Effect 1. These effects remain active until the exam concludes. Then, it was Shen Ye's turn. The card in his hand blazed with intensity. Confirmed 5-star rookie. Final evaluation, the unyielding one. You dig your own grave and serve yourself up on a silver platter. Yet it is your unbreakable will that consistently cheats death at the very last second. Reward, the power of flesh. A massive boost to survivability. Images of raw meat materialized on the screen with a bizarre skill description. Passive, you can withstand up to 3 fatal strikes. Upon the 4th, you will either perish or transform into high-grade meat for consumption. Effect active until exam conclusion. Suddenly, a global announcement rang out. All candidates will now receive the essential survival item, the Burning Flame. Item trait indestructible. This flame is your only light source. Without it, you will be blind in the exam zone. Congratulations. You are qualified for this year's Tri-Academy Joint Assessment. Teleportation commences in 3 minutes. But just then, the flame hovering above Shen Ye's head vanished into thin air. Shen Ye stood there dumbfounded. Before he could process the loss, a red warning flashed before his eyes. Alert, your burning flame has been stolen. Panic surged through him. What the hell? The exam hasn't even started and I've already been robbed. The system coldly explained the situation. A classic trope in this leveling Manhwa world. Perpetrator possesses the title, the Usurper. Ability used to steal your light source. Visibility in exam zone 0. Beside him, fully healed thanks to the pill, Shu Chang erupted into maniacal laughter. Wah, Shen Ye, this is the price of defying us. Losing your flame, that's just the appetizer. Soon you'll crumble under the weight of your own powerlessness. See, a single pill from us wiped out all your hard work effortlessly. We were born at the summit. You're just a filthy ant crawling in the mud. Who do you think you are? His voice dropped to a venomous growl. Just you wait, Shen Ye. You, your family, your friends, no one escapes. I'll hunt down everyone you care about. You're all just sheep waiting for the slaughter. Struggle all you want. It won't change your fate. The hall fell silent. Then Shen Ye's voice cut through the air, calm and resonant. A true gentleman knows his fate, yet feels no fear. He holds his ground and walks his path unwavering. He stepped onto the high platform, raising his card high for all to see. Fellow students, I apologize. I'm sorry you had to witness the disgusting, rotting underbelly of these so-called noble families so soon. Their only goal is to enslave us, slaughter us, and strip us of everything we own. Today, the target on my back is mine, but tomorrow it could be any one of you standing here. It's true, we don't have their bottomless resources, their heavenly treasures, their secret techniques, or their legendary weapons. But does that make them gods? No, we are not beneath them, and we will not bow to their tyranny. As his words echoed, the final countdown began. The countdown signaled only 10 seconds remaining. The system commanded all candidates to prepare for immediate teleportation to the trial grounds. Shen Ye raised his card high. A brilliant golden aura erupted around him like a supernova. With a voice like thunder, he declared, "This card's final evaluation of me is unyielding." He clenched his fists, eyes burning with resolve as he stared into the void. Even if I must walk this path alone, I will fight until the very bitter end. Zhu Kong and the scions of the noble clans were bathed in the teleportation light. They glared at Shen Ye, their eyes dripping with venomous hatred. Shu Chang sneered, his voice laced with malice. "I'll make your wish come true, Shen Ye." Just then, a classic system Manhwa notification flashed. The competition has officially begun. Instantly, all candidates were warped away. They reappeared on a floating island, suspended amidst a sea of shimmering stars in the night sky. The mission objective for the first round echoed through the void. Find a way to reach the floating island hovering beneath you. Shen Ye materialized in an abyss of total darkness. He stared at the faint, flickering lights, bewildered. Is this really the exam venue? I need allies, he thought instantly. First priority, I must locate Xiao Mengyu, but a fatal problem struck him immediately. Damn it, it's pitch black. Without a raging flame to light the way, he was completely blind in this abyss. Suddenly, torches blazed into life around him. The firelight revealed a trap. A group of enemies had him completely surrounded. Armed with staves and spears, the noble scions stared him down with eyes cold as ice, radiating killing intent. Shen Ye didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. Unleashing the flowing moon movement arts, his body became a streak of azure light weaving through their deadly strikes. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he scanned the crowd. Is this the pride of the noble clans? Do you only know how to strike from the shadows? A red-haired assailant, eyes gleaming with cruelty, lunged forward. His spear pierced straight into Shen Ye's body. The attacker smirked, his voice dripping with poison. You lost the light. Who else can you blame? Now go to hell. Despite the wound, Shen Ye's eyes burned with unshakable will. There was no fear in his gaze. Only defiance. He spun around, unleashing a devastating spear strike that sent the red-haired trash flying. Ding, a system notification flashed. Flesh effect activated. Blood sprayed violently from the wound on Shen Ye's chest. The pain forced him to one knee. Shu Chang stepped out from the crowd, gloating. This is the tragic end that awaits anyone who dares oppose us. Shen Ye. He gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his lips. With a guttural growl, he played his ace card. Manifest now. Calamity Bone of Disaster. Instantly, a colossal demonic visage with glowing purple eyes materialized behind him. A suffocating aura of death flooded the entire space. Shu Chang's lackeys turned pale as ghost sweat pouring down their faces. One of them stammered in sheer terror. "What the hell is this aura of death?" Shu Chang shouted, raising his guard. "Everyone careful, he might still have a hidden ultimate move." But Feion's voice echoed urgently in his mind. "Shen Ye, run. My power is depleted. This form is just a bluff to scare them off." Shen Ye gasped. "What?" Just as death seemed certain, a blue system window popped up. "You have received a party invitation from Xiao Mengyu." Shen Ye blinked in surprise. She wants to form a party now. Invitation accepted. System teleportation initiated, moving player to the captain's location. Shen Ye dissolved into particles of light, vanishing into thin air. Shu Chang and his goons stood there dumbfounded. "Damn it!" one cursed. "He was just posturing, and we let him slip away." Reappearing beside Mengyu, the adrenaline faded. Shen Ye stumbled, nearly collapsing from his injuries. Mengyu spun around, her eyes widening. "Shen Ye, you're wounded." He struggled to stand. "Yeah. Caught a cheap shot from those noble clan bastards." Suddenly a soft light enveloped his chest. The gaping wound knit itself together miraculously. "Whoa! My injuries, they're completely healed." "It's the card's passive effect," he realized. He turned to Mengyu. "But how did I teleport to your side instantly?" Mengyu smiled. "That's my card's special ability. Upon forming a party, members are summoned directly to my location." "There's another buff," she added. "Once the party is formed, the captain's combat power doubles." Shen Ye was floored. "Those effects are insanely broken." System burning flame vision shared. Finally, the darkness lifted for Shen Ye. "Where exactly are we?" he asked, scanning the area. "We're still on the Sky Island," Mengyu explained. "But the environment has shifted for the second phase. The cloud port is gone." Shen Ye pointed toward a distant landmass hovering in the void. "I see it. Is that our target?" "Correct." She nodded. "The first trial is figuring out how to cross that gap." Then she looked him in the eye. "By the way, Shen Ye, have you awakened your Dharma Eye?" Shen Ye looked puzzled. "Dharma Eye? I can see hidden things others miss. Is that it? Is that what it's called?" "What does it actually do?" Mengyu explained with a serious tone. "The Dharma Eye proves that a cultivator has been recognized by the Dharma Realm. The Dharma Realm is the chaotic root of the universe, the source of all creation. There are ancient god-tier entities that remain invisible, unless you possess the eye to perceive them." "It's profound knowledge," she admitted. "That's the extent of my understanding." Shen Ye fell into deep thought, absorbing this awakening Manhwa lore. "So that dimension I saw before," he mused. "That was the actual origin of the universe. Those useless manuals the mysterious voice told me to collect. When combined, they hold terrifying power." Shen Ye scratched his cheek, a shy blush tinting his face. "So, does that mean I'm actually kind of a big deal?" Mengyu glanced at him. "More than just kind of." But suddenly, Shen Ye felt a chill down his spine. His playful expression vanished, replaced by deadly seriousness. His instincts flared as he detected two silhouettes shrouded in a blood-red murderous aura lurking nearby, signaling extreme danger. Without a second thought, he gripped Mengyu's hand tight, his expression grim. "Hurry, stick to me like glue." A gasp escaped Mengyu's lips. Offering no explanation, Shen Ye dragged her straight toward the edge and leaped off the cliff, bellowing, "Jump!" As gravity claimed them, Mengyu panicked, shouting over the wind, "Have you lost your mind?" Yet Shen Ye remained as calm as a still lake. "We were being stalked," he explained coolly. "I felt a terrifying killing intent radiating from them. Taking the initiative to move was our only option. Besides, the objective of the first trial is that island down there." Mengyu agreed, but countered, "That only counts if we survive the fall to reach it." Shen Ye flashed a confident thumbs up, reciting the activation code with flair. 10 steps to take a life 1,000 miles without a pause. Instantly, the Hellfire motorcycle materialized from the void. Moments later, as they touched down on the target island, a holographic system window popped up. It announced that 2 participants had cleared the first round. Back at the cliff, the 2 mysterious shadows watched them vanish. One finally broke the silence. "My apologies. Seeing little Mengyu made my blood boil, and I leaked my aura by mistake." His companion replied, "I can't blame you, but I never expected his senses to be that sharp. That trash isn't just a leech after all. It seems he's figured out how to harness the cursed statue's power." The other noted, "However, during that ambush earlier, I sensed the necromantic force backing him was as flickering and weak as a candle in a storm." "Let's move," the first one decided. "We're going down." As they prepared to descend, a system announcement manifested in the sky. It proclaimed that 4 candidates had already aced the first trial. The crowd gathered below erupted in sheer disbelief. A bald cultivator's jaw hit the floor. "It's only been a few minutes. How have 4 people already finished the first round?" His neighbor was equally baffled. Meanwhile, Nangong Sirui glanced at the scoreboard, a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes. How intriguing, he mused. To think someone actually beat me to the punch. A nearby examinee trembled in pure terror at his presence. Sirui smiled calmly. It seems a top-tier genius like myself needs to put in a little more effort. Whispers spread like wildfire as people recognized him. That's Nangong Sirui, the only 6-star rookie here. A blinding golden aura exploded from his body, making him look like a descending deity. 4 ethereal maidens in flowing white robes descended carrying a luxurious palanquin that defied gravity. One of them bowed respectfully. Young master, please be seated. We shall escort you to the lower realm. The spectators could only gawk in envy. One shouted, "Holy crap, now that is a flex." Another gasped, "He looks like a literal god." Realizing the goal, a participant shouted, "The island is right below us, let's move out." Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was spiraling into anxiety. "These rich kids have all the cool skills," he whined. "But what are ground-bound peasants like us supposed to do?" Hearing this, Yunya's energy surged, his expression turning steely. "Xiao Yi, get on my back, I'll carry you down myself." Xiao Yi blinked, confused. "Huh?" Before he could react, Yunya morphed into a massive wolf, causing Xiao Yi to scream in shock. "Whoa! You can transform into a wolf, that's sick." But Yunya growled, clearly offended. "You think this magnificent form is just a mere wolf?" They dove into the abyss. Around them, other examinees deployed everything from flying brooms to magical umbrellas to survive the fall. One hopeless soul remained on the cliff, staring into the depths. "Damn it all," he cursed. "Am I really going to fail the very first round?" As the action in this Manhwa recap intensified, Shen Ye and Meng Yu tore through the sky on the Hellfire bike, dodging debris. Shen Ye observed the hazy landscape. "This place is choked by a thick, unnatural fog," he noted. Meng Yu replied, "Looks like we'll need the blazing fire to light our path." As they touched down in a gloomy, dense forest, a system message flashed before their eyes. "The second trial has officially commenced." A detailed panel appeared explaining this was a non-combat survival test. A cataclysmic event known as the Wailing Tide was approaching. Divine statues were scattered across the island. To survive the Wailing Tide, participants had to find a compatible statue and earn its sanctuary. Failure meant instant elimination. As the mist parted to reveal the eerie forest, the system chimed again with a crucial update. Since they were in a party, securing a single statue would suffice for both. Guided by their mystical flame, they approached a colossal stone head. Meng Yu looked up in awe. "Are these the divine statues mentioned? But how exactly do we trigger their protection?" Shen Ye marveled at the sheer scale of the artifact. Suddenly, the statue's eye flared with an ominous, pulsating purple light. Whoa. Shen Ye flinched. The statue spoke in a seductive, ghostly tone. "Oh, pure little maiden, if you seek my shelter, you must first restore my broken body. Help me regain my divine power. Then let me feast on your male companion's blood. As for you, strip off every stitch of clothing and dance for my pleasure." Meng Yu grimaced in disgust. "Is there perhaps another option?" The statue's voice boomed with instant fury. "Insolent brat. The Wailing Tide brings certain death. You want to survive without paying the price." A system window identified the entity, the Lust God. It was a fallen deity. Shen Ye sneered, clutching his weapon. Lust God, so it's just some wretched, perverted evil spirit. Without a shred of hesitation, Shen Ye thrust his blade straight into the glowing purple eye. Rage poured from him as he roared, "Go to hell, you freak!" Meng Yu froze in shock. The statue shrieked in agony. "Ah! If you didn't agree, you could have just said no. Why did you stab me?" Shen Ye ground his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. "You want to drink my blood. You wanted to strip. Did you really think I'd show face to a piece of rock like you?" Meng Yu's expression darkened with concern. "We shouldn't strike them down so recklessly. Like it or not, they represent the divine." But Shen Ye waved her off with a casual grin. "Relax. These so-called gods are long dead. They're just stone statues now, and I doubt they were ever the good guys to begin with." He added, "Where I'm from, deities like this get cast down to the mortal realm and turned into livestock." Suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed forward excitedly. "Check it out, a grass mud horse. Now that is a god with some down-to-earth vibes." He swaggered over to the beast's statue to chat. "Yo, big guy, the Calamity Tide is incoming. Mind lending us some divine protection?" The statue responded dryly, "Buddy, look at me. I'm just a grazing mount. My divine power is literally lying around on the grass." Meng Yu frowned. "Why does that sound like he's cursing at us?" Just then, a system Manhwa interface materialized, damaged mount of the war god. The stone beast continued. "If you want true sanctuary, you need to find the one who rides upon my back. That sword-wielding girl is exactly his type. Show him the proper respect, and he might just grant you his blessing." Shen Ye beamed with excitement. Sounds like a deal. Where is he? The statue started to answer. Right he. Boom. A crimson blast of energy annihilated the statue's head instantly. Shen Ye and Meng Yu whipped around as smoke billowed. Two silhouettes emerged from the haze. A voice dripped with malice. Found you at last, Shen Ye. Shen Ye's mind raced, shock flooding his system. Them again, the backstabbing rats who plotted against us before. He glared, his voice thunderous. You clingy stalkers, what the hell is your endgame here? The figures cast aside their cloaks, revealing their true forms. Horror and rage warred on Shen Ye's face as he recognized them. Zhao Yibing, we're history. Why are you still haunting me like a bad memory? She looked up, her eyes empty. Shen Ye instinctively activated his dark whisper skill. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, Shen Ye, I'm already dead. Pitch black aura erupted from her body. A distorted voice echoed from within her. Damn it. A troublesome undead affinity. Shen Ye turned to Meng Yu, panic rising in his chest. Meng Yu, you were right. That thing, that's not Zhao Yibing. Meng Yu sensed the spike in power. Run, Shen Ye, they've leveled up. But before they could move, crimson energy threads lashed out, sealing their escape. The controller sneered, a cruel glint in his eyes. Did you really think I'd let you slip away a second time? We're screwed. Shen Ye groaned. Bound by the crimson web, he could only watch as Yibing approached. She forced her hand towards his mouth, her voice freezing the air. Time to return what belongs to the master. The threads tightened, crushing Shen Ye's mobility completely. Despair washed over him. It's over. I can't move a muscle. But suddenly the entity with blood-red eyes paused, confusion flickering across its face. Boom, an invisible shockwave blasted Yibing backward. The crimson bindings snapped like dry twigs. Meng Yu and the Skinner froze in disbelief. The enemy stammered, terror creeping into his voice. What just happened? A holographic screen popped up, saving the day in this Manhwa recap. Warning: non-combat assessment zone. Violence is strictly prohibited. The possessing entity vanished into the void instantly. The Skinner panicked, looking around wildly. Master, where did you go? Another notification flashed. Attacker expelled from the zone. Further violations will result in permanent disqualification. The Skinner regained his composure, a sly grin returning to his lips. Well. Who knew this arena had such convenient safety protocols? Enjoy your extra few minutes of life. They won't last. He turned, stepping into a spatial rift, leaving behind a chilling threat. We can return for your head whenever we please. As he vanished, a thin red thread tightened around Shen Ye's neck. Shen Ye froze as a system window appeared. Curse Art of the Outer God. Effect. Within 500 miles, the caster can pinpoint your location and teleport to you instantly. Note, this technique transcends your world's current understanding of magic. Shen Ye clutched his neck, grinding his teeth. Damn it, another dirty trick. Meng Yu rushed over, eyes wide. What happened? Are you hurt? You can't see it, Shen Ye hissed. That puppet planted a tracking beacon on me. She can lock onto my coordinates and warp here whenever she wants. He analyzed the situation rapidly. We're safe in this non-combat zone, but once we hit the next stage, all bets are off. Meng Yu understood immediately. Then we don't have a choice. We need to advance to the next level before they do. Shen Ye blinked, confused. Wait, why the rush? Even monsters have to follow the system's rules until the ban lifts, she explained. But the terrain and objectives of the next trial are a mystery. If we get there first, we control the battlefield. Shen Ye nodded, seeing the wisdom in her plan. Makes sense to me. Let's go find that rider the horse mentioned. Suddenly Meng Yu stopped dead in her tracks. Shen Ye. Her voice was deadly serious. Her eyes burned with resolve. I swear on my life I won't let those freaks lay a finger on you. Shen Ye flashed a warm, trusting smile. He jogged ahead, waving back with his usual cheeky grin. I'm counting on you, bodyguard. Meanwhile, deep in the gloomy forest, two other examinees were bowing frantically before a bizarre, grotesque statue. They clasped their hands, trembling. Oh, great one, please, we beg you. Can't you change the quest requirement? The other boy was on the verge of tears. Yeah. We're only 15, that's impossible for us. The towering idol remained cold and unyielding. Denied. The statue's decree was absolute. 2 eggs. Payment must be made in full. Its single cyclopean eye began to glow with ominous light. The statue sneered. I originally intended to take 4, but settling for 2 is my mercy to you. I require the supreme yang essence of young men like you to restore my cultivation. Refuse my tribute and you forfeit my protection. The tide of lament will swallow you whole, drowning you in darkness. Despair crushed the 2 boys instantly. One groaned, damn it, my family is drowning in debt just to get me into the 3 great high schools. Failure isn't an option. The other choked back tears, his voice bitter. We all have our own hell. My sister was sold off as a concubine just to please a sponsor. This exam is our only shot at changing our cursed fate. Madness took over. They decided to gamble everything. One drew a dagger, his hand trembling as he psyched himself up. I have to risk it all. Just one each. We can survive with one. Heck, maybe later we'll be known as the legendary one-ball warriors. The other nodded, sweat pouring down his face. Let's do it, no fear. I heard rumors of a secret martial arts Bible called the Sunflower Manual. They say the less you have down there, the more devastating your power becomes. Who knows, maybe we'll master that forbidden art and turn this nightmare into a blessing in disguise. Yet when the moment came, hesitation struck. One boy wept, collapsing. I can't do it myself, bro. You gotta help me cut it. The other grit his teeth. Fine, but you have to return the favor immediately. Just as the blade was about to sever his manhood, a shadow flashed with the speed of a lightning bolt. Boom! A leg swept through the air like a steel whip. Shen Ye made a grand entrance, his phantom kick shattering the statue's head into dust. Shen Ye roared, "Go to hell, you perverted piece of stone." A holographic window appeared, a classic trope in this leveling manhwa world, identifying the debris as the fallen god of Long Yang, an ancient deity long dead, but its lingering will still craved the supreme Yang essence by instinct. Shen Ye watched the stone head fly away, shaking his head in annoyance. These evil gods are getting ridiculous. Every time they open their mouths, they want human flesh or parts. Go eat dirt. He had decapitated a dozen statues just getting here. Suddenly, Meng Yu's voice echoed from the distance. Shen Ye, come quick. I think I found a sword statue. Shen Ye leaped across the boulders with the grace of a master martial artist. On my way, the two boys watched the scene, jaws on the floor. He dared to desecrate a god, and he's still alive. Strange. The exam barrier didn't kick him out. Realization suddenly dawned on one student. Wait, I get it now. The point of this round isn't to fulfill these insane demands. It's to find the one statue that matches us perfectly. But in his epiphany, he noticed something horrifying. In his shock earlier, his hand had slipped. Ah, dude, you're bleeding out down there. Meanwhile, Shen Ye reached Meng Yu. She pointed at a massive rock. Look, I found it. A colossal stone giant stood before them, a sword driven deep into the earth surrounded by ancient vines and wildflowers. Meng Yu analyzed. This is the only sword-related statue in the zone. This must be the one the horse mentioned. A system panel flickered to life, the bronze giant of soul-suppressing courage. A spirit sword-type entity. Meng Yu bowed respectfully. I am Xiao Meng Yu. I seek your protection against the coming tide of lament. Please state your tribute requirement. She waited. Silence. The stone giant remained cold and lifeless, offering no response. She looked back at Shen Ye, disappointment heavy in her eyes. It failed. No reaction at all. Shen Ye observed the scene quietly. The moss-covered giant was majestic, but silent. He raised a hand, pointing not at the giant, but at the weapon. You're praying to the wrong thing. Look at the sword. Meng Yu blinked, confused. The sword. Are you sure? Shen Ye smirked with confidence. Just try it. Meng Yu turned to face the blade. She bowed again, her voice sincere and firm. I shall Meng Yu beg for your guardianship through the tide of lament. Whatever you need, just command it. Suddenly the ground trembled. The sword vibrated, erupting with a brilliant azure light. Shen Ye grinned. Bingo. Reaction confirmed. Crack, the stone casing shattered. A pitch-black greatsword floated into the air, pulsating with terrifying energy. Crimson text bled into the air from the sword's aura. Slash 10 times. Stab 10 times. Dance 10 times. The sword flew straight into Meng Yu's hand. Huh. That's all it wants. Meng Yu gripped the hilt. Her aura changed instantly, sharp, focused, and lethal. Then let's begin, she moved. Her blade sang through the air, a beautiful dance of deadly precision merging with the ancient weapon. Watching from the side, Shen Ye analyzed. I finally understand the core of this trial. It's a compatibility test. Meng Yu's title is Sword Saint. That gives her massive resonance points. She needed a sword statue to unlock her potential. The harmony between her and the blade has crossed the threshold. It's not just accepting a master. It wants to conquer the battlefield with her. It recognizes that Xiao Meng Yu is a true master of the blade. A notification chimed. Approval granted. The sword spirit will aid you in the tide of lament and impart an ancient technique to Meng Yu. But then another window popped up for Shen Ye. Teammate detected. Resonance level high. The sword spirit wishes to reward you as well. Shen Ye pointed at himself, surprised. Oh, I get a prize too. The system continued. Your style is not of a warrior, but of an assassin. The spirit imparts the technique, Great Dao Simplicity. A skill panel opened. It was Tai Bai, a move designed purely for slaughter. This ultimate art was the finale of the Green Lotus sword style. It sacrificed all defense to calculate the perfect angle for a one-hit kill. Energy condensed in Shen Ye's hand, forming a spectral blade. He smiled, the killing intent rolling off him like waves. The system notification confirmed it. This was the selfless stance, a blade destined for a true killer. Shen Ye gripped the hilt, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He ran the numbers. This one-hit kill sword art was exactly the lethal power-up he needed. A perfect symphony of destruction for this leveling Manhwa. Perfect timing, sword brother. Meng Yu stood amidst the levitating blades. She recognized this ancient technique immediately, a profound form of sword kinesis. However, the mental toll was catastrophic. At her current level, unlocking its full potential was simply impossible. My stats aren't high enough to control it yet. Suddenly, a system announcement thundered across the island. The weeping tide would strike in 5 minutes. From this moment on, the suffocating fog began to lift. The players no longer needed flames to pierce the darkness. Crimson warnings materialized in the air. Meng Yu deciphered the code instantly. The sword spirit is warning us. We need to find a statue for cover now. Shen Ye's mind raced. Finding a statue wasn't just about survival, it was a hidden bonus stage. It meant acquiring secret manuals and divine artifacts. We need that gear to survive the coming frost. He scanned the horizon. 5 minutes left. The visibility is clear. I can definitely find one more statue. He analyzed his status screen. His Moonshade Divine Sight had granted him 29 resonance points. He needed a statue tethered to the moon affinity. Without wasting a second, he flashed forward like lightning. He glanced back, barking an order. Meng Yu, secure a hiding spot. I'm going hunting. We'll regroup soon. Shen Ye threw himself into the search, but a nagging question burned in his mind. What exactly is this moon affinity? Suddenly a presence flanked him. Meng Yu was sprinting right beside him. Shen Ye frowned. Hey, why are you following me? Didn't I tell you to take cover? Meng Yu didn't flinch. Solo play is too dangerous right now. I've got your back. What's your resonance type? Let me help you scan. Shen Ye scratched his head. I'm not entirely sure myself. It seems linked to the moon and shadows. At that critical juncture, 4 figures stepped out from the gloom, blocking their path. Zhou Yan stood arrogant beneath the moonlight, eyes gleaming with malice. Found you, Shen Ye. Shen Ye sighed, recognizing the pest. You guys again, seriously? Zhou Yan roared, his body erupting with a violent purple aura. He launched a desperate strike. This time you're dead meat. But in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yan's entire squad vanished into thin air. Shen Ye shook his head in pity. Another fool who didn't read the system's rules. As the system deleted the rule breakers, Shen Ye wasted no time and sprinted forward. Damn it, those morons cost me precious seconds. The countdown was ticking away. Where was the moon statue? His eyes darted frantically, searching for a sign. He skidded to a halt at the edge of a raging river. Realization hit him like a truck. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. My intuition is screaming at me. There's something hidden beneath these waves. When I awakened the divine eye, I saw water. My movement technique is even called flowing moon. The statue has to be submerged here. He stared at the violent, churning current. For the first time, hesitation gripped his heart. The weeping tide was seconds away. The river was a death trap and the statue was invisible. It was a blind gamble. Maybe I should abort the mission. Time's up. Let's just head to the safe zone. But Meng Yu saw right through his facade. Stop lying to yourself. She locked eyes with him, her gaze burning with absolute trust. Your statue is down there. I know you want it. So go get it. Leave the surface to me. Shen Ye was stunned. Had she read his intent just from a few glances at the river? A grin broke across his face. I'll make this quick. Without another word, Shen Ye plunged into the roaring depths. System alert, 30 seconds until impact. Meng Yu stood firm on the bank, summoning the colossal blade. Awakened sword spirit. The colossal blade and her twin daggers resonated, unleashing a terrifying wave of purple spiritual energy. She dropped into a combat stance. I will buy him every second I can. Her ears twitched. Something was coming. A monstrous centipede, eyes glowing with bloodlust, slithered out of the gloom. It hissed a deadly threat, but Meng Yu didn't flinch. She centered her breathing. Her gaze sharpened into a blade. With a single fluid motion, she swung, unleashing a crescent of golden sword ki. The energy wave slammed into the beast, slicing its armored shell in two like hot butter. A clean kill, but the nightmare was just beginning. A horde of centipedes erupted from the darkness, swarming toward her position. Standing at the water's edge, Meng Yu gasped. The swarm suddenly shifted course. They're ignoring me. They're diving into the river. In a flash, the colossal blade acted on its own accord. It tore through the air, obliterating every monster in its trajectory before they could touch the water. Meng Yu watched the carnage, awestruck by the weapon's autonomous power. That is, absolutely devastating. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy. A gargantuan purple hand covered in writhing, blinking eyes emerged from the black fog. Meng Yu froze. All color drained from her face. This wasn't just a monster, it was an entity of pure despair. A suffocating black aura wrapped around her, instantly crushing her limbs. I can't move. The grotesque hand extended toward her. Terror gripped her soul. Was this some high-level binding spell? But the hand didn't strike her. It drifted past its 1,000 eyes, fixated on the churning river below. It was hunting Shen Ye. Mengyu instantly grasped the beast's true objective, and terror washed over her face. This was a catastrophe. The entity was hunting specifically for Shen Ye. Without wasting a heartbeat, she bit her lip until it bled to break the paralysis. She channeled every ounce of her life force into the blade in her hand. She swore to block that eldritch hand, no matter the cost. Mengyu exploded forward, her sword slashing down onto the colossal palm with the force of a falling star. She roared, "Do not think you will get what you want." Caught off guard by her ferocity, the giant hand convulsed in pain before retreating deep into the black fog. Mengyu collapsed to her knees, gasping for air as her stamina hit rock bottom. Breaking the binding spell had drained her mental energy, but she had repelled it. Though the sheer scale of that hand defied all logic. Deep within the suffocating black fog of the weeping tide, who knew what other nightmare-inducing monsters lay in wait? Just then, Shen Ye burst from the river's surface triumphantly, holding a wooden mask aloft. "Xiao Mengyu, I found the statue. We need to move fast. Let's find shelter immediately." Moments later, near the riverbank, the black mist shifted to a blood-curdling red, an omen that a true catastrophe was imminent in this leveling Manhwa world. In front of a pitch-black cave, a giant sword hovered, emitting a brilliant golden light to guard the entrance. As they settled by the fire, Mengyu spoke up. "The sword spirit says this place is too primitive to serve as a proper hideout, but the fog outside has already turned from black to crimson. It proves the weeping tide is entering its berserk phase. We have no choice but to lay low here." She stared intently at the wooden mask and asked skeptically, "Shen Ye, is this rotten piece of timber really a divine statue?" Suddenly a system window popped up, identifying it as divine wood of the Moonshade lineage. Shen Ye clasped his hands together and prayed with mock sincerity. "Brother Wood, oh Brother Wood, please lend us a hand. Protect us from this deadly weeping tide," he muttered to himself. "That is strange. Why is there absolutely no reaction? My stats combined with the Moonshade buff should give me 29 resonance points." He leaned in closer to inspect the artifact. Shen Ye gasped, "Wait a second, this log is growing roots." The wood began to sprout, transforming into a tiny sapling with a single leaf displaying glowing text. Mengyu exclaimed, "Shen Ye, look at that. There are tiny words appearing on the leaf. Offer me water, sunlight, and fertilizer. Only then can I grow and provide you with sanctuary." Shen Ye smirked. "Water. That is the easiest part." He pulled a bottle from his spatial ring. Thankfully, he had stocked up for this nightmare world. He carefully watered the sapling. Mengyu thought that while Shen Ye lacked a noble background, his arsenal of strange artifacts was incredible, typical of a system Manhwa protagonist. The sapling immediately threw a tantrum. "Not this kind of water. I require divine water rich in nutrients, a secret formula from the ancient era consisting of 2 grams of cinnamon dried tangerine peel lemongrass, 1,500 milliliters of water sugar rock candy tea, lemon and baking soda." Looking at the absurdly long list, Mengyu was dumbfounded. Good heavens, why is it so complicated? Shen Ye just smiled and pulled a bottle of Coca-Cola from his ring. "You listed all that nonsense just because you wanted a soda, didn't you? Here, drink up." After tasting the Coke, the plant shivered in ecstasy. "This is a supreme elixir, a treasure of the mortal realm. This taste surpasses even the holy water of the ancient recipe. I shall name this the nectar of bliss." With its thirst quenched, the leaf updated the 3 conditions. The requirement for water was crossed out. Shen Ye grinned. "Perfect, water is done. Now we just need sunlight and fertilizer." Mengyu glanced anxiously at the cave mouth. "There is no sunlight here and the mist is too thick. Should we try fire?" Shen Ye shook his head. "This log defies common sense. I suspect the sunlight it wants is not from the sky." He tried using a flame, but the leaf instantly flashed an error: insufficient positive energy. Shen Ye rubbed his chin. "I knew it. It did not say insufficient light, but insufficient positivity." Realizing the trick, Shen Ye leaned in and unleashed a barrage of flattery. "Oh, Brother Wood, I truly worship you. You are the savior of my life, the mightiest tree in my heart. Look at how charming and exquisite you are. Your texture is divine, and that scent, you smell absolutely intoxicating. I love you. You are unique. You are the sun that lights up my world." Mengyu covered her face in second-hand embarrassment. "Shen Ye, what on earth are you doing? I am dying of shame here." Surprisingly, the plant wiggled with joy, a bizarre scene you would only see in a manhwa recap. Mengyu's jaw dropped. She could not believe that actually worked. Shen Ye stood with hands on his hips, declaring, "Excellent. Now only the fertilizer remains." Mengyu eyed the plant suspiciously. "Knowing this thing the fertilizer it wants is probably nothing decent. The leaf displayed the final request, poems related to the moon, also known as food for the soul. Shen Ye snapped his fingers. Oh, so it wants me to recite poetry. He cleared his throat and recited with profound emotion. Moonlight falls by my bed. Looks like frost on the ground. I gaze at the moon and bow my head, missing my hometown. The sapling cheered. Masterpiece, absolute masterpiece. Meng Yu was stunned. That was beautiful. I have never heard that poem before. I did not know Shen Ye had a poetic soul. Shen Ye thought to himself. Is the moonshade system always this eccentric coke flattery and now poetry? Having received its tributes, the plant glowed radiantly, signaling a new stage in this awakening manhwa adventure. Tribute complete. Take me with you and I shall shield you from all harm. It transformed back into the wooden mask. Shen Ye picked it up, puzzled. The roots retracted. Is that it? Are we ready? So how exactly is this wooden thing supposed to keep us alive? Meng Yu couldn't hide her curiosity. If this artifact insisted on tagging along, it must have some special system manhwa ability, right? Suddenly the earth groaned beneath them, trembling violently enough to make both of them jump. Outside the cave, the great sword embedded in the ground erupted with golden light, signaling imminent doom. A colossal nightmare with a massive eye on its head and countless others on its arms rose from the crimson mist. It smashed through the cave entrance in a heartbeat. The monster clenched its fist and every single eye on its arm snapped open, releasing a terrifying, suffocating aura. It unleashed a punch that carried the weight of a mountain, shaking the very foundation of the earth. Shen Ye and Meng Yu barely scrambled out before the cave collapsed. Shen Ye looked up at the abomination in horror and screamed, "Whoa! What is that thing?" A titan. The great sword immediately launched a counterattack, dancing around the beast and weaving a net of razor-sharp slashes. But the monster tilted its head effortlessly, dodging the lethal strike. Watching from a distance, Shen Ye pumped his fist. "Oh, nice moves, brother sword." But suddenly Meng Yu sensed a disturbance deep underground and screamed a warning. "Shen Ye, watch out below." A massive centipede burst from the soil, its jaws snapping shut around Shen Ye. Blood sprayed into the air as the divine wood log fell to the ground, its carved face still wearing that goofy grin. In the blink of an eye, Shen Ye and the log swapped places, leaving Shen Ye standing there completely bewildered by the sudden teleportation. Meng Yu rushed over, panic in her eyes. "Are you okay?" Shen Ye sat on the ground, staring at the artifact in awe. "I'm fine. This log, it actually switched positions with me." The log spoke up, its voice smug. "To be precise, I became your substitute, a scapegoat if you will." Before the sentence was finished, its roots elongated explosively. In a flash, countless wooden spikes burst from inside the centipede's body, tearing it apart. A new leaf sprouted on the log, revealing another function. "Furthermore, if you feed me a drop of blood, I can transform into your doppelganger and take the exam in your place." Shen Ye was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling. That powerful inside the ring, Feion's voice dripped with hunger. "Shen Ye, hurry up and put that centipede in the storage ring. I need a feast to satisfy my appetite." Shen Ye blinked in surprise. "Huh, it's a centipede. It's venomous." "You eat stuff like this?" Feion scoffed. "Of course I need to gorge myself to recover my sealed power. This place is a death trap. If you kick the bucket, I'm finished too." Shen Ye grinned. "Glad to see you have some ambition. All right, I support your dietary choices." Meng Yu watched Shen Ye store the monster's corpse and raised an eyebrow. Shen Ye, why are you keeping a giant dead centipede in your spatial ring?" Shen Ye froze. His face flushed red as he scrambled for an excuse. "Well, you see, I'm actually a huge insect enthusiast. Since I was a kid, I've loved making bug specimens. And this one is so big, I just really like it." Meng Yu stared at him in dead silence, unable to find a single word to say. Meanwhile, the Titan was still locked in a fierce duel with the great sword. Suddenly, it unleashed a special ability, binding the blade in place. Against the monster's overwhelming strength, the great sword shattered into pieces. Sharp fragments flew past Shen Ye and Meng Yu, making him gasp in terror. "We're screwed." Facing the monster directly, Shen Ye felt despair wash over him. Brother sword lost. What do we do now? The beast raised a fist capable of pulverizing mountains, aiming straight for Shen Ye. While Meng Yu struggled to stand, Shen Ye realized he was locked in place by an invisible force. Panic surged through him. "I can't move." The monster's massive hand clamped around Shen Ye, threatening to crush his bones to dust. But once again, space warped. He and the divine wood log swapped places, and he landed safely on the ground. The monster paused, confused. Suddenly, razor-sharp roots burst from the log, piercing the beast's hand. Shen Ye jumped up, bowing theatrically. "Thanks a million, brother log." Meng Yu looked at the shattered remains of the great sword scattered on the ground. A large fragment suddenly began to glow, projecting crimson text into the air. "Take this." Shen Ye immediately tossed the log toward Meng Yu, shouting, "Meng Yu, catch! Let it protect you. I still have 2 substitute charges left, so I'm practically immortal." The monster turned its gaze towards Shen Ye. He instantly realized the danger. It's targeting me. It knows to attack the one without divine protection. Meng Yu didn't hesitate. She threw the log back to Shen Ye, her voice firm. "I'm not afraid of it. You keep the log." The giant monster charged at Meng Yu, its face twisted in fury. The two of them started tossing the log back and forth like a hot potato. Shen Ye yelled, "No way, you take it. My movement technique is good enough to dodge." Meng Yu refused to yield. "My combat experience is far superior to yours. You take it." Shen Ye was just as stubborn. "I'm the man here. How could I let you take the heat? You take it." Meng Yu snapped back. "Women hold up half the sky, idiot. Don't look down on me. You take it." As they played catch, the monster's head spun, completely disoriented by their bickering. "Ladies first. You take it. Girls support boys. You take it. You take it. No, you just take the damn thing." Suddenly Shen Ye activated his flowing moon footwork, dashing straight at the beast. He taunted, "Hey, your opponent is over here, ugly." He unleashed a spinning kick right into the monster's face. Fast break under the basket, 2-on-1 fake pass. "We already dunked on you, what are you looking at?" Meanwhile, Meng Yu grabbed the great sword fragment and it erupted with blinding golden radiance. While Shen Ye drew the monster's aggro, Meng Yu raised the shard high, ready to deliver the finisher. Her eyes turned cold as ice. Channeling every ounce of her strength, she swung the broken blade. A devastating strike named the True Soul Myriad Star Decapitation slashed straight toward the monster's single eye. After the strike, Meng Yu stood tall, the fragment pulsating in her hand. Shen Ye ran over, jaw dropped. "Whoa, that was incredibly badass. Who knew this broken scrap metal had such insane leveling manhwa power?" Meng Yu examined the shard. "The moment I touched it, I felt a surge of power. A pure emotion called courage. This technique seems to be the original owner's legacy. Perhaps having survived a few life-and-death battles increased my resonance with it. There are other techniques flooding my mind, but they rely on slow accumulation over time, not really my style." Inside the ring, Feon shouted impatiently, "Hey Shen Ye, that's a huge haul. Hurry up and feed me that giant meat sack." Shen Ye looked aghast and asked, "You would actually eat the flesh of a giant?" Fearon replied with absolute certainty, "In a crisis like this, beggars can't be choosers. We devour everything to survive. The skin peeler and his master have their eyes on you. I need to prepare." As Shen Ye tossed the monster's head into his spatial ring, he asked, "What is your plan?" Feron gave a mysterious smile. "Even if I explained, your mortal mind wouldn't grasp it. Don't disturb me unless the sky is falling. I am entering closed-door cultivation." Shen Ye grumbled to himself, always acting so high and mighty. Seeing Shen Ye actually collect the gruesome trophy, Meng Yu couldn't help but ask, "Shen Ye, are you seriously keeping a giant's head?" Caught off guard, Shen Ye blushed, scratching his cheek awkwardly to make up an excuse. "Well, you see, I am actually a giant enthusiast. I have loved making specimens since I was a kid. This one is huge and unique. A total collector's item, I like it." Meng Yu thought to herself. He is not even trying to make that lie sound convincing. Shen Ye quickly raised his status card to change the subject. "Look, the interface updated with new data. Let's analyze this seriously." A critical alert flashed before them. In this system Manhwa scenario, the weeping tide was ravaging the map. Candidates who failed to reach the island in time were purged instantly, 163 souls gone. Another notification chimed immediately after. Powerful foe defeated. Dominant aura released. The terrifying beasts within the weeping tide did not dare approach the source of that power. Shen Ye cheered with delight. "Hey, that means we passed, we made it." Meng Yu remained icy calm, issuing a warning. "Don't let your guard down. Finding the exit won't be a walk in the park." Suddenly, she froze in her tracks. "Shen Ye, listen. Is that a dog barking?" Shen Ye focused his senses. "I hear it. And it is not just a dog. Someone is screaming for help in the forest." Meng Yu stepped back defensively. "Careful. It smells like a trap." Shen Ye pointed into the crimson mist ahead. "Look there." Two shadowy figures were struggling desperately against the haze. Closing the distance, they were stunned to find a massive dog and a battered youth collapsing on the ground. The blond boy opened his eyes, recognizing his ally. "Zhang Xiaoyi, are you okay?" Xiaoyi looked up, tears mixing with blood as he saw them. "Brother Ye and Miss Meng Yu." His face was a mask of bruises and open wounds. He forced a smile through the pain. "Thank God. We are saved. That noble bastard, he wants us dead." Shen Ye approached slowly, his voice dropping. "Someone is actually trying to kill you. But the exam rules strictly forbid combat between students." He glanced at the massive beast beside the boy. "And where exactly did this wolf come from?" Standing nearby, Meng Yu voiced her observation. Shen Ye, why do I get the feeling this creature is actually a dog? Xiao Yi reached out to stroke his companion's fur. He explained, this is actually Guo Yun Ye. His awakening ability allows him to shapeshift into a beast form. As for the one hunting us down, I know exactly who it is. It is He Shishu, the candidate currently ranked third. Shen Ye narrowed his eyes. The rules usually repelled attackers, so how was He Shishu bypassing the system to inflict damage? Xiao Yi shook his head in terror. I don't know, he just attacked us the moment he saw us, and the system didn't stop him. Suddenly, Yun Ye snarled, barking ferociously at the darkened tree line ahead. Xiao Yi scrambled back in panic, pointing a trembling finger. It's him, he followed us. From the shadows, He Shishu stepped out, dragging a limp body like a ragdoll. He looked up, his amber eyes glowing with a sinister light as he smirked. Oh, if it isn't Miss Meng Yu. Meng Yu did not flinch. She demanded, He Shishu, what trickery are you using to break the rules without punishment? He Shishu scoffed. Rules, who says I am breaking them? This is a sanctioned hunt, completely legal. He sneered at the shock on their faces, his voice dripping with mockery. Look at those naive expressions. You can't believe it, can you? It seems you still don't understand the situation we are in. His face twisted with cruelty as he declared, the game has changed. Inside the Weeping Tide, candidates are free to hunt and kill each other. Any death here is approved. Suddenly, the fragments of the giant sword in Meng Yu's hand vibrated violently, pulsing with purple aura. The divine wood in Shen Ye's hand reacted too, leaving him stunned. A holographic window materialized in the air, a classic trope in this leveling manhwa. It displayed a new rule update. Hunting mode activated. Clause 2. Death is considered a normal exam outcome. When the exam ends, all traces of the deceased will be erased. Clause 3. Successful kills reward the hunter with stat buffs. Shen Ye's blood ran cold. Killing people grants power. Meng Yu gasped, unable to believe her eyes. This is insanity. There has to be a mistake in the system. He Shishu looked at her with contempt. Meng Yu, you are from a great family, yet you are so naive. You are foolish. The weak becoming food for the strong. That is the only absolute law of this world. He glanced at Xiao Yi and the dog with disgust. These animals should have accepted their fate rotting in the sewers. But no, their greed knows no bounds. They have the audacity to try and enter the top 3 academies. They dare to compete with us for resources. A dark, corrupt energy began to swirl around his hand. He growled. Later they would try to steal our positions, take our rights, and even dream of marrying into our families to pollute our noble bloodlines. Just the thought makes me sick. He lifted the head of the student in his hand, his eyes burning with murderous intent. These low-born trash. They are only fit to be stepping stones for our ascent. The poor contestant could barely wheeze out a final feeble plea for salvation. But mercy was a foreign concept here. Hasikshu struck without hesitation, brutally extinguishing the man's life in a spray of crimson. Shen Ye ground his teeth, his fury boiling over like magma. Damn it, this guy is a complete lunatic. Beside him, Meng Yu could no longer suppress her rage, her voice booming like thunder. Hasikshu, you truly court death with such audacity. He tossed the corpse aside like common trash and turned his cold, dead gaze toward Meng Yu. Ah, my memory returns. Xiao Meng Yu, isn't it? You only climbed to this rank because of sheer dumb luck and that azure god sword you cling to. By all rights, a fragile thing like you should be back home serving as a warm bedwarmer for some decrepit elder of a great clan. That is your proper place. He continued to spew his venomous filth, tearing at her dignity. Let's be honest. Beneath that facade, you're nothing but a useless puppet dancing on the strings of your manipulative family. It is no wonder you choose to wallow in the mud playing hero with this pathetic group of low-born commoners. He hoisted the severed heads of his victims high, his voice dripping with bloodlust. I see now. You lot are playing that boring little game of defying the heavens, and my fate is my own. Like the protagonist of some delusional system manhwa, aren't you? Xiao Yi clamped a hand over his mouth, trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Terror choked his voice. Heavens, those people. He slaughtered every single one of them without blinking. Hashiksu glared at them, his eyes burning with the savage intensity of an apex predator locking onto its prey. He pronounced their death sentence with chilling calm. There is only one path left for you. You will become the dry kindling to fuel my flames and elevate my cultivation base. Meng Yu unsheathed her blade instantly, her body erupting in a brilliant golden aura. Her eyes were sharp as daggers as she swore. Hashiksu, I vow to take your head as an offering to the innocent souls you've reaped. Hashiksu threw his head back in arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha. With just your strength, why don't you try unleashing that azure god sword of yours? But I suspect even you know the humiliating truth deep down. You don't have the capability to control such a divine artifact, do you? He extended a hand, and a suffocating black miasma enveloped his form. His voice dripped with disdain. Without that weapon crutch, you are absolutely nothing. Shiksu vanished, launching forward with terrifying velocity. Xiao Yi screamed in panic, "Watch your back!" In a blink, the enemy had already materialized directly behind Meng Yu. His razor-sharp claws were inches from tearing into her flesh. Meng Yu froze in shock, her mind racing. "He's too fast!" Suddenly a mysterious hand emerged from the void, halting his lethal strike dead in its tracks. Shiksu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How was my attack stopped?" Seizing the split-second opening, Meng Yu swung her blade, unleashing a burst of spirit energy that forced Shiksu to stagger backward. After stumbling back to regain his footing, Shiksu narrowed his eyes, analyzing his opponent with newfound caution. Something was wrong. His gaze darted around the perimeter. He quickly realized the anomaly. "Impossible," he thought. "There is no way she blocked that strike on her own." Shiksu's expression turned icy cold. His instincts screamed that a third party was lurking in the shadows, interfering with the battle. He activated his void hand technique to snatch Meng Yu's blade, sneering with contempt. "A sword strike like this, I can catch it with a single hand." Just as he plotted to finish Xiao Meng Yu first, she shocked him by drawing a second blade and driving it downward with explosive force. Without missing a beat, she followed up with a horizontal slash, blood sprayed into the air as Shiksu's face twisted in horror at her overwhelming power. He scrambled back, clutching his bleeding wound desperately. Meng Yu's voice cut through the air, colder than the grave. "To end a wretch like you, my remnant snowsword is more than sufficient." Shiksu couldn't hide his shock, realizing the potency of her snow cloud ghost step technique. "I never expected you to have mastered the Luo family's secret sword arts." Her true combat prowess had far exceeded his calculations. The bigger problem is the rat helping her from the shadows, he thought. Realizing the disadvantage, he abruptly shifted gears, launching himself straight at Xiao Yi and Yun Ye. He roared like a demon. "I'll slaughter your weaklings first." Xiao Yi and Yun Ye stood frozen, paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent. Meng Yu surged forward, screaming, "Don't you dare!" Her blade arrived in the nick of time, deflecting Shiksu's lethal blow and saving her teammates by a hair's breadth. Realizing his assassination attempt failed, Shiksu didn't linger. He immediately retreated, melting back into the deep darkness. His menacing laughter echoed from the distance. "Ha ha ha. Enjoy this reprieve, I will return. Spend your remaining time trembling in fear, watching over your shoulders. The moment you lower your guard, your lives are forfeit." As the voice faded, Xiao Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, he actually ran away." Meng Yu glared into the shadows. "We cannot let him escape," she declared firmly. "If we do, he will only continue to slaughter other innocent contestants." She turned to command her teammate. "Shen Ye, take Zhang Xiaoyi and the others to find a hiding spot. I'm going to hunt him down." Silence followed. Meng Yu called out again. "Shen Ye, did you hear me, Shen Ye?" Panic crept into her voice as she scanned the area. "Where is he? Where did he disappear to?" Xiao Yi looked bewildered, scratching his head as the realization hit him. "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him for quite a while." Suddenly a whistling sound pierced the air. Countless arrows rained down from the heavens, causing Xiao Yi to shriek in terror. "Incoming! It's a rain of arrows!" Yun Ye, currently in his wolf transformation, yelped in panic. Both of them scrambled, running for their lives to escape the deadly bombardment. Meng Yu spun her blade, creating a defensive barrier of sword chi that deflected the torrent of incoming projectiles. A figure emerged from the crowd, pointing excitedly. "It's Xiao Meng Yu, ha ha ha, we found her. They're right here. But the brat Shen Ye isn't with them," a minion noted. The leader scoffed, unconcerned. "It doesn't matter. Shen Ye's coordinates are visible to everyone. Finding him is just a matter of time." "Come on, brothers. Let's take care of Xiao Meng Yu first. No matter how talented she is, she can't escape an army of 4- and 5-star experts. Even if she grew wings, she's trapped. Kill her. So seize the Luo family's sword." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dark forest, Shiksu was in a desperate state, struggling to escape with his life. Shiksu crashed onto a massive boulder, clutching his bleeding side as rage twisted his face. That strike was vicious. "You filthy, wretched thing, I swear I will slaughter you." Desperate, he fished out a small vial. 2 glowing pills rolled into his trembling palm as he muttered, "2 of these spirit pills. That should be enough to stabilize me." But suddenly, like a ghost emerging from the abyss, Shen Ye materialized right behind him. His voice dripped with mockery. "Eating something good. Why not share a bite with me?" Shiksu's heart nearly stopped. Before he could react, Shen Ye unleashed a bone-shattering sweep kick. The force sent both the man and his precious pills flying into the air. Boom. The kick wasn't just physical. It triggered a frost explosion. Shiksu was blasted dozens of meters away, smashing into a tree with enough force to snap the trunk in half. He struggled to crawl up, his body encased in a layer of biting frost. His eyes widened in disbelief. Elemental damage. What tier is this martial art? Without warning, a razor-sharp blade glowing with an eerie purple aura tore through the air, aiming straight for his vitals. It was Shen Ye. He stepped out of the shadows, driving a fatal strike right through his Shiksu's chest. The air stared at his attacker, gasping for air. You. It was you. Shen Ye. How can you meld with the darkness like that? His face turned deathly pale as his lifeblood poured out. Terror finally broke him. Enough, I yield. I admit I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed those students. Shen Ye didn't blink. He coldly twisted the blade deeper, eliciting a gut-wrenching scream. Humph. You don't regret what you did. You only regret that you're about to die. Shiksu stammered frantically. Shen Ye, listen. We're the same. We're both from noble families. There's no need to become enemies over some common trash. I'm ranked 3rd. My future is bright, but yours is limitless. Imagine the power we'd wield if we joined forces in this leveling Manhwa world. What do you crave? Divine pills, secret techniques, artifacts. The He family has it all. Spare me and I'll lay the world at your feet. Shen Ye's expression remained flat. Is that so very well? Swing. He ripped the blade out, sending a fountain of blood into the air as Shiksu shrieked in agony. Thinking he had bought his life, Shiksu scrambled to activate a strange device. Cough. See, I told you noble families should stick together. The He family owes you now. Just help me with one last thing. The device suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive mechanical pod. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. Whoa! What is this thing? It's a life support capsule. Shiksu gasped. Give me a hand. Put me inside. Shen Ye placed hands on his hips, a playful glint in his eye. That looks like top-tier gear. Mind if I keep it? Shiksu panicked. Once I heal, I'll give you anything you want. Just help me. Shen Ye crossed his arms, sighing dramatically. Must be nice being a rich heir. Even at death's door, you have legendary artifacts to save your skin. A chill ran down Shiksu's spine. Wait. What do you mean? The playfulness vanished from Shen Ye's face, replaced by absolute zero. Nothing. Just wondering. If I put the heads and bodies of those innocent students in there, would it bring them back? Shiksu froze, his mind racing. What kind of joke is that? They're already slash. Before he could finish, his vision spun wildly as his head separated from his neck. Shen Ye swung his blade without hesitation. The head rolled across the dirt, blood still warm on its face. I know, Shen Ye whispered coldly. They are already dead. He kicked the corpse into the rushing river, his voice dropping to a somber low. Do you have any idea how hard those families worked to raise a single awakened child? Their parents were so proud. Where I come from, awakening is a miracle, something you light incense and thank the ancestors for. You destroyed their hopes like it was nothing. I can never forgive that. Ding, a blue system window popped up. You have eliminated a participant. The target's kill buff has been absorbed. Your physical constitution has evolved. Trait, acquired iron flesh. Regardless of the attacker or weapon, you must be hit 4 times to be incapacitated. Only then can you be killed or harvested. Shen Ye looked at his status card, muttering. 2 hits became 4. So this is the reward for hunting other players in this awakening Manhwa survival game. He swept the healing pod and pills into his inventory ring. Right. I'll be taking these contributions. Farron's voice echoed from the ring. Hey, he had a spatial storage ring too. Why didn't you loot that? Shen Ye tossed the remaining debris into the river. Too risky. Noble families are deep waters. That ring probably has a tracking beacon. We need to scrub this crime scene clean. Farron chuckled. I didn't expect such caution. You truly are the man I chose. Too bad his medicine only works on the living. Suddenly Farron screamed. Watch out, hostile life signatures approaching 2 bogeys on your 6. Boom! A massive fireball roared towards Shen Ye, detonating with terrifying force. But he was already moving, dodging the blast by a hair's breadth. 2 silhouettes emerged from the smoke. One shouldering a giant mace grinned wickedly. Yo, classmate Shen Ye, don't leave yet. We're here to collect our tip. Without talking further, the thug lunged, swinging his weapon. Shen Ye was knocked into the air. Ding power distributed to all attributes. Mid-air, Shen Ye scanned the battlefield. His eyes narrowed. 8 life signatures, 8 enemies surrounding him. Instantly, the ground lit up. A barrage of artifacts and skills shot upward like fireworks. A deadly rain of destruction blocking every escape route. Farron roared in panic. Run! You can't tank this. You're not their match yet. The sky erupted as the attacks collided, engulfing Shen Ye in a cataclysmic explosion. But through the fire and smoke, a shadow blurred. Using the flowing moon footwork, Shen Ye shot out of the blast zone with godlike speed. Farron barked coordinates. Head east. That's the weak point in their formation. Break through there. Copy that. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. Another system alert flashed, all attribute points converted to agility. He was gone like the wind. He ran the numbers in a split second. Thank God he used the bone charm to deflect those flying artifacts at the last moment. 1 second later, and he would have been a corpse. Zhou Yan glued his eyes to the tracking card barking orders. He is fleeing east, and he is moving at an insane speed. The grunt beside him scoffed confidently. Relax, he is critically injured. A dying rat cannot run far. A swarm of flying swords screamed through the air, locking onto Shen Ye like heat-seeking missiles. They were relentless, cutting off every path of retreat. The blades slammed into the earth, triggering a violent explosion. But Shen Ye was faster, dodging the blast radius by a hair's breadth. Farron's voice rang out in his mind. They are closing the net. Break out toward the north now. Almost instantly, Zhu Yan glanced at his tracker and roared, "He turned north, get him!" Shen Ye weaved through the dense canopy like a ghost, desperately trying to shake the pack of wolves behind him. Suddenly, Farron's tone shifted. "Wait. Something is wrong. Shen Ye, this feels off." "No, spit it out," Shen Ye snapped. Farron's analysis was grim. "No matter how fast you move, these life force flames are matching your pace perfectly. They are maintaining a perfect encirclement. I think they can see your exact coordinates in real time." Shen Ye froze, his blood running cold. "What did you just say?" Before he could process it, a shadow plummeted from the canopy and ambushed from above. Thousands of razor-sharp blades rained down. Shen Ye barely raised his arms to guard, but the force smashed him into the dirt, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Another contestant materialized behind him, a greedy grin plastered on his face. "I will be taking that bounty reward, thank you very much." He unleashed a devastating haymaker into Shen Ye's spine. The sound of shattering bones echoed through the forest. The attacker stared at his fist, stunned. "Damn, did I use too much power? I sent him flying." Suddenly, a streak of lethal sword energy tore through the air, piercing straight through Shen Ye's body with a sickening squelch. A pursuer hissed, "That sword key. That is Li Yingjun." Another raged, "He stole the kill. That bastard wants to hog the entire bounty for himself." Li Yingjun descended like a deity, flying swords orbiting his body. He laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha 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 ha, you bunch of morons. I am the 6th-ranked 5-star rookie. Why would I share this fortune with trash like you?" Greed practically oozed from his pores. This was a bounty issued by the great families themselves. The reward would be astronomical enough to change a destiny. Giving a slice to you peasants would be a waste of heaven's gifts. Suddenly, a cold hand landed on his shoulder. A chilling voice whispered, "Thanks for helping me break out of that encirclement." Li Yingjun's eyes bulged in terror. Before he could react, Shen Ye drove his blade through the man's chest from behind. The rookie stared down at the steel protruding from his ribs in disbelief. How are you still breathing? That is impossible." A blue system window popped up in the air. It displayed a passive ability typical of a high-tier leveling manhwa. Skill: Undying Resilience. Effect: you must sustain fatal damage 4 times to truly die. Lives remaining 2. Shen Ye activated Dark Whisper. His voice dripped with hypnotic command. "Get up. Answer me. What is this bounty, and how are you tracking my location?" Under the skill's influence, Li Yingjun's will crumbled. He spilled everything. "It is the great families. They issued a kill order. Whoever brings them, your head gets a massive fortune. That is why they added this special hunting rule to the exam. Except for you and Xiao Mengyu, every descendant of a noble family can see your coordinates in real time on our maps." Shen Ye pressed harder. "Which family?" When Li claimed ignorance, Shen Ye changed tactics. "Fine. Once the target is eliminated, how do you verify the kill?" Li Yingjun stammered, A guide will appear. They verify the corpse is real, and then they issue the reward." Shen Ye's pupils constricted. Reflected in his eyes was a roaring fireball tearing through the forest. It slammed into Li Yingjun before he could finish his sentence, detonating in a blinding flash. The shockwave blasted Shen Ye backward like a ragdoll. A shout echoed through the smoke. "Target located. He is right here." Shen Ye gritted his teeth, forcing his battered body upright. "Damn it. They are relentless." A scout surveyed the scene. "Li Yingjun is down. He is dead." Zhu Yan sneered coldly. "Serve the greedy fool right. Keep moving. We cannot let another team steal the prize." Farron's voice trembled with urgency. "Shen Ye, dozens of life signatures are converging on this spot. It is suicide to stay. We need to retreat to the nightmare world immediately." Shen Ye sprinted into the brush, panting. "No, if I leave the exam zone now, I will be disqualified instantly." Farron screamed in frustration. "Is a stupid test more important than your life?" Suddenly, a system ping chimed. A message from Xiao Mengyu. "Shen Ye, where are you right now?" He typed back rapidly while dodging roots. "On the run. The noble families are hunting me." Mengyu's reply was filled with shock. "A hunt? Are they attacking you right now? Send me your coordinates. I am coming to back you up." "Do not. They are tracking my position. We need to split up." Mengyu hesitated. What can you handle a raid like that alone? Shen Ye's eyes burned with determination. Do not worry about me, I have a plan. I will find you when this is over. A cold mechanical voice announced party with Xiao Mengyu has been disbanded. The blood-red mist in the forest began to dissipate. System notifications flooded his vision, marking the end of this chapter in the Manhwa recap. Event The Weeping Tide has concluded. Current eliminations 429. Congratulations to the survivors. You have qualified for the next stage. Round 3 Wilderness Survival. Location The Floating Isle. Duration 3 days. Objective Survive by any means necessary. Hint, the PvP hunting phase remains active. Farron's warning cut through the silence. The tide is gone, which means nothing is slowing them down anymore. They are coming, Shen Ye, and they are coming fast. Farron's voice trembled with urgency. You cannot possibly survive 3 days against their relentless siege. Listen to me, flee to the nightmare world. Now watch out, 2 assassins are right on top of us. Instantly 2 shadows burst from the ground. Cold iron chains shot up like vipers, binding Shen Ye's body tight. But it was a trick that was merely an afterimage left by the moonwalk technique. The real Shen Ye was already a blur of motion below them. A massive brute wielding a giant hammer leaped out, blocking his path with a roar. Ha ha ha! Brother New was right. You do have a footwork skill that leaves afterimages to fool the eye. He swung the colossal hammer, bringing it down like a judgment of thunder. Shockingly, Shen Ye caught the devastating blow with his bare hands. The brute's eyes widened. And you have strength far beyond a normal human. Purple lightning crackled violently around Shen Ye's body. Farron warned him again. Shen Ye, more enemies are closing in. The enemy stared in disbelief at the lightning coating Shen Ye's fist. With a sharp exhale, Shen Ye unleashed a thunderpalm. The hammer wielder was forced to leap back to escape the blast. The brute analyzed the situation. I see. He possesses a lightning attribute palm technique with terrifying destructive power, and a card effect that negates fatal damage. But those effects have limits. I'm guessing you're running out of lives, aren't you? Another enemy emerged, smirking. Shen Ye, I've already seen through all your petty little tricks. Si Chang and his squad completely surrounded him. His voice was cold as ice. This time we won't give you a single chance to breathe. Shen Ye's gaze sharpened like a blade. Blue aura exploded around him. A system window flashed. He had dumped every single attribute point straight into agility. He vanished in a blur of terrifying speed. One of the mob shouted, "What the hell? He's too fast." Si Chang just sneered. Run all you want. Do you really think a naive little brat like you can escape this leveling Manhwa trap? He didn't notice the girl in the green cloak diving from the sky. She unleashed a bone-crushing kick straight at Shen Ye. You've been a rat in a trap from the very start. Shen Ye took the full force of the blow. He was smashed into the ground like a meteor. As he fell, another green-cloaked assassin was waiting below. She launched a brutal kick squarely into his face. Blood sprayed into the air. He was juggled like a ragdoll. The first girl struck him again, sending him flying through the forest, snapping massive trees in half. Finally, his body skidded to a halt. Blood poured from his wounds. He collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of crimson. Farron screamed in terror. Shen Ye! The green-cloaked assassins circled him like vultures. One of them scoffed. Dare to oppose our noble family. There is only one road for you, death. Even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape today. Pay with your life. Farron panicked. Open the gate. Run, your substitute lives aren't enough to tank their combo attacks anymore. Lying broken on the ground, the corner of Shen Ye's mouth curled up. He whispered, "Shut up." The plan worked. Farron froze. What? Dark, ominous energy began to swirl around Shen Ye's prone form. His eyes glowed with a demonic purple light. He growled the words, "Heavenly Shadow." Instantly his body sank into the shadow of the tree. The 3 assassins lunged, striking the ground where he just lay with lethal force. But their blades hit nothing but wood and dirt. They froze, realizing their attacks had missed completely. Shen Ye had vanished into thin air. One gasped, "Where is he?" He disappeared. Another shouted a warning, "Watch your backs." The intel was wrong. Besides his movement and palm techniques, this guy has other hidden skills. Before she could finish, a sword flash sliced through the darkness. 3 heads, 3 fountains of blood. The last one turned in horror, only to see Shen Ye stepping out of the shadows like a grim reaper. Shen Ye stood coldly among the corpses. A system notification chimed. You have eliminated 3 contestants. Substitute lives replenished to 4. His voice was calm. Midnight has passed. The moon is setting. This dense forest is where the shadows are longest. Inside the ring, Farron gasped. I see, in this environment the Heavenly Shadow skill is amplified to its absolute limit. You planned this from the start. Shen Ye's face twisted into a ruthless expression. He smirked. Exactly. If they want to change the rules of the exam to kill me, then I'll play their game to the bitter end. Suddenly a voice echoed from afar. Hurry up, he's right ahead. Zhou Yan and Si Chang were rushing over. Zhou Yan noted, Shen Ye's coordinates haven't moved in a while. The three Xiao sisters must have caught him. Si Chang gritted his teeth. Humph. They better not break our deal and kill him first. That low-born trash Shen Ye. I must be the one to end him to satisfy my rage. Hidden in the dark, Shen Ye's eyes shone with killing intent. Now, the prey becomes the hunter. When Zhu Yan and Si Chang arrived, their blood ran cold. The three Xiao sisters were lying motionless on the ground. One minion shrieked, The Xiao sisters, they're all dead. How is this even possible? The hammer wielder inspected the bodies. One sword strike, throats slit. And they were all together. Their strength wasn't weak. He looked up fearful. Be careful. Shen Ye might have secret techniques we don't know about. But Si Chang spat in disgust. Shen Ye powerful, don't make me laugh. He's just a 2-star trash. They definitely wounded him heavily. Then they got careless trying to steal the reward and he got a lucky counterkill. Zhou Yan nodded. Agreed. They died because they were stupid. Shen Ye is injured. He couldn't have gone far. The blood trail proves it. He's hiding nearby Split Up and Search. The squad scattered into the forest, unaware they were walking straight into a nightmare. Zhou Yan prowled through the brush, muttering curses to himself. Shen Ye, don't let anyone else find you first. I swear I'll slaughter you with my own hands to avenge my precious hair. Suddenly a lone Shu appeared on the path. His face twisted into a sinister grin, eyes glowing crimson in the dark. He lunged forward, roaring, Gotcha! But as he closed in, his expression froze. It was nothing but an empty Shu. Death descended from above. Shen Ye emerged from the shadows, his cold blade kissing Zhu Yan's throat. His voice was absolute zero. Gotcha. What? Zhu Yan gasped in sheer terror. Shen Ye's eyes flashed with an eerie violet light. The command was absolute, answer me, loudly. Have you found me yet? Under the crushing weight of mind control, Zhu Yan screamed like a madman. Found him. I found Shen Ye. The piercing scream tore through the forest. Nearby hunters instantly locked onto the sound. He's over there, move. Greed took over. Ha 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 ha, that bounty is mine. Meanwhile, Zhu Yan continued his possessed wailing, acting as the perfect bait. He's right here, come quickly. But when they arrived, the blood drained from their faces. It was just Zhu Yan's severed head, still screaming on the ground. I really found him. Shen Ye is right here. What the hell? One trembled his mind, unable to process the horror. A severed head is talking. Suddenly a pitch-black mist exploded toward them. Shen Ye stepped out of the abyss, face void of emotion. His blade dripping with demonic death energy harvested their heads in a flash of cold steel. He hung upside down, cloaked in darkness, eyes glowing with the violet hue of death. He activated his sinister skill, Dark Whisper. Shouted out, tell me where you are. Controlled by the dark arts, the severed head with glowing green eyes stuttered out its forced report. Instantly a chorus of dead voices echoed from every direction. Under the tree, at the 9 o'clock direction, hiding near a boulder, Si Chang stood frozen, his mind reeling. The other heads kept up their macabre chant. Hurry up, we found Shen Ye's tracks. He's right here, suspended in the void. Shen Ye calculated his next move with cold precision. First, I'll use Dark Whisper to shatter their focus. Then, I'll execute them with the Tai-Bai swordsmanship for a one-hit kill. You arrogant heirs of the noble families. It's time you learned what it feels like to be the prey. A student on high alert flinched at a strange noise. He spun around, eyes sharpening with killing intent. But in the tall grass, a severed head with glowing green eyes shrieked at him. Here I am right here. Si Chang stared in absolute horror. That's Zhang Huayu's head speaking. How could a trash-tier disciple in this awakening Manhwa possess such demonic necromancy? Another student panicked. We have to warn the others immediately, this is insane. But before the words left his lips, Shen Ye materialized from the shadows. A single fatal thrust pierced his heart. Feng Yuan, Si Chang screamed. The two survivors instantly dropped into defensive stances. Watch out, Shen Ye is hunting us from the dark. But in that split second, the Grim Reaper was already upon them. Thwack! A spear materialized from nowhere, piercing Shen Ye's chest and pinning him brutally to a tree. He gritted his teeth, looking down at the blood gushing from the wound. A student pointed a trembling finger. Be careful, that monster can make the dead speak and vanish into the shadows. Si Chang recognized the newcomer instantly. Wang Dingzhou. But as they looked, Shen Ye's body began to sink into the tree itself. He's gone. Wang Dingzhou remained calm. Took a hit to a vital point and lived. That mysterious card must be active again, just like in a system Manhwa. Si Chang grit his teeth. This forest is full of shadows. With that card's ability, he's practically a god here. Basically, it's impossible for us to catch him in this terrain. Wang Dingzhou scoffed. Idiots, if he's hiding in the forest, we just erase the forest. Nowhere left to hide. Si Qiang gasped. You don't mean that technique? Flames erupted from Wang Dingzhou's feet. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in a raging inferno of spiritual power. When this is done, I take 50% of the loot. Si Qiang hesitated, then nodded. Deal. It's a small price to witness the legendary secret art of the Wang family. Wang Dingzhou summoned his flame battle armor. He looked like a god of war descended from the heavens. His voice boomed with authority. Tell everyone in the sector, gather here now, or die. The sheer pressure of his presence was suffocating. Levitating amidst the blazing aura, he looked down at the ants below with cold, burning eyes like a true, leveling Manhwa boss. The gathered students looked up in confusion. Why call us all back here? Si Qiang smirked. You're about to find out. Wang Dingzhou raised his flaming spear. Massive energy began to condense at the tip, distorting the air itself. The light became blinding. Flames danced in his pupils as his hands flew through a series of complex seals. Power exploded outward. He roared, unleashing the ultimate destruction. Samadhi, true fire spell. A colossal fireball materialized in the sky, a second sun descending on the earth. It crashed down with apocalyptic force. An ocean of fire swept outward, disintegrating everything. The students didn't even have time to scream before the inferno swallowed them whole. When the smoke cleared, the forest was gone. Nothing remained but a scorched, massive crater. Smoke coiled from the crater like the breath of a dying dragon. At the epicenter of this devastation, the few lucky survivors stared paralyzed by the sheer scale of the destruction. One voice trembled. My God, the entire forest has been incinerated. Another whispered in fear. So this is the terrifying power of the third-ranked fighter. Suddenly, a sharp eye caught movement in the debris. Look, Shen Ye is right there. A cruel, mocking laugh erupted from the smoke. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, that trash has been roasted until he barely looks human. Amidst the sea of flames, Shen Ye collapsed, his body charred and broken, letting out weak, agonizing groans. Ah! A holographic screen flashed before his fading vision. Meat shield charges remaining too. With eyes burning with madness, Zicheng glared at his prey and roared, Shen Ye, before the absolute might of our noble clan, every struggle of yours is meaningless. It took every ounce of willpower for Shen Ye to just lift his head. Farron's voice rang out frantic with worry. Shen Ye, open the gate and run. Now there is nowhere left to hide in this hellscape. Shen Ye grit his teeth. Do you think I want to stay? These flames are sealing my movements. Farron's hope began to crumble. What is this truly the end? Zicheng spread his arms wide, soaking in his victory. Give it up. Even if you sprouted wings, you could never escape this cage. As long as Wang Dingzhou fuels the spell, these flames form a towering barrier, completely cutting us off from the outside world. This is the Samadhi fire pillar, the Wang family's ultimate secret art found in the ancient Monkey Mountain ruins. Dingzhou shouted impatiently, stop your monologue and finish him off. That card is already healing his injuries. Zicheng nodded, his expression darkening. Fine, I will end it. A sinister sneer curled his lips as a treacherous plan formed in his mind. Heh, maintaining this fire formation drains massive stamina. Wang Dingzhou will be exhausted soon, and then no one will be left to challenge me. He lunged at Shen Ye, weapon raised for the kill. I will slaughter every last one of you, Dai Shen Ye. The only victor standing today will be me, Niu Zicheng. Suddenly a blue window appeared, a classic trope of this leveling manhwa. Wild survival mode, heaven's destruction. Over 3 days, the heavens will unleash random catastrophic calamities. The atmosphere warped instantly. Countless razor-sharp ice shards began to plummet from the sky as the merciless announcement continued. Surviving in this extreme hostile environment is the core objective of this trial. Zicheng looked up in terror at the descending hailstorm. Thwack, a shard pierced his shoulder. He gasped, panic rising. Heaven's destruction! Is this the true nightmare of the third round? Shen Ye could not escape the bombardment. Ice spears tore through him, forcing a cry of agony from his throat. Argh, Farron shouted. Shen Ye, summon me out immediately. This ice storm is unnatural. Without hesitation, Shen Ye activated his ring, releasing Farron. Around them, chaos erupted as survivors scattered like ants. One screamed, "Run, everyone, run for your lives!" One unfortunate soul was struck, and frost instantly spread across his skin. He shivered in despair. We have to stop this rain. One touch and the freezing begins. Damn it, I can't move my legs. Crack, an ice shard pierced his skull, ending his struggle in a spray of crimson. His final thought faded into darkness. It's over. There is nowhere to hide. Wang Dingzhou roared, pushing his limits to conjure a flame barrier. Stay where you are, do not move, I will hold back this storm. The survivors wept with relief. Thank the heavens, brother Dingzhou is truly powerful. But internally Wang was straining. The samadhi fire exhausted me. I cannot maintain this shield much longer. He turned to his ally. Niu Ziqiang, we must retreat. Shen Ye is doomed in this blizzard. We will return to collect his corpse once the storm passes. But Ziqiang refused to budge his face, twisted into a mask of pure insanity. He roared, "No. I must be the one to end his miserable life with my own hands." Suddenly his eyes locked onto an anomaly. Something was wrong. A colossal silhouette began to emerge within the freezing gale. What in the world is that? The shadow resolved into Shen Ye. But looming behind him was a gigantic spectral skull, and his body was shrouded in a terrifying purple aura of death. Ziqiang trembled. This bone-chilling aura of death. Just what kind of monster has he become? His eyes bulged, fixed on the floating horror. His voice failed him. A giant skull. So that intense stench of death I felt earlier. It was all radiating from this abomination. High above Farron hovered, greedily devouring the frigid energy radiating from the shattered ice. The spirit explained calmly, "This hail is no act of nature. It is a specific magical phenomenon, and the dark yin energy hidden within it, it is exactly the delicacy I crave. I can consume this power to slowly restore my own lost strength." Below the skull, Shen Ye's wounds knitted together rapidly. "Thanks to you blocking the bombardment, I bought precious time. Combined with the incredible regeneration of the meat shield, my injuries have made a full recovery." Shen Ye raised his head, eyes burning with the confidence of a protagonist. A smirk of arrogance played on his lips. "Now," he declared, "it is our turn to hunt." In a blur of motion, Shen Ye exploded forward. Ziqiang stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. Shen Ye unleashed a devastating kick, launching a massive boulder of ice straight at his enemy. The sudden projectile forced Ziqiang into a desperate, clumsy dodge. Panic flooded his mind. This is bad. This is very bad. That monstrosity is shielding him from the storm. In this frozen hell, he is the only one who can move without restriction. The tide of battle had turned completely against them. Panic seized Xuqiang's heart. He scrambled away like a frightened rat, screaming his lungs out. "Retreat! Fall back, everyone run. If we keep clashing with this monster here, we are all dead men walking." Wang Dingzhou struggled to maintain his flickering flame shield, his eyes bulging with shock at the floating skull. His instincts screamed that a lethal calamity was about to crash down on him. What in the hell is that floating skull, this bone-chilling aura? Is it an omen of our destruction in this awakening Manhwa reality? Shen Ye planted his back foot, his gaze colder than the blizzard itself. He stared down the fleeing cowards, his voice dripping with icy mockery. "You came here to take my head, didn't you? And now you think you can just walk away. Don't make me laugh." He channeled explosive power into his leg. Boom. A devastating kick launched a volley of razor-sharp ice shards like arrows at the enemy. The retreating mob was instantly shredded by the barrage. One of them shrieked in terror. "Argh! He is kicking the hailstorm right back at us." Wang Dingzhou roared, channeling every ounce of his internal energy. A vortex of raging fire spiraled out, desperate to melt the incoming death. He bellowed, "Calming spirit technique." But in that split second, Shen Ye had already ghosted behind him, a whisper of death in his ear. "You stabbed me twice before. Today I return the favor with interest." Shen Ye unleashed a kick of terrifying power, shattering the fire shield and sending Wang flying like a rag doll. Wang Dingzhou crashed into the ground. He scoffed, arrogance still clinging to him. "Ha, pathetic. Is that it?" That kick had absolutely no force behind it. But before he could finish his sneer, a storm of ice shards perforated his body. The attack was so fast he only had time for a single agonizing scream. "Ah!" Absolute chaos erupted among the survivors. "We are doomed. Wang is down. The fire shield is gone. Someone save us." The blizzard showed no mercy. Agonized screams were drowned out by the howling wind as the ice pierced every last one of them. Silence fell over the frozen graveyard. Not a single soul remained. Farron floated over the carnage, surveying the destruction. This open terrain acted like a funnel, amplifying the storm's power to the maximum. They never stood a chance. Their flames of life are flickering out. Shen Ye replied, his voice devoid of pity. "The storm is deadly sure. But if they had just taken cover, they might have lived. Too bad they burned down the very forest that could have saved them." "Huh, they dug their own graves." Farron floated over Wang Dingzhou's corpse. "Ooh, look at this. That golden bracelet is top-tier loot. It is pulsing with massive energy, definitely a family heirloom. What a waste. That fool could not even draw out 10% of its power." One simple spell, and he was completely tapped out. Suddenly Farron's eye sockets flared. "Hold on. Someone is playing possum in that pile of meat." Shen Ye stepped over the blood-stained snow, his gaze locking onto a trembling figure buried beneath the dead. Zhu Cheng was curled up, using rotting corpses as a blanket. Shen Ye sneered. "Using your own teammates as meat shields, you are the last rat standing. Those clean cuts on their bodies. You killed them yourself to make a hiding spot, did you not?" Shu Qiang froze, terror paralyzing him. Damn it, how did he sniff me out? A spectral whisper drifted from the pile, an injustice crying out from beyond the grave. It is true. That bastard Shu Qiang beat me to death. Farron cackled maniacally. Ha! Humans are so delightfully stupid. It was I who found you, maggot. Did my charming voice scare the piss right out of you? Shu Qiang's face turned purple with rage as he pointed a shaking finger at the skull. Do not mock me. You floating bone bag, you are nothing compared to the noble snake god of the Shu family. Jumo, get out here, kill this trash for me, but the air remained silent. No attack came. Panic began to claw at his throat. Shumo, where the hell are you hiding? Answer me. Shumo, save me, squelch. An icicle dropped from the heavens, piercing his skull and pinning him to the frozen earth. His final breath rattled out a single syllable. Shu. Shen Ye stood over the corpse, his expression unreadable. Farron hovered closer. Tsk tsk. Talk about a streak of bad luck. But Shen Ye narrowed his eyes. Something in the air had changed. A small emerald-green snake materialized from the ether. Shen Ye stared it down. You were watching the whole time. Why let him die? What is your game here, little snake? The snake Shumo hissed, its voice ancient and arrogant. Sst, that useless brat. He could not even handle 1% of my true power. Serving him, fighting alongside him, it was an insult to my existence. Shen Ye raised an eyebrow. So the beast speaks human tongue, Shumo replied. On the contrary, human, I find you quite intriguing. Your understanding of this realm is pitifully narrow. However, you possess the rare moonshadow constitution. Our natures are compatible. Allow me to enlighten you about the true order of things. I heard your little speech earlier. You seem to have a grave misunderstanding about how the great families truly operate. Shen Ye's eyes narrowed into cold slits as he cut through the tension. A misunderstanding, you say? I see no error in my judgment. Or are you perhaps stepping up to defend that pile of human garbage? Shumo let out a chilling low chuckle. For a Yasmain. For a Neki Gini. Cha. Even after unlocking the spirit eye, the holy grail of any awakening Manhwa protagonist, you remain delightfully naive. Do yourself a favor, erase the concept of noble families from your mind. That is merely a delusion of the weak. In the true realm of power, those so-called families are nothing but nests, breeding grounds for the gods themselves, and not just nests. They may very well be the ancient graveyards where unspeakable horrors lie buried waiting to rot. Shen Ye frowned, the weight of the words pressing down on him like gravity. God's graveyards. What the hell are you actually talking about? Shumo's eyes blazed with an ethereal light, staring directly into Shen Ye's soul. Open your eyes. Look at the truth yourself. Little brat, this world is far more twisted and chaotic than your tiny mind can comprehend. His form began to dissolve into the wind like a phantom. We shall meet again, assuming you survive the coming storm. Panic surged as Shen Ye reached out. Wait, don't go. You can't just drop a revelation like that and leave. Explain yourself. But his words echoed into nothingness. The mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. Suddenly the biting frost dissipated, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Shen Ye looked up, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Had the blizzard finally ceased? No. The sky instantly turned blood red. A catastrophic rain of flaming meteors screamed down from the heavens like Judgment Day. Shen Ye and Farron stared up in sheer terror. The earth shook violently as the fireball slammed into the ground, obliterating everything in a symphony of destruction. Farron shrieked, losing his mind. It's a hellfire meteor shower. Put me in the ring. My soul can't withstand flames of this tier. Shen Ye instantly summoned a dimensional gate. Farron scrambled into the ring, screaming, Run everything! Here will be incinerated in seconds. You need to escape to the nightmare world now. But Shen Ye stood his ground, a smirk forming on his lips. Ha, even without you I have my ways. Farron raged. You moron, that summon is just a window. It can't block a bombardment like this. Shen Ye hoisted the gate overhead, angling it towards the falling destruction. Who said anything about blocking it? You think I'm as brainless as you? Farron paused, stunned. The kid was venting the flames into another dimension. Okay. That is actually a genius exploit of the system. But the victory was short-lived. Shen Ye's expression crumbled as the sheer heat began to melt the dimensional gate itself. He collapsed, rolling on the scorched earth. Hot, hot, it burns. Farron cackled with gleeful malice from the safety of the artifact. Bwahaha, look at the genius. Now I told you the nightmare world is the only safe zone. You can't cheat death here. Just as hope faded, the sacred spirit wood materialized from his inventory. Offer a drop of blood, and I shall become your vessel. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. Right, I still have this cheat item. Without hesitation, Shen Ye bit his finger, drawing fresh blood to seal the pact. Since the official competition had ended, the system restrictions were lifted. The legendary artifact was ready to activate. As the blood touched the wood, emerald energy exploded outward, weaving together to form a perfect replica of Shen Ye. The clone smiled at the original. Go find shelter. I will submerge myself in the river and await your return. Shen Ye stared dumbfounded at his own reflection. It really became me. Suddenly a notification popped up looking just like a prompt from a system Manhwa sacrificial power transferred to the spirit clone. Warning, you have temporarily lost this ability. It will remain dormant until you reclaim your vessel. Shen Ye opened the portal, confidence returning. Fine by me. This trip to the nightmare world might just grant me a legendary title. Time to grind. Stepping through the void, Shen Ye arrived in a hellscape. The nightmare world was a graveyard of jagged rocks and withered forests reeking of death. What happened here? He wandered through a field of carnage, broken blades, and rotting corpses littering the ground as far as the eye could see. Was there a massive battle? I thought humanity won the war? Why does this look like an apocalypse scenario? Suddenly he spotted a flicker of life. A survivor was huddled inside a golden barrier, clinging to existence by a thread. You there, soldier? The man gasped, his face twisted in absolute despair and pain. Run to the base. Tell them the undead legion has brace splat. An invisible force crushed him instantly, spraying fresh blood across the ruins. Shen Ye froze, his blood running cold. He had just witnessed a brutal execution, and the killer was nowhere to be seen. From the shadows they emerged, a legion of skeletons with eyes burning in ghostly purple flames. Shen Ye panicked. Oh, we are screwed. It's the undead army. Thinking fast, Shen Ye held up his token. Wait, we're on the same side. I'm the little match boy. Look, I have the white bone badge. A skeletal soldier stepped forward, snatching the badge from Shen Ye's trembling hand. Suddenly, a colossal shadow engulfed them. A presence so terrifying that the very air grew heavy with killing intent. Shadow Assassin King. Hero of the Undead. God Slayer. Spirit Warlord. Nightmare Executioner. The titles floating above him were endless. Shen Ye looked up, his face draining of all color. Sweat poured down his back. What the hell is this monster? How many titles does this guy have? I just spawned and I met the final boss. This nightmare world is 100 times deadlier than that meteor shower. The undead king examined the badge, his voice rumbling like thunder. I heard rumors of a human child seeking to join our ranks. I must admit I am intrigued. So the rat was you all along. Shen Ye immediately clasped his hands together, bowing with exaggerated respect. That would be this humble servant, yes. The massive leader narrowed his eyes, killing intent leaking out. A question burns in my mind. The intel stated you traveled to the human empire's capital, so why, pray tell, are you lurking here? Shen Ye stammered, his mind racing. I can explain everything. Damn that Farron, his brilliant plan is going to get me killed. He definitely set me up to die. The colossal undead general leaned down, his shadow engulfing Shen Ye. His voice dripped with suffocating pressure. Speak. You have exactly one chance. If I detect even a whisper of a lie, I will incinerate your very soul. Cold sweat drenched Shen Ye's back. He darted his eyes around, his instincts screaming. Something's off. His mind processed the battlefield data instantly. These rune inscriptions, they don't all belong to him. Hidden enemies lurk in the void. I'm completely surrounded. If my next words aren't perfect, I'm a dead man walking. Panic surged, but in that moment of life and death, Shen Ye's survival instincts kicked in. He spun a web of lies on the spot. I am hunting Prince not of the human race. That tyrant forced me into the hellish 996 and 007 work culture. I'm here to take his head in vengeance. The general's eyes narrowed further. Is that so? And what makes you think a bug like you can get close enough to strike? Shen Ye launched into his tragic backstory, weaving a narrative from the depths of his suffering. I slaved away without complaint. I achieved legendary merits for his cause. I earned his absolute trust. But when I asked for a promotion, he shipped me off to the Imperial Military Academy instead. Look. This is the recommendation letter written by his own hand. The general snatched the letter, scanning it with intense scrutiny. Humph. It is indeed a recommendation for the academy. It seems you weren't completely useless to him. Shen Ye suppressed a smirk and poured more emotion into his act. Not useless. He stole 90% of my hard-earned fruits. My salary was barely enough to keep me from starving. He uses that stolen gold to hoard even more wealth. He builds lavish palaces for himself and fills them with legions of concubines. To prevent us from rising up, he engineered debt traps and inflated prices. We were forced to sell our very lives just to survive. He hired mages to cast blinding illusions at night. After work, we'd fall into trances, becoming mindless zombies existing only to generate profit. Recently, it's gotten worse. The illusions are tailored to divide us, sparking conflict and hatred among the workers. Now everyone is at each other's throats, consumed by mutual hatred. But in the chaos, they forgot the true enemy, the puppet master pulling the strings. Prince. Not the vilest capitalist in human history. The general fell into deep thought. Such devious methods. Humans are truly a despicable and wretched race. I sympathize with your rage. However, your plan is full of holes. It stinks worse than an ogre's loincloth. Violent purple aura exploded from his body. I am Fred the Snow Demon General. Let me aid you in your vengeance. If not dies, the human army will crumble into chaos. Then victory will belong to the Undead Legion. Fred tossed a glowing purple crystal to Shen Ye. Take this. Embedded within is the tactical deployment map of our forces. With such critical intelligence in hand, your chances of gaining an audience with the prince will skyrocket. Shen Ye eyed the crystal suspiciously. This stone radiates pure malice. I can't read its properties. In any standard system, Manhwa, this would be a trap item. It's definitely not a map. Fred laid out the scheme. In a moment I will order my troops to hunt you down. You must flee while screaming that you possess vital intel. The humans will have no choice but to rescue you. Once inside their camp, get close to Knot and strike. The moment the deed is done, give the signal, and I will be there to secure your escape. Cold sweat poured down Shen Ye's face. Are you kidding me? I just made that up. You actually expect me to assassinate the prince? He's surrounded by elite guards. I'll be minced meat. And this crystal? The more I look at it, the more it looks like a mana bomb. He wants me to be a suicide bomber. You'd have to be brain dead to agree to this. Despite the terror gripping his heart, Shen Ye snapped a crisp salute, his voice unwavering. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. I have to say yes, or I die right here. Fred nodded, impressed. To accept such a suicide mission without hesitation. I admire your courage. Do not misunderstand my soldiers. They aren't threatening you. We are simply preparing for a realistic pursuit exercise. Shen Ye played along perfectly. What is there to fear alive? I am a servant of the undead. Dead, I shall be a spirit of the clan. That was a blatant death threat, you treacherous snow demon. Suddenly Shen Ye felt the ground leave his feet. He whipped his head around. Fred held him aloft effortlessly. Then, set your heart at ease and go. With a thunderous boom, he hurled Shen Ye into the horizon. Suspended in midair, Shen Ye could only let out a terrified shriek. Argh! Fred roared to his army. That human brat stole our vital intelligence, slaughter him. High in the sky. Shen Ye screamed, help me! An undead lieutenant turned to Fred. Lord Fred, is that trash really reliable? Even our elite assassins failed to scratch Knot. Fred narrowed his gaze, his amethyst eyes flashing with lethal intent. Do you truly believe I would place my bets on that trash? He is merely a sacrificial pawn I positioned. The ending is scripted. Humanity is destined for extinction. Meanwhile, Shen Ye was being ruthlessly hunted by a legion of the undead. He executed a combat roll across the unforgiving earth. Shen Ye sprinted with desperate fury, running as if this were the climax of a survival manhwa recap. He frantically summoned the portal. The moment the gateway materialized, Shen Ye didn't forget to hurl a curse back over his shoulder. Get lost! Do you take me for a moron? Why in the world would I carry something that dangerous on me? Without missing a beat, he dashed toward the human encampment at full speed. Throwing his arms high, he bellowed, Save me! Someone help, I possess critical intelligence that must be reported immediately. A squad of knights spotted him and erupted into cheers. It is Saint Peppa, go. We will hold back the undead horde for you. The brave knights charged into the clash against the undead swarm. One roared, Hold the line, we must protect the boy who survived the great calamity. Shen Ye moved like lightning, continuing his mad dash toward the camp. He didn't stop until he reached the entrance of the main command tent. Grand Mage Adria stepped in to block his path. Peppa, she called out. Shen Ye gasped, rushing his words. Lady Adria, I must speak with His Royal Highness instantly. I have gathered intel the undead clan has dispatched the Night Assassin King, the hero of the necropolis, who has collected 11 royal skulls. The god betrayer is coming, accompanied by 2 shadow executioners, the nemesis of our generals. They are here to assassinate the prince. Adria lowered her head, a heavy shadow of sorrow darkening her face. She whispered, Peppa, your intelligence arrives too late. Shen Ye froze in his tracks, cold sweat instantly drenching his face. He stammered, What do you mean? Inside the tent, Prince Knot lay motionless on the bed, his body a sarcophagus of bandages. The mages were pouring every ounce of mana into keeping him alive. With agonizing effort, the prince fluttered his eyes open. His voice was a fragile whisper. Saint Peppa, I never thought I would see you again before the end. Shen Ye rushed to the bedside, panic rising in his voice. Your Highness, what happened to you? The prince managed a bitter, pained smile. I was careless. I walked right into an undead trap. An elderly Grand Mage stepped forward to explain. We have used our strongest healing arts, but the wounds are catastrophic. He has lost most of his internal organs, and the necrotic mana is corroding what remains. It is beyond our power to save him. Your Highness not, may the mysteries and laws of the world eternally guard your soul. Adria clasped her hands in solemn prayer. May the goddess of nature cradle you in your eternal slumber. Beside her, a priestess broke down in sobs. Sob, Your Highness. A knight fell to his knees. This is the failure of the Knight Order. When you pass, we shall all join you in death to serve you in the afterlife. Shen Ye suddenly threw out his hand to stop the madness. He shouted, Hold it! Do not abandon hope so quickly! Recalling the device he had looted from Heishi, he stood up, radiating the confidence of an awakening Manhwa protagonist. I possess a secret ancestral remedy. Let me treat His Highness. We must grasp at every straw, while there is still a chance. The elderly Grand Mage snapped back in anger. Saint Peppa. This is no time for insolence. If the pinnacle of human healing magic failed, what can a commoner's home remedy possibly achieve? The prince whispered weakly. It is fine. Let him try. I have no other hope to cling to anyway. The Grand Mage could only sigh in defeat. Your Highness. Shen Ye produced a vial. You showed me kindness and granted me the title of saint. I swear, I will do everything to save your life. Internally, however, he was anxious. I have no idea if this junk I looted from Heishi will actually work like a system Manhwa item. Meanwhile, outside the camp perimeter, Fred and his cohorts were watching the scene unfold like predators. An undead soldier observed. There is no commotion. I do not see the soul essence scattering that usually marks a human death. Did the match-selling brat fail? Fred remained chillingly calm. I saw him enter Knott's tent with my own eyes. That is enough. The stone I gave him was not a map. It was a soul implosion bomb. Another undead gasped in horror. A soul implosion bomb legend says its destructive power is absolute, but its blast radius is flawed, limited to a mere 5 meters. Another cackled with glee. That does not matter, the human brat walked right inside. Once it triggers, the prince is dead meat. And naturally the boy will be vaporized along with him. Fred gripped the remote detonator, his eyes burning with malice. He sought to annihilate everything, to sever the last divine bloodline of the human empire. Your death today marks the finale of humanity. The undead legion shall rise as the true masters of this world. He slammed his thumb down on the activation button, his voice booming. Let the new era begin now. The 2 undead soldiers hastily covered their ears, bracing for the blast. Fred stood like a statue, but absolute silence followed. He muttered in confusion. Is the signal range too short? The guards exchanged puzzled glances. What is the commander muttering about? Asked one. Who knows, leaders are always eccentric, the other shrugged. Fred stared at the detonator, frowning at the technical failure. Fine. I just need to get closer. Looming on the hill overlooking the human camp, he declared, Humans. The moment I press this, your hope dies. Your final hope crumbles here. Submit and become slaves to the undead, for you lack the power to challenge our supremacy. He jammed his thumb on the detonator, but absolute silence followed. Rage bubbled up from his gut. The signal was too weak to connect. With a guttural growl, he wasted no more time, transforming into a blur of living shadow that tore through the wind with a screeching howl. The shadow blitzed through the forest at terrifying speed, leaving scarring trails of violet energy before skid-stopping right at the enemy gates. His cloak snapped in the wind, releasing a terrifying pressure that froze the human soldiers. Frigg raised the detonator and roared to the heavens. North. You evil leader of the capitalists, you architect of the 996 culture, today you die. For the uninitiated, 996 means working 9 to 9 6 days a week, and 007. That is 24/7 slavery, without rest. The human soldiers stared at the giant monster in confusion, while Frigg's device still mocked him with a distance error notification. A soldier whispered, trembling, That's the undead leader. Careful, he might be preparing a legendary skill. Frigg stared at the useless remote, grinding his teeth. I am right here. Why is it still out of range? I will slaughter the R&D team when I get back. His patience evaporated. Dark aura exploded from his body as he barked his orders. Forget the bomb minions charge. We are taking North's head manually. The humans instantly locked shields in a defensive formation. A captain raised his shield and screamed, The undead leader has gone mad. Hold the line. Do not let them take a single step into the camp. Meanwhile, inside the command tent, Prince North lay motionless, his body bathed in the weak flickering light of healing magic. Shen Ye stood by, watching the old archmage shake his head. The medicine was working, but it was merely delaying the inevitable. Shen Ye fell into deep thought. Traditional potions are useless. I have to rely on that device. But if I summon high-tech gear here, the shock might be too much. These locals might brand me a heretic and burn me at the stake. Suddenly, a soldier scrambled into the tent, panic in his eyes. Report, the undead army has launched a full frontal assault. It is Frigg the Assassin King. Hearing the name, North forced his broken body to sit up, interrupting him. Go. Reinforce the front lines. North rasped his eyes filled with tragic resolve. Do not waste more lives on a dying man. Go, that is my final order. Saint Peppa will remain here with me. The guards bowed and retreated in heavy silence. Once alone, North turned to Shen Ye, his voice barely a whisper. Saint Peppa, thank you for your effort. Do not mourn me. Countless warriors fall every day. I am merely one drop in the ocean of blood. The undead operate like ruthless capitalists. If they win, they will enforce their brutal system upon all of humanity. Our human bodies cannot withstand the torture of the 996 and 007 work culture. It would mean the extinction of our race. Under my pillow there is a bottle of sedatives. Give me a lethal dose. Let me sleep forever. If I cling to life, the soldiers will be distracted. End it now. Shen Ye picked up the bottle, whispering, Your Highness. North accepted his fate. Do it. Announce my death, then flee to the Imperial Military Academy to learn true strength. Shen Ye held the pill up, a confident glint in his eye. Rest easy, Prince. I have a secret technique that can save you. But first you need to sleep. North swallowed the pill, and the potent drug instantly dragged him into a haze. What? Flash Shen Ye summoned a futuristic healing pod, the kind of legendary item you would see in a system manhwa. He looked down at the sleeping prince. This guy is a true hero, worrying about his people's work-life balance even on his deathbed. Gently, Shen Ye lifted Prince North and placed him into the glowing stasis chamber. He may be a feudal lord, but he is a comrade in the fight against exploitation. The machine hummed to life with a robotic prompt. Welcome to the Immortality Healing Pod. Scanning patient. Critical condition detected. Organ reconstruction initiated. Estimated time 10 hours. He is definitely worth saving, Shen Ye thought. Shen Ye wiped the sweat from his brow. It works, but 10 hours is too risky, Farron's voice echoed. Hide him in the secret dimension. Shen Ye summoned the Gate of 10,000 Worlds, but panicked. Damn it, the door is too narrow for the pod. Farron sighed, explaining the logic. The ring cannot store living beings. You have to carry the prince out, store the pod, then move. Carry him to the main world, open the nightmare gate, then redeploy the pod inside the tunnel. Why go to this trouble for him? Farron teased. Shen Ye pushed against the door, gritting his teeth. So annoying. Time is tight. Holding North in his arms, Shen Ye marched toward the portal. This gateway's design is absolutely inhumane. His character reminds me of a legendary phrase from my previous life. Shen Ye's face glowed with determination under the light. Long live the people. Farron scoffed from the shadows. You just want a good reputation. Shen Ye did not deny it. Maybe so. As Shen Ye stepped back into the main world, he was shocked to see the exam site still engulfed in a catastrophic rain of fire. He had to reach the Wind Spirit clan's secret passage immediately. Entering the Nightmare World tunnel, Shen Ye deployed the healing pod and placed Prince Nuo Chen inside. Phew, it was finally done. This place was run down, but safe enough. Suddenly, a crimson-red system notification materialized before Shen Ye's eyes. Opening the door this time granted a blue-grade evaluation. Absolute perfection. He was now the boy who survived the Great Calamity. You saved the human empire's prince and preserved a divine bloodline. This historic feat will echo through time. Run toward the sun, survivor Saint Peppa. Its effect was God tier. Whenever he escaped fatal danger, all basic attributes would simultaneously increase by 2 points, limited to once per day. Shen Ye's jaw dropped. He just couldn't escape this ridiculous title. You may keep this evaluation and upgrade it later. Or you can devour this evaluation to gain raw attribute points. Since you possess time retention and a supreme blue rating, the door gains a new ability, the Unique Gate. From this moment on, you can grant any door in the world the power to connect worlds. Until you actively cancel it or it is destroyed, you can summon that connected door at will. Staring at the blue card in his hand, Shen Ye felt a surge of excitement. The Unique Gate was amazing, even if the survivor title was a bit cringeworthy. He gripped the card tight, making a decisive choice. He needed the power to survive danger now, not a stat boost after surviving it. So it was better to just devour it. As the card's energy shattered, the tunnel ceiling violently shook, sending sharp boulders raining down. Shen Ye looked up in shock and dodged instinctively. A massive rock smashed exactly where he had stood. After that spectacular dodge, the system popped up again. You have escaped fatal danger. The boy who survived evaluation has activated. All basic attributes increased by 2 points. Feeling raw power coursing through his veins, Shen Ye checked his status window. This was the thrill of a true leveling manhwa. Strength 6.3, Agility 8.1, Spirit 6, Endurance 6, Resonance 11, Moon Lineage Resonance 20, Available Attribute Points 10. Bathed in a swirling blue aura, he clenched his fists in ecstasy. His entire body overflowed with explosive energy. This rating was actually God tier. The growth potential was insane. Thank goodness he hadn't devoured it, or he would have suffered a massive loss. The fallen rocks had sealed the path behind him. Perfect. The collapse made this hideout even more secure. He decided to rest while the prince's healing finished. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the exam site in the main world. Rain began to pour relentlessly over the dense forest. Shen Ye's double soaked in the freezing water with a blank expression. On the shore, a girl with headphones watched him with a sigh. Shen Ye, you really are stubborn. He actually used a substitute. I rushed here to save him for nothing. The headphones around her neck cackled. Ha 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 ha. That guy bolted a long time ago. Her cheeks flushed pink, and her gaze softened with a mix of care and cute annoyance. Fine. As long as he's safe, that's all that matters. Suddenly a crimson thread manifested in midair, connecting the girl to Shen Ye's decoy. Zhao Yibing appeared, unleashing a terrifying red killing intent that suffocated the area. Hovering in the sky with bloodshot eyes, Zhao Yibing looked down with utter contempt. A substitute. How disappointing. The Skinner stepped out from the red thread, reeking of fresh blood. That scent from the hotel battle. You were hiding nearby, weren't you? They formed a deadly pincer formation around the girl. The girl replied coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Yibing smirked sinisterly, his gaze piercing through her soul. Interesting. I see a conspiracy shrouding you. It intends to snatch away the thing you cherish most at any moment. 1, 2, 3. You slaughtered 15 examinees just for Shen Ye. Upon hearing his name, her eyes flashed red with fury, and her killing intent exploded. Stop prying. And don't you dare provoke Shen Ye. If you do, you'll die a death far worse than theirs. Zhao Yibing kept his arrogant smile, his tone dripping with mockery. Relax, I won't interfere. I can sense the darkness of the conspiracy surrounding you. It is incredibly dangerous. I'll just watch you all struggle in the mud. That feeling is exquisite. The headphones interrupted urgently. Time is running out. We need to go. Boring creep. Suit yourself, she scoffed. As golden light engulfed her, she issued a final decree. Remember this, if you harm a single hair on Shen Ye's head, I will shatter your very soul. Leaving that threat hanging in the air, she vanished. The Skinner watched in confusion. Master, are we just going to let her leave like that? With a calculating tone, Zhao Yibing explained, I sense someone is using Shen Ye as bait, hoping to lure her onto the hook. The forces hiding in the shadows cannot be underestimated. He smiled viciously, the expression of an experienced hunter watching a trap. Humans reveal so much when they slaughter each other. They might even leak top-secret intelligence. Until my power is fully restored, observing quietly is the best play. He faded away. The scene cut to a perilous cliff where a blue pillar of light crashed down from the heavens. Inside the light stood a silver-haired figure radiating overwhelming pressure. Strange. Truly strange. Everyone who went to hunt Shen Ye is dead, the old man muttered in disbelief. Didn't I already mark that brat's location? Are the disciples of the noble families all trash this year? Or is there a powerful guardian secretly protecting Shen? Yet he stood atop the cliff robe, snapping in the storm. He decided to act. If this body count keeps rising, things will get unnecessarily complicated. I have no choice but to handle this myself. Even if they call me a bully for crushing a junior. He dove off the cliff, heading straight for the energy ripples below. Come to think of it, Luoer's birthday is coming up. He moved through the rain at terrifying speed, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I'll use Shen Ye's head as a birthday present for her. Meanwhile, in the dark corner of the nightmare world, the healing pod hissed open, releasing a cloud of white steam. A crisp system notification shattered the silence. Body restoration complete. The fog of anesthesia was lifting. The patient would awaken in mere moments. He let out a long breath. It was finally over. Prince Nuo sat in the corner, his aura stabilizing as his body returned to peak condition. The prince's eyelids fluttered open, his gaze swimming in confusion. He whispered, his voice trembling, Am I still among the living? Shen Ye dropped to one knee, playing the part of the loyal subordinate perfectly. Your Highness, the gamble paid off. We won. However, your spiritual energy is depleted. You must meditate and recover. Prince Nuo scanned the gloom. Where is this place? Thinking fast, Shen Ye spun a convincing lie. This is an abandoned secret passage within the necropolis formation. The prince frowned, suspicion clouding his eyes. A secret passage within the domain of the undead. Why here? My family's ancestral elixir cannot be witnessed by outsiders, Shen Ye explained smoothly. I brought you here to administer the cure, but this structure is unstable. We must depart the moment you are ready. Nuo nodded sagely. The most dangerous place is often the safest. A brilliant strategy. He raised a glowing cubic artifact, his eyes shining with absolute trust in his savior. However, we cannot return to my previous location. The prince's expression darkened. A traitor lurks within my inner circle. That is how the assassination attempt succeeded. He pressed the crystal into Shen Ye's hands, entrusting him with a heavy burden. You pulled me from the jaws of death. You are the only one I know is not the traitor. This is a teleportation crystal. It will warp us to a sanctuary. Once there, I must use my arcane missives to issue war decrees and command my forces. During that critical window, I will be vulnerable. I need you to guard me with your life. Can you handle this mission? At the mention of a quest, Shen Ye's eyes blazed like high beams. He snapped a crisp military salute, adrenaline pumping at the thought of becoming the prince's personal guard. Does this mean I could unlock a legendary title like Royal Imperial Guard? He thought greedily. Aloud he shouted, I guarantee the mission's success. Blinding mana enveloped them as the teleportation sequence engaged. Nuo warned, excellent, brace yourself. The spatial distortion might cause severe nausea. A pillar of divine light crashed down from the heavens, striking a secluded wooden cabin hidden deep within the dark forest. As the particles settled, Shen Ye and Prince Nuo materialized inside the cozy structure. Whoa! Have we arrived? Is this your stronghold, Your Highness? To evade pursuit, I established 6 safe houses. The prince explained. The destination is randomized. It appears fate has brought us to the deep forest spring. Nuo immediately began drafting arcane documents. Scout the perimeter. Ensure we are truly alone. As you command. Shen Ye stepped onto the porch, surveying the terrain while calculating his own hidden agenda. This terrain mirrors the exam grounds. Dense jungle, heavy cover. It seems secure enough. The second day is approaching. I need to check the exam zone to secure a new keyword. Farron's voice echoed in his mind. Are you insane, leaving the prince unguarded? Ignoring the warning, Shen Ye raised his hand, summoning a dimensional gate with arrogant confidence. Relax. It's a 5-minute round trip. What could possibly go wrong? The familiar wooden door materialized, but this time it pulsed with a crimson aura, the legendary skill, non-dual Dharma Gate. As the gate bridged the 2 coordinates, Farron asked, why not just summon the standard door to return? Shen Ye stepped through, explaining the mechanic. You're clueless. If I used the standard summon, I'd be forced to return to that stinking undead tunnel. But with the non-dual Dharma Gate, as long as the skill is active, I can return to this exact safe house whenever I please. Farron realized the genius of it. But as Shen Ye emerged, he saw a figure being launched through the air. A battle I just got back and there's already a show. His amusement turned to horror. Wait, that's my wood clone, and who is that old monster attacking it? The elder descended like a predator eagle, shrouded in deathly green energy. He slammed into the ground, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that shattered trees and choked the air with dust. Holy crap, Shen Ye gasped. Through the debris, the old man emerged, clutching the severed head of the wood clone, his face twisted in fury. What is this trash? A wooden puppet? No wonder the wretched thing refused to die no matter how hard I struck it. Eerie green light flared in the assassin's eyes. He snapped his head toward Shen Ye's hiding spot. This aura. The main body has finally arrived. Humph. Shen Ye played dumb. Who are you? Since when do geriatrics take college entrance exams? The assassin sneered. Sharp tongue. Hand over your life, Shen Ye. The wood clone's head screamed, Run, boss! Farron's voice was urgent. Flee. He is in a different league. Shen Ye gritted his teeth. I can see that. A blue screen flashed, a classic trope of this leveling manhwa. Attribute reallocation. All points shifted to agility. Current agility, 18.1. The sudden burst of speed surprised the elder. Impressive speed, the old man muttered. He blurred into motion. But you are still far slower than the speed of sound. In a heartbeat, he was face to face with Shen Ye. He extended a finger, unleashing a sonic drill that warped the very air aimed at Shen Ye's skull. Shen Ye threw himself backward in a desperate limbo. The invisible force missed by a millimeter, gouging a massive trench into the earth as if a giant invisible sword had slashed the world. Shen Ye tumbled across the dirt, barely escaping the shockwave. The wooden mask screamed analysis. Shen Ye, he manipulates sonic vibrations for attacks. His power level is terrifying retreat. His target is your biological body. He won't waste cooldowns on a puppet. System alert, meat shield consumed. Remaining charges 3. Sonic booms detonated continuously, flattening the forest and turning boulders to dust. As the destruction paused, the old man hovered in the air, perplexed. How strange. He took a direct hit yet lives. Is this the power of an artifact card? The puppet remains, but the boy has vanished. Can he truly teleport into nothingness? The assassin closed his eyes, sending out echolocation ripples to hunt for his prey. The sonic waves were flat. No hidden objects detected, not even a heartbeat. It was the first time the elder had encountered such absolute nothingness. His eyes snapped open, blazing with confusion and rage. Could a supreme expert be backing this brat moments ago, facing death? Shen Ye had dove through the spatial gate, escaping back to the nightmare world. Gasping for air, Shen Ye cursed. What is that old monster? Farron analyzed the data. The statue had no effect. This confirms the enemy is not a summoned creature. Farron continued with a warning. The assassins are desperate. They have deployed a top-tier grandmaster to hunt you down. Shen Ye sighed. Retreat was impossible. He walked into the safe house, hair frizzed like he had kissed a lightning bolt. Prince Nochin, I have returned. Sector clear. Prince Noken stared bewildered. Peppa, what is that hairstyle? Shen Ye lied smoothly. Patrol duty. It is very windy out there. Anyway, Your Highness, the front line, the prince scribbled with his quill, exuding the aura of a tactical genius. The undead realized I vanished and scattered to search. I countered their chaos with a strategic ambush, wiping out a squad. Their reckless attacks have left them vulnerable to our counter-strike. Shen Ye gave a thumbs up. Your Highness possesses wisdom that rivals the gods, truly unparalleled. It is all thanks to you, Sir Peppa, the prince replied. When this war ends, you shall have a high-ranking title. Shen Ye scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Politics is exhausting, just give me gold. Suddenly a frantic pounding on the door shattered the cheerful atmosphere. The knocking grew violent, echoing like a death knell. A voice from the abyss called out his alias. Little match girl. It was Fridge. Are you in there? Recognizing the snow demon's voice, cold sweat drenched Shen Ye's back. Prince Noken frowned, his gaze sharp. Saint Peppa, didn't you just report that everything was normal? Shen Ye was baffled. How did he track us? Impossible. As he approached the door, his mind raced like a supercomputer searching for a glitch. Disaster. The escape route was blocked. A tiger in front, a wolf behind. Forcing calm, he called out, Lord Fridge, it is I. Shen Ye weighed a heavy choice. Must he sell out the prince to save his own skin in this brutal world? A spark of genius lit his eyes. Wait. There is one way. He threw open the door with a dazzling fake smile. Perfect timing, my lord, mission accomplished. Noken gasped. Saint Peppa, you... Shen Ye whispered a quick apology. Forgive me, Your Highness. A precision chop to the neck. Prince Noshin's eyes rolled back, tongue lolling out as he collapsed instantly without a sound. Supporting the prince's limp body, Shen Ye announced boldly, I have subdued the prince of the Holy Lalan Empire. Witness my loyalty, Lord Fridge. The door creaked open. Suffocating death energy flooded the room. Wood splintered as Fridge's colossal shadow swallowed the light. Killing intent radiated from the demon. I thought you wished to exact vengeance with your own hands. Why spare him? I only require his head. Shen Ye yanked Nochin's hair, twisting his face into a mask of pure madness to sell the performance. Death is too merciful. I implore you, use your darkest sorcery. Let his soul scream in eternal agony. Frige pondered this malice. I see. Is this why you exposed your life flame? He had suspected a trap, but the logic held. No human would dare use the bloodline of a god as mere bait. Shen Ye roared. Of course, to crush the corrupt elite I would sacrifice anything. But internally, he panicked. Exposed my life flame. What is he talking about? Farron explained. The barrier hides us, but your spatial gate tore a hole in the concealment. Shen Ye screamed internally. You forgot to mention that. You did not ask, Farron replied. Frige threw his head back in laughter, dark energy billowing like smoke. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Your name shall be legend in the Necro realm. Sensing no other threats, he dismissed the boy as harmless. Shen Ye lifted the prince high like a sacrificial offering. My lord, please. Grant me my vengeance. Frage stepped across the threshold, a skeletal grin widening. As you wish. I shall burn his soul to ash for all humanity to witness. Shen Ye's eyes flashed with a cold violet light. The trap is set. Now Shen Ye triggered his ultimate skill. Non-dual Dharma gate activate. The doorway blazed, crimson reality warped, and the interior scene shifted instantly from a cozy room to a torrential rainstorm. Frige flinched. Frige stared into the alien void. What is this? Standing amidst the downpour was the Elder, radiating an overwhelming aura. The Elder narrowed his eyes. A summoning technique. Is this the calamity? Frigi scanned the unfamiliar terrain in panic. Where am I? The demon realized too late. A human trap. The Elder's gaze sharpened. Is this the brat's trump card? No wonder he slaughtered 15 of our elites. Shen Ye materialized for a split second, shouting the command, Kill him! Slam! Shen Ye shut the portal, severing the connection. The Elder charged, intent on annihilation. That boy is a viper. He must be purged for the sake of the clan. Realizing his folly, Frige gnashed his teeth, death energy detonating around him. I was a fool to trust a wretched human. He used teleportation magic to lure me into an ambush. Two titans clashed with apocalyptic killing intent. Yet in a twist worthy of a classic Manhwa recap, they both screamed the name of their true enemy. Curse you, little match girl. Shen Ye was a dead man walking. Two apocalyptic forces, pitch-black death energy and azure spiritual power, were on a collision course. Their thoughts aligned in murderous harmony. Eliminate the nuisance first. Slaughter the human trash. The impact was cataclysmic. A deafening roar shattered the heavens, promising to tear flesh from bone in a frenzy of destruction. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the epicenter azure, and void purple lights twisted together, obliterating the forest and leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. The blast wave pulverized everything for miles. Bracing against the storm, FRG couldn't hide his shock. To unleash such devastating force without even a weapon. Do humans still possess such grandmasters? The elder scanned the dust clouds with narrowed eyes. Gone already. Suddenly the earth groaned. Obsidian spikes erupted from the ground, with Godspeed impaling the elder before he could even blink. From the shadows, FRG roared in triumph. Die, pathetic human! Revealing his true titanic form, he rained down a hellstorm of spikes to crush his tiny foe. But the elder's eyes blazed with azure fury. He scoffed with supreme arrogance. Insignificant trick. You dare look down on this old master. Chi condensed in his palm, manifesting the legendary Azure White Tiger avatar with a roar that shook the firmament. White Tiger Star. The beast slammed FRG into the canyon wall. The elder huffed coldly. Couldn't even withstand a single strike. Meanwhile, peering through a crack, Shen Ye watched this leveling Manhwa battle unfold. He grinned like a Cheshire cat. It worked. They both think the other guy is my backup. But Firen cut his celebration short. Don't celebrate yet, kid. FRG is a cunning devil. The moment he realizes he's outmatched, he'll flee. As the king of assassins, if he runs, not even a god can catch him. And when he realizes he can't return to the nightmare realm, who do you think he'll come for? Shen Ye broke into a cold sweat. Me. Definitely me. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, if these two survive, my life is over. Got any ideas? Firen whispered. Remember the black stone FRG gave you? That was a soul detonation bomb. We need it. Shen Ye blinked. Wait. That was a real bomb. I tossed it near the scorched arena grounds. Go retrieve it, Firen commanded. Shen Ye whined, terrified. Easy for you to say. There's a war zone out there. One wrong step and I'm vaporized. He hesitated. Besides, will it even work? Can a tiny pebble really kill two awakened monsters like them? Firen explained that at close range it was fatal. Shen Ye frowned. But it's FRG's tech. Do you even know how to trigger it? Of course I do. Quit yapping. They're deadlocked and distracted. This is our only chance. Shen Ye took a deep breath, steeling his nerves. Fine, I'll trust you this once. He prepared to sprint. Firen panicked. Wait, you're just gonna charge in there naked? Oh, no battle plan. Shen Ye smirked confidently. Oh, I have a plan. Just follow my lead. Firen asked innocently. What lead? Without skipping a beat, Shen Ye yanked off the storage ring housing Firen's soul. You go find the bomb and blow them to hell. You little, Firen screamed as Shen Ye yeeted the ring into the battlefield. Go get him, Firen, I believe in you. Then Shen Ye posed dramatically at the entrance, waving frantically at the elder. Hey, help save me. The enemy is over here. The elder whipped his head around, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Another enemy? Is it a reinforcement? FRG paused, confused. An enemy, or my backup. Shen Ye glanced up to see the spider monster FRG clinging to the cliff face directly above. His mind raced. Perfect positioning. I can't let these monsters escape this awakening Manhwa scenario alive. Instantly, a barrage of obsidian spikes rained down from the heavens, aiming to skewer the elder before Shen Ye's backup could arrive. The elder scoffed, raising a barrier. Trying to cover his escape. Pathetic. He roared. Raging tiger heaven's scream. A massive shockwave pulverized the incoming attack. The aftershock was so intense it sent Shen Ye flying, screaming like a banshee. Gah! He hit the ground, wincing in pain. Through the dust, the elder's giant spiritual hand lunged forward to snatch him up. Shen Ye instantly triggered his phantom phase skill, slipping back into the doorway. To FRG, it looked like the elder had captured him. Thinking the elder was rescuing the human, FRG raged. Damn it, that old geezer is too fast. My minions won't be able to stop him. Shen Ye used his movement technique to retreat, leaving an afterimage at the door. The elder sneered at the illusion. A clone technique. Chase. Child's play. The illusion of Shen Ye beckoned him closer. Come and get it, Gramps. Enraged, the elder charged blindly at the phantom. Simultaneously, FRG dove from the ceiling to intercept the real Shen. Ye activated his phantom phase switch instantly. The two titans froze, eyes widening as they found themselves face to face with each other instead of the boy. The realization hit them like a truck. That despicable brat, they thought in unison. He lowered my guard to set up this ambush. Their ultimate attacks were already unleashed. There was no stopping the momentum. Both roared internally. Fine. Then you die today. In his spider-bot form, Firen shuddered as the clash shook the earth. Holy scrap, Shen Ye actually maneuvered these two idiots into a deathmatch. All right, focus. Where is that bomb? His sensors flared. There. The ominous purple stone lay amidst the cracked rubble. As he scrambled toward it, the battle above turned gruesome. The elder was impaled by FRG's massive obsidian spike blood spraying like a fountain. But FRG was suffering too. The elder gripped his horn with crushing force. The elder spat blood. Which sect does that brat belong to? How many souls did he sacrifice to summon a monstrosity like you? FRG laughed bitterly. Me work for him. The truth finally clicked. I see now. You want to kill him too? FRG cackled maniacally. Ha, we've both been played like fiddles. The elder froze, his face twisting in horror. Hold your tongue. What did you just say? Freak desperately proposed a ceasefire. I do not work for that man, he is my enemy. He plotted this to make us slaughter each other in this intense Manhwa recap. Stay your hand. We should combine our strength to slay him. His head shall be yours. His soul shall be mine. Shen Ye watched from the shadows, cold sweat drenching him as the tide of battle shifted against him. A truce. Damn it all. This is the perfect moment to detonate everything. If I wait for them to regain their senses, a golden opportunity like this will never come again. His eyes darted around, searching frantically. Where is Farron? Why hasn't that skull returned yet? Shen Ye's gaze hardened into steel. He decided to gamble everything. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had to buy time for Farron. Checking his status, the meat shield only had 3 charges left. Activating the Heavenly Shadow skill, he told himself he still had chips to play. The old monster remained skeptical, scoffing, On what grounds should I trust a wretch like you? Freak offered a gesture of goodwill. My spikes carry a deadly curse and potent toxin, but I can purify them for you. The elder narrowed his eyes. If you can truly do that, I will believe you. Freak nodded. Agreed, but it requires time. Suddenly, Shen Ye burst from the darkness, sword raised high, his roar shaking the heavens. Brother Freak, I have come to assist you. Shen Ye swung his blade in a vicious arc toward the elder's neck. Die, you old fossil. But the steel froze inches from the skin, halted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance a single millimeter. Fury ignited in the elder's eyes like a volcano. Halt! Shen Ye's pupils trembled in terror. His full-power strike had been blocked as if it were nothing, his mind screaming, I can't pierce through. Impossible. That was my strongest blow. The elder's withered hand clamped around the substitute's throat like an iron vice, lifting Shen Ye off the ground with terrifying ease. The old monster's voice dripped with judgment. I knew you two mongrels were conspiring together from the start. Freak, also held captive by the head, stammered in panic. Hey, do not listen to him. This is his scheme to sow discord between us. The elder questioned him coldly. Oh, then explain this. Even his shadow concealment technique mirrors yours perfectly. Freak choked, struggling to find an excuse. I know nothing of this. If you doubt me, release me and I will slay him with my own hands. The elder tightened his grip, snorting coldly. Do you think I will fall for your traps a second time? Terror washed over Freak's swollen face, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He tried to negotiate, his voice trembling, yet laced with a desperate threat. Calm down, old man. If you kill me, the curse and poison will send you to the grave right alongside me. The elder shouted back with utter contempt. Your stupidity is laughable. I only agreed to your purification to lure this rat out of hiding. A shockwave of terrifying chi erupted from the elder's body, blasting away the rain and creating a vacuum. He laughed arrogantly, his aura dominating the storm. Expelling this petty poison, a mere flex of my muscle is enough to purge it. Shen Ye foamed at the mouth, suffocating under the grip. The elder stared at him, his voice absolute zero. Rest assured, I will not kill you two yet. First, I will extract every system Manhwa secret hidden within you. With those words, the old monster carried Shen Ye and the undead creature like trash, striding through the rain with authority. Mission accomplished. It is time to return to the sect. Freak screamed in despair, trying to plead his case. Wait. I am telling you once more, I am not in league with him. The elder glanced down with disdain, his voice sharp as a blade. Utter one more word and I will crush your skull into dust. Suddenly a voice echoed through the storm. Freak, you have betrayed us. You have betrayed the 9 underworld sun. A massive question mark formed in Freak's mind as he used the undead telepathy. Who goes there? A maniacal laugh vibrated through the air, shaking the very space around them. Ha ha. Have you forgotten my voice so soon? You truly are a traitor to your very core. Horror dawned on Freak as recognition struck him like lightning. Wait, could it be? The voice continued, cold as the grave. The tragic end approaching you is a fitting punishment for your corruption. High above Farron materialized as a colossal skull. Look up and witness the apocalypse descend. The elder gazed skyward, puzzled. Is this yet another calamity? At that instant, Farron released the soul explosion bomb. Freak's eyes nearly popped out as he recognized the artifact. That is... Farron began the chant of destruction. Dodge it! Freak shrieked. The bomb transformed mid-air, morphing into a ferocious demon head with razor-sharp fangs roaring for blood. Dark purple energy erupted from the core, tearing the space apart and blinding the world with ominous fracturing light. The Elder's face drained of color, his composure shattering. A soul explosion bomb. A cataclysmic blast followed a white void swallowing the entire battlefield. Safe atop Farron's skull, Shen Ye coughed violently. What took you so long? Farron explained. I had to find the statue. I needed it to swap your position at the last second. Shen Ye grumbled. You could have just nuked me too. I still have my meat shield charges, you know. Negative, Farron stated gravely. The soul explosion bomb is unique. I could not guarantee your shield would hold. Shen Ye looked down. Is it really that powerful? Then we must have succeeded. Without a doubt. No one survives that. But within the swirling black smoke and heavy rain, a sinister vortex began to form, chilling the air. A ragged cough pierced the silence. From the debris, the old monster emerged, clutching a wooden mask, his expression twisted in demonic rage. Terrifying purple lightning crackled around him. You think a toy bomb can harm this old master? I never expected this statue to possess a substitution ability. I will not let you escape, Shen Ye. The Elder grabbed Freak by his horn, dangling him like a ragdoll. Blue flames danced in his murderous eyes as he interrogated his captive. Answer me. How many disasters did that brat summon? But Freak was already fading, dissolving into nothingness. Dead already was the bomb, too much useless trash. Suddenly spiderweb cracks appeared on the Elder's arm, fragments falling away like broken pottery. His eyes bulged in sheer horror as he watched his own invincible body begin to disintegrate before his very eyes. What is this? The destruction spread instantly, turning flesh into dust. How is this possible? In a heartbeat, his upper body vanished into the void, leaving only a face contorted by ultimate despair. His final scream echoed into the abyss before he was completely erased. No. This old master will never. Silence reclaimed the battlefield, broken only by the rhythmic patter of rain. The wooden mask hit the mud, shattering alongside the last remnants of a powerhouse's existence. Shen Ye looked up at the sky, watching debris rain down like a hailstorm of destruction. The wooden mask spoke up. Shen Ye, those two have been reduced to ash. You are finally safe. Still reeling from the shock, Shen Ye could not help but ask, that bomb looked so ordinary. How could it possess such devastating power? Farron puffed up with pride. This is the ultimate weapon of the undead race. It represents the crystallized wisdom of our people, the absolute peak of our magical engineering. Long ago, our scholars discovered that a soul is made of countless microscopic particles. Inside each particle, two opposing energies dance in a perfect, delicate balance. We discovered that if an external force shatters this balance, the particle does not just break, it detonates with cataclysmic force. This explosion disrupts the balance of neighboring particles, triggering a chain reaction of destruction until the entire soul is utterly annihilated. We call this phenomenon a chain reaction. Based on this principle, our grand scholar Robert Oppenheimer led the undead research team to develop the most terrifying weapon in our history, the Manhattan Project. A blueprint manifested in the air showing a screaming soul trapped within the core. Farron concluded his lecture on the soul fission bomb. The design is elegant in its simplicity. Inside sits a single soul and a trigger device. The trigger smashes the particles, starting the reaction and dragging every soul in range into oblivion. Besides remote detonation, there is a secret activation code known to very few. One must stand close and recite the incantation, I am death, the destroyer of worlds. Hearing this, the blood drained from Shen Ye's face. Cold sweat soaked his back as he stammered in pure terror. Wait, are you guys reenacting the Second World War or something? Farron scoffed. Oh, you are actually educated enough to know about that. Suddenly a crimson system window popped up, a miraculous escape. You have avoided fatal danger today. The achievement. The boy who lived has been activated. Your base attributes have increased by 2 points across the board. Note: you cannot use the evaluation line again today. Current stats: Strength 0 plus 8.3. Agility 0 plus 10.1. Spirit 6 plus 2 equals 8. Perception 6 plus 2 equals 8. Resonance 11 plus 2 equals 13. Moon lineage resonance plus 20. Available attribute points 10. Another achievement panel appeared, recording his glorious victory. This was the moment every fan of a system Manhwa waits for, the sweet rewards of survival. By repeatedly opening and closing the door with zero delay, you successfully navigated a life-or-death crisis through sheer mechanical skill. The system will use this high-stakes event for your evaluation. Facing pursuit from two worlds and surviving against entities that could instant kill you, That is a miracle operation. For this door opening session, you have earned the right to choose your reward. You can upgrade the blue tier title, The Boy Who Lived, to the purple tier title, 1 in 10,000. Or, you can activate a new purple tier keyword, The Little Match Girl. Without a second of hesitation, Shen Ye pointed his finger at the new card. I choose The Little Match Girl. He figured the two titles would have different effects. Stacking them would likely yield better benefits than just upgrading a single stat line. You have obtained the title, The Little Match Girl. Rank purple 1 in 10,000. Description follows. For every day you refrain from entering the world behind the door, the probability of receiving a higher evaluation increases, capping at 90%. Human longing and love are unstoppable forces. They accumulate over time until one day they burst forth like a raging flood. You can keep this title for future upgrades, or consume it for base stats. Shen Ye was ecstatic. He jumped into the air, tossing his helmet away in pure joy. He cheered like a kid on Christmas morning. Whoa, this title is God tier. Now I have flexibility on when I enter the door, and the rewards will be even bigger. Clap, clap, clap. Slow rhythmic applause echoed from the shadows, instantly slicing through Shen Ye's celebration. Zhao Yibing materialized behind him, radiating an aura of chilling mystery. Her voice was praise, but it felt like a blade against his throat. That was quite a spectacular battle. Shen Ye, it seems my cursed statue of the King of 10,000 Demons gave you some extraordinary abilities. Shen Ye froze his face, losing all color. Recognizing this dangerous frenemy, Shen Ye screamed in horror. Zhao Yibing. He scrambled backward, yelling, "Can you stop haunting me?" "You are so annoying." Shen Ye bolted toward the wooden door, appearing in the air, intending to use his escape trick instantly. Farron roared a warning. "Shen Ye, her aura is far more dangerous than before. Open the door and run. If she catches you, you are dead meat." Shen Ye gritted his teeth. "I know that, damn it." But before his hand could even graze the wood, blood sprayed from his cheek and neck. His eyes went wide. Invisible blades sliced into his skin without her lifting a finger. He was stopped dead in his tracks, trapped in a web of razor-sharp red threads like a fly in a spider's nest. He cried out in pain. Arg. Zhao Yibing stepped out from the gloom, her beauty as cold and sharp as an icicle. She spoke with terrifying calmness. "Do not be afraid. I avoided your vital points. It will only hurt a little. Shen Ye, I truly admire you." She leaned in close, her glowing red eyes staring deep into his soul, mixing fascination with madness, a scene straight out of a dark awakening manhwa. She whispered, "No matter how much power one accumulates, death comes for us all. But you made that power evolve. I have high hopes for you." Suddenly an annoyed voice cut through the tension. "Hey, didn't I tell you to get lost?" A young girl wearing headphones floated in midair, her short hair whipping in the rain. Her eyes glowed with a lethal green light. "Do you really want to die that badly?" Zhao Yibing did not flinch. She simply lifted Shen Ye's chin, smiling. "Oh, you actually think you can kill me?" The little girl's eyes widened, unleashing a crushing wave of psychic pressure that made the very air scream in agony. The earth screamed beneath their feet as invisible blades sliced the mountains apart. Gravity betrayed them as they plummeted into the newly formed abyss, debris raining down in a chaotic storm of destruction. Mid-fall, small hands caught Shen Ye instant transmission. They materialized safely on a nearby cliff in the blink of an eye. Behind them, a massive explosion devoured the forest, leaving Shen Ye staring at his savior with eyes wide in disbelief. He gasped, "Wait, you're that brat who asked me to find her mom. How do you possess this level of power?" The girl blushed, stammering instantly. You still remember that?" "No, you're mistaken. I am strictly an exam proctor." Shen Ye snapped. "Do I look like a fool to you? Who are you really? Why did you save me?" She turned to flee. "I really am a proctor," Shen Ye roared. "Cut the act." She froze. Ugh, I guess the jig is up. Shen Ye couldn't even see her stats. This was just like a leveling manhwa boss encounter. "My young miss, her life force is fading. She owed you a debt, so she sent me to repay it on her behalf." Shen Ye was stunned. "Young miss," he demanded, "who is your master?" She answered simply, "Song Yinshan." Memories flooded his mind. The girl from the Song family he saved years ago. His expression darkened. What happened to her? Is it an illness? The girl looked down, her voice trembling. "A curse. A vile, unbreakable curse. She has fulfilled all her other regrets. Her final wish was to protect you once, to balance the scales of fate." Shen Ye realized something. "The explosion at the inn? Was that your doing?" She admitted it calmly. "Yes." He whipped out his phone. "Give me your contact info. Now." She refused. "Why bother? She's already in a deep coma." He pressed on. "What if I find a way to break the curse? I need to reach you." She scoffed. "You, even the world's top masters, are helpless. Do you think a nobody like you can change fate?" Shen Ye insisted. "I have to try. You've saved me twice already." "Thank you." But she has accepted her end. If you really care, just record a farewell message for her. Shen Ye gripped his phone, eyes burning. No, I won't tell someone to die in peace. I refuse to be part of that despair. He held the phone out, his aura intensifying. Give it to me, or I will hunt you down myself. Defeated by his resolve, she finally nodded. 2 phones chimed, friend request accepted. She walked into the rain. Stubborn fool. Our debt is settled. I have nothing more to say to you. Farewell. Shen Ye stood silent, watching her small figure vanish into the storm. What a strange little monster. He turned to his spirit partner. Hey, Firen. You demons know how to break curses, right? Firen scoffed. You actually want to save her. She scammed you before. Shen Ye shrugged. The outcome was good, wasn't it? Besides, I hate owing favors. Firen laughed mockingly. Ha, favors. What are those worth? Shen Ye summoned his portal, looking philosophical. In my hometown, a debt must always be repaid. Firen asked, why go that far? Shen Ye's voice dropped. Because this world is cold enough as it is. Scene shift high atop the jagged peaks. Zhao Yibing stood like a king amidst the storm. Master, why did you spare Shen Ye? You could have devoured his soul, Zhao Yibing sneered. Foolish mortal. Your thinking is no better than a beast's. Do you know how a true god feasts? Let me enlighten you about Serato, the deity from the deepest void. He uses planets as his personal garden, sowing the seeds of life and watching civilizations flourish. He waits until the world reaches its absolute peak. Then, Judgment Day. He harvests every single ripened soul. Once the silence returns, he plants anew. An eternal harvest in the infinite universe. To me, Shen Ye is just such a planet. His dimension-linking ability is evolving. I will nurture him until he reaches perfection, and then I will pluck the fruit myself. Meanwhile, in a hidden log cabin, Prince Not groaned, clutching his neck in agony. Ugh. The pain. Shen Ye beamed. Your Highness, you're awake. Not's eyes snapped open in horror. He leaped back into a combat stance. You traitor, you conspired with the undead clan to ambush me. Shen Ye panicked. Wait, I didn't silence Royal Knight Swordsman. Not raised his hand, his ring blazing with light. Transformation. A beam of pure energy exploded from him, forcing Shen Ye to dive for cover. Clad in shining armor, brandishing a blade of light, Not roared. Die, traitorous scum. The Ring of the Royal Knight, an artifact passed down from the St. Roland Emperors capable of storing legendary battle gear. The wielder can shift forms instantly, ready for any dual war or crisis in a heartbeat. It was an artifact that merged absolute glory with cold utility, the ultimate symbol of the imperial family's majesty. Prince Not's blade kissed Shen Ye's face, the cold steel demanding answers. Shen Ye stammered, Your Highness, please, the monster freak has been eliminated, we are safe. But the prince's suspicion didn't waver. Lies. Do you take me for a fool? Not unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, steel flashing like lightning. Shen Ye scrambled away, screaming like a banshee. Have mercy. He turned tail and fled for his life. With the prince hot on his heels, Shen Ye thought fast. He whipped out a glowing letter, holding it up like a holy shield against the incoming wrath. Your Highness read this, a missive from the front lines. The undead general has fallen. Victory is ours. The prince froze. The golden paper glowed with the undeniable truth. Your Highness, the undead legion's formation has shattered. Our forces are pursuing. It is a complete victory. Intelligence from the enemy confirms the legendary assassin, the snow demon freak, has been slain. Surely the goddess protects us. Awaiting your next command. Odelia. Not grasped the letter, his face a mask of shock. The snow demon. Truly dead. A great victory. Beside him, Shen Ye let out a breath he had been holding for an eternity. See, I would never deceive you, Your Highness. But internally, Shen Ye wondered. How did the undead army know the snow demon was dusted so quickly? Farron's voice echoed in his mind, explaining that minions share a soul link with their master. Not turned to Shen Ye, his gaze a complex mix of lingering suspicion and newfound awe. But how that monster was a legend among the undead. How did a nobody like you kill him? Shen Ye placed a hand over his heart, preparing a bold-faced lie. Your Highness, I owe it all to Farron, my undead sworn brother. He used a secret clan weapon to obliterate the snow demon. Not narrowed his eyes. You mean, that undead spy of yours? I have met him before. Was knocking me unconscious truly necessary? Shen Ye bowed low, feigning deep remorse. Forgive me, I had to knock you out to lower the snow demon's guard. Plus I had to protect the intellectual property rights of the undead clan's secret weapon. Not blinked, utterly confused. Intellectual property? Shen Ye launched into a passionate lecture like a salesman. Precisely. Your Highness, intellectual property is the backbone of innovation. Imagine you pour your soul into creating a masterpiece like a top-tier manhwa recap only for thieves to steal your work and profit from it. Would that not boil your blood? Shen Ye waved his arms wildly, getting more worked up by the second. You expect 100 loyal patrons, but 80 of them run off to read the pirated version for free. In the end, you cannot even afford a bowl of rice. It is a vicious cycle. It crushes the creator's spirit, draining their will to draw another panel. To survive, they cut costs. The market floods with trash or worse. Everything gets replaced by soulless, cheap AI art. Prince Knot stood there, mouth agape, asking, "What in the heavens is a comic?" But Shen Ye ignored him, delivering his final verdict. The creator has no room to survive. True fans are left with nothing but garbage. Is this the dark future you wish to see? Your Highness, therefore copyright protection starts with us. Knot rubbed his temples, his gaze softening. There he goes again, Peppa and his nonsense. But he did save my life. Again. As long as his loyalty lies with humanity and he proves useful in the critical moments, I will overlook his eccentricities. Enough. I misjudged you, Peppa. Regardless of your methods, you saved me. You have my gratitude. Your contribution to defeating the undead was significant. Name your reward. Gold authority, beautiful women, rare artifacts, I can grant it all. Inside the prince's mind, calculations ran at light speed. The fastest way to see through a man's soul is to uncover his deepest desires. Farron whispered urgently. Shen Ye, the Empire's vault is legendary. Grab the Trinity Force for area damage, or the Blade of Fate for damage immunity, even the Blink Dagger for teleportation. This is a classic system. Manhwa moment, choose wisely. This is a massive leap forward for you. Knot stared at Shen Ye, his eyes sharpening into dangerous blades. Peppa, if your greed reveals treachery, I will execute you on the spot, savior or not. Shen Ye hesitated. Your Highness, there is indeed one thing I desire. The prince's gaze turned icy. Speak. Shen Ye pointed a finger directly at the prince's chest. Knot looked down, surprised. The necklace, Shen Ye said. The one you are wearing. A system window flashed in Shen Ye's mind. Item Divine Compassion Jade. Rank Epic. Effect dispels all curses below Epic tier. Knot fingered the jade pendant, perplexed. The Divine Compassion Jade. It is rare, yes. But the Empire possesses weapons of mass destruction, ancient grimoires, and divine armor. Why choose this trinket over absolute power? Shen Ye offered a gentle, melancholy smile. A dear friend suffers from a terrible curse. I only hope this can save her. Meanwhile, Farron was screaming in his spiritual sea. You fool, you threw away god-tier gear for a girl you have not even met. But Prince Knot fell silent, gripping the jade. He realized he had severely misjudged this young man's character. With newfound respect, Knot handed the jade to Shen Ye. Take it, Peppa. And if this stone fails to break the curse, I will summon the archbishops or the elven elders to assist you. You seek neither fame nor fortune, only salvation. Shen Ye accepted the gift. Thank you, Your Highness. A holy aura seemed to radiate from Shen Ye's face. Knot sighed in admiration. You truly deserve the title. Saint Peppa. But inside, Shen Ye was snickering. Those weapons have high stat requirements I cannot meet. But if this jade works, I will be the savior of Song Yinshin, the future empress. That is the real investment. Sometime later at the human sanctuary, Prince Knot smiled triumphantly. See, I told you I was fine. Peppa's treatment was miraculous. The elderly court mage checked the prince's vitals, his jaw dropping to the floor. Impossible. His Highness is fully recovered. No, his mana flow is even stronger than before. Grand Mage Odelia gasped. It is the goddess's blessing. Saint Peppa possesses true divine power. Bursting with energy, Knot barked an order. We return to the front lines. Peppa, pack your gear. We march at once. But the room was silent. Shen Ye had vanished like a ghost. On the wooden wall, scrawled in chalk next to a crude drawing of a pig, was a final hasty message. Wifey's off saving her friends, so I'm heading out first. Signed by Saint Peppa. The crowd stared at the graffiti, completely baffled by this bizarre sight. One person stammered, Did Peppa really write this? And why is the pig drawing so hideous? As the rain ceased, Shen Ye walked away, casually chatting on his phone. On the other end of the line, a young girl's voice rang out, dripping with suspicion. Stone, are you seriously trying to pass off a random pebble you fished out of the sewer as a cure for my landlady? Shen? Ye panicked. Of course not. Just try holding it. If it works, it's a miracle. But she clearly didn't care. Whatever. I'm busy right now. I'll come find you after your exam. The line went dead with a long, heartless beep. Shen Ye stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Hello. He sighed deeply. So rude. She hung up before I could even finish my sentence. Suddenly, a blue system interface lit up the gloomy sky. The brutal 3-day wilderness survival round had officially come to an end. Current eliminations 726. Standing amidst the desolate wasteland, Shen Ye looked up with a calm expression. Oh, the third round is finally over. The system continued its evaluation. Assessing physical status for reward distribution. Your body has reached its peak condition. Congratulations, you have received an S-rank buff. Meat Shield has evolved into white bone armor. Effect 1. Your defense is absolute. It will take a barrage of attacks to even scratch you. Effect 2. Upon fatal damage, your life force is forcibly retained. Your heart will be forced to beat, and your latent potential will be violently unlocked. Your wounds will regenerate instantly, but only once. Just then, a new emergency quest flashed before his eyes in this intense leveling manhwa. Objective: find the clues. Reach the next exam venue. Time limit 1 hour. Failure penalty: elimination. Shen Ye gripped his card tight, sweat beading on his forehead as his mind raced. This upgrade is powerful. Too powerful. Does this mean the next trial will be deadly enough to require this kind of protection? While sprinting across the terrain, Shen Ye checked the communication card in his hand. A message from Xiao Mengyu popped up just in time. Shen Ye, are you still alive? He smirked and replied with absolute confidence. Mengyu, I'm better than fine. Those noble family scions who tried to hunt me, they're all dead. The girl on the other end let out a sigh of relief. Your plan actually worked. Good. Also, Guo Yunye shifted into his hound form. He sniffed out the entrance to the next stage. Hearing this, Shen Ye exploded with speed. Perfect. I'm on my way to rendezvous. A notification chimed. Party formed with Xiao Mengyu. Meanwhile, in a different sector of the exam, thick fog suffocated the air between towering pitch-black cliffs. A wooden palanquin floated eerily through the sky, drifting deep into the valley like a ghost. As it touched down, a figure stepped out into the mist. Nangong Sirui emerged in flowing robes, radiating the ethereal aura of a celestial immortal. 2 maidservants followed their presence, glowing with power. A gentle smile played on his lips, but his eyes were sharp daggers scanning the void. Brother Quan Shu, surely you are here. Standing before a colossal black sphere covered in blood-red sealing runes, Nangong called out again. Brother Quan Shu, old friends, haven't met in years. Are you really going to give me the cold shoulder? You people always hide your true strength, refusing to fight for the ranking leaderboards. Hiding away even during the exam. How dreadfully boring. I didn't come here to spar with you today. He raised his hand delicately. I came to return something. Suddenly, a ring of blazing fire materialized in his palm. This is the divine artifact of your Wang family, is it not? I found it lying around. Boom. The black sphere shattered instantly, sending debris flying like shrapnel. A voice thundered with fury. That is Dingzhou's burning sky ring. Why do you have it? Is my brother dead? Did you kill him? No, Nangong replied calmly. He was fighting Shen Ye and perished in a natural calamity. Quan Shu roared. Lies, a mere calamity could never scratch him. He must have been ambushed by that scum. Shen Ye, give me the burning sky ring. I will use it to burn that bastard to ash myself. Nangong Sirui narrowed his eyes, a glint of sinister calculation flashing within. Brother Quan Shu, do you truly have the strength to wield a divine artifact right now? With a face twisted by madness, Quan Shu lunged. Shut up and give it to me. He snatched the flaming ring and shoved it over his neck, but the moment it touched his skin, it constricted, searing into his flesh. His face contorted in absolute agony, as fresh blood sprayed out, instantly boiling in the divine flames. A gut-wrenching scream echoed through the cave. Shen Ye, I will incinerate you. Even in death, his hatred burned brighter than the fire. Nangong simply closed his eyes and sighed. Suddenly, 3 spirit avatars launched toward the dying man. Quan Shu gasped, Nangong, what are you doing? The chaotic energy radiating from Quan Shu was ruthlessly suffocated. It shrank rapidly until nothing remained but a withered, dried-up husk on the cold ground. Nangong Sirui spoke with chilling indifference. The guardian spirit of the Wang family has already devoured your soul until it was tattered. You were already lost, Brother Quan Shu. I merely granted you release. To think the Wang family has fallen this low. I fear the other realms are no better. I must report this to the Patriarch. He shook his head. The world has changed. Mortals are treated like weeds, and the gods have gone mad. The scene shifted to a deep, jagged ravine. Shen Ye had finally reunited with his squad. Together with Xiao Mengyu and the hound Guo Yunye, they peered into the bottomless abyss below. Is this the place? Shen Ye asked. Xiao Mengyu nodded, analyzing the terrain. There must be many entrances like this scattered across the island. Yunye sniffed this one out. Let's move. As they descended into the darkness, glowing blue system messages illuminated the cavern walls. Time limit reached. 93 more participants eliminated. The final examination phase is commencing. Good luck to the survivors. They fumbled through the pitch-black tunnel. It's been 10 minutes and I can't see a thing, one of them grumbled. Where does this lead? Xiao Mengyu hissed. Stay focused. Suddenly the white hound Yunya barked, sprinting toward a green glow ahead. "That's the exit," he shouted, or rather barked. Woof woof! Stepping into the light, they found themselves in a colossal cavern bathed in emerald radiance. Before them stood 3 titanic gates, hiding a new world beneath. Behold! 3 looming gateways stand before them. The system materialized a holographic notification to explain the rules. The final awakening trial is divided into 3 paths, corresponding to 3 high schools. Select the academy that resonates with your soul. Step through the void. Let the final admission test commence. Next came the detailed breakdown of these 3 destinations. Xiao Yi gasped in surprise. Such detailed hospitality. A massive wall of text materialized, introducing the top 3 academies of this leveling Manhwa world, Jielan Guichu and Shirang. These are the sacred grounds that countless students dream of entering. Legendary teaching methods, profound cultural heritage, and a terrifying track record of forging monsters into legends. These 3 schools don't just recruit, they filter, they screen, they select based on priority potential and hierarchy. Those with raw power get the first pick. Those with resources get priority. Those willing to sacrifice are chosen before the rest. Their philosophy: the strong carry the weak. The elite drag the ordinary up the mountain, a perfect hierarchy. They implement a system of stratified, sustainable evolution. They claim to uphold the highest principles of education, constantly optimizing resources and revolutionizing combat arts. While maintaining their dominance, they tirelessly cultivate the supreme elites of the era. They seek those with unshakable foundations and creative brilliance. Those ready to shoulder the responsibility of writing a glorious new chapter for global education. Shen Ye scowled, his face twisting in disgust. What kind of nonsense propaganda is this? Xiao Mengyu sighed, her aura cool and collected. Forget it. Allow me to translate the truth for you. Put simply, Jielan High is the absolute peak of power. But it is obsessed with status. The descendants of noble families and ancient clans flock there. Guichu High offers forbidden knowledge. You contact lost civilizations and historical secrets. You learn things no ordinary human is meant to know. But staring into the abyss has a price. That place breeds madness. Psychopaths are born there. Finally, Shirang High isn't a bad choice. However, their curriculum involves excavating underground ruins. To put it bluntly, licensed grave robbing. In short, the difficulty and content of the trials will differ wildly. Hearing this, Shen Ye turned to the ice-cold beauty beside him. Xiao Mengyu, which path calls to you? Her answer was instant, sharp as a blade. Jielan, there is no other option. Shen Ye stretched his arms, a grin spreading across his face. Stupid question, right? My destiny also lies with Jielan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi stood before a different gate, trembling slightly. We lack the guts for Jielan. Guo Yunye and I will head to Shirang. It's safer. Shen Ye, Xiao Mengyu, thank you for carrying us this far. Good luck, you monsters. Beside him, Yunya's dog barked its agreement. Woof, woof. Shen Ye and Xiao Mengyu stood before the massive gate. Go. Become legends. Now only the 2 prodigies remained facing the silent void. Mengyu glanced at him. Shall we? Ready. Shen Ye looked completely relaxed. With you here, I have nothing to fear. Mengyu shot him a skeptical glare. Does he take me for a fool? Clearly his power right now rivals my own. The moment the doors opened, blinding light devoured them both. When Shen Ye finally opened his eyes, darkness. Silence. He was alone. He looked around in confusion. Huh, where's Xiao Mengyu? The realization hit him instantly. A teleportation trap. We've been separated, tossed into different coordinates. This is a solo dungeon. A system Manhwa panel flashed, confirming his suspicion. Thank you for choosing Jielan High School. The final examination begins now. Shen Ye spotted a figure looming in the shadows. He approached cautiously. A person chained hand and foot collapsed on the freezing floor. A golden key glinted right next to them. The objective appeared in clear text. Examination content: retrieve the key from the sinner in the cell. Escape the dungeon to pass. Meanwhile, in Xiao Mengyu's instance, the exact same grim notification appeared. Thank you for choosing Jielan High School. The final examination begins now. Retrieve the key from the sinner. Escape the dungeon. She too was staring down a prisoner in an isolated dimension. She analyzed the battlefield instantly. To get the key, I have to defeat the prisoner. 1 versus 1. That's why they separated us. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Finally, someone came. Before Mengyu sat a small child, shackled. Heavy iron weighing down her thin limbs. Tear-filled eyes looked up, filled with desperate hope. Did they send you to save me? Did they finally realize I'm innocent? The pitiful sight made Xiao Mengyu freeze. A child. This is the sinner. She steeled her heart. You are the target. Where is the key? The key, you mean that? Just as Mengyu reached out, the girl screamed in terror. Wait, I beg you, don't touch it. That key. It's the trigger for this collar. The girl sobbed, her eyes bloodshot. It's a bomb. If you move it, I'll be blown to pieces. It's a trap they set. Xiao Mengyu froze. Her hand hovered in midair. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. How can you prove you aren't lying? Suddenly the girl's eyes widened. Wait, big sister. That sword on your back. Is that the divine sword of the Luo clan? Oh, thank God you're from the Luo family. The prisoner wept bitterly. When they framed me and threw me in here, someone from the Luo family helped me. He promised he'd find a way to clear my name to save me, big sister. He must have sent you. His name is Luo Feichuan. You must know him, right? Cut back to Shen Ye. He stood staring down at a desiccated, shriveled corpse. He muttered the mission objective. Take the key from the sinner. His eyes locked onto the golden key lying unguarded next to the skeleton's bony hand. Suspicion exploded in his mind. This pile of bones is the sinner, and the key is just sitting there. Is this awakening Manhwa trial actually this easy? Be on guard. This reeks of a trap. Suddenly a crushing killing intent descended from the heavens. Shen Ye's eyes widened in shock. From the abyssal darkness, grotesque skulls with glowing crimson eyes emerged. They slithered like titanic serpents before crashing down with earth-shattering force. Shen Ye's reflexes kicked in. He vaulted into the air to dodge the death blow, screaming his lungs out the entire time. Blazing infernos erupted from the beast's 9 heads. Hearing its cry like a wailing infant, Shen Ye froze. 9 heads. That sound. Is this the legendary Zhu Ying? Farron analyzed the situation with cold logic. Calm down. This leveling Manhwa trial wouldn't unleash a catastrophe-class monster yet. It looks terrifying, but it's likely just a phantom clone. Before the words landed, the 9 heads unleashed a torrent of crimson venom. It surged like a tsunami, sweeping Shen Ye away in a chaotic current. Gasping for air, he surfaced from the thick red sludge. Face twisted in panic, he roared at Farron. Hey boss, are you absolutely sure that's a fake clone? Farron hummed thoughtfully. Well, it's stronger than a mere illusion. It likely holds about 1/10 of the original's true power. Shen Ye screamed in despair. 1/10? How am I supposed to win against that? Farron dropped a cold truth bomb. If you could feel the pain, you'd already be dead. Shen Ye snapped back furiously. Then what the hell is the point of fighting? Countless fireballs and magma rained down, transforming the dungeon into a chaotic sea of flames. The air shook with a symphony of deafening explosions. Shen Ye struggled to swim through the boiling liquid. We're screwed. It's launching projectiles. Farron's voice cut through the noise. Don't panic. I've got you. Farron emerged from the spatial ring, his form twisting and shifting. Shen Ye's jaw dropped as a new transformation unfolded before his eyes. In a flash, Farron morphed into a colossal skeletal turtle with an impenetrable shell. He crashed into the crimson waters, creating massive waves. Behold, the ultimate form, the Skeleton King. Scrambling onto the bone shell, Shen Ye cheered with renewed hope. Whoa, you can shapeshift. Is this the legendary Skeleton King form? Farron snapped instantly. Shut your trap. Don't say that last word. As the bone turtle glided effortlessly over the magma, Shen Ye immediately switched to flattery. Oh, Skeleton King, you are truly my king. Farron grumbled to himself, annoyed. If my power hadn't recovered to only 30%, I wouldn't have to use my own shoulder blades and ribs as a boat just to look like this. The Zhu Ying roared, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp fangs. It unleashed a continuous stream of scorching hellfire intent on incinerating everything in its path. Shen Ye pointed dramatically toward the horizon. All right, Skeleton King, full speed ahead. Farron accelerated, weaving through the scarlet flames. Damn it, stop dragging out the vowels. It makes me think you're going to say that forbidden word again. In the distance, a massive stone gate loomed. Farron shouted, Look, the exit is right there. Do you have the key? Shen Ye raised the glittering golden key, his spirit burning bright. Of course I got it. Just keep swimming. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of concentrated flame energy shot toward them at light speed. Farron screamed a warning. Watch out, I can't dodge this one. Without a second of hesitation, Shen Ye launched himself off the turtle's back. Keep moving, don't stop. Soaring through the air, Shen Ye faced the oncoming inferno head-on. He spun his body, unleashing a kick charged with bone-chilling frost. Shatter. Or frost sweep. The glacial energy from his kick collided with the scorching pillar of fire, splitting the flames apart in a spectacular clash of elements. Shen Ye landed safely back on the shell. Farron nodded in approval. Not bad. That kick carried the essence of Frostbone. It was the perfect elemental counter, but it's still too weak. If you leveled up a few more times, you might have snuffed out the fire completely. Shen Ye laughed awkwardly. Give me a break. I've only been practicing this move for 2 days. This Jialan high school entrance exam is insane. If I didn't have you, Skeleton King, I would have been boiled alive by now. Firon scoffed. Lucky for you, the objective isn't to defeat the Ju Ying clone, but to survive it. Hurry. The exit is right in front of us. Go use the key. Shen Ye sprinted toward the gate, but suddenly skid to a halt. His eyes widened in sheer terror as he sensed a catastrophic anomaly behind him. Behind them, the Ju Ying's 9 heads converged. Their maws gaped open, charging a blinding sphere of pure energy. It was preparing an extinction-level attack. Shen Ye turned back, screaming, "Hey, Skeleton King, it's charging a super move." Farron roared back, "Ignore it, just jump and open the damn door. We're out of time, trust me." Gritting his teeth, Shen Ye poured every ounce of strength into his legs and leaped toward the colossal gate. All right, here goes nothing. At that exact instant, the beast fired. A beam of annihilation bathed the world in blinding gold light, the destructive energy locking onto Farron and Shen Ye. Just as they reached the threshold, the wave of destruction was snapping at their heels. The blast slammed into Farron's shell. Farron instantly activated his ultimate defense skill, Embrace of the White Bone. Shen Ye looked back, trembling. The Skeleton King's absolute defense. Can you hold it? Farron smirked with arrogant confidence. Are you kidding me? This little spark isn't even enough to pick my teeth. Even as his skeletal frame groaned and cracked under the pressure, the mechanisms clicked, the gate swung open. Shen Ye cheered. It's open! He waved frantically. Let's go, Skeleton King. The shockwave from the explosion behind them launched both Farron and Shen Ye through the portal. Shen Ye screamed as he flew. Trial cleared, Jialan High School, I am coming for you. The scene shifted to the gloomy depths. Xiao Mengyu knelt on one knee, staring down a small girl chained to a massive pitch-black iron sphere in the dead silence. Xiao Mengyu's voice was ice-cold as she verified the intel. Luo Feichuan, you claim to know him. The little girl nodded frantically, eyes brimming with desperate hope. Yes, you. You really are the one he sent to save me. Xiao Mengyu stood up, her expression a mask of indifference. Fine, Mengyu said flatly. How do I get you out of here? The girl replied instantly. I know the true way to escape this dungeon. Help me cut these chains and I can guide you out. The key they offer is a trap to trigger a bomb. If I die here, you'll be trapped in this abyss forever. Clang! Before the girl could finish, Mengyu shattered the chains with a single strike. Her voice remained freezing cold. Done. Lead the way. Suddenly, the girl's body began to swell grotesquely. Muscles erupted, tearing through skin as her voice dropped to a demonic growl. With pleasure, sister. In a heartbeat, the frail child morphed into a towering, hulking behemoth. Xiao Mengyu loomed over the creature, her aura freezing the air. She rasped out every word. First, let me thank you for the release, by crushing every single bone in your body. With terrifying calm, Xiao Mengyu turned back. So everything you just spewed, was that all a lie? The beast grinned, a twisted expression of malice. Heh, you got it. There was never a bomb. I just needed you to shatter those anti-magic cuffs for me. The key is real, though I doubt you'll live to use it. Who told you to be so gullible? Did my adorable appearance trick you? A shadow of grief crossed Xiao Mengyu's face, her eyes dimming at the mention of the fallen. No. I'm asking about Luo Feichuan. When you said he wanted to save you, was that a lie too? The monster guffawed. Him. Oh, we chatted when I was locked up. That guy was way too stiff. He made me suffer quite a bit with his rules. But I heard he kicked the bucket. Ha! Before the beast could finish, Xiao Mengyu's blade flashed. Steel sang as she sliced its massive frame into confetti. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The monster was minced in a storm of sword chi before it could even whimper. The creature's severed head hit the dirt. Xiao Mengyu's voice remained steady amidst the gore. I just found it strange. I investigated everything and finished every task he left undone while he was alive. I thought I had actually missed someone. She stooped to retrieve the golden key, her gaze lost in the void. My brother was always fair and just. He never wronged anyone, nor did he indulge them. You called him rigid, and you weren't wrong. Sigh. I really wish he could have been a bit more flexible. Like Shen Ye. Xiao Mengyu slid the key home. The heavy stone door groaned open and blinding light instantly flooded the dark chamber. A solemn blue system interface materialized. Dungeon cleared. Commencing official teleportation. Congratulations to candidate Xiao Mengyu. First to clear the exam. Rank first. Thunderous applause erupted around her. The first clearer is here. It's Xiao Mengyu, the new head of the Luo family. Her potential is immeasurable. The Jialan examiner nodded approvingly. Well done. Hi, Xiao Mengyu, you took top honors this year. Suddenly, she bowed low. Honored judges, I have an urgent matter to report. Speak. The exam grounds changed. The rules allowed candidates to slaughter each other. Many have died. The Jialan examiner replied coldly. The Dharma realm of the exam grounds occasionally slips from our control. If the realm decides a battle is necessary, the rules of the competition adapt accordingly. This merely proves that this batch of candidates needed culling in a true battlefield. You survived, so stop overthinking it. He extended a hand and a card materialized in Xiao Mengyu's palm. Congratulations, Xiao Mengyu. You are now officially a student of Jilin. Your ID card grants access to Jilin High School's many facilities. Your exam is concluded. Staring at the card, anxiety gnawed at her. The double stat buff from my card. It's gone. Shen Ye should be okay, right? The final stage isn't that hard. With his strength, he must be close to finishing this leveling Manhwa challenge. Meanwhile, deep inside a hidden instance, Shen Ye was sliding uncontrollably down a steep slope. Splash. He plunged into a subterranean river, struggling against the raging current. The system flashed, party disbanded. You will face the current realm alone. Gasping for air, Shen Ye hauled himself onto a rock, totally exhausted. He grumbled, "What the hell is this realm doing? Shouldn't I have cleared the exam by now?" Suddenly, Old Skeleton's voice rang out, trembling with fear. "This looks like an underground river. We need to move fast if we run into that aberrant god Zhao Yibing down here. Nobody can save you." Shen Ye frowned. Aberrant god. What is that? Old Skeleton hissed, a deity from another dimension. They possess planetary-level destruction, and right now it's wearing Zhao Yibing's skin. The conspiracy here is deep. We have to stay away. Shen Ye snapped, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? We've survived life and death together. I'm done hiding things. Shen Ye, we are partners." Shen Ye narrowed his eyes. "Why are you suddenly talking all suspect and bromantic?" Old Skeleton paused. "Bromantic what?" "Never mind. I'm just getting curious. Who are you really?" "Well, actually, I am," a female voice cut through the darkness. "Shen Ye, you're actually alive." Color me surprised. "I came here to collect your corpse." Shen Ye cursed internally. Old Skeleton's mouth is a curse. Speak of the devil, and she appears. He glared at Zhao Yibing. "I knew something was off. Why was my exam insane? It was you pulling the strings. My original opponent was supposed to be that convict, right? You killed him and swapped in that beast." Shen Ye pointed at himself, defiant. "And this distorted realm you're doing too, huh? Let me tell you, it's useless. That girl is coming to save me. Just wait for your end." Zhao Yibing gave a chilling smile. "You're wrong, Shen Ye. None of this was my doing. Slaughtering your opponent, unleashing the beast, luring you into this abyss. That was all the work of humans. Your own kind. This exam ground is wrapped in a massive barrier monitored 24/7. I wasted time trying to erect an isolated barrier to capture you, only to find that humans had already activated a trap of their own. That trap lies right here." An eerie crimson magical aura erupted around Zhao Yibing. "Shen Ye, can you guess what they prepared for you? The cursed Saint King, the world usurper, the commander of fallen souls. Though I am a god with infinite power, even I have to pause and marvel at the sheer malice of your human race." A system Manhwa status window flickered beside her. The entity parasitizing this mortal vessel requires more blood and souls to unlock greater power. Shen Ye backed away in panic. This is the first time I've ever seen an evaluation text on her. Is this the planetary-level aberrant god that Old Skeleton warned me about? Zhao Yibing raised her hand and blood-red threads manifested in the air. "Shen Ye, in this graveyard, your fellow humans so painstakingly built for you, you are utterly alone. But don't worry. I won't hurt you." She smiled sweetly as the crimson threads pinned him helplessly against the cavern wall. "Quite the opposite. I'm here to save you from the wickedness of humanity. Only I can do that. Even if all of mankind turns against you, I will stand by your side." Shen Ye managed a strained grin. "Well, that's one hell of a seductive confession. I see right through your little performance. You orchestrated this entire charade just to chase after me, didn't you? So my answer is no." Zhao Yibing's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Don't be so quick to refuse. How about this, Shen Ye? Let's make a wager. Xiu, a gamble." Shen Ye narrowed his eyes, sensing a trap. "What are the stakes?" Yibing winked playfully, though her aura remained cold. "Your own kind has prepared a hidden trial for you, the ultimate difficulty in this dimension. I bet my pride that you will absolutely fail to clear this leveling Manhwa challenge." Shen Ye's voice dropped to a low growl. "A hidden trial, and if I prove you wrong and succeed, then it proves your people aren't trying to kill you after all." She shrugged elegantly. "I'll admit my mistake wiped the slate clean regarding the cursed statue of the 10,000 fallen demons, and we'll part ways until fate reunites us." Her smile deepened, turning predatory. "But if you fail, you belong to me, body and soul." System alert. The ruler of the Hell Prison has initiated a binding wager. Warning. This wager is forged from primordial divine power. You cannot resist. You cannot decline. The terms of the system Manhwa contract must be executed immediately. Quest updated. Face the Hidden Abyss trial. Victory condition survival. Reward. The Hell Prison Ruler spares your life. Failure penalty. Your soul becomes the eternal property of the sorrowful Hell Mistress. She would start with small compromises, chipping away at his will until he voluntarily offered up his soul. That was her terrifying style of domination. Boom! A sudden explosion from the cliffs above shattered the tension. High up on the rock face, a bizarre, grotesque man was harassing a handsome young cultivator, only for the wall to shatter as the captive broke free. "Oh, you play hard to get. I haven't seen such a tasty morsel like you in ages." The creep licked his lips. "Give me just one little kiss, and I'll give you the key to pass the exam." The handsome youth stepped out of the rubble, dusting off his shoulder with icy calm. "The rules state that escaping the cell counts as a success. Nowhere does it say I need your filthy key." Nangong Sarui waved dismissively without looking back. "Keep the key as a souvenir. I don't have the stomach for your blessings." The grotesque man shrieked in frustration. "You detestable brat!" As he descended, Nangong spotted Shen Ye below. "Shen Ye, did you clear the final test too?" "Wait." He paused, eyeing the red magical bindings. "Are you into some kind of bondage play right now?" Shen Ye blinked. "That's Nangong Sirue, the #1 ranked student." Yibing murmured, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Interesting. An ant has wandered into our divine domain. I wonder what happens next in this awakening Manhwa scenario." Shen Ye roared, his veins popping. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone getting crushed by a calamity-class boss? Do you have a death wish? Get the hell out of here." Nangong recoiled, shocked by the intensity. "Excuse me." Suddenly, crimson tendrils laced with thousands of blinking demon eyes materialized around the woman standing before Shen Ye. Nangong froze, the color draining from his face. The energy fluctuations radiating from her were suffocating. My God. This isn't a normal exam proctor. This is a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions. Without a second thought, Nangong spun around and sprinted for his life. Survival instinct screamed one thing. She is absolutely not someone I can fight. Yibing lazily raised a finger toward the fleeing boy. "I admire his survival instincts, Shen Ye, but I can't have him leaking our little rendezvous to the outside world just yet." A sphere of destructive red magic coalesced at her fingertip. "Die!" The beam of death fired with the speed of light. "Not on my watch!" Shen Ye gritted his teeth. A spatial portal ripped open in midair, swallowing Yibing's attack just inches before it could vaporize Nangong. The redirected blast exited another portal, punching through the cavern wall and vaporizing an entire mountain peak in the distance. Meanwhile, Nangong dove through the exit gate. System notification. You have completed all assessments. Congratulations. Initiating teleportation to the Ascension Hall. Nangong looked back in shock as his body began to dissolve into light. What the hell was that power back in the cavern? Yibing pouted slightly. "You actually used my own spatial gate technique against me, and now the witness has been expelled by the realm's laws." Shen Ye exhaled, sweat dripping down his face. "Close call, but I saved him. Nangong Sarui, you better not waste the life I just bought you. Go out there and report this anomaly." Yibing's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "Shen Ye, you really are a scoundrel, always ruining my fun." Then her expression softened into a twisted affection. "But somehow, that just makes me want you more. Let me offer you one final gift." A crimson thread manifested, winding around her pale finger. "Listen closely. The hidden trial your people prepared. It's a slaughterhouse. You will certainly die. I'm fond of you, so I've prepared an alternative route. My subordinates have already planted mana bombs all over Yunshan Port." A vision of the busy port city flashed into his mind. Yibing continued. "If you forfeit right now, I will detonate the charges. The port will sink into the ocean, and this exam will be suspended indefinitely due to the tragedy. You won't fail. The entire selection process will simply reset. You can attend your dream academy, but you'll do it as my subordinate. You won't have to risk your life in this human-made trap." Shen Ye let out a dry, mocking laugh. "Don't act like you're doing me a favor. You want to blow up Yunshan Port to absorb the millions of souls there and restore your own power. Do you really take me for a fool?" He glared at her defiantly. "Sorry, but I'm terrible at taking advice. Whether this trial is a trap or a grave, I'm going to see it with my own eyes." Yibing's laughter echoed like wind chimes in a graveyard. "Just as I predicted. That arrogance, that stubborn will, it's exactly why you've survived death time and time again in this Manhwa recap story." Her voice began to fade as her form became translucent. "This red thread is my mercy. Pull it and I will come to save you. Of course, that means you accept defeat and become mine." Shen Ye looked down at the ethereal red thread now bound to his own finger. Yibing pointed into the darkness. The hidden trial lies deep within the subterranean river. Go. Taste the malice your own species has prepared for you. I hope the betrayal fuels you enough to one day use my power to slaughter them all. She vanished into mist, her arrogant smile lingering in the air. I will be waiting at the altar of souls amidst the eternal wailing, ready to conduct your corruption ritual myself. Until then, do try not to die, my dear Shen Ye. Silence returned to the cave. Shen Ye finally shouted into the void. I'm not some Lich King Dracula or Lucifer. Why is everyone obsessed with making me the villain? Why do you want me to fall so badly? Screw it. I'm going in. A trembling voice emerged from his shadow skeleton king. Master Shen, are we really doing this? Since when are you a coward? Shen Ye scoffed. Cut the chatter. Do I look like I have a choice? Fair point, the skeleton rattled. Meanwhile, back at the main hall. System congratulations, Nanggong Sirui, for achieving rank 2. Mengyu scanned the emerging students with anxious eyes. Rank 3, Ma Jinlong. Rank 4, Wang Xuan. Rank 5. More and more candidates were clearing the instance, but Shen Ye was nowhere to be seen. The proctor's voice boomed over the arena. 5 minutes remaining. Any candidate who has not exited the instance by then will be disqualified. Mengyu's heart pounded against her ribs. Suddenly, a brilliant golden barrier materialized in the center of the hall, drawing everyone's gaze. Inside the barrier stood Nanggong Sirui, chanting a high-level spell. Mengyu recognized the spell immediately. That's a void communication barrier. That's only used for transmitting S-class classified intelligence. Why would Nanggong use it publicly? A chill ran down her spine. Something catastrophic must have happened inside the dungeon. Back in the depths, Shen Ye placed his hands on the massive stone gate and pushed with all his might. Shen Ye stood before a colossal stone gate, the absolute dead end of this subterranean river. It loomed over him like a mountain, refusing to budge an inch. Rage flared in his eyes as he pushed with every ounce of strength, but the ancient stone mocked his futile efforts. Is this where the road ends? The hollow voice of the skeleton king Farron echoed in the darkness. Shen Ye, look. Farron pointed to the intricate carvings. 2 massive handprints were recessed into the stone with a singular ominous eye etched between them. It was the exact signature of the multi-eyed cyclops they had slaughtered earlier. The realization hit Shen Ye like a bolt of lightning. You mean, this gate requires the biosignature of a giant to unlock, but that giant was already sliced into sashimi by Xiao Mengyu. Shen Ye panicked. Farron's skull seemed to grin. Do you not recall, boy? You fed me the head of that very beast. Shen Ye's eyes lit up. That's right, I did. The skeleton's frame began to shudder and expand. I can simulate the skeletal structure of anything I consume. Farron declared, his voice deepening. Inheriting its traits. Super evolution activate. Bones cracked and reshaped in a grotesque symphony. The multi-eyed skeleton giant king rose from the shadows. With a roar that shook the cavern, the skeletal construct slammed its hands against the gate. Now that is what I call a Manhwa recap moment, Shen Ye cheered. But why is it only the top half? Farron grunted under the strain. Because my mana hasn't fully recovered, you idiot. With a deafening grind, the heavy doors finally began to part. So cool, Shen Ye screamed. The massive form dissolved, and Farron shrank back into his ring, gasping for air. I'm totally drained, Shen Ye smirked. By the way, were those previous forms just you snacking on spiders and turtles? Farron coughed awkwardly. Listen. When it comes to life and death, a king cannot be a picky eater. As they stepped across the threshold, the massive doors slammed shut behind them, sealing their fate. Shen Ye scanned the vast chamber. In the center lay a complex glowing magic circle. Is this a hidden dungeon trial? Suddenly a presence overwhelmed him. He looked up to see a towering stone warrior statue. Its eyes snapped open, burning with crimson rage. Emerald ghost fire ignited across its armor as the statue exhaled a breath that had been held for centuries. 1,000 years. The statue's voice was like grinding boulders. It has been 1,000 years since anyone dared challenge the Chaos Heaven Gate. Shen Ye stepped back, trembling. It talks. What exactly is this Chaos Heaven trial? Is it difficult? Shen Ye stammered. Not at all, the Guardian replied, sparks flying from its gaze. It is simple. Defeat me. Shen Ye gulped. Senior, you look terrifyingly strong. Just how high is your level? If I wasn't strong, would this place remain untouched for a millennium? The Guardian scoffed coldly. The warriors of your era have grown soft, their courage shattered by mere rumors of this trial. However, the statue tilted its head. I did not expect a young brave soul in this age of cowards. You intrigue me, boy. The ground cracked as the statue launched itself into the air, its spear aimed straight for Shen Ye's heart. Shen Ye, watch out, Farron's warning screamed in his mind. This thing is 3 times stronger than the Hydra we fought. System alert. All attribute points reallocated to agility. Like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, Shen Ye moved in a blur, dodging the strike and firing a crescent of green energy. Flowing moon style, system alert. All points switched to strength. Shen Ye spun midair, channeling raw power into a counterattack against the stone titan. Then Shiom. Thunder Palmski Chiwat. Lightning exploded upon impact, but Shen Ye was the one sent flying back, skidding across the floor. The statue stood unmoved, muttering flowing moon and thunder palm. I didn't expect you to know the blue moon suppressing heaven technique, the Guardian mused. But you are too green. You haven't even reached the first realm of mastery. If your base stats were higher, you might have actually pushed me back. Shen Ye wiped his lip, shocked. You know my martial arts. The legacy of the blue moon has stood tall for thousands of years, the statue replied with a hint of respect. I thought the moon lineage had perished ages ago. Young man, your potential is limitless. The Guardian raised his spear, his aura flaring. Out of respect for a talent like yours, I shall fight you with everything I have. The air rippled behind Shen Ye as water coalesced out of thin air. A massive water dragon materialized, coiling around the statue. Do not die too quickly, the boss sneered. Prove you are worthy of the Chaos Heaven Gate. Shen Ye's eyes popped out of his head. Senior, wait, I don't want the gate. How about I give you a full spa treatment? I'll polish your joints, wax your armor, and give you a shiny ceramic coating. Just let me go, okay? The statue laughed, a booming sound. I admire your humor, boy, now on guard. Shen Ye shrieked. Fear and stop napping and help me. I'll handle the lizard. You take the big guy. The Skeleton King roared, triggering another super evolution. Psyche, Skeleton Spider Mode. A creature of the 9 underworlds, the statue observed. You have an interesting pet. As Farron grappled the water dragon, the statue raised his spear high. Let's test your reflexes. In a blink, the Guardian vanished and reappeared directly behind Shen Ye. Too fast, Shen Ye gasped. Show me what else you can do. Shen Ye threw himself to the side, unleashing the bone bite technique to deflect the weapon. Impressive parry, the statue complimented. He thrust the spear again. But the problem remains. Your mastery is trash. The sheer force blew through Shen Ye's defense. System alert, passive skill. Flesh and white bone activated. Fatal damage negated. Charges remaining. 3. This was the cheat code of a true system manhwa protagonist. But the pain was real. The spear had pierced him. Shen Ye coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision swimming. This boss is a monster. I can't win with my current stats. Is this it? Do I have to beg Zhao Yibing to save my sorry ass again? Shen Ye's brow furrowed in frustration. Are you kidding me? He screamed internally. Ho! The statue looked impressed. Pierced through the chest and still standing. Not bad. But your heavenly shadow trick won't fool me twice. The Guardian swung again. Shen Ye gritted his teeth as agony ripped through him. System alert. Fatal damage negated. Charges remaining. 2. Shen Ye's eyes widened in horror. The attacks weren't stopping. Another blow hammered him down. Yang bite. Farron watched helplessly from the side. Shen Ye. The statue looked down with cold disappointment. Is this the limit of your cultivation? If you have no stronger cards to play, your trial ends here. Suddenly the Guardian froze. A massive shadow eclipsed him. The giant stone door from the entrance materialized above his head. Your inventory, Farron cheered. You stored the gate. That's 50 tons of granite getting kicked around was just a distraction, wasn't it? System alert, fatal damage negated. Charges remaining 1. To all the puppet masters pulling the strings of my fate. You thought I'd die here, didn't you? Shen Ye wiped the blood from his chin, his eyes burning with defiance. Zhao Yibing, the lords of the demon realm. Everyone thinks I'm weak. He stood up, trembling but unbroken. You think I fear death? You think I'll just accept this destiny? He glared at the falling gate. With a deafening boom, the stone slab crashed down, crushing the statue into the earth. He did it, Farron yelled. He crushed the boss. No teleportation can save him from that. But suddenly, Farron's celebration turned to a scream of terror. Look up! Shen Ye snapped his head up. The statue was descending from the ceiling, spear tip glowing with annihilation. It plunged straight through Shen Ye's body, pinning him to the floor. Shen Ye! Farron howled. Before the skeleton could move, the water dragon lunged, clamping its jaws around Farron's skull. It dragged Shen Ye's only ally into the dark depths of the water. The party was wiped out. The white bone manifestation blocked the fatal strike instantly. Charges remaining 0. The Stone Guardian boomed. Well done, kid. You're the first to scratch me in a millennium. But it's a tragedy your stats are garbage. You failed the first trial. Come back in 10 years and maybe you'd stand a chance. Oh wait, there is no if. Farewell. I'll remember you during my eternal boredom. Shen Ye smirked, wiping blood from his lip. Arrogant piece of rock, who gave you permission to decide my death? The giant gate levitated again as the statue scoffed. The same trick, twice fear has made you sloppy. The statue thrust his spear, impaling Shen Ye through the chest. Let this gate be your tombstone. Agony ripped through Shen Ye, but his mind was ice cold. It was time to trigger the White Bone's final secret effect. Shen Ye slammed against the gate, using the statue's own force to pry it open. The system flashed red. You have suffered a fatal blow. White Bone effect, 2 activated upon death. Force the body to retain one final breath of life. Force the heart to beat. Force the potential to unlock. Force the wounds to stitch together, just for this one moment. The statue froze in shock. System warning. You have exited the exam dimension, the Guardian gasped. That gate. You can traverse space-time. System alert, 5 seconds to return to the exam zone or face elimination. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, gripping the spear still stuck in his gut. Passing through the gate freezes time on the other side for exactly 3 seconds. 1 second passed. Shen Ye unleashed the Tai-Bai sword art, trading his life for power. Shen Ye raised his hand, a posture of pure sacrifice. 2 seconds. He unleashed the strike, a slash meant to kill gods. The attack phased right through the statue. Shen Ye landed hard, kicking off the giant's body. 3 seconds. The statue jolted, realizing a beam of light had already pierced its core. That blade, it was too fast. The gate vanished. The statue crumbled to its knees. Shen Ye crashed into the water, gasping for air, looking up with wild eyes. Did I win? The Stone Guardian looked confused. That strike? Was that the legendary Tai-Bai sword art? Shen Ye grinned. Yeah, just picked it up. How was it? The Guardian replied. I couldn't even track the movement. Terrifying. You wield the Moonshade lineage traverse time and mastered Tai-Bai instantly. No one is more worthy of the Chaos Heaven Gate. Young challenger, congratulations on passing the trial. Shen Ye stared at him coldly. You keep babbling about this Chaos Heaven Gate. What the hell is it? The statue sighed. In this era, the 4 great sects have fallen. No wonder you don't know. Jielan Guichu faith in Chaos Heaven. These were the supreme powers. And Chaos Heaven stood at the apex of them all. Shen Ye realized instantly the 3 high schools were evolved from these sects. Why was Chaos Heaven ranked number 1? I thought Jielan was the strongest, the statue huffed. Jielan is strong, but they are trash compared to us. Only Chaos Heaven can communicate with the Divine Altar. Shen Ye frowned. Divine Altar. What's that? The statue shook its head. That is forbidden knowledge. I've already broken the rules. Just remember, this Chaos Heaven Gate is the oldest, most magnificent heritage in existence. It is hope itself. If you want to stand at the peak of the universe and understand the secrets of a billion worlds, you must enter the Chaos Heaven Gate. Shen Ye was getting more confused. Wait. I still need to know what exactly is the Moonshade lineage. The system interrupted. You have miraculously survived a certain death scenario in this awakening Manhwa trial. Achievement unlocked, Survivor of Great Calamity. All base stats increased by 2. Current status: Strength 8.3 plus 2 equals 10.3. Agility 10.1 plus 2 equals 12.1. Spirit 8.1 plus 2 equals 10.1. Your artifact adds another 0.1. Understanding is now 10. Resonance is 15. Moonshade lineage. Resonance boosted by 20. Available attribute points 10. The Skeleton King rolled over, looking pathetic. Sorry, Shen Ye, I was useless. Shen Ye shook his head. No. You saved me. If you hadn't blocked that water dragon, I'd be dead. Suddenly he froze. They both stared in horror at the creature in front of them. What's up with that water dragon? Do we have to fight a round 2? The trial should be over. A wooden totem suddenly emerged, unleashing a storm of emerald green magical vines. The vines constricted the dragon forcefully, transforming the water elemental into a solid plant entity. Heir of the Moonshade, congratulations. I will now perform your initiation. Shen Ye's jaw dropped. It turned energy into matter. The Skeleton King trembled. That wooden totem, its power is absolute. Suddenly the dragon stopped struggling. It turned and growled, but a delicate hand reached out to calm it. Easy now, little one. Yibing sighed, her voice laced with disappointment. He won the bet. I won't attack you here. The dragon snarled. Outsider, he passed the trial. The laws of the world now protect him. If you touch him, the entire world will strike you down. Yibing rolled her eyes. Disgusting creature. I told you I have no ill will. Shen Ye flipped her the middle finger. You know you lost, right? So why are you still lurking around, planning to welch on the bet? Yibing laughed coldly. Shen Ye, you won. But don't think you weren't manipulated by humans to get here. Let me give you a free piece of intel as a reward. Shen Ye stared her down silently. Yibing continued. Your world is on the brink of destruction, and I am the only one who can save you. Shen Ye belonged to me. Even when this world enters its endgame, I will keep your soul safe by my side. Shen Ye pointed a thumb at his chest. I only know one thing. I won the bet. As for your doomsday prophecy, take it and get the hell out of my world. Yibing narrowed her eyes. You think I'm lying? Fine. Let's make one more wager. Shen Ye looked at her like she was crazy. He shouted, Are you a comedian? I'm done betting with you. Don't even think about forcing me. Yibing turned away, her voice fading. Gods never force mortals. Mortals only force themselves. Fine. Disappear and never show your face again. Forced. The Callist. Shen Ye froze, a chill shooting down his spine. She wasn't just threatening him, she was plotting a massacre. His friends Xiao Mengyu's brother and tens of thousands of innocents in that district were all marked for death. Every drop of blood spilled is authorized by the names on this scroll, she taunted. The skin peeler is merely the blade I wield. But I suspect you're far more interested in the hand that holds the weapon. Her eyes gleamed with malice. Defeat me one more time and the list is yours. Do we have a deal? Shen Ye stared at her, his guard raised to the max. So much for gods never force mortals. It seems mortals only force themselves into corners. His gaze turned as cold as absolute zero. Speak. How do we bet? Yibing smiled, a satisfied predator. She extended her pinky finger. As a deity, my wagers are always fairer than the deceitful games you humans play. In 7 days, my executioner, the skin peeler, will hunt you down. Survive and defeat him. Suddenly, a blue screen flashed before his eyes, a classic trope in this awakening manhwa. The system warned, this wager is enforced by divine law. Resistance is futile. She continued, her voice silky yet dangerous. If you win, the list is yours. But if you lose, your soul belongs to me. Red threads of fate unspooled from his hand. The system chimed again. Warning. Since you won the previous round, the master of the demon prison requires your explicit consent to initiate a new gamble. Consent verified. The pact between the player and the master of the demon prison is sealed. Yibing's smile widened into a radiant, terrifying grin. The bet is on. Each mark represents 1 day, 7 days, until our reunion. She loved this game, starting with small, insignificant bets until you eventually gambled away your very soul. Shen Ye watched in silence as Yibing faded into the void. The dragon's voice boomed, breaking his trance. The goddess has departed. You have inherited the lunar lineage. We must complete the ritual. Shen Ye nodded, determination setting in. Fine. But what exactly is this lunar lineage? The dragon huffed. My job is merely to guide you into the chaotic heaven gate. The rest is for you to discover on your path to power. A brilliant emerald light erupted, wrapping around the dragon's massive form. Prepare yourself, kid. The awakening begins now. Back in the real world, cheers erupted as students flooded out of the dungeon. 1 minute left. The exam was ending. Mengyu scanned the crowd, panic rising. Zhang Xiaoyi, Guo Yunye, have you seen Shen Ye? The two friends looked shocked. Shen Ye isn't out yet, that's impossible. He's a monster, I thought he cleared the stage ages ago. Suddenly, the proctor's voice boomed over the speakers. Time is up. The assessment is officially over. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully qualified for the 3 elite high schools. The crowd roared with joy. We did it. We're actually getting into the top academies. Mengyu shouted over the noise. Wait, hold on, Shen Ye isn't out. Something went wrong inside. A nearby noble sneered, shrugging with disdain. I didn't realize the heir of the Luo family was such an idiot. If Shen Ye isn't out, it means he failed the final stage. The noble narrowed his eyes. Did you really think this exam was designed for a trash talker like him? What a stupid woman. The crowd began to murmur, their comments dripping with malice. The top ranker is delusional. I heard she's got a thing for that commoner trash Shen Ye. Disgraceful to the noble families. The high official spoke up, his voice icy. Xiao Mengyu, your performance was excellent. Jialan Academy welcomes you. But I hope your intelligence eventually matches your combat power. Consider this advice. And a warning. Mengyu stared him down, refusing to flinch. Suddenly Nangong raised his hand. I met Shen Ye inside Xiao Mengyu is right. There was a glitch in the exam. Shen Ye was targeted by a calamity entity. The crowd gasped. What? Even the prodigious Nangong Sirui was defending the commoner. The high official muttered, a calamity student. Nangong, are you certain of what you saw? Nangong pointed to his own eyes. I saw it with my spiritual eye. There is no mistake. A proctor stepped forward. Student Nanggong, when you saw Shen Ye, was he alive or dead? Madame Anne stepped into the circle, her voice dripping with venom. Everyone knows a jobless class cannot survive a calamity encounter alone. It's a death sentence. Unless… She narrowed her eyes like a snake. He surrendered to the calamity. Nanggong kept his cool. The entity had him pinned down. They seemed to be communicating. But the moment he saw me, he signaled for me to run. That warning is the only reason I made it out alive. I don't believe he surrendered. If he had, he wouldn't have saved me. He would have lured me into a trap. Another voice cut in sharp. Student Nanggong, that proves nothing. It only means he hadn't turned traitor at that specific moment. Madame An declared loudly. Listen closely. If a calamity descended and Shen Ye is dead, fine. Good riddance. But if he is alive, he must be arrested immediately. We need to interrogate him about the calamity. He's always been an arrogant, lawless little brat. Betraying humanity for power fits his profile perfectly. Just as Madame Anne's screeching reached its peak, a figure dropped from the sky like a meteor, smashing straight into her face. Shen Ye crashed directly on top of her. Damn it! That landing hurt like hell. I passed the exam right. This feels like a leveling Manhwa glitch. Meng Yu's face lit up. Yone? Shen Yong. The rest of the squad rushed over, beaming. Brother Ye, you finally made it out. Shen Ye looked around, confused. Huh, you guys are all here. Did you finish the exam already? The nobles glared at him with pure hatred. He's alive. How can anyone survive a calamity unscathed? He definitely sold his soul to the monster, and look, he stole a statue from the dungeon. That's a violation of the rules. Instantly, binding magic swirled around Shen Ye. He blinked, realizing he was trapped. The high official glared down at him. Shen Ye, you are under arrest. We suspect you of colluding with a calamity. You will submit to interrogation. Shen Ye roared in protest. You idiots, I didn't surrender. I made a bet with her and I won. Listen to me, you need to send forces to Yunshan Port immediately. She rigged Yunshan Port with explosives. If she triggers them, everyone on that island is dead meat. Madame Anne, recovering from being crushed, cut him off coldly. Absolute nonsense. Yunshan Port is under the jurisdiction of Jilin, the strongest academy. No one plants bombs under their noses. You're just trying to distract us so you can summon your calamity master. Shen Ye gritted his teeth, fury rising. Damn it, I'm telling the truth, let me go. The high official raised a hand. Enough, you will be interrogated. If you are innocent, the investigation will prove it. Shen Ye snapped back, desperate. By the time you investigate, the bombs will have detonated. Hundreds of thousands of people will die. Can you handle the weight of those souls? The official shouted. Silence. A spell clamped Shen Ye's mouth shut. But suddenly a new voice pierced the tension. Qian Rushan stepped forward, commanding authority. Release him. The investigation isn't finished, and you have no right to touch a member of the mortal martial group. The high official shot him a cold glare. Qian Rushan, stand down. Out of respect for your group's contribution to humanity, I will overlook your insolence this one time. But Qian Rushan stood his ground like an immovable mountain. He demanded the immediate release of the spell. Back off now, or I will unleash the full might of my corporation to protect what is ours. The matriarch narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with venom. Do you have any idea who you are defying? But suddenly, a mysterious wooden artifact materialized out of thin air. It shot toward Shen Ye, erupting with a brilliant emerald light that shattered his magical prison. The high official gasped in disbelief. Impossible! The crowd erupted into chaos. Look, that statue just obliterated the binding spell. Accusations flew instantly. How did he smuggle an artifact into the exam zone? He must be cheating. No, wait. Look closer. That energy swirling around him. That is a blessing of the realm. Qian Rushan threw his head back in laughter. Do you see now, Shen Ye has been acknowledged by the realm itself in a system Manhwa world like this. A man chosen by the heavens is a man who will never bow to a mere catastrophe. Madame Anne let out a cold, bitter sneer. So what if he is blessed? The clock has run out. He has failed the assessment. His path to the elite high schools is closed forever. He is innocent. Qian Rushan glared at the woman, rage burning in his eyes. You truly are a wretched creature. I should have crushed you into the dirt when I had the chance. Suddenly, a blinding radiance commanded their attention. The wooden artifact sprouted mystical green tendrils. And from the light, a majestic dragon manifested. Qian Rushan's voice trembled. Is that a dragon? The crowd stood frozen in awe. A dragon. Hear, what kind of Manhwa recap twist is this? The dragon's voice boomed like thunder. Hear me, the human junior. Shen Ye has conquered the trial of the Chaos Heaven sect. He is granted the status of true disciple. He has been chosen to join the ranks of the ancient Chaos Heaven sect. This is the ancient law of the realm. It cannot be defied. The artifact floated down, dropping a token inscribed with Chaos Heaven into Shen Ye's hand. The system interface flashed before him. Process activated. Citizen Shen Ye confirmed as a member of the ancient Chaos Heaven sect. Security clearance upgraded to top secret. Chen Rushen slapped Shen Ye's shoulder, beaming with pride. Kid, you did it. Even the legendary Kunlun had to bear witness to your glory. So, Shen Ye, you're incredible. How did you manage to join them? Shen Ye scratched his head, looking clueless. Honestly, I have no idea. But wait. Where is the Chaos Heaven sect? Chen Rushan explained with excitement. It was the leader of the 4 great sects in ancient times, but it vanished into the river of history. So you will have to audit classes at the remaining 3 academies. But if the ruins ever reappear, that token is your key to enter the sanctuary. Instantly the tune changed. Student Shen Ye, welcome to the Turang Academy. We will cover all your tuition and living expenses. Forget them. The Grishu Academy offers double their scholarship. The Jialan Academy offers triple. Take your time to think, but remember, we are the strongest. Shen Ye looked at them with dead eyes. You people. Just seconds ago you wanted to arrest me and now you're licking my boots. Shen Ye cut through the noise. Hey, put the school selection on hold. Send your people to Cloud Mountain Port to defuse the bombs now. The heavy hitters exchanged awkward glances. Actually, our elite squad was dispatched long ago. They should be arriving any minute. The Guishu team is also en route. We have been investigating there for a while. Suddenly silence fell. Piercing alarms shattered the air. Warning: multiple explosions detected at Cloud Mountain Port. Unknown level calamity has descended, assessing situation. Shen Ye clenched his jaw until it hurt. Damn it. Assessment complete. Class A calamity confirmed. It was a classic leveling Manhwa disaster scenario. Cloud Mountain Port is plummeting from the sky. All academies evacuate students at maximum speed. Minutes before, Shen Ye crashed into Madame Anne, high above at Cloud Mountain Port. Yibing stood beneath a statue, smiling as she fed the pigeons. It was a picturesque scene by the fountain children playing innocently nearby. Her subordinate spoke in a low voice. This statue dates back 3 million years. It depicts the spring goddess who once descended to leave her divine mark. Yibing whispered softly. The spring goddess. Yes, the subordinate replied. Artists of that era created many statues and paintings to record her miracles. Long ago, during a war-torn era of great drought, the goddess descended with a vase of water, creating a river that saved all life. Suddenly, a little girl chirped up. Big sister, you are so pretty. Shyly, she held out a flower. I found this flower. I want you to have it. Yibing took the bloom. Oh, tell me who is more beautiful, this holy statue, or me? The girl beamed. You are way prettier. Yibing smiled, kissing the delicate petals. The most basic power of a deity is charm. When my laws manifest in this form, mortals are programmed to worship and revere me as if it were destiny. It contains a beauty of creation that humans cannot comprehend. The subordinate scoffed coldly. Praising a god is the duty of a mortal. Yibing cut him off sharply. No. In this world, no one is obligated to do anything for you. She watched the flower in her hand wither and die. Mortals fail to understand this truth, and so they never find peace. She gently caressed the child's cheek. My dear little one, thank you for the flower. As a return gift, I curse you. Yibing's eyes glowed a crimson red. Her voice was a soft, terrifying whisper sounding like a blessing. Your life shall be a tapestry of agony and torment. You will fall from thousands of meters, swallowed by the ocean. You will know the despair of near death. Starvation on a deserted island, saved by villains only to face torture. Even when ships sink, death will refuse you. You will grow up in pain, ravaged by disease, betrayal, and slander. The world will mock your suffering, until you are 99 years old, gasping your last breath in a suffocating sickbed. Falling into the dark abyss, Yibing's eyes widened maniacally. Only then will your soul escape my curse. You will be released. If you still remember me then, I will come for you. If you have forgotten, then you are free to roam the 1,000 worlds. The little girl froze, then burst into tears and ran away in terror. Yibing stood up, a light chuckle escaping her lips. There are 300,000 souls on this floating island. How crowded. The subordinate bowed. Do you wish to begin the feast? I live to serve you. She interrupted him. No. This feast is for you. He blinked. Me. I will take only a portion of the souls to restore my strength. The rest is yours. The soul altar is ready. You have 7 days to harvest as many as possible. Prepare for my gamble. As for me, I will discard this vessel and infiltrate the 3 top high schools. That is where the connection between the realm and reality is strongest. Do not seek me out, unless I summon you. In her cold eyes, the reflection of the little girl's happy family flickered one last time. All right, time has run out. Let the symphony of destruction begin. The subordinate smirked, bowing in obedience. As you wish. Nearby, a terrified child wept, tugging desperately at her parents. The button was pressed. A blinding pillar of light erupted beneath the unsuspecting family. Boom. The explosion was cataclysmic, a shockwave so powerful it tossed massive airships like toys. As the inferno raged, the siren screamed. Warning, Class A calamity detected. I repeat, Class A calamity. Yunshan port is collapsing. All personnel evacuate immediately. Chain explosions tore the foundation apart. The entire port began to plummet from the sky, consumed by a sea of flames. High above the chaos, Yi Bing stood watching, inhaling the souls drifting toward her with sadistic pleasure. The harvest is flowing endlessly. Truly delicious. Suddenly, a cold smile curled on her lips. Oh, it seems some little rats have come to interrupt my meal. A voice spoke up. Master, allow this servant to dispose of them. She cut him off instantly. No. You focus on absorbing the souls. Below them, a man gritted his teeth, his aura flaring. You damned abomination, you actually dared to attack Yunshan Port B. We will seal you away. We'll cast you into the infinite void where you'll suffer in darkness for all eternity, never to see the light of day again. But Yi Bing barely blinked, sensing the two assassins flanking her from behind. The souls of awakened ones are far more exquisite than regular trash. Just enough to fill my belly. Crash. The two ambushers slammed into each other, their movements completely manipulated. The other awakened charged in a blind rage. You monster, go to hell! Yi Bing watched them approach with the indifference of a god looking at insects. Suddenly one froze. Crimson threads materialized from thin air, slicing through them instantly. Another hunter cursed. Damn it! He fired a blast of emerald magic, aiming straight for her head. The elder roared a command. Listen to me. Focus on long-range bombardment. Do not get close to her. Understood. They unleashed a storm of spells. Dozens of different elements rained down on Yi Bing. Boom. The impact shook the air, enveloping her in a thick cloud of smoke and debris. A hunter beamed with hope. Did we get her? But a chilling female voice pierced the smoke. Oh, foolish humans. You always chase after fleeting pleasures, only realizing your mistakes when the price must be paid. Why do you lose your reason so easily? Eris may change, but your rotten nature remains eternally the same. The hunters stepped back, fear creeping into their eyes. Stay sharp. She's still alive. Yi Bing stepped from the smoke, her body tattered and torn. There was a time when just for a drop of water you sacrificed the souls of millions. You even twisted history, praising a pact with the devil, as if it were a song of glory. Alas, your ignorance has corrupted your very souls. But worry not. I shall grant you eternal release from this suffering. Become one with me. Chant my name in reverence. Her finger pointed coldly at the trembling group. I am the goddess of the spring. The awakened froze in terror. Instantly, crimson threads erupted, impaling every single one of them. As their agonizing screams filled the air, Yi Bing's voice echoed. With this fresh blood I shall extinguish the flames of your filthy desires. Countless souls drifted from the fallen bodies. I have harvested enough. Yet the vortex continued to devour the remaining spirits. Yi Bing turned to her subordinate. I must depart. You stay here. Use the altar to continue the absorption. Prepare for the great wager. The subordinate bowed. As you command. She raised her hand. To ensure you gather enough power, I will leave you with one final blessing. A melancholic energy covered the area. A small vortex spun into existence. The cursed counter ticked up rapidly. 328,611. Suddenly her vessel collapsed to the ground. The subordinate bowed deeply in reverence. After a moment of silence, he reached out with a trembling hand. Great master, thank you. You have saved me from the depths of despair time and time again. He embraced Yi Bing's vessel tightly. I will win this wager. I will never let you down. The scene shifted back to the chaos at Yunshan Port. Warning, secondary explosions detected. The port is falling. This looks like the climax of an awakening manhwa. Damn it, examiners, evacuate the students immediately. Shen Ye turned back, his brow furrowed. Hey, didn't you say you sent people to handle this? Why is Yunshan Port still blowing up? The official stammered, sweating bullets. A Class A calamity isn't exactly easy to fix. It's too late for that. We need to organize the retreat. Those who pass the Jialan exam this way. Students for Sirong over here. Anyone for Guishu, follow me closely. Xian Russian stepped forward. Shen Ye, you are the true number one. You are the only person in 1,000 years to hold the title of true disciple of an ancient sect. You have the privilege to choose any academy you desire. He gave a thumbs up, grinning. Once you arrive at your academy, the corporation's reward will be delivered to you. No matter which school you choose, the corporation will support you with everything we have. The recruiters immediately began their sales pitch. Of course, he should come to Zhirang Academy. The Huntian sect had the best relations with us back in the ancient era. We exchanged techniques constantly. Nonsense, our Guikshu Academy has a far superior learning environment. Plus, the underwater scenery is breathtaking. Another official coughed loudly. Don't forget Jialan is the strongest academy. We may have had a slight misunderstanding earlier, but the gates of Jialan are always open to a genius like you. Maqi's and student Shen Ye are stir. Xiao Mengyu looked at him intently. Shen Ye, which one will you choose? Dozens of hands reached out toward him, desperate for his talent. Shen Ye, come to our school. Shen Ye shrugged nonchalantly. I originally wanted to go to Jilan, but your examiner seems to have a problem with me, so I guess I have no choice but to give up on the best school. The Jilan examiner looked awkward, avoiding eye contact. Finally, Shen Ye pointed to a group. As for Guikshu, I've had enough of being soaked during the exam. I've decided. I'm going to Zhirang. It just so happens 2 of my buddies are there. The Zhirang recruiter rubbed his hands together, ecstatic. A wise choice, an incredibly wise choice. The Huntian sect left some artifacts in our realm ages ago. I can give them to you. Who knows, you might even trigger a special event inside the academy. His 2 friends cheered. Yes, Brother Ye, we're classmates. Brother Ye, I love you. The Jilan examiner huffed in annoyance as the teleportation array activated. He barked an order. Students of Jialan, follow me. The students were shocked. Wait, Jialan Academy is here. Of course, Yunshan Port is under Jialan's jurisdiction. He turned back. Xiao Mengyu, hurry up. But Xiao Mengyu stood silent. Then she walked straight toward Shen Ye. Shen Ye, I'm going to Zhirang with you. Wine, oim. What is him? The Jialan examiner snapped. Xiao Mengyu, think this through carefully. Only Jialan can provide the resources you need to make the Luo family powerful again. She turned her head slightly. Apologies, examiner. She stepped into the Zhirang formation. Rather than a place that sacrifices everything for power, I prefer a place that still has a little bit of humanity left. The official turned away in fury. Fine. Let's go. The crowd sneered at the so-called fools. But then a voice cut through the noise like a blade. It was Nangong Sirui. Forget it, he declared coldly. I have no interest in Jialan Academy either. The recruiter stood frozen. Nangong Sirui, are you insane? But the prodigy's eyes lit up with battle hunger. I need to witness the true might of that ancient sect's successor. I'm following him. Zhirang High seems far more entertaining anyway. With a casual wave, he turned his back on the elite school. See you later, examiner. The surrounding students gasped in total shock. What? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Even the legendary Nangong Sirui chose Zhirang. Could that underdog school actually be the strongest awakening Manhwa academy in the region? The realization hit them like a truck. The top rookie and the Chaos Sect heir are both going there. We have to follow them. The stampede began. Wait for me, I'm going to Zhirang too. The Zhirang recruiter grinned like a Cheshire cat. He had snagged 2/3 of the candidates, Shen Ye. He thought, I owe you big time for this plot twist. She handed out the admission passes. Formalities are done. Welcome to Zhirang. While the rival examiner fumed, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. A chilling killing intent flooded the air. A crimson alert flashed before their eyes. Warning, massive area curse detected. The spell engulfed the entire Yunxian port, targeting over 328,761 souls in an instant. Curse identified, wailing soul mirage. Your own shadows have awakened to hunt you, and the worst part. These doppelgangers possess the exact same stats and skills as you. Penalty death converts the soul into fodder for the Hell Lord. The Jialan examiner turned pale, terror gripping his heart. This energy. It's a forbidden curse, a mass extinction spell. Run, everyone, move. Another instructor roared, summoning a dimensional portal beneath his feet. Guishu, candidates to me, jump into the vortex now. The ghost ship awaits on the other side, he bellowed. Its ancient barrier is impenetrable against this disaster. Don't hesitate, dive or die. As the students scrambled into the portal, a unique notification pinged for Shen Ye. Congratulations. You have won the wager against the Hell Lord. Reward immunity to the caster's curse. Shen Ye smirked. Well, isn't that a convenient perk for a system Manhwa protagonist, status curse immunity active? The Zhirang teacher's voice cut through the chaos. Stay calm, everyone enter the scroll. A massive mystical painting unfurled before them, ripping open a gateway. A painting? Is she serious? But she stepped right into the canvas. The students gasped as her body transformed into living ink. What are you waiting for? Hurry. They stared at the majestic landscape within the artifact. That guy really knows how to show off, someone muttered. Screw it, let's go. The crowd surged forward. They were transported into a world of ink and parchment. Find a mount, the examiner commanded. We need to move before the curse catches up. Shen Ye frowned at the distorted ink horses. This art style is unique. But suddenly, a dark silhouette peeled itself away from Mengyu's shadow. The shadow manifested wielding a blade with lethal precision. Mengyu's eyes widened. The goddess sword style. That's my technique. Shen Ye screamed, watch out. It's the curse, Mengyu. It spawns a mirror image with your exact stats. Beating a copy that knows your every move is nearly impossible. She gripped her hilt, sweat trickling down her face. I'm exhausted from the exam marathon, but that thing my clone stands ready, radiating energy at peak condition. Blades clashed, but the fatigue was catching up. The shadow pressed the advantage, relentless and untiring. Damn it, Mengyu faltered. The clone leaped for the kill. Die. Boom! A boot slammed into the shadow's face. Shen Ye crushed the clone with a bone-shattering kick. Need a hand, Mengyu. She stared at the dissipating smoke. So the curse hunts us with our own faces. She gritted her teeth. Shen Ye, run. I'll hold it back. Screams erupted everywhere. They're multiplying. It's a massacre. The Shirang examiner sensed a massive spike in dark energy looming behind her. Not on my watch. She blocked the ambush, but the collision unleashed a shockwave of magic that sent students flying. She locked her grip onto the shadow's wrist. If I fight here, the collateral damage will kill the kids. With a burst of speed, she dragged her doppelganger toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Mengyu was locked in a desperate duel. Steel sang against steel, neither side giving an inch. Elsewhere in the battlefield, two fists collided with earth-shaking force. Both Zhang Xiaoyi and his shadow took the hit. But the real Xiaoyi crumbled to the ground. The clone scoffed, sensing weakness. Game over. Shen Ye flashed in, blasting the attacker away. He reached out to the fallen boy. Xiaoyi, grab my hand. Suddenly, wham. Xiaoyi kicked Shen Ye in the chest. Thanks, brother, yeah. Wait, I'm the real one, Xiaoyi yelled. Shen Ye blinked. Say what? The standing figure, the clone, grinned maliciously. Thanks for the assist. Now perish. Shen Ye didn't flinch. He caught the clone's strike midair. Thunder palm. Lightning exploded, illuminating Xiaoyi's stunned face. Holy crap, brother, yeah, the power gap is insane. Shen Ye scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I naturally assumed the one winning the fight was the monster, not you. Xiaoyi rubbed his swollen cheek. I was totally about to make a comeback. Just then, Mengyu appeared, dragging two identical versions of Guo Yunye by their collars. Shen Ye, I found two Guo Yunyes, but I can't tell who is real. Without hesitation, Shen Ye punted Mengyu's pursuing clone into the stratosphere. Mengyu gasped. Wait, aren't you cursed? I have a special arrangement with the boss, he winked. Total immunity. Mengyu panted heavily. Lucky bastard. But I'm running on fumes here. I can't finish mine off. Don't worry, Shen Ye stepped forward, aura rising. Together we'll crush this leveling Manhwa nightmare. He raised his hand. Heavenly Shadow. Bam! A brutal punch rocked the clone, followed instantly by Thunder Palm. But then something strange happened. System alert, lightning purges darkness. Your attack has triggered a critical weakness. Effectiveness boosted by 10 times. The clone vaporized instantly. Mengyu's jaw dropped. You erased it with one tap. Shen Ye stared at his crackling fist. It seems my element is their natural predator. Mengyu frowned. Did you hit a vital spot? No, he replied. It's pure elemental dominance. We have the advantage. Let's clear the field. Mengyu nodded. She once again hoisted the two Guo Yunyes. Okay, round 2. Shen Ye, I still can't tell which Guo is real. Shen Ye chuckled. Easy work. His eyes glowed golden. True sight, activate. Xiaoyi complained. Why didn't you use that on me? I did, Shen Ye shrugged. But you were getting beaten so badly I thought my eyes were broken. He pointed to the right. That's the fake. Boom. Another thunder palm incinerated the imposter. Impressive, Mengyu admitted. Let's move. Shen Ye set his sights on the chaos. Priority target, save the commoner students first. The rich kids can wait. She urged the team to locate Nangong immediately. His combat power was a variable they couldn't ignore, and he was definitely on their side. Shen Ye agreed, his voice heavy with fatigue. Time is of the essence. But suddenly his legs gave out. Mengyu cried out in panic. Shen Ye, what's happening? Shen Ye gasped, trying to stay conscious. Just a little dizzy. Suddenly, Nangong's voice cut through the air. He's reached his limit. Since this manhwa recap began, the protagonist has pushed past every boundary. His spiritual energy is depleted. Without rest, he can't fight another second. Mengyu instantly drew her blade, shouting, "Stay back," but Shen Ye stopped her. "Wait, Xiao Mengyu. My spirit eyes confirm it. That's the real Nangong." Mengyu was stunned. "You dealt with the clone that fast?" Nangong just shrugged with that signature cool attitude. "Trade secret. Back to business," Nangong said grimly. The examiner drew her clone away to protect the students. "But she's the strongest entity here. We have to take down that clone first." He looked at Mengyu. "You, Shen Ye, and I are the only ones with enough power. But with Shen Ye out of commission, Mengyu, it's down to us." She lowered her head, shame burning on her face. I can't." Nangong blinked. "What?" "My energy reserves are completely empty," she confessed. "I'd just be a burden in this state." Nangong sighed and turned away, his silhouette looking lonely. "Got it. You two rest here. I'll handle it myself." He vanished instantly. Shen Ye frowned. "Can Nangong really handle a boss-class enemy alone?" Xiao Yi waved it off. "He's the #1 ranker, he'll be fine." Mengyu cut him off sharply. "No. Nangong is incredibly arrogant. For him to ask for help, it means he knows he's walking into a death trap." The team realized the horror. "Then why go alone?" "This painted world is a pocket dimension created by the examiner's power. If the examiner falls, the laws of this world collapse. It could seal shut, shatter, or just evaporate into the void. In short, if we lose, we all die." Meanwhile, Nangong reached the battlefield. The examiner and her clone turned shocked to see a lone student. Nangong Surue. He wasted no time. Right side is the clone. He launched a suicidal charge. The clone scoffed and swung a brush of dark energy. Black storm formation. The examiner screamed. Nangong dodged the black water. He yelled back, "Teacher, save me." The clone smirked with malicious intent. "I'll kill your favorite student first. Let's see if you can fight while grieving Inksword Prison." Dark serpents bound Nangong tight back at the safe zone. Xiao Yi panicked. "If even the top ranker had zero confidence, aren't we doomed? We need a plan." Even the dog barked frantically. Mengyu bit her lip. "We're useless right now." Shen Ye's eyes darkened. "I won't just sit here and wait for death. If Nangong falls, it's game over." He forced his trembling body up. "No matter the cost, I have to get back in the fight." "Shen Ye," Mengyu cried out. "You're running on fumes." Xiao Yi added, "Rest, bro ye. Let me and the others go." Suddenly a shadow flickered from the void. Shen Ye stared as a majestic black horse manifested. Everyone froze. The beast looked pleased. The scent of the moon shadow. "Are you a disciple of the chaotic heaven sect?" Shen Ye nodded, thinking, did this horse just talk? "I'm blessed by the realm itself. You're no ordinary mortal. I am the fastest, sturdiest mount here. Hop on." Mengyu's jaw dropped. "Is that the legendary Snow Treader?" Shen Ye blinked. "You know this guy? He's famous pitch-black body, snow-white hooves, and godlike speed. Legend says he can carry his master out of any desperate situation. The most famous divine beast in the Dharma realm." The horse nodded arrogantly. "That is indeed this humble one." Shen Ye frowned. "Wait, isn't this a closed pocket dimension? How are you here?" "What is the Dharma realm?" Mengyu explained. "Think of it as the ultimate source of energy, like the mana pool in a system manhwa. The world we are in now, it's just a tiny air bubble floating in that massive ocean. Bubbles are separate, but some beings can pass through the barriers. Snow Treader has that dimensional piercing ability." Shen Ye's eyes lit up. "So that's it. Hey, if you have godlike powers, can you help us fight?" Mengyu muttered, "You're asking a horse." But Snow Treader answered immediately. "Naturally, there are 2 methods. Method 1, I borrow your power, but it's limited. Method 2, we fuse temporarily. I can unleash 100% of your potential." Shen Ye grinned. "Fusion sounds like a leveling manhwa cheat code. Let's do it." The horse commanded, "Give me your weapon. Name, Shen Ye. It's been ages since I merged with a chaotic heaven disciple." "Let's go." They chanted each other's names internally. A blinding light erupted. The horse's voice boomed. "Yes, I feel your call." Shen Ye's voice echoed, distorted by power. "This energy. Shen Ye, you really are extraordinary. Let's go transformation." The light faded. Mengyu and Xiao Yi peeked through their fingers and saw Shen Ye with a hideous horse head. They screamed, "What the hell is that? Are you kidding me?" Shen Ye panicked. "Crap, sorry, first-time glitch. My bad. Take 2. Blue light exploded again. A hand materialized. A hoof. A warrior's face. This time, a majestic centaur warlord stood before them. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled. "So cool." Even the dog barked in approval. Shen Ye gazed toward the battlefield. Stay here. I'll be back. Boom. He vanished in a streak of azure lightning. Xiao Yi was still trembling with excitement. Oh my god, that was legendary. Hey Mengyu, was that Shen Ye talking? Or the horse? He looked at Mengyu, noticing her blushing face. Are you okay? Meanwhile, ink spears rained down on Nangong. The clone roared, Die! The impact shattered the earth itself. Suddenly a light pierced the debris. The clone gasped. A divine figure blocked the attack effortlessly. The clone stuttered in fear. A primordial deity. Nangong Sirui flashed behind the enemy, his blade hungry for blood, but the trap was already sprung. The proctor screamed from the sidelines. No, Nangong Sirui, pull back. Too late, pitch-black ink tendrils skewered his body like spears. The proctor cursed, Damn it all. The clone sneered, Naive brat, did you really think you could defeat me inside my own territory? Nangong Sirui coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Was I still lacking, proctor? I leave the rest to you. Realization struck the proctor like a physical blow. Nangong Sirui. Were you prepared to sacrifice your life just to bind the clone? The clone's voice dripped with malice. If you want to die, let me grant your wish, Dark Ink Greatsword. The proctor froze. She wouldn't make it in time. A devastating wave of dark magic crashed down. But in that fraction of a second between life and death, azure hands materialized from thin air. Shen Ye snatched Nangong Sirui from the jaws of hell with godlike speed. He set him down, asking casually, You alive, being a scion of a great noble house, surely you have some divine healing elixirs stashed away? Nangong Sirui stared bewildered. Who are you? Landing safely away from the chaos, the newcomer replied, The name is Shen Ye. Nangong Sirui blinked. Shen Ye. Their attention snapped back to the proctor's desperate battle. Panic rose in Nangong Sirui's chest. Damn it, we are too far away. My control over the divine art is fading. The beast is breaking free. Shen Ye's expression remained calm. Relax. I will handle her backup. He launched himself toward the clone like a cannonball. The entity huffed, unleashing its technique, ink explosion circle formation. Boom, Shen Ye caught the attack barehanded. Violent lightning erupted, pushing the clone back with sheer force. The entity's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. Shen Ye didn't hesitate. 10,000, lightning pull. Bolts of judgment rained down, frying the main body and vaporizing every curse clone in the vicinity. It was a legendary awakening Manhwa moment. The crowd gasped. Our curse clones! They were incinerated instantly. The proctor rubbed her eyes, disbelief written all over her face. He channeled his power into a completely different domain. Is this reality? Tears of sheer joy streamed down her cheeks. To think Sireng Academy would receive such a wave of monstrous geniuses this year. Am I dreaming? She sobbed dramatically. Oh, my heart cannot take this much emotion.